Chapter 2. The initiation of the Haoming Academy in relation to the work. One can simply navigate to the top of the directory to discern the first chapter. Regrettably, the text has been obscured and cannot be revealed, so I must ask for your understanding. The scholar in azure, clutching a scroll, swiftly positioned himself before Hua Jiu. Upon glimpsing Hua Jiu's face, he was taken aback, as if in disbelief. Hua Jiu arched her back, attempting to adopt a fearsome stance. However, her corpulent figure lacked any semblance of intimidation, resembling a quivering quail, seemingly cowering in fright. In desperation, Hua Jiu forced herself to scowl and widen her eyes, striving to project an aura of menace. Yet, the scholar paid her no heed, instead rummaging through the storage pouch at his waist. After staring for an extended moment, Hua Jiu's bravado waned, and she despondently collapsed onto the sand, fatigued and lethargically swishing her tail. Oh, what a wearisome day. Ah, here it is. The scholar procured a black leather tome, moistening his fingers before flipping through its pages with a flutter. Inscribed upon the cover were the words Ling Tian Bang, with the lower left corner denoting the number 66666 of the Ling Tian Immortal Chronicle. This year marks the 66,666th year of the Ling Tian realm, and with the arrival of spring, the most authoritative ranking, the Ling Tian Bang has unveiled a new edition. Truly remarkable efficiency. The old Taoist, being rather impoverished, still possesses the volume he acquired a decade ago when he took her in. Hua Jiu recalls that a decade prior, the foremost position on the Ling Tian combat ranking was held by the Blood Fiend sect's Blood Fiend Blade, Yi Jingwu, while the top spot on the Ling Tian beauty list was claimed by the Fox Demon, Mu Konchan of the Red Leaf Valley. The top 100 of the Ling Tian wealth ranking were monopolized by the denizens of Jinling Prefecture's Guiyuan Island. And the valedictorian of the aristocratic sons list was none other than the ghostly Nanjiyun from the Suzhou Nin family. A decade has elapsed, and one can only wonder how many heroes have emerged in the Ling Tian realm and what changes have transpired upon the Ling Tian ranking. She has resided on this island for an entire 10 years. Hua Jiu's gaze descended and suddenly fell upon the wooden token hanging from the waist of the scholarly figure in azure robes. It was, astonishingly, a Haoming. Eureka! The azure-clad scholar scrutinized Hua Jiu's appearance for a moment, stroking his chin and murmuring, "You bear a striking resemblance to the blue-eyed three-flower mongoose. However, you possess amber eyes, while she is aquamarine ones. Moreover, she reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul a decade ago and mysteriously vanished when crossing tribulations to attain divinity. And you, it seems, have yet to condense your chi?" The azure-robed scholar suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing his folly. What am I thinking? If she were indeed the bloodthirsty blue-eyed three-flower mongoose, I would have been torn to shreds and devoured by now. He spread the tome before Hua Jiu, revealing the bold inscription, Ling Tian Bounty List. The foremost entry, blue-eyed three-flower mongoose, was highlighted in vermilion ink, and the bounty issuer had scarcely finished a page, indicating there were likely several more to follow. A golden ticket for immunity from death, valid for life, was listed, along with a demand for a living convict. Additionally, a custom-crafted puppet proportional to a real person was required, along with a pair of aquamarine-eyed divine machines from the Divine Mechanism Pavilion. A celestial-grade technique was requested, to be claimed from the Easy Immortal Alliance. A cave dwelling on Golden Spirit Continent's Return to Origin Island was sought, with a peculiar demand for 2 eggs from the Return to Origin Island. What a nuisance. Can't you see that the illustration beside depicts a female cat? What need have we for eggs? Utter nonsense. The adjacent illustration showcased a feline form, remarkably similar to the tricolored pattern adorning Hua Jiu, complete with 1 orange ear and 1 black ear. The second image reveals her transformed appearance. Her azure eyes gleam like crystal, filled with innocence, while a faint, sweet smile graces her tender visage. A slender, pale neck is adorned with a black satin ribbon, from which dangles a golden bell. The sound of the bell rings softly. From the moment she attained sentience to her transformation, she served as a spirit companion for 3 centuries. Now, having escaped her predicament for merely a decade, the world around her has irrevocably changed. The hue of her eyes differs, though the patterns remain somewhat similar. Were it not for your considerable girth, I would have mistaken you at first glance for plump. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the scholar in green attire found his book split in 2. As Hua Jiu, crouched nearby, raised her right paw, her sharp claws glistening ominously. The scholar, taken aback by this lightning-fast swipe, collapsed onto the ground, pondering if perhaps he had misspoken. Hey, little cat demon, do not be angry. I mean no harm. Behold my token. I am a messenger from the Haoming Academy. You are familiar with the Hongming Academy, are you not? The institution that trains foundational disciples for various sections. By the way, you appear on the verge of breaking through to the chi condensation stage. I present you this admission token as a token of gratitude for your artwork. Should you find yourself uncertain about which path to pursue, be it righteous, demonic, or otherwise, consider visiting the Hongming Academy. The scholar casually placed the token atop Hua Jiu's head, flattening her rounded crown in the process. Hua Jiu remained silent, while the loquacious scholar adjusted his posture, enthusiastically extolling the virtues of the Hongming Academy, spitting out words like a fountain. In the realm of cultivation, which institution reigns supreme? The Hongming Academy soars high, an esteemed establishment as venerable as the Ling Tian realm. Inscribed by the revered Emperor Ling Tian himself, the 4 characters Hongming Academy stand testament to our legacy, accompanied by our guiding principle. All beings are equal, and the way benefits all. Thus, whether you be human, demon, ghost, or even a zombie or dark entity, if you possess the heart for cultivation, the Hongming Academy shall guide you on your path to ascendancy. We boast the most erudite mentors, offering unparalleled guidance to resolve all your perplexities. Furthermore, we guarantee placement and employment. Enroll in the Hongming Academy, and you shall encounter neither loss nor deception. This summer, during the solar term of Lixia, we shall commence our recruitment. Should you miss this opportunity, you may have to wait another 5 years. Are you, little cat demon, interested? Register under the name of Han Yushan, and you shall receive a small gift. Considering your age, it is prudent to begin planning your demonic life early. In truth, she merely stepped out for a trivial matter and had not truly contemplated her future. Hee, little cat demon, seeing my enthusiasm for your prospects. Would you part with this splendid morning glow over the azure sea? Han Yushan's tone shifted as he rubbed his hands together, grinning with an air of mischief. Nearly drooling with eagerness, Hua Jiu remarked, even the jest of a morning's relief is cherished, yet I find delight in your novet. By the way, how did you come to possess a new work by Master Jiugue? Could it be that Master Jiugue resides on this cloud dream island? I must certainly pay a visit, if I could be depicted by Master Jiugue in the collection of Winds and Moon. I would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 10 on the list of handsome men. Ha ha ha. The excitement of Han Yushan lingers in the air as he exclaims, is this a gift for me? Really? Master Jiugue's new work. Ha ha ha. The dilapidated temple, adorned with climbing ivy, stands in a state of disrepair. A large black dog sprawls in a corner, legs in the air, deeply asleep. Its hind legs twitching, whether from a cramp or a dream of relief remains a mystery. The morning breeze carries a slight chill, casting dappled shadows as the sparrows chirp merrily. A colossal stone head lies in the courtyard, encrusted with moss and mushrooms, blooming with delicate blue flowers, while butterflies flutter gracefully, alighting upon the moist nose of Hua Jiu. The sweet, cloying fragrance of the blossoms fills the air, prompting Hua Jiu to gaze at the butterfly for a moment before sneezing, startling the creature into flight. The sign atop its head tumbles down, and Hua Jiu, with a twitch of its nose, kicks the sign beneath the stone statue, wagging its tail in search of the old Taoist priest. The donkey in the courtyard is absent, and the banners for exorcising demons are nowhere to be seen, suggesting the old priest has ventured out to work. It seems the wealthy Zhang family has been tormented by water spirits and has finally resolved to part with some wealth to avert disaster. Hua Jiu leaps onto the rack where fish are drying in the sun, lifting its substantial rear to feast, causing the entire structure to creak under the strain. After devouring the fish, it licks its paws, gazing longingly towards the beach. The primordial immortal academy, it muses, feeling a flutter of hope, wondering if it could resolve its persistent inner demons. Chapter 3. The Third Meow. The album of hidden immortals. Hua Jiu scratches its ear with a hind paw. But the rack ultimately succumbs to the burden of its ever-increasing weight, collapsing with a sharp crack. As Hua Jiu tumbled gracelessly, a handful of fish jerky, reeking faintly of brine, cascaded down like petals scattered by an ethereal maiden. Indolent and disinterested, Hua Jiu lazily pawed at the fish and brought it to her mouth. With soft, muffled sounds, she chewed on the jerky, basking in the gentle warmth of the morning sun that enveloped her in a comforting embrace. She squinted her eyes in languor, sprawled across the ground like a plush carpet of moderate thickness. This island of Yunmeng, where she had resided for a decade, was modest in size. In comparison to the vast, boundless sea, it was but a mere speck adrift in the ocean. The island boasted only the city of Yunmeng, encircled by 5 quaint fishing villages. The inhabitants led a life of self-sufficiency, untroubled by worldly affairs. The most accomplished among them was an elderly Taoist, while the others were mere mortals engaged in physical cultivation. Those who could not transcend from the body refinement stage to the chi condensation stage were deemed to have not embarked on the path to immortality. And only by establishing a foundation could one hope to knock upon the gates of the celestial realm. The previously mentioned Hua Jiu Academy existed solely to assist all sentient beings across the land in discovering their opportunity to enter the immortal gates. Should one successfully establish their foundation at Hua Jiu Academy, they might be recommended to the most prestigious sects within the Ling Tian realm, such as the righteous Kunwa Sword sect, the nefarious Ghost Hand Valley, and the infamous Demon Bell sect, allegedly founded by the revered Ling Tian Emperor. Additionally, there were the Witchcraft Chamber, the Divine Mechanism Pavilion, and even the dreaded assassination organization known as the Underworld Prison, all of which might recruit new members from Hua Jiu Academy. The major sects, each in search of promising disciples, typically selected only those with the highest aptitude and comprehension, leaving the rest of the ordinary cultivators to be overlooked and forgotten. Thus, the esteemed Emperor Ling Tian commanded his foremost disciple, the Saint Lord Shang Ling, to establish the Hua Jiu Immortal Academy, instituting a rule that would benefit all sentient beings, granting them a singular opportunity to leap through the Dragon Gate. It is said that the Emperor Ling Tian is the reincarnation of a demonic deity, known for his ruthless decisiveness, not typically regarded as a benevolent figure. However, the very creation of the Hua Jiu Immortal Academy has elicited nothing but commendation from the cultivators of the entire Ling Tian realm. Indeed, the Hua Jiu Immortal Academy embodies the aspirations of all beings striving for immortality, serving as a hallowed sanctuary in the hearts of the ordinary. Hua Jiu and the old Taoists have resided in the Cloud Dream Island for a decade, grappling with a scarcity of resources and a dearth of spiritual energy. Unable to even break through to the chi condensation stage, perhaps it is indeed time for her to venture forth in search of a path to transcendence. Nevertheless, she resolved to make one more attempt at the Zhulong Jing fragment. Speaking of the Zhulong Jing fragment, Hua Jiu could not help but mention the peculiar old Taoist who harbored a penchant for collecting rare volumes. His quarters were crammed with various unique editions, rubbings, and incomplete texts. He possessed everything available outside, as well as those that were not. By chance, she stumbled upon the old Taoist's secret stash, which contained a particular book with strikingly unusual postures, imbued with cryptic wisdom. Although Hua Jiu was somewhat indolent, her innate understanding was exceptional. With a serious scholarly approach, she organized the peculiar contents and had the large black dog of the observatory attempt them. To her astonishment, after the foolish dog endured several bouts of pain and bled profusely, it unexpectedly developed a sense of qi. This revelation astounded the old Taoist, who promptly transmitted a transformation incantation to the dog, enabling it to cultivate its metamorphosis. In order for the demon clan to pursue the path of cultivation, one must first transform into a human form. Only after this transformation can one embark on the body refinement stage, and upon achieving mastery in this stage, one may draw energy into the body and condense it within the dantian. Thus, one can truly be considered a cultivator of the demon arts. As for the ancient techniques of consciousness cultivation practiced by the primordial demon clan, their slow progression and initially insignificant power have gradually relegated them to a supplementary role in contemporary demon cultivation methods. After the incident, Hua Jiu presented a certain illustrated tome to the venerable old Taoist, who remarked that what she had discovered might very well be the long-lost cultivation method of the demon clan known as the Sleeping Dragon Sutra. This sutra was conceived by a three-patterned serpent, which, according to legend, was prone to daydreaming, yearning to one day transform into a true dragon and soar across the seas. Alas, being a lethargic creature, it scarcely moved beyond the act of eating, spending its days in a stupor, indulging in fanciful thoughts without ever taking action. However, this indolent serpent possessed unparalleled Taoist fortune. Its hibernation spot was located at a spiritual veins nexus, directly beneath the abode of a diligent youth seeking immortality. This young aspirant diligently studied the myriad scriptures of Taoism, Buddhist texts, and the esoteric arts of the demonic sects, leaving no stone unturned, including the obscure realms of ghostly, cadaverous, and spiritual doctrines, all in pursuit of a path to transcendence suited to him. Day after day, the three-patterned serpent listened to the youth's recitations and, surprisingly, began to grasp some of the principles involved. Ultimately, as the youth withered away, the serpent succeeded in creating this unique method of cultivation, the Sleeping Dragon Sutra, which could be practiced even in slumber. According to the records of Ling Tian's historical accounts, that three-patterned serpent eventually attained the form of a celestial dragon, and, alongside the esteemed disciple of the Ling Tian Emperor, the Saint Monarch Qing Ling, traversed the void of this realm to ascend to the celestial plane. The fact that you, a three-pattern lazy cat, have stumbled upon the technique crafted by the three-pattern lazy serpent is indeed a stroke of fate. Moreover, given the serpentine nature of indulgence, it is quite plausible that this method was concealed within the illustrated tome for the sake of legacy. At that moment, upon hearing the old Taoist words, Hua Jiu's heart was set aflame, not by the allure of the celestial dragon's form, nor by the prospect of ascending to the immortal realm. Rather, it was the tantalizing notion that she could cultivate simply by sleeping. Thus, Hua Jiu resolutely began her practice of the Zholong Jing fragment, limited to the foundational stage, and her physique began to rise in tandem with her cultivation. Woof! Outside the courtyard, a foolish dog, perhaps having been struck by a sparrow, barked furiously at the walls in exasperation. Hua Jiu's breathing gradually steadied, her body resting upon dried fish, and she slowly drifted into a deep slumber. The sparse spiritual energy flowed into her with each inhalation and exhalation, dispersing through the 8 extraordinary meridians and nourishing her 5 organs with the quintessence of the 5 elements. The 5 organs resembled 5 equally sized barrels, filled to the brim with elemental energy, with the excess spilling over into an abyss of darkness. If only the void could be breached, it would allow for the gathering of the Qi Si and entry into the Qi condensation stage. As spiritual energy infused Hua Jiu's system with her rhythmic breaths, the surplus elemental energy overflowed from her organs, cascading into the void. Ding ding! A faint chime echoed inexplicably within her consciousness, and suddenly, the scenery before Hua Jiu shifted dramatically. The inner demons manifested once more. A tempest raged, and flames danced like malevolent spirits, brandishing their claws amidst a pool of blood, cackling grotesquely. Save him! Please, save him! The chilling cries of desperation echoed in her ears, as a shadow struggled amidst the inferno. From the blood pool, countless skeletal arms emerged, dragging the shadow down into the depths of the endless crimson abyss. Ding ding! The heavens roared in fury, the earth lamented in sorrow, and an overwhelming dread erupted within Hua Jiu's heart. The shadow struggled to turn its head, facing the visage it was about to behold. Hua Jiu felt a chilling dread coursing through her, her heart incessantly shouting for her to awaken, to wake up. Suddenly, the shadow's head whipped around, and Hua Jiu's eyes widened, her heartbeat drumming like a war call. The scorching midday sun bore down upon her, yet she felt an icy chill deep within her bones, as if ensconced in the depths of winter's harshest grasp. Chapter 4. The Fourth Meow, Exorcising the Water Ghost in the City. Woof! Woof! The foolish dog continued to bark frantically outside, accompanied by the increasingly cheerful chirping of sparrows. Hua Jiu gradually began to sense a semblance of warmth returning. At last, she had regained her composure. It seemed that until she vanquished this inner demon, she would be unable to break through. Should she venture to the Hongming Immortal City? Rising, Hua Jiu shook off her fur and entered the house, where she rummaged beneath the old Taoist pillow, retrieving 2 coins to carry in her mouth. With a sprightly leap, she scaled the courtyard wall. Though she was plump, she was a nimble one. Traversing through the underbrush, she soon arrived at the entrance of the Luanu Temple. Climbing the old locust tree, she perched silently, observing the steady stream of worshippers. The inhabitants of Yuming Island all revere the Luanu. Many fishermen, having braved treacherous seas, claimed that in moments of peril, they encountered a mermaid of the sea who guided them safely to shore, saving them from certain doom. Thus, the women of the island would come here to light incense whenever their men set sail. Damn it, who the hell told me there was a Luanu temple here? This is nothing but a sea snail spirit. A young gentleman stormed out of the temple, cursing. At a glance, Hua Jiu could tell he was an outsider. Over the years, she had seen countless such men drawn here by tales of renown. Upon the utterance of the young master's words, all the patrons cast him disapproving glances, with several women even retrieving their fish-slicing knives from their baskets. The young master's eyelids twitched, and he hastily offered a smile, exclaiming, my apologies, I shall immediately light incense to apologize to the Lady of the Shell." A small stone struck Hua Jiu on the head, and as she looked down, she spotted a snot-nosed child clutching an egg pancake beneath the tree, sniffing while gazing at her, fingers gripping a handful of stones which he persistently hurled in her direction. The plump cat, with money in its mouth. Hua Jiu narrowed her eyes in displeasure. After being hit by another stone on her forehead, she leapt from the tree to the child's feet, causing him to take a fearful step back. With a soft meow, she laid down the money, pressing her ears against her head and affectionately rubbed against the child's leg. The chubby cat's innocent demeanor elicited a grin from the child, who, still sniffling, squatted down to reach for Hua Jiu. In a fleeting moment, just as the child's hand was about to touch her head, Hua Jiu swiftly swatted with her paw, causing the child's egg pancake to plop onto the ground. She tugged at her whiskers, picked up the coins again, and with a nonchalant expression, stepped over the fallen pancake, making her way toward the old fisherman's ox cart in the distance. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from the child behind her, yet Hua Jiu sauntered leisurely, her tail swaying, her steps growing more lively. The old fisherman's cart halted before the temple. Hua Jiu accelerated and leaped onto the cart, depositing the coins onto the wooden board, before comfortably settling onto the soft cushion prepared for the old man's companion. The old fisherman grinned, pulling out a piece of his home-smoked fish from his bosom and offering it to Hua Jiu. "Great cat immortal, heading into the city again today, are we?" Meow. The old fisherman glanced at the young master offering incense before the temple. With a flick of his whip, the old ox pulled the cart, lumbering toward Yumeng City. "I wonder who coined the immortal title of the Snail Maiden," he mused, grumbling as he drove. "At first, I didn't give it much thought. But seeing these young masters now, it strikes me as odd." Hua Jiu, relishing the fish jerky, paused to consider the old fisherman's words. The image of the lecherous old Taoist priest flashed through her mind. The Snail Maiden temple was built by the old Taoist, so naturally, he was the one who named the Snail Maiden, and he did it deliberately. "Oh, and this morning, I saw the old immortal's donkey outside the Zhang family mansion." The old fisherman continued. "If you ask me, that black-hearted merchant Zhang, who has committed countless wicked deeds, should have his entire family dragged down by water ghosts to serve as scapegoats. It's only the old immortal's benevolent heart that compels him to save them. But saving them means countless others will suffer under Zhang's oppression." Hua Jiu twitched her ears, clutching the fish jerky with both paws, savoring the aroma. "Also, I heard that 2 more profligate sons disappeared in Yunmeng City the day before yesterday," he added. "The next day, they were found stark naked, with a dewy peach blossom stuck in their rear ends. I wonder which vixen harvested their essence. Truly, a boon for the people." The ox cart clattered along the rural path, accompanied by a gentle breeze that carried the fragrant essence of spring flora. Along the way, passers-by were predominantly fishermen transporting their catch to the city, alongside some men rolling up their trousers, laboring in the fields. The old fisherman, accompanied by the cat spirit, ventured into town again. The cat spirit meowed persistently, while children chased after the ox cart, their laughter ringing through the air. Adults, upon spotting the cart, would pause to exchange greetings, and the old fisherman beamed with joy, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. Hua Jiu busily gnawed on dried fish, occasionally tugging at her ear to indicate her understanding. The old Taoist priest had his merits whenever a poor family required a ritual. He accepted only a meal and a basket of seafood, never demanding payment from the impoverished. Hence, most people held a warm regard for both the old priest and her. Shaking off her fur, Hua Jiu swiftly darted into an unoccupied alley. She arrived at the residence of the affluent Zhang family, where the old priest's foolish donkey sported a bright red flower atop its head, chewing on grass at the entrance, casting a disdainful glance at Hua Jiu. "One day, I shall see you roasted," Hua Jiu muttered under her breath, climbing the crooked tree outside the courtyard and leaping down within. Upon entering, she soon heard the voice of the old priest. In the Zhang family's perpetually sunless backyard, a ritual altar was set before a desiccated well overrun with yellow vines. The gaunt old priest, clad in a faded Taoist robe, wielded a copper sword while muttering incantations. His disheveled bun drooped lifelessly atop his head, and a chilling wind swirled around him, lifting his robe and revealing his bare, hairy legs. Hua Jiu thought to herself, how shameless. This fellow dares to flaunt his bare backside in public. By the celestial decree of Emperor Lingtian, manifest yourselves, ye demons and specters. The venerable Taoist, with his copper-coined sword pointed towards the desolate well, instantly stirred a tempestuous wind within the courtyard. His eyes, like burning embers, pierced through the gloom, and his beard danced wildly in the gale. His ethereal demeanor commanded reverence, save for those 2 hairy legs. "Ah!" A spine-chilling shriek echoed from the depths of the well. A corpulent merchant, adorned in a golden robe, his legs betraying him, collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Trembling uncontrollably, "Spare me, immortal spirit, I beseech thee." A spectral hand, tinged with cerulean hues, gripped the well's edge. A female ghoul, her raven tresses cascading down her back, emerged, clad in a tattered white robe, drenched and dripping. Her hair, veiling the majority of her countenance, revealed only a single, eerie, azure eye. Glaring at the Taoist with malevolent loathing. With grotesque contortions of her head and limbs, she crawled forth from the abyss. Slay them all. An inexhaustible torrent of sanguine fluid surged from the well, swiftly engulfing the Taoist's feet. The merchant, witnessing this macabre spectacle, swooned into unconsciousness, while his retinue of servants, their faces drained of color, huddled together, quivering in terror. The Taoist, unhurried, scratched his posterior before producing a yellow talisman from his bosom, which he cast forth with a flourish. The talisman's golden radiance enveloped the female ghoul, eliciting an ear-splitting shriek as tendrils of black smoke emanated from her form, rapidly being drawn into the talisman. Moments later, the ghoul vanished, leaving behind only a charred slip of paper in the Taoist's grasp. Awaken, master, awaken. The water sprite has been vanquished by the divine immortal. Arise and render payment. The servant, pinching the merchant's philtrum repeatedly, finally roused him from his stupor. Zhang Daha sat up, taking a deep breath, and felt a notable lightness in his body. The surrounding air had lost its previous chill. After a brief pause, he chuckled heartily, producing a bag of golden beans from his bosom. The old immortal possessed boundless powers. Such a trivial offering could hardly be deemed a tribute. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Dahu perceived a flash before his eyes, and the bag in his hand had vanished. Turning around, he spotted a plump, rounded cat on the wall, clutching the very bag in its mouth. The fare was secured. Chapter 5, The Fifth Meow, The Flower-Picking Gentleman Smiles. Fat Jiu. Release that bag of golden beans at once. You are not a Pichio. The old Taoist, infuriated, jumped up and hurled a shoe at Hua Jiu, resembling a woman throwing a tantrum in the vegetable market. Hua Jiu tugged at his ear, his amber eyes flashing with disdain, and swiftly leaped off the wall, vanishing from sight. The old Taoist, on the verge of tears, scratched his rear and turned to find Zhang Dahu in a daze, a cunning thought crossing his mind. Zhang Dahu had been tormented by water ghosts for quite some time. His yang energy seemed somewhat depleted and required substantial replenishment. I happen to possess ancestral 1,000-year-old ginseng root. A single strand costs 100 taels of silver, ensuring that after consumption, one need not worry about kidney troubles or urgency, and acquiring 10 concubines would pose no challenge. Upon leaving Zhang Dahu's residence, Hua Jiu swallowed the bag of golden beans and clambered up the tallest tree at the entrance, panting. At this moment, the old Taoist was undoubtedly trying to persuade Zhang Dahu to purchase his 1,000-year-old radish essence, which bore a resemblance to ginseng. However, a 1,000-year-old radish remains a mere radish. Even in another 1,000 years, it shall not transform into ginseng. Consuming it would not result in death, but merely lead to increased flatulence for ventilation. At this moment, as dusk descended, Hua Jiu narrowed her eyes and gazed into the distance, discovering a throng of people gathered before the notice board at the Kai Market in Yumeng City. She tugged at her ears, feeling the distance weigh heavily upon her. Fatigue enveloped her, and she was reluctant to move. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over all else. Hua Jiu leaped from the tree and took a shortcut across the roof of a nearby house, traversing 10 paces, climbing to the highest tree at the market. She plucked a leaf to shield her modesty, only to notice that her exposed backside was still visible, prompting her to hastily snatch another leaf. What is the Haoming Academy? What sort of place is it? Don't you know about the Haoming Academy? Are you foolish? Can't you read what's written here? They're recruiting new students. Do you understand? Oh, it's an academy. We have an academy in Yumeng City as well. Why would one venture all the way to the northern Qian divine continent to study? Are you daft? It's an academy for becoming an immortal. Can the academy in Yumeng City even compare to theirs? The northern Qian divine continent is so far away, the trip must cost a fortune. I'd rather save that money to find a wife for my son, and he can still live happily like an immortal. Hua Jiu squinted and suddenly caught sight of a formidable figure weaving through the crowd. He was a robust man with fierce brows, a prominent nose, and piercing eyes, exuding an aura of strength. Hua Jiu was taken aback. How could there be an external cultivator at the 5th layer of qi condensation on Yumeng Island? This place was so impoverished that the old priest cursed 3 times a day. What could an external cultivator possibly want here? Moreover, he emanated a demonic aura, clearly a demon cultivator, though she could not discern his true form. However, this seems rather implausible. Even the most formidable demon lords in their tribulation phase exhibit certain demonic traits upon transformation, the most prevalent being ears, horns, and tails. Yet, the figure before Hua Jiu bore no such characteristics. Were it not for her keen sense of smell, akin to that of a foolish dog, she might have overlooked the anomaly. The foreign cultivator merely cast a furtive glance at the notice board before stealthily departing. As dusk began to envelop the sky, Hua Jiu's curiosity piqued. She flicked her tail and quietly followed suit. First, she sought out 2 wild cats within the city, giving them a playful scratch before instructing them to frolic and chase after the foreign cultivator. Following closely behind the 2 felines ensured that, even if the cultivator noticed their presence, he would perceive them as ordinary strays and harbor no suspicions. When the foreign cultivator vanished into a shadowy alley, Hua Jiu hesitated at the entrance, uncertain whether to proceed. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats echoed, and before she could glimpse a carriage, she was enveloped by the delicate fragrance of peach blossoms. 2 white horses, drawing a pink carriage, emerged from the alley. As they passed the wall where Hua Jiu was crouched, she caught a glimpse through the billowing pink drapes of the foreign cultivator, whose complexion was flushed, reclining in the embrace of a gentleman clad in pink attire, though she could not discern the gentleman's features. She noted the exquisite jawline and the sinister smile gracing his crimson lips. Why refer to him as a gentleman? Because Hua Jiu recognized this nefarious being. Now that he had ensnared the cultivator, there was little hope of escape. Hua Jiu glanced around cautiously, slinking into the alley, and not far within. She was met with an intoxicating aroma. Hastily, she held her breath. In the darkness, the amber-hued eyes of Hua Jiu became veiled in an inexplicable shade of deep green, meticulously observing her surroundings. The desolate alleyway, devoid of life, contained only a few broken baskets and a handful of squeaking mice. Could it be that her imagination was running wild? Well, with nothing else to occupy her, and having lost the chance to catch up with the old Taoist donkey, Hua Jiu decided to follow the cart towards the peach blossom forest, intending to gather some material for her collection titled Hua Jiu at the residence of the gentleman in pink attire. Just as Hua Jiu departed, a shadow darted into the alley. Peach blossom forest. Hua Jiu, well acquainted with the terrain, gracefully leapt onto a peach tree, vaulted over the wall, and landed in the adjacent courtyard. Her steps were as light as a swift breeze in the night, scattering a flurry of peach blossoms like rain. In no time, she arrived atop the roof of a house deep within the courtyard, skillfully nudging aside a tile devoid of moss to peer inside. Hua Jiu twitched her ears as petals from her head gently drifted down, landing in the center of a steaming bath. The air was thick with an ambiguous warmth. The foreign demon cultivator lay discarded beside the bath, his expression dazed and breaths heavy. Amidst the fluttering pink gauze, the figure of the gentleman in pink became intermittently visible. With a charming glint in his alluring peach blossom eyes, he smiled softly and approached the bath with measured steps. The foreign demon cultivator, struggling, raised his arm as if to cast a spell, but the gentleman in pink chuckled lightly. Still attempting to resist? How about this? As soon as the words left his lips, he gently stepped on the lattice by the bath. The gauze entwined around the surrounding jade pillars slithered towards the foreign demon cultivator like ethereal serpents. In the blink of an eye, the foreign demon cultivator found himself ensnared, bound tightly as if he were a rice dumpling. Could this be the charming flower boy from Master Jiugui's collection of Wind and Moon? A familiar voice suddenly emanated from behind, causing Hua Jiu to startle, her fur bristling in alarm. In her haste, she found her head stuck, and with great effort, she wriggled and squirmed to extricate herself, nearly tumbling from the rooftop in the process. Upon emerging, she discovered it was Han Yushan, who had seemingly arrived unnoticed and was now peering through a missing tile, thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding events. "Flower boy, how delightful it is to see you all." He chuckled. "Ah, little cat demon, we meet again." Chapter 6. The mysterious traces of a night. Hua Jiu's tail perked up in caution, and she retreated a few steps warily. Han Yushan, noticing her demeanor, waved his hand and offered a reassuring explanation. "Fear not, little cat demon. I arrived following the flower boy's carriage. The peach blossom formation here is quite formidable, and I lost my way, arriving just behind you." Still on guard, Hua Jiu discreetly perched herself on a peculiar tile. If she were to inadvertently shatter it with her weight, she would be privy to the revelry of 3 individuals that night, a thought that sparked a hint of anticipation within her. Suddenly, Han Yushan felt a chill and rubbed his arms, conceding, "All right, it seems I cannot deceive you. In truth, I am pursuing the demonic sword cultivator I battled earlier. Have you ever heard of Zhongtian?" Thunder rumbled ominously, and a fierce wind swept through, causing the peach blossoms to cascade like rain. A jolt of dread struck Hua Jiu. Having escaped from that place a decade ago, the mere mention of those 2 words stirred a tempest of turmoil within her heart. I now harbor profound suspicions regarding whether that demonic sword cultivator is affiliated with Zhongtian. Previously, I had pursued this demonic sword cultivator relentlessly until I stumbled upon this island. It is indeed peculiar. Having traversed this path many times before, I had never discovered such a diminutive isle amidst the boundless sea. Could it be that there lies some hidden mystery here? Or perhaps this is a clandestine stronghold of Zhongtian? Han Yushan, oblivious to Hua Jiu's peculiarities, continued to chatter away, stretching his neck to peer below. No wonder Master Jiu has never depicted the legs of the flower-picking youth. It appears they are rather short. By the heavens, you wretched creature, how could you be a demon? The demon's form gradually diminished, sprouting grayish fur, slowly reverting into that of a wolf. However, this wolf bore the gruesome marks of mutilation, its ears and tail severed, with ghastly scars marring its head and hindquarters. Hua Jiu's realization struck her. It was no wonder she could not discern the demonic traits upon him. Such a brutal method could only be employed by Zhongtian, one might surmise. If you are indeed a demon, why did you not reveal it sooner? Though I have an appreciation for handsome men, I have no tolerance for demonic appearances. How utterly repulsive. Junbu Huan's complexion turned a shade akin to pig's liver, nearly retching at the thought. Old lady? Han Yushan rubbed her eyes and glanced below Junbu Huan, perplexed. Was he not male? Am I imagining things? Oh, where has that little cat demon gone? Han Yushan, astonished, scanned her surroundings. When had Hua Jiu departed? She had been utterly oblivious to her exit. Junbu Huan's residence lay nestled between Yunming City and the seaside temple. Hua Jiu, having exited the residence, dashed fervently towards the temple, realizing that they must hasten to meet the old Taoist priest. It appeared their hiding place had been compromised. All members of Zhongtian share a singular characteristic. Their every action is invariably accompanied by both a human and a demon. If the demon cultivator and the sword practitioner are indeed part of Zhongtian, their sole purpose for coming here must be clear. 4. During the Navi span of 300 years, she served as the beloved spirit pet of the esteemed Tinzuan of Zhongtian, the blue-eyed three-flowered lynx. Since the supreme emperor of Ling Tian established the 4 factions of humans, demons, ghosts, and monsters in the heart of the boundless sea within the Yixin realm, the demons and ghosts, along with the subsequently emerged corpse and spirit tribes, have been liberated from their fates of being forcefully contracted as pets by humans, unless willingly consented. Any forced contract with these tribes is deemed a violation of the heavenly principles, leading to relentless pursuit by the demon, ghost, corpse, and spirit clans collectively. In this matter, these 4 tribes unite in an unprecedented alliance against external threats. However, there remain some remnants of the old world, obstinately clinging to the belief that among all living beings, only humans hold the supreme status. They refuse to accept the idea of other races sharing the resources of Ling Tian realm, viewing all non-human beings merely as resources to be exploited. Thus, the human zealots known as Zhongtian emerged. Their emblematic presence is marked by the contracted demon beasts, spirit ghosts, and corpse puppets that they wield, using slaughter and enslavement to assert their status. Given that the number of demons far surpasses that of ghosts, corpses, and spirits, most members of Zhongtian operate in pairs of 1 human and 1 demon. Though Zhongtian is reviled by the 6 paths, it has endured through cycles of destruction and resurgence over the span of 30,000 years, still existing within the Ling Tian realm. Hua Jiu eyes are deep as a secluded pond. Did not the old Taoist fail to eliminate him a decade ago? What a vexation. The moonlight was dim, shrouded by thick, dark clouds, and the Taoist temple loomed ahead. At that moment, a shadow darted out from the temple, vanishing into the deeper darkness, causing a heavy sensation to settle in Hua Jiu's heart. Leaping over the dilapidated courtyard wall into the temple, she was enveloped by a familiar scent, mingled with a strong metallic tang of blood. Indeed, the shadow she had just seen belonged to the demonic sword cultivator, who had come into contact with Hua Jiu's essence while battling Han Yushan. The cold wind howled, and the waves crashed relentlessly, while the tattered window shutters incessantly battered against the frame. The back room was engulfed in darkness, and the air felt oppressive, making it difficult for Hua Jiu to breathe. With heavy steps, she entered the room, pushing open the wooden door with a creak. Old Taoist. Her urgent cry broke forth from her throat as the plump cat, transforming midair into a young girl, caught the frail body of the old Taoist as he fell. His amber eyes were clouded with a sheen of tears, and Hua Jiu's ears trembled with concern. The old man seemed as fragile as a wisp of smoke, on the verge of death. He opened his eyes with a tremor, gazing blankly at the chubby little figure before him. In her human form, She appeared merely 7 or 8 years old, her tousled short hair dancing in the wind. Her gaze sharp as lightning. Yet, her amber eyes radiated a clarity akin to a spring of pristine water on a snow-capped mountain, ethereal and aloof. Hua Jiu was accustomed to lazily half-closing her eyes, yet the short scar arching across her brow, slicing her right eyebrow in two, added an air of defiance, making her presence impossible to underestimate. 10 years have passed, and in this decade, I have not seen you transform. The old Taoist has nearly forgotten your visage from our first encounter. Yet, unexpectedly, as the end draws near, I am able to behold you once more. The darkness before Hua Jiu seems to dissipate, gradually revealing a haunting shade of crimson that stirs her heart, reminiscent of a nightmare threatening to resurface. Save him quickly. Save him. It is not the heart demon that cries out, but her own soul that silently pleads. Old Taoist, a chilling wind howls, penetrating to the very marrow. The old Taoist's gaze becomes momentarily unfocused, drifting toward Hua Jiu, as he murmurs softly, "It has been 10 years, Hua Jiu. You have grown taller, and you have also gained weight. Wait, something feels amiss." Hua Jiu's senses sharpen in an instant. Before departing, the old Taoist has but one final wish. The old man discreetly tugged at his robe to cover his slightly cold, hairy legs. Having lived a life of poverty, he never tasted wealth, and now he asks, "Might you allow me a glimpse of that bag of golden beans?" Hua Jiu playfully tugged at her ear, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her slowly narrowing eyes. Just a glance, a mere glance, and the old Taoist could depart without suffering. Hua Jiu tugged at her cheek, revealing her small fangs as she remarked, "Avoiding pain is quite simple. With a swift scratch from my claws, it won't hurt at all. Just a gentle swipe and the head will roll." The icy tips of her fingers grazed the old Taoist's neck, causing him to leap up from the ground in alarm, huddling in a corner with a face of despair. "Fat Jiu, does our bond pale in comparison to a bag of golden beans? Fat Jiu, you heartless little one, destined to be plump for life." In a flash of silver light, a tearing sound erupted, the final Taoist robe of the venerable master. Chapter 7. The Hidden Thread of the Night. After burying the precious golden beans, Hua Jiu let out a sigh of relief. Those capable of transformation possess a designated space within their abdomen to store items, known as the belly pouch, akin to that of the demonic beings. This pouch expands gradually with the growth of one's cultivation. Currently, Hua Jiu's pouch is rather modest, filled to the brim with some blank scrolls and brushes. Adding a bag of golden beans would make her appear somewhat rotund, causing her to drag her belly while walking. As she made her way back to the Taoist temple, Hua Jiu suddenly realized that she had been quite bewildered by the old Taoist's earlier actions. She had distinctly seen that demonic sword cultivator emerge from the temple. Was it not the scent of blood that lingered from the old master? Yet, that seemed implausible. If the old master had indeed acted, he would have swiftly dispatched the intruder, and the demonic cultivator did not seem to be fleeing. "Fat Jiu, come here." The old Taoist's tone was stern, reminiscent of a decade ago when he had asked her to accompany him. Hua Jiu twitched her ears and obediently hopped to the old master's side, sitting quietly with her tail wrapped around her front paws, displaying a demeanor of decorum. A slender Taoist and a plump calico kept basked under the moonlight, listening to the rhythmic waves and the rustling leaves. "Do you wish to attend the Hongmeng Academy?" The old Taoist presented the admission token for the Hongmeng Academy that he had previously tossed beneath the stone statue. "Meow?" Hua Jiu nodded without hesitation. The old master sighed, reaching into his robe to retrieve a red cord adorned with a worn copper coin, raising it to place around Hua Jiu's head. After a prolonged struggle, the coin remained precariously perched upon Hua Jiu's ear, awkwardly covering her right eye, transforming her into a one-eyed copper coin cat. "Alas, how have you grown so plump that your head seems enlarged?" The old Taoist had crafted this according to your dimensions. "Within this coin lies the shattered spirit of your infancy. This place is no longer safe. You should make your way to the Hongmeng Academy, for even the most audacious deities would refrain from causing harm there. Furthermore, the Zhilong Jing is the most suitable cultivation method for you at present. Do not forsake it." The old Taoist then produced several triangular yellow talismans. "With your current cultivation, these are the only talismans you can utilize. At dawn tomorrow, take them with you on your journey. This is all the assistance I can offer you." "Meow? And what about you?" The old Taoist, visibly touched, reached to caress Hua Jiu's head. "You truly care for the old man. How about that bag of golden beans?" Hua Jiu narrowed her eyes, swatting the old man's hand away with her tail, clutching the coin, and drawing the wooden plaque and yellow talismans into her belly pouch before leaping down from the statue and heading towards the back courtyard. No other cats are to be raised, nor allowed to touch or even glance. Otherwise, Hua Jiu unsheathed her sharp claws, carving deep marks into the ground. Her threat unmistakable. The thought of embarking on the journey to the Hongming Academy the following day filled her with a sense of excitement. Although she had not intended to sleep, the tranquility of her memories lulled her into slumber, remarkably free from the torment of nightmarish demons. Hua Jiu. A sudden shiver jolted her awake. The night was cool and serene, enveloped in darkness as the brilliant moonlight cast the shadows of trees into the room, creating an ethereal ambience reminiscent of whispering specters. The rhythmic dripping of water echoed from above, prompting Hua Jiu to glance upward, where only a spider swayed gently in its web. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept over her, and a hand unexpectedly grasped her tail. In that instant, her blood ran cold, and a numbing sensation enveloped her head. She could feel the hand's icy, withered touch, imbued with the frigid essence of the netherworld. Outside, the cacophony of barking dogs and cawing crows filled the air, yet within her vicinity, silence reigned, broken only by the tumultuous beating of her own heart. Mysterious ripples formed in the puddles surrounding the mat, and a ghostly visage gradually emerged, half of its face obscured by dark hair, while the other half shone pale as moonlight. Its bloodshot, azure eyes fixated intently on Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu. Amidst the tension, the ghostly head drew closer, its eerie breath wafting through the air. There is a ghost. I am afraid. Hua Jiu, bewildered, retorted, I can't take this any longer. As a water ghost, how can you be afraid of ghosts? Aren't you a ghost yourself? The ghost, Xiao, tugged at Hua Jiu's tail again, her anxious eyes darting around. Something is out there. I'm scared. Hua Jiu struggled to break free. In the presence of water, she found herself powerless in comparison to the water ghost Xiao. However, the atmosphere tonight was undeniably peculiar. Hua Jiu stood up and shook off her fur, as the ancient radish essence, inherited from the old Taoist, lay buried in a wine jar positioned at the foot of her bed. With no one upon the couch, the old Taoist had ventured out. Hua Jiu dragged her hand towards the courtyard, while a foolish donkey slumbered with its ears buried in the adjacent shed, and a silly dog barked incessantly towards the front yard. Upon spotting Hua Jiu, the dog dashed over, napping excitedly. I can't understand you. Go away, Hua Jiu exclaimed. Suddenly, a green hand emerged from a puddle, grabbing the dog's tail, causing it to yelp in terror, frozen in place as if under a spell, its eyes pleading for help from Hua Jiu. Just as she exited the temple, she noticed a scholar-like figure standing before the fallen head of a stone statue in the courtyard. The bright moonlight cast a silvery glow, with the shadows of the trees enveloping the figure, rendering it somewhat indistinct. Yet, Hua Jiu recognized the newcomer by scent. Ah, little cat demon, so you reside here, she remarked. Han Yushan greeted her cheerfully, though the smile on his face appeared particularly sinister under the moonlight. The moment Hua Jiu stirred, she noticed two red dots flickering behind the collapsed wall, resembling a pair of gleaming eyes blinking, exuding an aura of extreme danger. Crouching at the entrance of the temple, she finally comprehended the sequence of peculiar events that had unfolded that day. Chapter 8. The Eighth Meow. True form revealed a massive shadow leaped from behind the crumbled wall, landing beside Han Yushan, baring its teeth ferociously. It was the wolf demon previously captured by the aloof Prince Nianhua. However, this wolf demon, lacking its ears, possessed a rather foolishly round head. For a decade, the celestial sovereign has sought you, forsaking food and drink, and has grown 3 parts thinner, causing unrest among the celestial realms. Meanwhile, you have bloomed into a plump figure. My heart aches for the celestial sovereign. Had I not seen that old fellow, Yuzhengzi, here as well, I might have doubted your identity as the little tabby. It appears that your tribulation during the spirit transformation was a failure, resulting in the loss of your cultivation as you hide here to rebuild your strength, is it not? Hua Jiu regarded Hanyu Mountain with an impassive expression, pondering that the old Taoist must have been lured away. Otherwise, how could a mere foundation establishment cultivator dare to step into this temple? Hanyu Mountain, afflicted by his tendency to ramble, continued his monologue. Indeed, individuals like us, who defy the heavenly order to uphold humanity, have committed grave sins, making it nearly impossible to survive the punishing tribulation of spirit transformation. Yet, there are always exceptions. Our esteemed celestial sovereign has achieved it. Had you not betrayed him back then, would you find yourself in this predicament of rebuilding today? Hua Jiu tugged at her ear, remaining unmoved. The golden bells adorning the black ribbon glimmered, piercing her eyes, causing her pupils to constrict. She shook her ears and rose to her feet. Hanyu Mountain's eyes brightened, urging, "Little Tabby, come quickly to my side. I shall ensure you are safely delivered to the celestial sovereign." Hua Jiu regarded Hanyu Mountain with a look of utter incredulity for a moment before turning away. Hanyu Mountain, flustered, gestured emphatically at her retreating figure, exclaiming in exasperation. Hua Jiu took a few steps, then tilted her head to scratch her ear, continuing her leisurely cat-like strides toward the backyard, unhurried and unperturbed. Meanwhile, crows cawed raucously from the wall, and Hanyu Mountain's lips twitched in irritation as he pointed at Hua Jiu's back, shouting in frustration. "Do not presume that I am incapable of breaking the formation within the Taoist temple." If he were able to dismantle the array set by the old priest in the shrine in the courtyard, he would not have remained idle while the foolish dog barked incessantly. After all, he is a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment, whereas they are but feeble beings. Han Yushan delivered a powerful kick to the wolf demon, who whimpered and dashed towards the temple's main entrance. In an instant, a sword beam materialized, striking fiercely at Han Yushan's feet. The formidable might of the sword descended like a mountain, startling Han Yushan and causing him to retreat in disarray. Yu Zheng, a cultivator at the god transformation stage, had laid down a sword array, even in his severely injured state. It was beyond the capacity of a mere foundation establishment practitioner to breach. Frustrated and humiliated, Han Yushan remained undeterred, rising to shout, "Come out. If you possess the ability to sneak away, then have the audacity to show yourself." His only response was the old black crow perched above, observing the scene with bemusement. "Listen well, I have already informed my superiors before coming here, and I assure you that the celestial sovereign will arrive shortly. By then, neither you nor that old scoundrel Yu Zheng will escape." Little Cha appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old, clad in a tattered, yellowed white dress. With long black hair cascading down to her waist, her bare feet perpetually wet, leaving a trail of water behind her. She floated down before Hua Jiu, crouching gracefully, her ethereal green eye wide with concern as she asked, "What shall we do?" Hua Jiu glanced at the foolish dog beside him and the scornful donkey within the makeshift shelter, then transformed into human form with a swift motion. "Go fetch that carrot from inside the house." Woof. The foolish dog complied immediately, darting towards the inner room. Hua Jiu ruffled his disheveled short hair and yawned, saying, "Little Cha, once I depart shortly." A chill swept over her as Hua Jiu was once again seized by Xiao Cha by her tail. "You can't leave." "I'm scared." Xiao Cha clung desperately to Hua Jiu's tail, shaking her head defiantly. "I won't meow," gazing at her almost bald tail. Hua Jiu bared her sharp teeth and growled, "Can you not summon the fierce spirit you usually possess? You are, after all, a fully formed water ghost with a cultivation level of qi condensation. You are the most powerful one here. If you continue like this, do you believe I will scratch you to death?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Cha released Hua Jiu's tail and twisted her garment, looking utterly forlorn. "I am already dead. And all of you disdain me. Never engage a ghost in a discussion about life and death. It is truly futile." After finally calming Xiao Cha, Hua Jiu leaped onto the roof of the temple. The bright moon hung high in the sky as Hua Jiu crouched on the tiles, yawning. She was, after all, a normal cat who thrived during the day and slept at night. Reflecting on this, Hua Jiu pouted, realizing that she still had to rely on her imposing presence to survive. How bothersome. With a flick of her paw, the tiles beneath her crashed to the ground with a resounding clatter, startling Han Yushan, who retreated in alarm. Once he recognized Hua Jiu atop the roof, Han Yushan exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, your transformation is truly remarkable. Even your form has changed. You've grown taller and rounder." Before he could finish his sentence, a shard of blue tile flew towards him, narrowly missing his face. Impatiently, Hua Jiu tugged at her ears, retorting, "As if you have ever seen me before. You little fish." Han Yushan's lips twitched as he gazed up at Hua Jiu. Had anyone else referred to him as a little fish, he would have splashed ink in their face, but Hua Jiu was different. As the favored pet of the celestial sovereign, Hua Jiu undoubtedly occupies a position of unparalleled supremacy. Yet he is merely a small fry lost among the multitude. A mere insignificant creature. Not only has he never encountered the true visage of Hua Jiu, but he has also never laid eyes on the mid-tier minion who oversees him. His heart aches. Han Yushan felt a pang of bitterness. He resolved that he would capture you tonight. There would be no escape. The color drained from Han Yushan's face as he stammered, You. Suddenly, he realized he had dug himself into a pit, burying himself within it. Given the celestial sovereign's fondness for Hua Jiu, there would undoubtedly be no intervention, for he truly is but a small fry. What a painful revelation. Han Yushan felt tears welling up without the ability to cry, and he struck himself sharply upon the mouth, regretting that he had hastily disseminated the information instead of seeking a scapegoat first. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Hua Jiu's eyes, as Han Yushan's mind became increasingly chaotic. Hua Jiu stretched his limbs, suddenly leaping forth, bursting out of the protective confines of the Great Formation, and darting straight towards the direction of Yimeng City. Chapter 9. A frantic flight. The moon hung like a silver disk, and the shadows of the trees swayed gracefully. Hua Jiu moved like a shadowy sprite of the night, weaving through the woods, stirring petals and leaves into a flurry, while crows scattered in alarm. "Ah, you little tabby! Trying to distract me and make your escape?" The lone wolf commanded, "Pursue him." The feline demon was endowed with an innate swiftness, while the wolf demon, despite being at the 5th layer of chi condensation, could barely keep pace with Hua Jiu's speed, trailing closely behind as he watched Hua Jiu dance among the trees. Han Yushan, like a hunter relishing the thrill of the chase, pursued while drawing forth a blank scroll from his waist, swiftly sketching a net of celestial design. Sword. As the radiant light suddenly emerged, it transformed into a sword of ethereal finesse, slicing through the air toward the icy peak of Hanyu Mountain. In a desperate bid to halt his forward momentum, Hanyu Mountain could only raise his hand and unleash a scroll, which collided forcefully with the flying sword. The resounding crack of silk tearing echoed as the sword ripped through the scroll, diminishing its brilliance by more than half. Yet still possessing the vigor to advance toward Hanyu Mountain. Gripping his brush, Hanyu Mountain swept it across the air, shattering the sword into fragments. "So it was that wretched old man, Yu Jingzi, who bestowed upon you the sword talisman. You, who have yet to reach the chi condensation stage, managed to invoke a talisman capable of tearing my scroll. I am eager to see how much spiritual energy you possess to wield such a sword talisman." Hanyu Mountain exclaimed coldly, drawing forth another scroll, unfurling it with a flourish. The remnants of his brush danced in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he had conjured numerous dark red bats, each the size of a fist, upon the canvas. The radiant moon was obscured by a shroud of darkness, and the shrill screeches grew ever nearer, while the air was thick with the acrid stench of ink and blood. Hanyu Mountain's assertion was not unfounded. At this moment, Hua Jiu's cultivation allowed him to invoke only 2 sword talismans at full capacity. With claws flailing, silver light intertwined, a dozen bats were torn asunder, dark red ink splattering against him, causing his skin to sizzle and emit corrosive wisps of smoke. Hanyu Mountain leaped from the treetops, a smirk playing on his lips. Although he had lost his cultivation, his little tabby cat's claws remained remarkably sharp. "Alas, you are no longer the tabby you once were. The skills learned from the Celestial Lord are now beyond your reach, aren't they? You inflict harm upon me, yet do you not fear his wrath in return?" Hua Jiu maneuvered deftly, evading contact with the ink bats. With a swift swipe, she dispelled the obstructive ink bat before her, only to collide head-on with the wolf demon. Amidst the roar, the heavy claws descended upon her chest. Bang! Hua Jiu crashed against a towering tree, falling to the ground, her blood surging within. A metallic sweetness pooling in her throat, the weight on her back intensifying as the wolf demon's claws pressed down mercilessly, exerting relentless force. She could hear her bones fracturing within her body, sharp shards piercing her organs, yet her visage betrayed no hint of pain. The sound of footsteps echoed. Black boots, caked with mud and blood, approached her deliberately. Han Yushan, wielding a golden bell, loomed above her, commanding, "Wear it and find solace in your role as my spirit pet. As a lowly cat demon, this is your most prudent choice." The bell chimed softly. Hua Jiu's claws dug into the earth, and in a moment of reverie, the image of an ethereal man, untainted like a celestial being, surfaced in her mind. He lounged lazily atop the opulent arena platform, his gaze icy, his fingers toying with a delicate golden bell. Beside him lay a tiger demon, adorned with a similar bell, sitting at his feet, relishing the lavish feast before them and the tender caresses of the man. High and mighty, exuding an air of authority, the tiger's fierce eyes sparkled with pride, piercing through the arena, surveying every demon present. Among them, the newly transformed cat demon stood, diminutive as a speck of dust. Yet an insatiable hunger stirred within her as she gazed at the endless platter of roasted meat before the tiger. A daring thought took root in her mind. She yearned to stand there, to possess that inexhaustible feast. Indeed, her initial desires were but for that very platter of meat. Hua Jiu could hardly recall how she had fought her way to the end. All that lingered in her memory was that final moment. Just as she was now, she found herself pinned amidst a sea of lifeless bodies by a formidable wolf demon. The chime of a bell resounded. The sound persisted, causing Hua Jiu's chest to constrict violently, her fractured ribs pressed to their limits, just as a lizard sheds its tail to survive. And a cat demon contorts its body to escape. In a flash, Hua Jiu's claws struck with lightning speed, slicing across the wolf demon's neck. Hot, crimson blood splattered upon her, searing like the flesh devoured by wolves and tigers on that fateful day, accompanied by the warm tears that had streamed down her face after a hearty meal. By the time Han Yushan grasped the situation, the wolf demon lay motionless on the ground, its eyes pleading for mercy, silently beseeching his aid. Meanwhile, Hua Jiu, drenched in blood, crouched atop a distant tree branch, her cherubic face illuminated by an eerie, resolute glow. Useless wretch. Han Yushan kicked the wolf demon savagely, harboring no intention of offering it succor. The wolf demon whimpered in submission, its eyes filled with desperation, devoid of any resistance, and even exuding a hint of cautious appeasement. Hua Jiu cast a penetrating glance at the wolf demon. For a creature like it, being tamed was a profoundly terrifying fate. Turning away, she plunged back into the forest, hastening in the direction of Yumeng City. The night wind howled, trees swiftly receding on either side, as the fragrant aroma of peach blossoms wafted from afar. Little. Spare yourself the effort. Yunming Island is but so vast. Do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? Han Yushan's chilling, ominous voice echoed from behind. As the dense foliage parted, a breathtaking shade of pink came into view. Hua Jiu staggered and landed on the edge of the peach blossom grove. Struggling to keep her eyelids aloft, her internal spiritual energy nearing depletion, and weariness enveloping her more profoundly. The greatest flaw of the Zhelong Jing lies in the potential for one to succumb to slumber upon the passing of life, thus allowing for self-recovery. Han Yushan emerged from the forest with a measured gait, addressing the little tabby. Do not compel me to take action. Should I intervene personally and inadvertently misjudge my strength, resulting in your demise, I would be left with no choice but to let you rest eternally here and inform the Celestial Lord. As his words faded, Han Yushan gradually lowered his sleeves, revealing a face twisted with a sinister grin, perhaps a consequence of his prior exertion. As a glimmer of light danced in the corners of his eyes, Hua Jiu stifled a yawn, remarking, "Has no one ever told you that verbosity can lead to one's demise?" Han Yushan chuckled, retorting, "Those who have uttered such words to me have all become my ink. I wonder what kind of scroll could be painted with the ink derived from you, little tabby? However, let us not rush. First, allow you to admire my dawn merging with the azure sea." Chapter 10. A spirit soars to the heavens. Han Yushan unleashed the object in his hand, and from the scroll painted by Hua Jiu, figures clad in half-open garments of golden red and emerald green sprang forth, one exuding an overwhelming fervor and the other embodying a delicate grace. Yet, unlike the previous encounter, both figures bore a crimson mark upon their foreheads. Their eyes transformed into bloodthirsty scarlet, fixated on Hua Jiu, effectively encircling her and sealing off her escape routes. For an artist, in order to activate creations not rendered with special ink, 3 catalysts are required, the blood of vitality being the finest, followed by the heart's blood, and lastly, the blood from the fingertips. Previously, Han Yushan had utilized fingertip blood to animate the scroll against the demon sword cultivator. This time, however, he employed heart's blood as the catalyst. Hua Jiu licked her paw and quipped, "Did you summon them merely to accentuate your particular ugliness?" Han Yushan glanced at the 2 exquisitely handsome youths beside him, mimicking the gesture of Shizi holding her heart. Indeed, their beauty was enough to induce a sense of inferiority. The artistry of Master Jiu Gue was truly remarkable. I am fervently enamored with his work. How delightful it would be if I could bind Master Jiu Gue to create paintings solely for me. Life would be nothing short of splendid. You are quite noisy. Hua Jiu yawned, snapping a nearby peach branch in half. Instantly, the air rippled with concentric waves, and Hua Jiu's figure swiftly vanished within the undulating currents. Han Yushan commanded the golden red and emerald green to surge into the peach blossom grove. The surroundings transformed immediately, revealing an expansive vista of endless peach orchards. The air thick with the sweet fragrance of blossoms, petals swirling in the breeze. Is this yet another peach blossom formation? Useless little raccoon. The flower-picking master has already been bound by me. He can offer you no assistance. If I cannot break through the sword formation within the temple, can I not overcome this mere peach blossom formation? As her claws scraped open the door, Hua Jiu's pupils contracted sharply. The scene before her was one of carnage, corpses strewn about, rivers of blood flowing. Every maid and servant in the courtyard had been torn to shreds. Claw marks embedded deep into the flesh, a sight too horrific to bear. Though she had encountered such scenes before, Her earlier life had been a relentless cycle of creating even more gruesome spectacles. Yet, in that moment, overwhelming fatigue blurred the lines between her inner demons and the gruesome reality before her. The structures collapsed, flames engulfed the surroundings, and the crimson clouds on the horizon resembled spilled blood, the wind howling mournfully. Hua Jiu beheld the sight of a small, green-eyed cat demon, reminiscent of a little girl. Perched atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, her lips curled in a smile as she cheerfully counted the bodies on the ground. 103, 104, 265, 266. Is one missing? The emerald-eyed cat demon suddenly lifted her head, locking eyes with Hua Jiu. Got you. Hua Jiu's pupils constricted, her body abruptly freezing in place. The sound of bells chimed softly as the cat demon playfully nudged the dazzling bell around her neck, the melodious tone ringing clear to the ear. She crawled towards Hua Jiu from the corpse, affectionately rubbing her head against Hua Jiu's rigid form. Liwa has missed you dearly. How could you abandon me here for a decade without a word? Such actions would surely sadden father. The bells rang again. Fear bubbled within Hua Jiu's heart like boiling water. She realized she had completely fallen into the abyss of her inner demons. There was no escape. She would perish. Liwa was a good child, the most cherished spirit pet of her father, and must never engage in actions that would displease him. The cat demon raised her paw to tease the ears atop Hua Jiu's head, mimicking her own. Hua Jiu shook her ears, her paw pads scorching with heat, and replied with an expressionless face, I am no one's spirit pet. I am the cat demon, Hua Jiu. After 3 centuries as a spirit pet, can a single denial erase it all? The bells chimed once more. Hua Jiu lowered her gaze, her tightly clenched claws piercing her flesh with their sharpness, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through her. Liwa is still here, which signifies that you cannot let go of everything Father has given you. Ultimately, we are merely lowly cat demons, destined from birth to be spirit pets for humans or to serve as materials for refining weapons and concocting elixirs. Your evasion is futile. Hua Jiu raised her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Why must demons be deemed lowly? The emerald-eyed cat demon chuckled behind her hand. Have you ever witnessed humans hunting demon beasts, using their skins, blood, and bones to forge magical tools, or employing demon cores to create potions? But when have you ever witnessed a beast hunter cultivating using humans as mere materials? It is only natural for humans to hunt beasts, yet, should a beast become a hunter, it is an act of utmost treachery, deserving of universal condemnation. Does this not illustrate that beasts are indeed considered worthless lives? Hua Jiu fell silent, her lips pressed into a hard line, an unusual emotion surging within her chest, causing her pain. Lingling, the cat demon knew that you currently neither submit nor acknowledge this, unwilling to be a lowly creature. Why not don the bell and position yourself as one who stands above all demons? Would that not still be deemed lowly? Hua Jiu replied sullenly. The green-eyed cat demon toyed with the bell, asserting that even among the lowly, there are distinctions. Following her father signifies the highest rank. Reflect deeply. Those humans fear you. Those demons kneel and plead for mercy, and your father praises you incessantly. Does this not fill your heart with a unique sense of exhilaration and comfort? The cat's paw pressed against Hua Jiu's heart, a tingling sensation swelling within her, as if a reservoir of ambition yearned to pierce the heavens, yet was thwarted by some unseen barrier, causing her to struggle for breath. Hua Jiu reached for her neck. She had worn that shameful bell for 300 years, taking pride in it all this time. Embrace Lingling, for Lingling is you, and you are Lingling. We are the most cherished spirit companions of the esteemed celestial lord. The soft pad of her paw touched something cold, and Hua Jiu's ears perked up, her bewildered gaze suddenly becoming clear. The distinction of rank, still lowly. The copper coin in the old Taoist's grasp crumbled beneath her paw, shattering the barrier that had confined her ambition. Hua Jiu rose from the ground, no longer behaving like a docile cat, with her 4 paws on the earth, bowing her head and drooping her ears. She stood tall with her small chest puffed out, embodying the spirit of defiance and grandeur. A demon's life is still a life, devoid of distinctions of high and low, noble or base. This was the wisdom imparted by the old Taoist, who assured her that she was not inferior. Indeed, none of the demons in this world were. To be merely a spirit companion to humans was not the only path for a demon. Demons, too, could stand shoulder to shoulder with humans, ascend to great heights, and strive for immortality, as long as she desired it. Thunder roared ominously, and amidst the storm of blood and carnage, legions of vengeful spirits emerged, their wails echoing as they surged towards her. The heavenly path has always been unjust. Whether one wishes it or not, acceptance is inevitable. Hua Jiu trembled. her ears twitching as countless hands clawed at her calves, dragging her towards the infernal abyss. It was not fear that gripped her. Rather, at this moment, fear equated to death, and death meant becoming a mere spirit companion, a life of insignificance. A heart filled with defiance and unwillingness left no room for fear within Hua Jiu. Gripping a copper coin, her gaze burned with determination as the old Taoist's words resonated in her ears. Pang Jiu, the Emperor of Heaven treats all beings equally. The only injustice lies within your own heart. Since she had survived the divine tribulation, she vowed that in her remaining days, even if it cost her life or broke her feet, she would tread the path of a demon, rise to the heavens, and gaze down upon the myriad of lives below. Only then, after 300 years of trials, would the clouds part and the fog lift, allowing her to boldly proclaim to the heavens, "I am the cat demon Hua Jiu, Miao." Chapter 11. The aftermath of the divine tribulation. Hua Jiu watched as the emerald-eyed cat demon retreated step by step, sinking into the blood pool, its verdant eyes gleaming with a chilling light. The illusion of the heart shattered violently, and all the blood-red fragments gradually transformed into strands of pure elemental radiance, converging towards the dantian located 3 inches below the navel of Hua Jiu. As the elemental light accumulated, it grew increasingly abundant and luminous, illuminating the dark void. When the orb of light reached its zenith, a distant and ethereal dragon's roar suddenly resonated beside Hua Jiu's ear. This roar caused the entire light mass to retract sharply inward, only to explode with a thunderous sound. In that instant, Hua Jiu's entire being tensed, her hair standing on end, and every pore of her body opened wide. A surge of spiritual energy, 100-fold more than usual, flooded in, imparting a sensation of being lifted to the clouds, as if she were about to pierce the void and ascend to the azure skies. In the peach blossom grove, within the span of a single tea's brewing, Han Yushan completely dismantled the peach blossom formation. Just as the outline of the secluded manor deep within the grove began to materialize, dark clouds rolled in ominously from all directions, gathering towards the manor's location, accompanied by a tempestuous wind that howled like a dragon's chant. What a formidable vortex of spiritual energy! Could the little tabby cat be on the verge of a breakthrough? Han Yushan raised an eyebrow in perplexity, then a mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Even if she were to break through, it would merely be at the condensation stage. She could never escape my grasp. Without delay, Han Yushan directed the golden red and emerald energies towards the manor, racing forward. Upon reaching the manor's entrance, he perceived through his divine sense that spiritual energy was frantically surging into the slumbering Hua Jiu's body, causing a uniform glow of elemental radiance to envelop her. She truly harbored ambition this time with her pursuit of the 5 elements. However, it all ends here. A fierce glint flashed in Han Yushan's eyes as he raised his hand to strike at Hua Jiu's round belly. The crisp sound of metallic clashing echoed from the copper coins around Hua Jiu's neck as a flash of sword light erupted. Han Yushan's eyes widened in horror as he beheld his right hand severed at the wrist. "Not my hand," he cried in anguish, clutching the stump. Yet before he could retreat, 2 bolts of black and white lightning suddenly erupted from Hua Jiu's form. The divine tribulation, the potent black and white lightning, imbued with an overwhelming and boundless power, swiftly engulfed the surroundings for several dozen miles as Han Yushan stood frozen in terror. The lightning curled upwards, tearing apart the heavens, causing the entire Yuming Island to tremble violently. Boom! The thunder roared, and the waves surged tumultuously. Upon hearing this sound, the old Taoist was startled, causing the roasted chicken in his hand to plummet into the raging waters below. The old man's roasted chicken. Could it be that he was punished for secretly indulging behind Fat Joe's back? Hadn't he escaped unscathed on previous occasions? Feeling a twinge of guilt, the old Taoist turned to gaze towards the source of the thunder, only to see the dark clouds in the sky entwined with the black and white lightning, forming a massive yin-yang diagram that gradually dispersed. "Master Uncle, what is this?" inquired a figure clad in black. Exuding an air of grandeur, it was the demonic sword cultivator whom Hua Jiu had encountered that day. The old Taoist breathed a sigh of relief, scratching his head in realization. Fat Jiu has broken through. The reason the 3-flower serpent was able to cultivate the Zheolong Jing is due to the yin-yang heavenly tribulation triggered by the sequestered cultivator. The 3-flower serpent harnessed the residual power of yin and yang from the tribulation, thereby solidifying its foundation. It appears that my speculation was correct. Remnants of the yin-yang heavenly tribulation still linger within Fat Jiu, and it is this residual force that has induced such a phenomenon during her breakthrough. She is destined to become the second being in the Ling Tian realm to successfully cultivate the Zheolong Jing. However, such a commotion could not be concealed by the illusions surrounding Yunming Island. they would soon arrive. Chu Jingnan, feeling a pang of guilt, cast his gaze downward. Master Uncle, it is entirely my fault for being careless, allowing that lad to discover our trail and thus exposing your hiding place. The old Taoist placed his hand on Chu Jingnan's shoulder, gently rubbing it. Do not blame yourself. It was I who took away Hua Jiu under the watchful eyes of many. Naturally, those from Zhongtian would keep a close watch on me and those related to me. This day was bound to come sooner or later. Chu Jingnan's eyes flicked to the greasy handprints on his shoulder, and he furrowed his brow. Master Uncle, what shall we do next? The old Taoist replied, First, I shall draw the tiger away from its mountain lair. After I depart, take care of Hua Jiu for me and escort her to the Haming Immortal Academy. She is my last lingering thought in this world. With a flick of his wrist, an old, rusted broken sword shot forth from his dantian. He stepped onto the sword, his garments billowing as he gazed resolutely ahead. I shall not return to Kunwu until Zhongtian is eradicated. With that, the old Taoist soared into the void, gradually vanishing into the night. Once Chu Jingnan confirmed that the old Taoist had truly left, he hurriedly performed a cleansing spell to rid himself of the grease stains on his shoulder, then immediately set out to search for Hua Jiu. However, upon arriving at the location of the separate courtyard, he discovered that the peach orchard within a 10-mile radius had been completely leveled, with nothing left but swirling ash. Unable to find Hua Jiu, Chu Jingnan's heart sank, and he hastened towards the Taoist temple. Along the way, he encountered the severely injured spirit pet, the wolf demon from Anew Mountain. He instinctively rescued it and brought it along to the temple, only to find it utterly deserted. At that juncture, an intense surge of spiritual energy emanated from the distant Lo Nu temple, causing profound consternation for Chu Jingnan, yet his reaction proved tardy. As the horizon began to lighten with the first glimmer of dawn, Chu Jingnan surveyed the fragmented remnants of the teleportation array on the ground, a sight that nearly brought him to tears. A one-time, random, unidirectional teleportation across the vast expanse of the Lingtian realm. Even the Lingtian Emperor himself would likely be at a loss to ascertain Hua Jiu's destination. In a fit of vexation, Chu Jingnan cleaved the Lo Nu statue with his sword, only to emerge from the temple to find himself confronted by a dozen or so fisherwomen, each brandishing a gleaming fish filleting knife. Their gazes bore into him with the intensity reserved for a scoundrel who had defiled their daughters. Ahem. Allow me to elucidate. Chu Jingnan stammered, subtly attempting to conceal the bisected effigy behind him. You lecherous reprobates. Not content with merely ogling the nude goddess, you desecrate our Lo Nu temple. What explanation could possibly suffice? Sisters, slay him. The burly fisherwomen surged forward in unison. Chu Jingnan's expression hardened as he brandished his sword, cleaving a deep furrow in the earth before him, momentarily halting the women's advance. With a furrowed brow and an aura of somber menace, he cast his blade to the ground, his cold gaze sweeping over each individual present. The tenets of the Kunwa sect forbid conflict with mortals. Do not compel me. One of the women, seemingly the ringleader, retorted defiantly, compel you, do we? Our Lo Nu goddess has done you no wrong. Why did you desecrate her sacred form? We will not rest until each of us has exacted a measure of retribution. Chu Jingnan lowered his gaze, a chilling smile playing upon his lips. If that is your decree, then I am left with no alternative. Remember, you have forced my hand. Thump. The imposing figure of a 7-foot man knelt on the ground, prostrating himself while loudly proclaiming his regret. I am truly sorry. I shall not dare to do so again. The wolf demon, recently rescued by Chu Jingnan, had just awakened to witness this scene, promptly rolling his eyes and feigning unconsciousness once more. Indeed, the reputation of the Kunwa sword cultivators is well-deserved. Chapter 12. The mysterious disappearance of fish money beneath the blazing sun. A chilling aura lingered within the dilapidated Taoist temple. A man clad in white stood tall, his silver hair dancing gently in the breeze, exuding an air of striking elegance. His brow slightly furrowed, he surveyed the scene. A row of masked cultivators knelt before him, their bodies tense, scarcely daring to breathe. The man's icy gaze swept over the crumbling walls of the temple, the broken chairs, and the sagging door curtains. A musty odor wafted through the air, and his ethereal voice carried a chilling undertone as he remarked, "Is this truly a place where one can reside?" His gaze fell upon a rack of dried fish, and he raised a hand adorned with a ring inscribed with the character for heaven. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a piece of fish into his grasp. Would you rather consume this refuse than accept the divine flesh of the sea spirit I offer you? Little tabby, your audacity has grown beyond measure. Clutching the dried fish, the man's brows knitted together as he suddenly brought it to his nose for a sniff. The salty, fishy aroma was laced with a unique fragrance reminiscent of a blend of spices and smoke. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he placed the fish in his mouth. The row of cultivators behind him gasped in horror. Heavens, the discerning celestial lord was actually consuming this common street fare. Such an anomaly portended an impending calamity. Moments later, the man's expression darkened considerably, an inexplicable peculiarity gleaming in his eyes. The four named individuals, Z, Cho, Yin, and Mao, trembled at the mention of their names. Instinctively drawing their blades, their faces brimming with murderous intent. Are we to slaughter the island, Your Excellency? His gaze lingered momentarily on the fish-drying racks before he calmly commanded. Take away all the dried fish from the island, and then. Cold sweat broke out on Z, Cho, Yin, and Mao. Yes, my subordinate shall do so at once. Slaughter the dried fish. Furthermore, the cultivator who had just begun to depart halted abruptly, a shiver coursing through him. Henceforth, any Kunwa sword cultivator encountered shall be dealt with accordingly. Wiping his brow, Z, Cho, Yin, and Mao addressed the esteemed one, Your Excellency. Those who are aware will understand that you have lost a cat. Those unaware might think the Kunwa sword sect has abducted your daughter. Chun and Si, at your service. The two responded in unison. The man furrowed his brow, struggling to recall a name. That little fish, have you found it? Chun and Si exchanged glances, swallowing hard, and whispered, No, we have not. As the last syllable left their lips, the atmosphere around them plummeted to a frigid point, causing the others to feel as if frost were forming upon their brows. The man's face was as inscrutable as water, just as he was about to issue further commands. A dark bat flew in erratically, crashing at his feet. From the inky mass, four large characters gradually emerged, conveying the final message from Hanyu Mountain, Halming Immortal Academy. With the remaining dried fish tossed into his mouth, the corners of the man's lips curled upward in a triumphant smile. At last, I have found you, little Tabby. In an unknown forest, in an undisclosed location, Hua Jiu lay sprawled amidst the dewy grass, as frantic ants scurried about, desperately seeking refuge, only to find themselves invading Hua Jiu's nostrils. Achoo! Achoo! Flower 9 turned over, facing the sky, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the grass and wood. While sunlight cascaded through the leaves above her, she tugged at her ears, relieved to have escaped. Reflecting on the extraordinary phenomenon during her final breakthrough, Flower 9 turned inward and discovered that all the wounds on her body had miraculously healed. She recalled that at that moment, she had been lifted by countless streams of spiritual energy when suddenly 2 bolts of lightning, one black and one white, struck forth from the void. The fragmented black and white sparks transformed into an immense net, enveloping the 5 elemental spiritual lights. This was unmistakably the yin-yang tribulation lightning encountered during the transformation into divinity. Could it be that the residual power of the yin-yang tribulation lightning from her failed transformation years ago still lingered within her? At that time, the 5 elemental spiritual lights within her had shifted to black and white due to the fragmented sparks. She could feel that white represented pure yang energy, while black embodied impure yin energy. Subsequently, the pure energy ascended while the impure energy descended, opening her sea of qi and solidifying her energy layer by layer. Flower 9 was uncertain whether it was due to the Zhulong Jing or the lingering might of the yin-yang tribulation lightnings. But she had astonishingly managed to harmonize the yin and yang energies even during the qi condensation stage. Typically, cultivators possess a complete set of the 5 elements. Yet before transforming into divinity, they often lean towards one elemental aspect, unable to cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously or harmonize yin and yang. Only those who have endured the tribulation lightning during the transformation phase can transmute their 5 elements into yin and yang, thereby breaking free from the constraints of elemental attributes. A decade ago, during her tribulation, she faced not the ordinary 5-element tribulation lightning, but rather the formidable yin-yang dual lightning, which was 100 times more powerful. The yin-yang dual lightning specifically targets those with grievous sins. Regardless of past tribulations, everything was now behind her. She had once again embarked on her path. And regarding other inquiries, she was confident that answers would await her at the Halming Immortal Academy. Now, let the little cat indulge in some spicy dried fish to soothe her nerves. Hua Jiu lazily stretched her limbs, surveying the scattered figures around her, all in a state of unconsciousness. How weak, to faint from merely sitting in a teleportation array. Shaking off her fur, Hua Jiu trotted towards the large wine jar nestled in the grass nearby, where she had buried her money and spicy dried fish behind the temple. The golden beans she had previously acquired were also hidden within, sufficient to cover her travel expenses to the Halming Academy. Hua Jiu joyfully wagged her tail, standing upright to remove the jar's seal, her round head peering inside. To her utter shock, there were no golden beans, not a single piece of the spicy dried fish she cherished. Nothing at all. Hua Jiu refused to believe it. Last night, when she buried the golden beans, there had been 189 pieces of half-spicy fish. She had counted them twice. There was no way she could be mistaken. Hua Jiu squeezed herself into the jar, her paws digging frantically at the bottom. After a while, resigned to reality, she slumped inside the jar, her ears drooping lifelessly. Her pupils dilated and gaze vacant, utterly devoid of hope. A piece of paper fell from within the jar, landing before Hua Jiu, narrowing her pupils. She read the note. A child with so much money could easily fall prey to nefarious individuals. The old priest will keep it safe for you until you grow up. P.S. Spicy food is delightful, but moderation is key. Doesn't it hurt to relieve yourself in the morning? Clang. The cat screeched as the jar shattered. The plump calico cat frantically clawing at the remnants of the broken vessel, eyes ablaze with vengeance. After the destruction of the jar, Hua Jiu lay in the grass, fuming. Her gaze drawn to the dark iron pot ahead, recalling the last time such a calamity had befallen her. In her early days of painting, she earned a modest sum, which she concealed in a hidden compartment beneath a mat. However, it mysteriously vanished overnight. Subsequently, a temple emerged not far from the Taoist temple, providing a refuge for the wandering spirit, Xiaocha, enabling her to absorb the essence of incense and transform into a corporeal form, embarking on her ghostly journey. Despite the old Taoist's unreliability, he casually handed Xiaocha an iron pot as a vessel for her spiritual embodiment. Nevertheless, over the years, Xiaocha's grievances have diminished significantly, and she has aided the old Taoist in accumulating a fair fortune. The spiritual soil for the radishes and the spiritual grains that she and the foolish dog consume were all procured with the funds he had earned. Otherwise, her recovery from grave injuries would not have been so swift, and the foolish dog would remain as foolish as ever. Reflecting on these matters, Hua Jiu felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, what had become of her spicy dried fish? Unlike the old Taoist, she had no aversion to spicy food. On the first day after leaving the old Taoist, she thought of him and wished him to be accompanied by his ailment until his ascension. Chapter 13. Culinary Delights in the Woods. Hua Jiu rose again, surveying her surroundings while raising her nose to sniff the air. She found herself in a small grove, where only the scent of birds lingered, with no signs of large predators nearby. In the distance, she could vaguely hear the sound of vehicles passing by, suggesting that a road was not far off, though she could not discern which continent or province it belonged to. The Ling Tian realm comprises 9 continents and 4 seas, along with the 8 desolate regions and 5 abysses. Just within the North Qian Divine Continent, there are 108 mountain ranges, with countless prefectures and counties surrounding them. The Ling Tian Immortal Academy is situated in the heart of the North Qian Divine Continent, specifically in the Wanling prefecture of the Fustian County. If this place were indeed part of the North Qian Divine Continent, it would be most fortuitous. With renewed determination, Hua Jiu climbed to her feet and tapped the iron pot beside her with her paw. The iron pot was lifted by a green hand, revealing a small creature named Xiaocha, whose half-visible head and single eye gazed fearfully at the dappled sunlight on the grass. As a ghost in the qi condensation stage, Xiaocha still feared the sun and dared not reveal herself during the day. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage could she roam freely beneath its rays. Hua Jiu swallowed hard. She roused the foolish dog, instructing it to feed the donkey, their primary means of transportation and sustenance, although somewhat difficult to manage. It was best to attend to it for now. After completing these tasks, Hua Jiu lifted the tiny jar containing the essence of a 1,000-year-old radish and approached the unconscious Junbu Huan. Junbu Huan found himself in a dream, ensnared by a scholarly figure who beseeched, "Shanyan Hua, do you have any idea how much I adore you? Get lost, get lost. I am not called Nian Hua." Junbu Huan felt a heavy pressure on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Get away. With a furious roar in his dream, he jolted awake, only to find a plump 3-colored cat perched on his chest, accompanied by a large black dog's head looming before him. Woof, woof. The barks were loud, causing Junbu Huan to frown. The lazy cat let out a meow, settling down heavily, and Junbu Huan's face paled, struggling to catch his breath. Woo. The big black dog's ears drooped, looking pitiful. The fat cat glared, meowing fiercely, prompting the big black dog to whimper and flee. Nearby, a donkey, chewing grass with its mouth askew, sported a large red flower on its head, gazing at Junbu Huan with a sidelong glance, as if to mock him. Was this a rebirth through possession? Junbu Huan murmured to herself, raising her hand to shield her eyes from the piercing sunlight filtering through the leaves. Is it still the same hand and sleeve? Am I still in Junbu Huan's body? Meow, Hua Jiu called out twice. Noticing Jun Buhuan lost in thought as she stared at her hand, she tugged at her ears and leaped down from Jun Buhuan, transforming into the form of a little girl, her fluffy cat paws extending towards Jun Buhuan. Pay up. Jun Buhuan stared blankly at Hua Jiu for a moment. Then suddenly her eyes widened in realization, exclaiming, "So you are that little cat demon who has been spying on me from the rooftop all day?" Hua Jiu scratched her face, affirming, "That's right, pay up." Jun Buhuan sat up abruptly. "Did you save me? What about that person? What happened to him?" "Dead, pay up." Jun Buhuan looked around, puzzled. "Where is this? This doesn't resemble Yumeng Island." Hua Jiu displayed her gleaming claws, and Jun Buhuan hurriedly clasped her hands together. Her face earnest. "I cannot thank you enough for saving my life. I will keep it in my heart. I shall recite scriptures for you 300 times, wishing you a long life of peace." "No money?" Hua Jiu squinted. A blush crept across Jun Buhuan's face as she shyly lowered her head. "After that person bound me, he took everything I had. I am left with nothing now." However, Jun Buhuan chuckled softly. "If the esteemed cat could devise a way to break the spirit seal on me, once I restore my cultivation to the 7th layer of chi condensations, I can certainly procure some money for you. After all, I was once part of Hongya Valley." As she mentioned Hongya Valley, Jun Buhuan abruptly fell silent, her gaze evasive. Unwilling to delve into the past, Hua Jiu cast a fleeting glance at him, for the old Taoist had long since seen through his affairs. Jun Buhuan, whether he had usurped a body to be reborn or was a female spirit inhabiting a male form, was responsible for the series of debaucheries in Yunmeng City. The old Taoist remarked that he employed seductive arts derived from the Red Leaf Valley. His prolonged stay on Yumeng Island was due to the insufficient compatibility between his soul and body, necessitating further cultivation. That day, upon awakening from his breakthrough, Hua Jiu beheld a heap of human ashes and realized that Hanyu Mountain had perished. The other courtyard lay in ruins, yet, fortuitously, Jun Buhuan's intricate traps and formations within the bathhouse had preserved his life. Hanyu Mountain had intended to capture Jun Buhuan, planning to escort him away after resolving matters with Hua Jiu, thereby making him his prized possession. Hua Jiu had initially intended to assist without any ulterior motives regarding wealth, truly. However, he now found himself destitute, poisoned, and his spiritual energy sealed, leaving him as powerless as a frail woman, utterly useless. At that moment, Xiao Cha emerged from the thicket, carrying a prepared golden pheasant. She sought a shaded spot to set a pot, stuffing the pheasant's cavity with wild ginseng, mushrooms, and wild fruits, then using the water-gathering technique to conjure water, which she placed in the pot to stew. Kneeling by the pot, her emerald eyes remained fixated, diligently controlling the dark flames beneath. Upon seeing the dark flames, Jun Buhuan's eyes sparkled with a ghostly green light, akin to the flames themselves. The pot served as a vessel, the dark flames brewing a nourishing broth for the spirit, capable of enhancing both spiritual awareness and refining the physical body, truly ingenious. Upon hearing this, Xiao Cha cast a glance at Jun Buhuan, and suddenly crimson liquid began to trickle from her eyes, coursing down her nose and the corners of her azure face. This sight caused Jun Buhuan's pupils to constrict sharply, her complexion paling to a ghostly hue. Xiao Cha slowly lowered her head, her hands twisting the hem of her garment. As shyness enveloped her, warmth surged within, leading to an unfortunate cascade of blood from her orifices. Hua Jiu tugged at her ears, long accustomed to such peculiarities. The chicken simmered in fiery broth soon began to emit a fragrant steam, tantalizing the senses and eliciting a chorus of growling stomachs from the forest depths. Hua Jiu and Jun Buhuan, swallowing in anticipation, approached the pot, while the foolish dog, disregarding all else, squeezed beside Hua Jiu, peering eagerly into the boiling contents. Golden droplets of chicken fat danced upon the clear, translucent soup, revealing the richly flavored fowl within. Hua Jiu took the ladle from Xiao Cha's hands and scooped a mouthful, watched intently by the foolish dog and Jun Buhuan, both swallowing with longing. "Is it delicious?" Jun Buhuan inquired, most notably as the warm broth flowed down. It dispelled the chill of the forest, replacing it with a gentle warmth, while fragrant wisps intoxicated the mind, alleviating fatigue and invigorating Hua Jiu's senses. Years of consuming Xiao Cha's fragrant meals had fortified her beyond the ordinary cultivators, even without cultivating her spiritual awareness. The foolish dog whimpered softly, eyes glistening with desire, drool hanging like silver threads at the corners of its mouth, while Jun Buhuan's throat bobbed, green light flickering in her gaze. Hua Jiu tugged at her ears again, her tail pointing like a finger towards Jun Buhuan's chest. "You should find out where we are and what great cities lie nearby." "Ah? No?" With a look of astonishment, Junbu Huan swallowed hard and, with a face full of audacity, remarked, "In truth, I could carry the soup while observing. It would not hinder me in the slightest." Hua Jiu retorted, "You wish to feast on chicken despite having no funds? Not even the scraps of bones are yours." The foolish dog bared its teeth and barked, "Woof." Chapter 14. The diverse lives of Shanxing. To the west, less than 100 miles away, lies the city of Qishan, one of the most prominent cities in Qilong Prefecture. Qilong Prefecture borders the vast sea and is situated at the southernmost tip of Beiqian Divine Continent, facing the direction of Yumeng Island. It is indeed fortunate that they have not succumbed to the ocean. Inside the pack of the foolish donkey, a pot for brewing tea was nestled on the left, while a jar of radishes occupied the right. It brayed in complaint, spitting and refusing to budge despite Hua Jiu's coaxing and persuasion. Ultimately, after promising to let Junbu Huan serve as its protector, the foolish donkey reluctantly agreed to carry Hua Jiu on the journey. Hua Jiu found this donkey perplexing. It was not only picky and difficult to please, but it also showed a peculiar preference for handsome men. It was strange, considering that ever since the old Taoist took it in, the donkey had not cast a glance at another man. The old Taoist was undeniably unattractive. This foolish donkey must have never encountered a true beauty. Once on the main road, the number of travelers gradually increased. Hua Jiu quickly transformed her hair into a pair of buns to conceal her ears, tucking her tail beneath her skirt. Appearing like an ordinary plump girl from a common household, the silhouette of Qinshan City became increasingly distinct in the distance. Hua Jiu leapt down from the back of the foolish donkey and tossed the reins to the panting Junbu Huan. Hua Jiu addressed the foolish dog, stating, "We will soon arrive in the city of humans. Remember, not everyone is as benevolent as the old priest. Many humans are quite ferocious and terrifying. Therefore, it is imperative that you do not reveal your true nature as a demon." Woo. The foolish dog tilted its head, blinking in confusion. Hua Jiu displayed her small, sharp teeth, her expression grave. "If humans discover that you are a demon, they will surely harm you, snatch away your food, and perhaps even turn you into a pot of dog meat." The foolish dog's pupils dilated in fear. Beside them, Junbu Huan opened his mouth, contemplating the humans. However, the glint in his eyes conveyed an inexplicable sense of foreboding, causing him to clutch his garment tightly in terror. Hua Jiu gently patted the foolish dog's head, advising, "Upon entering the city, you must maintain a low profile. Do not behave like an ignorant fool, filled with curiosity, sniffing around, running amok, or incessantly questioning what this is or that is. Do you understand?" "Wong Wong." The foolish dog responded eagerly. "And you, Xiao Cha, as a spirit, must also remain discreet. Even in the shadows where sunlight does not reach, you should not wander about. Daylight is when humans are out and about, and spirits should stay hidden. Otherwise, you may encounter those formidable priests who wield talismans. A single talisman could cost you your life." Xiao Cha, tucked away in the iron pot, murmured softly, her eyes reflecting tension. Once they found a way to the Homing Academy in the city, they would leave immediately. It was far too perilous for demons and spirits to traverse the territory of humans. With the foolish donkey persistently nudging him, Junbu Huan finally quickened his pace, and their group reached Qishan City in just half a day. Qishan City is nestled against the mountains, where mist swirls around the peaks, exuding an ethereal charm. Below, pavilions and towers bustle with life. The streets are lined with an array of shops, vibrant banners fluttering in the breeze, while the sound of horse-drawn carriages mingles with the throngs of pedestrians. The air is filled with the penetrating calls of vendors, occasionally punctuated by the laughter of children and the whinnying of horses, creating a vivid tapestry of urban life. Upon entering, Hua Jiu was taken aback. Standing beneath the city gate, awestruck by the fantastical scene before her, vendors on the street, adorned with beastly horns, were indeed demons, while giggling girls, playful beneath their umbrellas, appeared as ethereal spirits. People, demons, and specters mingled freely, exchanging cheerful greetings without a hint of apprehension, their serene smiles reflecting the contentment and joy of the local populace. Hua Jiu rubbed her eyes. Her bewildered companion, the foolish dog, mirrored her astonishment. Just then, from a nearby alley, the sounds of children fighting and shouting erupted, revealing a small demon boy with horns who had knocked a larger boy to the ground and snatched away his vegetable pancake, devouring it in mere moments. "Hey, give me back my pancake," cried the larger boy, sobbing on the ground in desperation. "If you keep crying, I'll have my brother Tiger cook you up for a stew," threatened the little bull demon with a menacing tone. The foolish dog cautiously glanced at Hua Jiu, questioning, "Wong, wasn't it said that humans confront demons, seizing their food and even turning them into pots?" Hua Jiu replied, Had demons truly become this outrageous nowadays? Hee. You wouldn't believe I encountered a stinky Taoist priest yesterday. It was utterly hilarious. Two female spirits, holding umbrellas, approached. And as Hua Jiu and the foolish dog attempted to step aside, the apparitions glided straight through them. In that fleeting moment, Hua Jiu beheld one of them with a protruding tongue and the other with an open abdomen. That loathsome Taoist dared to cast a talisman upon me. As if he possessed the audacity to capture my essence, had his courage been devoured by a dog? How did that sister manage it? Well, before his very eyes. I consumed all his talisman paper, even twisting my head off to show him. The wretched Taoist fainted on the spot. It was utterly amusing. Xiao Cha peeked out from the iron pot, her half-head surveying Hua Jiu. You deceiver, Hua Jiu, already darting away, perched on tiptoe beside a candy vendor. Her eyes brimming with curiosity. What is this? Can I eat it? Immediately after inquiring, she sniffed and dashed to the steamer selling fish cakes, dried fish made of dough. Is it delicious? And what is that? Can I have a taste? How much does it cost? Is it spicy? Hua Jiu flitted about the street, while Junbu Huan exchanged a glance with the big black dog. In the dog's eyes, he discerned a blend of helplessness and a poignant fear of revealing the truth. I understand, truly. Junbu Huan patted the big black dog's head, embodying the demeanor of one who has experienced it all. He had fallen prey to the spirit-binding powder. Mercilessly attacked by a braying donkey, yet he had not dared to incinerate the creature, a blemish upon his life. Hey, does that person not resemble, in pink attire? And the features match. Let me take a closer look. It indeed resembles the floret prince. As people passed by, they cast peculiar glances at Junbu Huan. Some even discreetly retrieving small booklets to compare notes, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. In Chapter 15, the 15th meow, too poor to move, Hua Jiu untied her double buns, allowing her tousled short hair to sway and reveal her ears. Although a sense of unease lingered within her, the indifference and acceptance of the passers-by alleviated her discomfort significantly. It turned out that the old priest's words about the coexistence of the 6 realms and the Ling Tian realm were indeed true. During her 300 years as a spirit pet, she had scarcely interacted with anyone beyond the multitude of realms, leading her to believe that most people in this world were akin to those from her own. Junbu Huan was not idle either. She seized a youth who had been furtively observing her to inquire about the existence of a teleportation array within Qishan City that could lead directly to Fuxian County and Wanling Prefecture. From Fuxian County, one could navigate by water to reach the renowned Hongmeng Immortal City, which housed the illustrious Hongmeng Academy. However, traveling from Qinglong Prefecture to Wanling Prefecture necessitated crossing 69 states, resulting in exorbitant teleportation fees, 10 second-grade spirit stones for each Qi condensation stage cultivator, and 21st-grade spirit stones for those in the body refinement stage. Flower-picking young master, may I take a picture with you using the crystal of memories? The young man asked, his gaze intensely fixed on Junbu Huan. With a look of disdain, she waved her hand. No, I am not some flower-picking young master. You have mistaken me for someone else. The mere mention of that name reminded him of the little fish that had nearly caused him trouble. It was truly bizarre. Had this body not even ventured to Yumeng Island? How could it be so renowned? Flower-picking young master? What a ridiculous title. Akin to that of a courtesan in a brothel. The young man, filled with disappointment, tucked away the jade photo and departed. Hua Jiu, too, lost her interest in exploring, and after counting with her feline-like fingers, discovered that her pouch contained merely a solitary paintbrush, a few rolls of blank canvas, an entry token to the Hongmeng Immortal Academy, its authenticity uncertain, and 3 sword talismans. Truly, her poverty rendered her immobile. Climbing onto the donkey, Hua Jiu instructed Junbu Huan to lead her towards the location of the teleportation array. Are you headed to the Hongmeng Immortal Academy? Junbu Huan inquired, walking ahead. Meow. And you? Junbu Huan's eyes flickered momentarily. I wish to go to the Red Leaf Valley, but although Hua Jiu lacked knowledge in certain areas, she was somewhat familiar with the powers of the various continents, having engaged in battles in the past. Why not visit the Su Nu Palace? The Hahuan sect only accepts disciples from the Su Nu Palace of both genders, right? Speaking of the Su Nu Palace, despite being part of the Hahuan Dao, it produces nothing but wicked physicians, truly peculiar. The Hahuan Dao is indeed the most orthodox in the Red Leaf Valley, where the enchanting arts are both captivating and enjoyable. If only she could master them, she would conjure a sea of thorny brambles and roll through them for eternity. The Su Nu Palace seems rather appealing as well. Junbu Huan mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. As they traversed the bustling streets, Hua Jiu observed many newly transformed demons living here like ordinary mortals. Though ghosts were a rare sight, The old Taoist once remarked that the most populous in the Ling Tian realm were humans, followed by demons. And then demons of a different kind. Ghosts and corpses were exceedingly rare, often found in places heavy with yin energy. The spirit race, on the other hand, was an extraordinarily scarce lineage, likely numbering less than 100 across the entire Ling Tian realm. Upon entering the inner city of Qingshan City, Hua Jiu noticed an increasing number of cultivators along the road, with shops selling elixirs and magical artifacts beginning to appear by the roadside. Jun Buhuan inquired about the antidote for the Lingsan poison, discovering there are two methods to achieve this. One could purchase detoxifying pills, or seek the assistance of a physician. However, the cost of the pills is exorbitant, priced at 22nd-grade spirit stones each. In contrast, consulting a physician merely requires a payment of 2 second-grade spirit stones. While Jun Buhuan found this discrepancy unremarkable, Hua Jiu remained perplexed. After questioning Jun Buhuan, Hua Jiu learned that this situation is intricately linked to the celestial Emperor Ling and the coexistence of the 6 paths in the Ling Tian realm. Firstly, since 60,000 years ago, cultivators have adhered to the celestial Emperor Ling's doctrine of relying not on external substances, but rather refining oneself. Choosing to abstain from consuming pills from the onset of their cultivation, opting instead for diligent practice of techniques and minimal use of magical artifacts. Secondly, the materials used in pill concoction are predominantly spirit herbs, with higher quality pills necessitating herbs of greater age. Yet, herbs of advanced age often transform into demons. To extract body parts from such beings for alchemical purposes invariably incurs a cost. Attempting to seize them would invite retaliation from the demon race. Thus, the price of pills remains exceedingly high, a trend mirrored in the realm of magical artifacts. While the materials for magical artifacts can be easily sourced from ores, the essential components are primarily derived from the skin, bones, and blood of demon beasts. Transformed demons are not inclined to sacrifice themselves for the crafting of artifacts. Nevertheless, if the price is right, some impoverished demons might be willing to part with their own resources for the sake of others' crafting endeavors. During Jun Buhuan's inquiries at the apothecary, Hua Jiu observed a 5th-layer qi condensation black-beard demon enter, extracting 3 small vials of its own blood. The blood was freshly drawn and sold immediately. Promptly purchased by a Foundation establishment talisman master for the purpose of preparing talisman sand, indicating a brisk demand. Hua Jiu glanced at the foolish dog beside him, causing it to shudder involuntarily and tighten its grip on its tail. With a slight pout, Hua Jiu remarked that, strictly speaking, both feline and canine demons, evolving from domestic animals, were less valuable than their wild, feral counterparts. Even radish demons, merely sentient vegetables, were of even less worth. Having nothing to sell, Hua Jiu gazed towards the pagoda standing in the center of the plaza. Spotting a man, arm in arm with a maiden, his entire being radiating a golden aura, Hua Jiu's eyes lit up instantly. A lucrative mark. The man, appearing to be in his early 20s with a cultivation base at the 3rd level of qi condensation, possessed a fair complexion and an air of self-importance about his brow, donning a resplendent golden robe, adorned with elaborate dragon motifs embroidered in silver thread on the collar and cuffs. His emergence from the tavern seemed to eclipse everything around him, leaving him the sole beacon of golden brilliance. Passers-by couldn't help but cast admiring glances his way, prompting him to raise his chin slightly. He retrieved a 2nd-grade spirit stone from his robe and tossed it to the waiter, seeing him off. A commendable service. This is for you. Many thanks, young Master Jean. Please grace us with your presence again. The waiter responded with obsequious gratitude. Young Master Jean is truly generous, the maiden clinging to his arm chimed in. She appeared to be 15 or 16 years old, with a cultivation base at the 2nd level of qi condensation, possessing a petite and charming figure. Her large eyes fluttering as she gazed at the man. Oh my, young Master Jean, you're from the Golden Spirit Continent. I've heard that the top 100 on the Soaring Heavens rich list are all from the Golden Spirit Continent. Where do you rank, young master? She asked, her eyes wide with astonishment and admiration. Kiki, it's best to remain discreet while traveling. Let's head to the teleportation array. Hopefully, we can reach Fuxian County before nightfall. He replied. The man proceeded towards the teleportation tower, and Hua Jiu noticed the girl's disdainful expression, seemingly aware of Hua Jiu's gaze. The girl suddenly turned her head to look at him, and their eyes met. Mischievously, she winked at Hua Jiu before quickly catching up with the man. Why are there so many people at the teleportation array? We will have to wait for quite a while, my lord, she remarked. Currently, it was the season for the Homing Academy to enroll new students, and everywhere was bustling with individuals heading to Fuxian County. Hua Jiu observed the serpentine queue extending before the towering structure, then glanced at the golden-clad young master, his ears twitching as he revealed a small, sharp-toothed grin. In Qingshan City, there existed but this single teleportation array. As dusk approached, at least 30 to 40 cultivators were lined up before it. Most of them in the body refinement stage, all with the same destination as Hua Jiu, seeking knowledge at the Hongming Academy. The line stretched into the tower itself, and the golden young master, along with the girl, had been waiting for no less than a quarter of an hour, yet the queue showed no signs of movement. The twilight glow cascaded from behind the tower, blinding the two. The girl shook her head, insisting, "No, I shall accompany my lord." With that, she suddenly leaned forward and shouted towards the front, "Is everyone dead up there? Can we not move any further?" The golden young master was startled by her sudden outburst. Looking at her in surprise, realizing her loss of composure, the girl retracted her neck and licked her lips, saying, "My lord, please do not take offense. I was merely anxious. The line is so long, even a monk would grow impatient." Hua Jiu chimed in as he led his donkey closer to the pair. Young Master Jin lowered his gaze to observe Hua Jiu. Indeed, it was said that during the opening of the Hongming Academy, the teleportation arrays across the lands became exceedingly congested. Regrettably, having arrived late, they could only stand in line, for should they dare to cut in, there was a high likelihood of being imprisoned in the dungeons by the city guards. The young girl, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, reached out to touch Hua Jiu. To protect her precious spiritual stones, Hua Jiu pressed her ears down, allowing the girl to tug at her fur vigorously. The little cat demon was exceptionally obedient, permitting the girl to play with her ears. Continuing, she said, "Do you know that yesterday, someone employed a certain method to enter without even queuing? It was quite remarkable." Young Master Jin's eyes brightened with interest. "What method?" he inquired. Hua Jiu tilted her head, scrutinizing young Master Jin from head to toe before shaking her head. No, it won't do. You certainly aren't suited for that method. You hardly appear as formidable as that individual from yesterday." Young Master Jin's expression darkened, feeling a sense of disdain directed at him. Especially in front of the young girl, he could not afford to lose face. He promptly adjusted his luxurious attire and asked haughtily, "In the presence of someone from Jinling continent, there exists no insurmountable obstacle. Is that so?" Hua Jiu squinted skeptically. "Since you have inquired earnestly, I shall graciously share." That individual simply walked to the front and nonchalantly scattered a large bag of spiritual stones. Hua Jiu waved her short arms, striving to illustrate the magnitude of the situation, explaining how the spiritual stones fell like rain, all of which were second-grade stones. The crowd surged forth, clamoring to seize them, abandoning the queue entirely, while that person swaggered through to the teleportation array with great ease. After Hua Jiu finished speaking, the corners of young Master Jin's mouth twitched involuntarily as he instinctively tightened his grip on his storage pouch. "Oh, this method is rather ingenious." The young girl released her hold on Hua Jiu's ear, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at young Master Jin. "It would be one thing if it were someone else. But you, young Master Jin, surely wouldn't mind such a trifling sum of spirit stones, would you? After all, isn't there a saying in Jinling continent? There is nothing in this world that money cannot resolve. If there is, it simply means the offering was insufficient." The girl's innocent face radiated trust and delight, causing young Master Jin to feel an inexplicable sense of guilt, as though refusing her would render him a brute. "Thus, I must reiterate, this method is ill-suited for you. Yet you still insisted on asking me, and now you find yourself in an awkward position, don't you?" Hua Jiu shook her ears, casting a disdainful glance at young Master Jin. "Nonsense. There is nothing that I, Jin Yuanbao, cannot accomplish." In a moment of impulsiveness, Jin Yuanbao stepped out of the line, leading the girl towards the forefront. "Thank you?" Hua Jiu looked utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why the girl was thanking her. As Hua Jiu climbed onto the donkey's back, she observed Jin Yuanbao conversing with the girl for a few moments, after which Jin Yuanbao indeed raised his hand and scattered a generous handful of glimmering second-grade spirit stones onto the ground. At that moment, a large black dog sprang out from the side, leaping into the air with its tongue flailing and drool splattering, devouring a substantial portion of the spirit stones before they even touched the ground. Jin Yuanbao was left dumbfounded, while the people in line were momentarily stunned before they rushed forward to collect the remaining spirit stones scattered on the ground. By the time someone remembered to catch the large black dog, it had already vanished without a trace. Little mischievous cat. The girl, witnessing this, turned once more to Hua Jiu, her face alight with laughter. With a look of disdain, Hua Jiu moistened its paw and groomed the areas around its ears and head that the young girl had caressed. It then tugged on the reins and rode away on the donkey. The spirit stones I obtained were through my own abilities, so what's wrong with that? I didn't deceive him. By a small river in the town, Hua Jiu crouched in the bushes, extending its paw. Where are the spirit stones? Woo-woo. The foolish dog sprawled on the ground like a flattened duck, its eyes darting around guiltily, avoiding Hua Jiu's gaze. You didn't swallow them into your stomach pouch. Did you swallow them directly into your stomach? Hua Jiu asked through gritted teeth. The donkey beside them twisted its mouth and brayed, clearly mocking Hua Jiu and the foolish dog. Even little T couldn't resist sticking its head out and slowly saying, "Silly dog. You idiot. It's one thing that you can't learn to transform, but you still can't distinguish between the stomach pouch and the stomach. Unlike you is better off being stewed in a dog meat pot." Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof. The foolish dog barked loudly, its face full of complaint. And it even glanced sideways. Hua Jiu's face darkened. You have the nerve to argue? Now, get the spirit stones out of you immediately. As night fell, Junbu Huan and Hua Jiu sat under a tree in the square, contemplating how to obtain spirit stones. The large black dog staggered out of the bushes, carrying a bag of spirit stones in its mouth and dropping it in front of Hua Jiu and Junbu Huan. Hua Jiu pinched its nose and used a twig to pick out 2 second-grade spirit stones from the bag for Junbu Huan. Here, these are for you. Junbu Huan looked surprised, bent down, and picked up the 2 spirit stones. They were warm, covered in river water as if they had been washed, and a faint odor permeated the air. Are these genuine spirit stones? Junbu Huan placed the spirit stone beneath his nose and took a whiff, immediately scrunching his face at the foul odor that wafted from it. Unfortunately, his spiritual power was currently sealed, leaving him with no choice but to identify the authenticity of the stone through alternative means. Tentatively, he extended his tongue and licked the surface of the spirit stone, experiencing a tingling sensation akin to electricity, confirming its genuineness. However, he couldn't shake off the peculiar stench reminiscent of fermented beans. Puzzled, Junbu Huan licked it again, this time detecting a flavor akin to mushrooms, reminiscent of the pot they had consumed earlier that afternoon. Where could the spirit stone possibly have come from? Intrigued, he turned to Hua Jiu with his inquiry. Hua Jiu recoiled, pinching his nose as he distanced himself from the bag, stating, "It's freshly excreted by that foolish dog." Junbu Huan's expression shattered as he turned stiffly to see the foolish dog rubbing its backside against a nearby tree. A sudden spark of realization igniting in his mind. This foul odor was unmistakably that of feces. Overcome with disgust, he rushed to the riverbank to vomit. "Hey, take your time. We shall be on our way soon. Until we meet again," they called out, as Junbu Huan continued to retch uncontrollably, waving them off with his back turned. Hua Jiu tugged at his ear, beckoning the foolish dog to lead the donkey, while they carried the bag of spirit stones towards the teleportation array. The foolish dog had consumed a total of 23 second-tier spirit stones, while their group's teleportation fare amounted to just over 20 stones. Since both Hua Jiu and Xiaocha were at the first layer of qi condensation, requiring 20 second-tier spirit stones. Although the radish was a millennium old, it possessed only spiritual intelligence without any cultivation, and the foolish dog had merely reached the 10th layer of body refinement, while the donkey was just an ordinary donkey. Together, they had more than enough second-tier spirit stones. Thus, Hua Jiu generously offered the surplus 2 stones to Junbu Huan, parting ways with an uncertainty of when they might next meet. Chapter 17, The 17th Miao, Tales of the Celestial City in the Land of Wanling Prefecture, within the splendid confines of Haoming Celestial City. The sky was high and the clouds were light, with a refreshing breeze wafting through the air. The winding Qingluo River lay enveloped in a delicate mist, its surface adorned with lush reeds that swayed gently in the wind, creating rippling green waves that resembled snow. In the distance, the majestic peaks loomed, partially obscured by clouds, while a grand waterfall cascaded down like a silver dragon, roaring as it soared above the treetops, sending forth a multitude of splashes and a veil of mist. The water from the waterfall flowed away, converging into the tranquil and azure Qingluo River, which mirrored serenity. A dark canopy ferryboat pushed through the thickets of reeds, slowly approaching the dock. Those disembarking, be they humans or spirits, gazed in awe, their voices echoing with admiration for the masterful craftsmanship of the Haoming Celestial City. Hua Jiu led a donkey off the deck, her gaze fixed in wonder at the magnificent city before her, though she could not yet fathom the grandeur that lay within. The sight of the white jade city walls and the crystalline city gates stirred her heart with excitement. She pondered the immense value of such splendor in spirit stones, feeling utterly incapable of calculating their worth even if she were to count with her toes. As Hua Jiu gazed upward, she beheld a multitude of floating islands encircling the Hongming celestial city, each adorned with fragrant blossoms and melodious celestial music. Various opulent and grand celestial palaces shimmered like illusions, their brilliance dancing in the air. Among them were pavilions of vines and trees, where the air was filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, as well as eerie halls of white bones, echoing with the wails of countless spirits. Some islands were shrouded in swirling black clouds, emanating ominous energy. A diverse array of radiant flying artifacts traversed the skies above the Hongming celestial city, flitting between the floating islands, creating a scene of lively prosperity. The fish demon, having secured its vessel, ascended the shore, proudly removing the aquatic vegetation from its head, and cheerfully began to introduce the illustrious Hongming immortal city to the gathered crowd. "Behold, this is the Hongming immortal city," it proclaimed. "In ages past, the revered Emperor Ling Tian and the esteemed Saint Lord Chung Ling harnessed the power of the laws to forge this realm, creating a sanctuary where humans, demons, spirits, and even the undead may coexist harmoniously. It is said that the Hongming immortal city shares a profound connection with the mystical Asian realm, accessible only to those of divine transformation, earning it the moniker of Little Asian among the populace. All the novice cultivators, their youthful faces alight with anticipation, gazed expectantly at the fish demon, eager for further revelations about the Hongming immortal city. The fish demon chuckled amiably and continued. "Though the Ling Tian realm is traditionally one where all beings are regarded as equals, and the strong are revered, external conflicts and strife abound. However, within the confines of the Hongming immortal city, you may rest assured, the Immortal Academy will safeguard your well-being. Moreover, the grand array of the Hongming immortal city permits only those of the core formation stage and below to enter freely. Those of the core formation stage, including esteemed teachers and individuals engaged in special missions within the city, must register and obtain a token from the Asian Alliance branch in Fuxian County to gain entry. As for those at the nascent soul stage and beyond, entry into the Hongming immortal city is strictly prohibited, regardless of the circumstances. Thus, over the span of more than 60,000 years, while chaos has ravaged the Jiuzhou continent of the Ling Tian realm, the Hongming immortal city has remained untouched. The floating islands above the city are rich in both spiritual energy and the essence of yin and demons. At the heart of the city lies the seasons tree, enabling its inhabitants to select a climate suitable to their needs from the diverse environments available within its bounds. The Seasons Tree Square is an essential destination for you, where you will behold the statues of the Celestial Emperor and the Saint Monarch of the Six Paths, as well as acquire all the information you require. Cultivators, arriving from all corners, gather before the grand entrance of the primordial immortal city, gradually making their way inside. They cluster in small groups, engaging in lively discussions. Even before entering the Immortal Academy, they have already begun to introduce themselves to one another. Hua Jiu, leading her donkey and accompanied by a foolish dog, finds herself squeezed amidst the throng. She detests the proximity of others and their raucous chatter, prompting an impulsive desire to transform into a cat and tread over their faces. Meanwhile, the donkey, blissfully content, revels in the company of remarkably handsome youths, playfully nudging their rears, much to Hua Jiu's chagrin as she receives several fierce glares. Upon finally entering the city, the broad thoroughfare allows the crowd to disperse swiftly, and Hua Jiu shakes her ears in relief. The entire primordial immortal city is divided into 4 main regions, labeled spring, summer, autumn, and winter by 2 intersecting thoroughfares. Entering through the spring gate, her gaze sweeps across the crowd, and she instantly spots the towering seasons tree. Resembling a banyan tree, the canopy of the seasons tree stretches for miles. Those adept in illusion magic could perceive the entire primordial immortal city beneath its expansive crown. However, this tree, aged over 50,000 years, possesses the ability to conceal its canopy, allowing ordinary cultivators to still gaze upon the sky, floating islands, and sunlight. In the early spring of the east, verdant greenery abounds. In the sweltering summer of the south, the incessant chirping of cicadas fills the air. In the late autumn of the west, maple forests blaze with fiery hues. In the frigid winter of the north, a blanket of pristine snow covers the ground. Moreover, within the floating islands, the harmonious coexistence of spiritual energy, yin energy, and demonic aura creates a breathtaking vista. A convergence of diverse laws so gentle that only the Hongming immortal city and the Ishian realm, within the entire Ling Tian realm, can behold such a scene. Above, Foundational ghost cultivators ride by on skeletal banners, while beside them, zombies march with upright postures. Along the roadside, numerous demons call out, peddling their wares. In front of the shops, vibrant light screens flicker with an array of astonishing items, and wooden puppets adorned in splendid ceremonial garments passionately present the merchandise within, occasionally ringing their clear sound bells to dispel noise and attract the attention of passersby. The Hua Jiu Academy is hosting a grand clearance sale, offering a variety of first-tier magical artifacts, with purchases accompanied by the most comprehensive guide to the Hua Jiu Immortal Academy. Whether you aspire to be a sword cultivator traversing the world, a talisman practitioner commanding the heavens, or a puppet master summoning armies, we have foundational magical artifacts for the 10 major professions, available in righteous, sinister, and demonic versions. The Shuhai Pavilion offers past examination questions from the Immortal Academy and provides pre-exam tutoring, with retired masters personally instructing and revealing tips for the assessments. Do not let your child lag behind at the starting line. What are you hesitating for? Enroll quickly. Register now to receive a complimentary set of this year's predicted exercises. With last year's prediction success rate at 80%, Dongtian Workshop provides affordable and high-quality examination preparation caves, equipped with spiritual springs and powerful soundproof arrays, ensuring your child has a serene and worry-free study environment. The final 5 rooms are available at a bargain price of 120 spirit stones for a single night. Are you feeling fatigued and weak due to exam preparations? The Immortal Herb Pavilion offers a variety of nourishing herbal soups, with a complimentary experience of invigorating acupuncture for every purchase, a rare opportunity not to be missed. As the puppets at the entrance of these establishments beckon, the luminous screen above displays an array of slogans and detailed item showcases in a mesmerizing carousel, captivating Hua Jiu's senses. She also observes several core formation practitioners adorned with tokens, gracefully alighting from opulent flying artifacts in the Hua Jiu Immortal City, escorting a few young body refinement disciples as they bustle in and out of the shops, indulging in extravagant purchases. There are even individuals at the Booksea Pavilion who, in pursuit of a prediction exercise, made extravagant expenditures only to be dissuaded by the city guards and fined with spirit stones. Such scenes line the streets, embodying the essence of the Hua Jiu Immortal City. Chapter 18. The poverty that breeds frustration. Hua Jiu traversed the east-west thoroughfare for the entirety of the morning before finally arriving at the Seasons Tree Square. The square was teeming with people, unlike the second and third generation cultivators accompanied by their parents flocking to the various shops. The square was populated by young cultivators who had ventured to the Hua Jiu Immortal Academy in search of enlightenment. Numerous paper cranes fluttered above, and as Hua Jiu stepped into the square, one of the paper cranes darted towards her. With a swift swipe of her claw, she dismantled the paper crane, only to unveil a comprehensive guide to the Hua Jiu Immortal City. It detailed where one might find lodging, dining options, and job opportunities, along with a countdown reminding Hua Jiu that there was but 1 day remaining until the 3rd admission assessment at the Hua Jiu Immortal Academy. Rising on her toes to peer ahead, she noticed a crowd gathered around the grand statue of the Seasons Tree, seemingly captivated by a speaker. "Watch the donkey. I shall take a look ahead," said Hua Jiu as he tossed the reins to the foolish dog, instructing it to wait by the less crowded roadside while he ventured forth alone. The little cat demon hesitated. Suddenly, a scruffy, silver-haired old man obstructed Hua Jiu's path. The old man, stroking his sparse beard, squatted before him, his eyes sparkling as he scrutinized Hua Jiu from head to toe. "My dear little cat demon," he exclaimed, "your bone structure is remarkable, and your celestial spirit is abundant. It is evident that you are no ordinary demon. Your potential and aptitude are bound to be exceptional. You are destined for greatness. Allow me to offer you an unparalleled sword cultivation technique. If you take me as your master, I shall impart this knowledge to you. And when you achieve mastery, it shall be the day you traverse the cosmos with ease." As he spoke, he fished out a tattered, yellowed book from his robe, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu, wearing an expression of disdain, retorted, "Old man, your trickery is far too elementary. My family's old Taoist has resorted to such methods in a decade." He sidestepped the old man, who then pulled out a pair of books behind him, calling out, "Little cat demon, I assure you I speak the truth. If sword cultivation does not appeal to you, I have manuals for talisman cultivation, martial cultivation, and legal cultivation. If those do not suit your fancy, I also possess texts for musicians, painters, and poison masters." Hua Jiu blended into the crowd and gradually caught sight of the 7 statues standing majestically in the center of the square. The central statue, resembling a celestial sovereign, was none other than the revered Empress Ling Tian, the creator of this realm. In the past, Hua Jiu had only heard of her name, but today, upon beholding the statue, he realized that the esteemed Empress Ling Tian was, in fact, a woman of unparalleled beauty. Her demeanor was imposing, her brows sharp, as she stood proudly amidst the radiance of heaven and earth. Majestic and powerful, she bore an ancient zither upon her back and wielded a black banner inscribed with the words Demon God in Bone. Though carved from stone, Hua Jiu could still perceive the banner flapping in the wind, invoking an inexplicable surge of fervor within her, as if a passionate impulse was crashing against her chest, causing her scalp to tingle and her body to quiver with excitement. She tugged at her ears, suddenly consumed by an overwhelming desire to uncover all the tales surrounding the Emperor Ling Tian. Surrounding the statue of Emperor Ling Tian stood 6 statues of remarkable presence, each depicting the first generation of the 6 Path Saints, all kneeling reverently before the Emperor. They were the human Path Saint Qing Ling, the demon Path Saint Qi Lian, the ghost Path Saint Miao Xiang, the devil Path Saint Yu Xiu, the corpse Path Saint Mo Yuan, and the spirit Path Saint Gu Xing. It is said that these 6 Path Saints accompanied Emperor Ling Tian in establishing the 6 Path Edicts, passing down the 6 Path lineage and ushering in the prosperous era of Ling Tian. Although the first generation of the 6 Path Saints has departed this realm alongside Emperor Ling Tian for the vast divine realms beyond, their legacies shall endure eternally within the Ling Tian world. At that moment, the crowd gathered before the statues, not only in reverence for Emperor Ling Tian and the 6 Path Saints, but also anxiously vying to purchase admission tokens for the Hongmeng Academy. Originally priced at a mere 10 spirit stones, the tokens had skyrocketed to 500 spirit stones as more and more cultivators flocked to Hongmeng City. Hua Jiu craned her neck to glimpse the admission token in another's possession, which appeared identical to her own. The 3rd round of assessments was set to commence tomorrow, and only those in possession of a token could participate. Emerging from the throng, Hua Jiu took a deep breath, feeling as though the crowd had diminished her stature, leaving her in dire need of some spicy dried fish to replenish her energy. She had not anticipated the overwhelming popularity of the Hongmeng Academy, which made gaining admission seem an arduous task. Yet, she distinctly recalled the old Taoist telling her that the academy welcomed all, regardless of their origins, be they demons or spirits. As long as one was willing, they would be accepted. What a deception! With her stomach grumbling, Hua Jiu wandered around the square, finally discovering a cuckoo-like puppet perched atop a grand tree, diligently repeating the examination details as mandated by the academy. Such puppets were also present on other trees, typically employed to assist lost souls in finding their way. However, due to the fervor surrounding this examination, they had been conscripted to elucidate the rules. Upon her arrival, the preamble regarding the Hongmeng Academy had just concluded, and the puppet was now detailing the assessment process. The 5 evaluations were categorized as spirit, bone, divinity, comprehension, and will, each spanning 3 days, culminating in a total duration of 15 days. That was the extent of the examination regulations. Next, the puppet began to outline the Academy's fee structure. What? Fees? Hua Jiu's ears perked up in disbelief. Hadn't the old Taoist proclaimed that the Hongmeng Academy was free of charge? What a fraud. The tuition for the body refinement stage was 1,000 first-grade spirit stones for 1 year, while the Qi condensation stage cost 500 second-grade spirit stones for the same duration. This tuition included basic accommodation and meals, lodgings located in areas of low spiritual energy, shared by 5 individuals, and basic meals consisting of 2 servings of ordinary food plus a portion of spirit rice daily. Should one desire accommodations in high spiritual zones and full spirit meals, additional payment would be required, apart from one mandatory vocational course that incurs no fees. All other vocational courses are charged annually. The incessant chatter of the cuckoo filled the air, while Hua Jiu's mind buzzed with unease. She squeezed the last remaining 70 spirit stones in her grasp. Not only could she not afford tuition, but even the accommodation for the night was beyond her means. With a stoic expression, a chilling intent flickered in her amber eyes as she surveyed the crowd, each person appearing as a mere walking purse, twisting and posing, playfully taunting her. Come and snatch me. I have plenty of spirit stones. Hurry and take me. Hua Jiu tugged at the sleeve of a nearby youth, her voice subdued as she inquired, is it permissible to kill in Hongmeng Fairy City? The boy flinched, stammering, and no, it shouldn't be. What if one were to carry it out without a soul being the wiser, with the body never discovered? The youth's hair bristled in fright as he gazed at Hua Jiu. What are you planning? Hua Jiu casually touched the copper coin around her neck, pulling at her ear in disappointment. Nothing, just a casual question. I'm concerned someone might steal my money. With her head hung low, she walked away. While the boy wiped the cold sweat from his brow, thinking, what do you mean by fearing someone else will steal from you? Your gaze clearly suggests you intend to rob others. Chapter 19. The spirit of combat rekindled. The entire square was abuzz with the cuckoo's discourse on fees. Their collective din forming a heavy money that weighed down Hua Jiu's back. She crouched on the ground, her eyes half closed, concealing her ferocity as her claws etched deep grooves into the bluestone pavement. Passers-by gaped in astonishment, instinctively steering clear of the icy aura that enveloped Hua Jiu. Wasn't the square's bluestone said to be impervious even to the strikes of core formation cultivators? How could that little cat demon rend it as easily as cutting through tofu? Ah, that may perhaps be a senior. Let us not disturb their artistic temperament. Hua Jiu suddenly raised her head, her eyes gleaming with a cold light that pierced through the passers-by. The two pedestrians turned pale, exclaiming in terror as they fled in a panic. At that moment, Hua Jiu perceived everyone around her as manifestations of her inner demons, their faces twisted in mockery, deriding her. With no money, you aspire to enter the Hongming Academy? You wretched pauper, go eat dirt. Hua Jiu felt an overwhelming urge to tear them all into shreds, dismantling their bones to sell for spirit stones. Only spirit stones could soothe her wounded soul. After a lengthy pause, Hua Jiu's gaze became vacant, despondently tugging at her tail fur, sensing that the path ahead was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any future. The top score in the academy assessment can waive 3 years of fees. A sudden light illuminated Hua Jiu, causing her erect ears to twitch. Waiving 3 years of fees for the top score? Hua Jiu sprang to her feet, fist clenched. Filled with indomitable spirit, her eyes ablaze with fervor. She was determined to attain the top score, and anyone who dared obstruct her path would be torn to pieces. With a newfound purpose, Hua Jiu felt a weight lift from her shoulders. She found the most affordable lodging on the previous guide and set off towards the winter district, accompanied by her donkey and foolish dog. At the border between the spring district and the winter district, one side basked in warm sunlight and rustling green leaves, while the other lay blanketed in white snow, the biting wind cutting through like daggers. Hua Jiu transformed her fur into a fluffy, 3-colored winter garment, curling up on her donkey as she trod through the snow, which crunched beneath her weight, in search of the yak inn. The winter district boasted a harsh climate, inhabited only by those demon tribes that thrived in cold environments and a few practitioners of ice-based techniques. Besides them, the only residents were impoverished cultivators like Hua Jiu. Due to the sparse flow of patrons in this place, the inn's rates are exceptionally economical. The entrance is half buried in snow, and it took Hua Jiu a considerable effort to dig it out with the help of a foolish dog. As the door creaked open, a wave of warmth enveloped her, instantly melting away the chill that clung to her. The interior was dim and tranquil, with several dilapidated wooden tables surrounding a central hearth. 3 demon cultivators sat in indifferent isolation in the corners, barely glancing at Hua Jiu as she entered, continuing to sip from their steaming cups. Hua Jiu, leading her donkey, was barely taller than the counter. She leapt gently, her claws grasping the edge of the counter, her chin resting atop it, suspended in midair. A T-shaped room, please. 10 pieces of first-grade spirit stones. A deep voice, accompanied by the earthy scent of grass, issued forth from the rugged, somewhat intimidating yak owner, who chewed on grass with an impassive expression. He retrieved a chipped wooden sign from one of his horns and slapped it onto the counter. Drawing a pouch of spirit stones from her bosom with her tail, Hua Jiu slid 10 first-grade spirit stones onto the counter, inhaling the enticing aroma of dairy wafting through the air. Having eaten only once since yesterday, she swallowed hard. May I have another cup, please? Suddenly, a burly man with a scarred face and tiger stripes slammed his wooden cup onto the counter, his large knife glinting ominously behind him. He shot a fierce glare at Hua Jiu. What are you staring at? Never seen Tiger Lord drink milk before. Hua Jiu shifted her body to the side, her expression one of disdain. The yak owner picked up a wooden cup and squeezed it directly against his chest, summoning a steaming layer of 5th-tier yak milk. Hua Jiu, Suddenly, I have lost my desire to drink. Although I have heard that consuming this type of milk frequently can strengthen one's bones and cultivate a formidable physique. She took a sign and headed to the backyard, where she discovered room 13 beside the woodshed. The austere room contained nothing more than a wooden table and a heated Kong. Once the foolish donkey entered, there was scarcely room to turn around. Fortunately, the Kong was warm, and the room was well sealed against the wind, allowing Hua Jiu to relax comfortably. Now, let us discuss your plans, she said, placing the iron pot and the jar of buried radishes on the table, casting a glance at the foolish dog. I possess only one admission token, worth 60 spirit stones, which is entirely insufficient for all of us to enter the Hua Academy. Following you. Woof. The radish shook its leaves. Hua Jiu sighed, having anticipated this outcome. Very well, you all shall remain at the inn tomorrow while I attend the admission examination. Should I succeed, I will subsequently devise a means for you to enter the Hua Academy as well. As night fell, Xiao Cha exchanged some trinkets of ghostly craftsmanship with the kitchen for a variety of food, and the group nestled in the small room enjoyed a delightful meal. This particular repast was prepared with exceptional care by Xiao Cha, who willingly expended her own spiritual essence to ensure that Hua Jiu's consciousness remained in peak condition. Even the usually gluttonous foolish dog consumed significantly less, offering his treasured meat bone to Hua Jiu, only to be playfully scratched by her in return. Furthermore, the radish, though hidden away in the spiritual soil, managed to condense a droplet of celestial dew on its leaves to replenish Hua Jiu's spiritual energy. They have been companions by Hua Jiu's side for a decade. Hua Jiu had promised the old priest not to abandon them, just as he had never forsaken her in his final moments. She could not allow herself to be outdone by him. The following morning, after leaving 10 first-grade spirit stones with the innkeeper, Hua Jiu set off alone for the evaluation venue of the Hua Immortal Academy, located in Chongqing. The examination site was easy to locate. 3 streets away, it was already swarmed with people, primarily cultivators in the core formation stage, anxiously awaiting the results of their children's first-day spiritual assessment. Additionally, there were some ghostly peddlers who, leveraging their intangible forms, navigated through the crowd, surreptitiously selling mysterious pamphlets. Besides the usual examination essentials and academy guidelines, Hua Jiu even spotted pirated copies of Wind and Moon collection. After much effort to squeeze into the examination hall, Hua Jiu presented her token and was granted entry. A glimmer of contemplative light flashed in her eyes, although she had anticipated it. Seeing her token verified as genuine still left her somewhat astonished. Only 500 admission tokens were distributed for the third assessment, and combined with those already scattered outside, there were a total of 521 participants this time. However, the first stage was not an assessment but rather a test, thus proceeding swiftly. Hua Jiu found herself at the very end of a long queue, unable to discern what was happening ahead. She only knew that today's test would measure the affinity and inclination of her body towards the 3 types of energy: spiritual, yin, and demonic. Only if the affinity for one of these energies exceeded 50% could she draw that energy into her body to condense qi and establish a foundation. Numerous individuals, such as Hua Jiu, have already harnessed spiritual energy to condense their essence. However, further testing remains imperative. This is due to the possibility that if Hua Jiu possesses only a 50% affinity for spiritual energy yet a 60% affinity for yin energy, the Hua Immortal Academy may advise her to cultivate yin energy techniques, thus veering towards a malevolent path to ensure a successful foundation establishment. Chapter 20. The Chaotic Spirit Herb. After approximately 4 to 5 hours of waiting, Hua Jiu finally arrived at the testing area. Before a long table sat a dozen or so administrators from the Hua Immortal Academy, all clad in identical white garments, arranged into 5 pairs. Ah, gentle. Oh, it hurts so much. I feel like I might perish, exclaimed a burly man in the front row beside Hua Jiu as he extended his hand towards one of the administrators. The administrator, holding a needle, wore an expression of exasperation. I haven't even pricked you yet. Upon realizing this, the burly man blushed deeply, chuckling sheepishly, I'm just afraid of the pain, hee. He scratched his head, adding, not only do I fear pain, but I also fear death. Achieving immortality means becoming indestructible, thus I must cultivate to become an immortal. Hua Jiu twitched her ears. His reasoning was quite sound. After all, isn't the pursuit of immortality driven by the fear of death? The administrator, sporting a rather constipated expression, swiftly pierced the burly man's fingertip with the needle. The man immediately let out a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Another administrator raised his hand and cast a silencing spell, using his spiritual awareness to extract the droplet of blood from the fingertip and deposit it into the jaws of a Venus flytrap. As the trap closed, a triad of colors, green, gray, and black, radiated forth, transforming into slender threads that dispersed along the stem towards the 3 leaves, which subsequently illuminated with the numbers 2, 2, and 1 in succession. This signifies that the robust man possesses a compatibility with spiritual energy of merely 20%, a compatibility with negative energy also at 20%, and a mere 10% compatibility with demonic energy, with none exceeding 50%. The overseer, devoid of empathy, proclaimed, you lack the qualifications for cultivation. However, Should you exert effort, you may achieve a modicum of success in the mundane world by reaching the 10th level of body refinement. Next, the sturdy man silently screamed. His face awash with tears, his anguish palpable as he was dragged away by the guards maintaining order. Hua Jiu shook her head. The old Taoist had previously informed her that although humanity constitutes the largest demographic within the Ling Tian realm, those possessing the qualifications for cultivation are likely less than half. And within that fraction, only a minuscule number succeed in foundation establishment and dan formation. Finally, it was Hua Jiu's turn. 2 individuals remained ahead of her, the foremost being a newly formed ghost of the Avenger. Generally, those who attain this level of ghostly existence exhibit a compatibility with negative energy around 80%. Curious. Hua Jiu leaned forward for a glimpse. Indeed, that male ghost, after casting a bundle of his innate incense into the Venus flytrap, had his results revealed. An 80% compatibility with negative energy, a mere 10% with spiritual energy, yet unexpectedly, a remarkable 70% compatibility with demonic energy. The overseer regarded the male ghost with added scrutiny, marking his admission card with a note of distinction. However, when the ghost's blood was deposited into the jaws of the flytrap, it emitted a resounding phooey, splattering the blood and the viscous secretion onto the individual's face. As the flytrap convulsed, expelling its contents, causing its leaves to wilt slightly. The 2 overseers exchanged a glance, their expressions darkening. Bring this individual to me, expel him immediately, and ensure he is never considered for employment again. Please, I only consumed half of the spirit-gathering pill, just half. I was wrong, truly wrong. As the guards forcibly dragged her away, Hua Jiu felt a sudden pang of anxiety. If merely pilfering a pill to enhance affinity could be detected. What of the blood of this reincarnated demon? A cat demon, and yet, it seemed, standing before the table. Hua Jiu felt the steward's narrowed gaze scrutinizing her. Another attendant promptly produced a demon-revealing mirror to unveil her true form. The 2 exchanged uncertain glances before retrieving an exquisite Bagua jade stone. As the words fell, the top 3 figures of the Ling Tian bounty list materialized before them in a luminous projection. Startled, the 2 attendants paused, while Hua Jiu was taken aback by the image displayed. How had the old Taoist Yu Zhengzi become the second on the bounty list? The identity of the bounty issuer remained mysterious, and the demand for dismemberment and the soul lamp was an extravagant price indeed. Moreover, such a request bore the weight of deep-seated vengeance. Hua Jiu scrutinized the second bounty, while the 2 stewards examined her. Ultimately, they shook their heads in unison, declaring, "There are numerous cat demons with similar markings. Observe the differing eye colors and discrepancies in cultivation. Besides, this one is quite plump." Hua Jiu clenched her paw. "I'm not plump. I'm merely a tad more rounded." The 2 stewards waved their hands to dismiss the projection and stowed away the jade bagua, clearing their throats to regain their serious demeanor as they reached out a paw. Hua Jiu hesitated, then took a deep breath and extended her paw. She had to trust the old Taoist, who had once said that no one would believe she was the green-eyed 3-flower raccoon. Blood from her fingertip was dropped into the Venus flytrap, which snapped shut but suddenly froze in place as if petrified. Hua Jiu's heart skipped a beat, and the claws hanging by her side suddenly revealed their sharpness. The 2 caretakers were momentarily stunned. One of them reached out to poke at the Venus flytrap's jaws and then tapped the flower pot, yet the plant remained utterly unresponsive. Could it be that it was affected by that earlier incident? Should they perhaps replace it with another specimen? Just as their words faded, the Venus flytrap suddenly leapt from its pot, lunging straight for the tip of Hua Jiu's middle finger, which still bore traces of blood. The jaws clamped down and began to lick furiously, its roots thrashing about joyfully, reminiscent of a dog. The caretaker gasped, while Hua Jiu raised her middle finger, exclaiming, "What on earth should I do? Don't move, don't move. This chaos spirit herb is exceedingly precious." The caretaker, taken aback, instinctively retracted his hand and scratched his head, murmuring, "That is peculiar. The chaos spirit herb typically only reacts to chaotic energy or exceptionally pure yin-yang energy." As he spoke, he stole a glance at Hua Jiu and muttered, "But a little cat demon like her, only at the first layer of chi condensation, it shouldn't be possible." 3 heads unconsciously leaned closer to the chaos spirit herb, and even those in line behind them curiously gathered around. The brilliance of the leaves shone more radiantly than ever before, gradually converging inward, etching 3 identical, simply drawn characters upon the 3 grayish-black leaves. 10. The affinities for spiritual energy, yin energy, and demonic energy are all maxed out. This is simply inconceivable. I knew it. Hua Jiu lazily murmured, her eyelids drooping. Within her, the dual energies of yin and yang coexisted harmoniously, naturally achieving a complete affinity. As for the demonic energy, The azure-eyed three-flower cat had been a demon cultivator since childhood, her affinity for demonic energy reaching an impressive 90%, allowing her to ascend to the stage of divine transformation. To claim a perfect 100% would be laughable. Chapter 21. A midnight fright, a stir erupted around her. All eyes fixated on Hua Jiu with fervent intensity. The expressions of the two overseers shifted as well. 100% signifies that not a single ounce of energy is wasted during the cultivation process, all of it retained within the body. This exemplifies extraordinary cultivation aptitude. And with all three factions achieving full capacity, one could succeed in any discipline. The two men beamed, pondering whether this little cat demon might possess the bloodline of a 9-lived cat demon. Hua Jiu scratched her face, questioning, "Am I not allowed to be an ordinary three-flower cat demon?" The overseers exchanged skeptical glances. If you lack the blessing of a divine beast bloodline, how could your aptitude be so remarkable? Is it impossible for someone of humble origin to possess exceptional aptitude? What rationale is that? Hua Jiu countered. That's not what we meant. It's just that in our years of overseeing the spirit assessments, nearly all individuals with an affinity above 90% hail from prominent families, having access to top-tier spiritual herbs for refining their essence from a young age, or possessing unique bloodlines. However, we have truly never encountered someone like you before. There have been a few instances of individuals with a perfect score in a single faction, and among half-demons and half-demons, there have been 2 with perfect scores as well. But as for someone achieving perfection across all 3 factions, it seems the last occurrence was a millennium ago. Who is that person? Hua Jiu inquired with curiosity. The 2 attendants frowned, abruptly halting their conversation. They requested Hua Jiu's admission card to make a note, then earnestly remarked, "The little cat demon possesses extraordinary spiritual talent." A rarity indeed. The next root bone test will be held in 3 days, and you must arrive punctually. When you do, be sure to seek us out. If your root bone proves equally exceptional, the top spot in the 3rd round will undoubtedly be yours. Hua Jiu took the admission card, now adorned with the 5 characters Lingution Wu Ji on its previously blank reverse, with a delightful little red flower accompanying the character Ling. However, instead of feeling elated, Hua Jiu was engulfed by a wave of sorrow, pouting her lips as her clear eyes became misty. She whispered, 3 days. It seems I cannot continue to participate. The 2 attendants paused, taken aback by her words. One felt an instinctual hesitation to inquire further but could not resist asking, "Why can't you continue?" Hua Jiu pulled out a tattered bag from her pocket, opening it to reveal 2 dirty first-grade spirit stones. "This is all the spirit stones I possess. After today, I might not even have food to eat." Upon finishing her statement, she sniffled and rubbed her empty stomach. The 2 attendants exchanged doubtful glances, scrutinizing the rounded curve of Hua Jiu's abdomen. How could she appear so plump if she hadn't eaten? Hua Jiu squeezed her stomach in a desperate attempt to appear more pitiful and continued, "I dream of entering the Haoming Academy, but tonight, I can't even find a place to stay. Starving and exhausted, I might faint somewhere, and if a passing demon cultivator were to devour me, I would be unable to come to you for the test." Hua Jiu bowed her head, fiddling with the small needle mark on her hand. "Just moments ago, you failed to keep an eye on that grass. It drained my blood, and I hardly had any to spare. It feasted upon so much. Yet you did nothing but watch as it siphoned my essence." In response to Hua Jiu's accusatory gaze, the 2 overseers twitched, as if they had committed some heinous crime. No, this was an unfortunate accident. How about this, little cat demon? I shall personally grant you 5 2nd-grade spirit stones. That should suffice for you to reside in the Winter District until the assessment concludes. Yes, I shall also contribute 5 2nd-grade stones. If fortune favors you, and you claim the top prize, you may repay us later." Hua Jiu lifted her head, pouting and dragging out her words. "I have to repay you? Not necessary. Hua Jiu accepted the 10 2nd-grade spirit stones offered by the 2. Both overseers were at the foundational stage, often utilizing 3rd-grade spirit stones. Thus, 10 2nd-grade stones were but a trifling sum for them. Graciously, Hua Jiu clutched the stones and took a step back, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you. You are truly kind-hearted. I am growing increasingly fond of the Haoming Academy. I shall surely return to find you in 3 days. Farewell." The 2 overseers watched Hua Jiu depart, exclaiming, "What a delightful child. Indeed, it has been years since we encountered such a polite young one." The demon cultivator behind Hua Jiu, initially growing impatient, observed in disbelief as Hua Jiu cunningly acquired the spirit stones. What fools these 2 truly are. He was immediately intrigued and dove under the table, wailing with a snotty face and tearful eyes, "Help, esteemed steward. I'm so miserable. My whole family is dead. Their dying wish was for me to become a disciple of the Immortal Academy, or they won't rest in peace. Isn't that tragic? The two stewards were speechless. Exiting the assessment hall, Hua Jiu sighed. It's truly difficult being a good demon. It took so much effort to earn just 10 second-grade spirit stones. Killing is much faster. Incomprehensible. Hua Jiu rubbed her face, regaining her spirits. Seeing a ghost cultivator selling mysterious books by the roadside, her eyes darted around, and she approached him. The ghost cultivator, seeing that Hua Jiu was just a tiny child, impatiently shooed her away. Go away, I don't have any children's books here. How much for the compendium of amorous tales? Hua Jiu inquired. The ghost cultivator was taken aback, then smiled. Little cat demon, you have good taste. Are you a young attendant of some cultivator? Let me tell you, this compendium of amorous tales is the masterpiece of Grandmaster Jiu Gui. Men will be envious upon reading it, and women will be driven mad. A flat price of 99 second-grade spirit stones will get you the latest edition. It's even less than 100. What do you say, do you want it? However, after a long while, Hua Jiu discovered that her mind was blank, devoid of inspiration or material. She couldn't draw anything. Meow. Hua Jiu concealed herself in a tree in the Four Seasons Plaza, watching the people come and go, searching for young men who could spark her inspiration. But after looking around, there were very few who could reach Jun Buhuan's level, one after another. They were so unsightly that they still had the nerve to go out. As Hua Jiu ascended the lofty rooftops, the vast expanse of the humming immortal city unfolded before her eyes, with the winter district's roofs gleaming brilliantly in a blanket of white. Suddenly, a piercing cat's wail echoed in the air, prompting Hua Jiu to swiftly conceal herself in the shadows, holding her breath. In that moment, a figure clad in black leapt from a dark alley and vanished into the night. Hua Jiu noticed a bulging satchel on the man's back, from which a white cat paw emerged through a tear in the fabric, mirroring her own snowy coat. Chapter 22. The foolish dog transforms into a youth. The proprietor behind the counter glanced at Hua Jiu and murmured, 3 days ago, reports began surfacing of cat demons going missing in the winter district at night. Thus far, the culprit remains unidentified. It is advisable to refrain from venturing out after dark. No one dares to act within the safety of my inn. Hua Jiu regarded the proprietor, whose head was swarming with flies, and expressed her gratitude. If she were not so preoccupied with her thoughts, she would have surmised that her whereabouts had been compromised. The heavens knew of her presence in the Hongmeng immortal city. Yet they could not ascertain her exact identity, hence their attempts to capture any cat demon they encountered. Casting a glance at the scarred-faced tiger demon still languidly sipping milk in the corner, Hua Jiu pondered whether inscribing a king character on her forehead would allow her to masquerade as a tiger demon. Shaking her head, she proceeded toward the courtyard. Upon thrusting open the door, she was unexpectedly ambushed by a fluffy, massive creature that sent her tumbling into the snow outside. As she regained her composure, her gaze fell upon a striking youth, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, whose features were as enchanting as a painting, eyes resembling twinkling stars, and hair cascading wildly, dusted with frost and snow. His delicate, peach-pink lips curled into a beguiling smile that captivated her utterly. With that smile, Hua Jiu suddenly envisioned a scene. In the gentle spring breeze of that year, cherry blossoms danced like rain as a strikingly handsome youth sat amidst a carpet of petals, playing the guqin. He raised his gaze, the corners of his eyes curving slightly, and a tender smile blossomed at the corners of his lips, evoking a heart-stirring sensation. I have waited for you for so long. Please do not leave me again. Her heart was abruptly struck, followed by a wild, frantic rhythm. Woof, woof. The foolish dog was the beautiful youth, and he was licking her. Oh heavens, help. The foolish dog wagged his large, fluffy tail joyfully, his ears perked high. And within his amber eyes, akin to those of Hua Jiu, twinkled stars of delight. Go away, do not lick me. Hua Jiu swatted the foolish dog aside, who sat there with a pitiful expression, softly whimpering, his ears drooping, seemingly unaware of his transgression. If he were merely a dog, it would be one thing. But at that moment, paired with his extraordinarily exquisite face, Hua Jiu could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. However, when her gaze lowered and she beheld his smooth, well-proportioned physique, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly covered her eyes. Upon returning indoors, Hua Jiu found the little T, bleeding from all 7 orifices, crouched in the corner, peeling the wall. Surely he had glimpsed the foolish dog in his transformed form and was blushing uncontrollably. Poor little T. The foolish dog sat at the door, scratching his ears with his hind legs, and as he lifted one leg, Hua Jiu saw everything. Tethered by the window, the foolish donkey began to bray frantically, exhaling white mist, its eyes filled with fervor as it gazed at the foolish dog. Hua Jiu took a sip of water to moisten her parched throat. She never imagined that the foolish dog would transform into such an enchanting figure, outshining Junbu Huan by a wide margin, leaving Hua Jiu unable to find even a hint of flaw. A human's appearance is determined by their parents, while the form a demon beast takes after transformation is predetermined by fate. Each demon beast's shape post-transformation is unique. There are no two identical demon beasts in existence. Moreover, the garments of a demon beast are conjured from its own fur, inevitably reflecting its inherent colors and traits, almost instinctively. However, the foolish dog clearly did not possess such knowledge. Woof, since you have already transformed, you should be able to speak, right? Hua Jiu inquired. The foolish dog, with its hands on the ground, sat obediently before Hua Jiu, tilting its head in contemplation. Then, it tentatively uttered, Chubby. Don't call me Chubby Jiu. Woo Hua. Jiu, will you play with me, please? Hua Jiu shuddered unexpectedly. The foolish dog's voice was unexpectedly rich and intoxicating, sending shivers down her spine, perfectly complementing its face. After pawing at her a couple of times, the foolish dog suddenly rolled onto its back, exposing its belly and panting with a soft wheeze. Rub my belly. Woof Woof loves belly rubs. Hua Jiu almost spat blood in exasperation. For goodness sake, put on some pants. In the end, Hua Jiu borrowed an old garment from the innkeeper and draped it over the foolish dog. The foolish dog, feeling uncomfortable, began to rub against the table leg, while Hua Jiu explained the essence of fur-conjured clothing, encouraging the foolish dog to attempt it. Typically, demonic beasts must undergo transformation before refining their bodies. The foolish dog, however, cultivates the Zhilong Jing and has achieved a level of body refinement prior to its transformation. Hua Jiu suspects that this is the reason. The foolish dog lacks an understanding of spiritual consciousness. Hence, it does not comprehend how to utilize its spiritual awareness to induce the transformation of its fur. After articulating her thoughts, Hua Jiu concluded with a playful meow. The foolish dog whimpered, struggling for some time before finally managing to emit a reluctant meow. Its entire body tense and furrowed brow indicating its effort as it strained to perceive the presence of spiritual consciousness. Gradually, Hua Jiu observed that dark fur began to manifest on the dog's exposed skin, the strands intertwining and coiling around one another. Yes, precisely like that. Now, apply a bit more effort. With a retracted neck and claws gripping the edge of the tile, the foolish dog exerted all its strength. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor permeated the air, leaving Hua Jiu in a state of shock, as the atmosphere seemed to freeze in that moment. I instructed you to exert effort, not to pass gas, Hua Jiu exclaimed in fury. The foolish dog whimpered and crawled under the table, trembling in fear. Ultimately, Hua Jiu relinquished her attempts. The heavens are just, endowing the foolish dog with a beautiful exterior while simultaneously robbing it of intelligence. With no intellect remaining, what could she possibly expect from it? Exhausted in spirit, Hua Jiu consumed the fish soup prepared by Xiao Cha before retreating to the heated bed to meditate. Since her advancement, she had not adequately consolidated her cultivation. Once asleep, Hua Jiu's body relaxed, and the Tai Chi whirlpool within her dantian gradually accelerated its rotation. As the spiritual energy within the Hongming immortal city proved far more abundant than that of Yumeng Island, Hua Jiu could distinctly sense the spiritual energy flowing into her body through her nostrils with each measured breath. This energy was subsequently differentiated into the 5 elemental spirits as it passed through her internal organs, each stored within the distinctively attributed organs. The lungs represented metal, the liver embodied wood, the spleen signified earth, the kidneys symbolized water, and the heart illustrated fire. The 5 elemental spirits nourished the organs, allowing them to achieve equilibrium, after which any surplus would flow into the dantian, absorbed by the Tai Chi vortex and transformed into the duality of yin and yang. Ultimately, this dual energy coursed through her meridians, fortifying her muscles, bones, skin, and blood, mending the hidden injuries sustained from her prior failure in transcending. Her body remained vulnerable, barely able to withstand the foundational stage of cultivation, and ordinary elemental energy proved inadequate for her recovery. However, the dual energies of yin and yang exhibited a faint effectiveness. Indeed, the elder Taoist was correct. Without practicing the Zhilong Jing, she would find herself utterly helpless. Chapter 23. Encountering a bully on the road in the Hongming immortal city. The enforcement patrol was dining when the patrol members, with noodles dangling from their mouths, stared in astonishment at their captain. Old Old chief, you found out so quickly? The vice captain, Ji Qing, who had attained the 10th layer of qi condensation, inquired cautiously. It had only been 3 days since the disappearance of 2 cat demons within the city, and yet their leader had learned of this matter immediately upon entering. Who was the imbecile that had spoken? Ji Qing cast a cold glance at the 9 bewildered team members present. What do you know? Search the entire city for a cat bearing a white, orange, and black tricolor, with 4 paws treading on snow, 1 black ear, and 1 orange ear. Chu Jingnan's aura brimmed with malevolent energy, reminiscent of an underworld judge. Ji Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, boss, you are truly remarkable. You even know the intricate details. At that moment, Ji Qing regarded everyone around him as potential informants. What are you all still eating for? Get out there and find that cat thief. If we fail to capture this rascal within 3 days, be prepared for the boss to summon you for sword practice. A group of patrolling officers turned pale with fear, wailing and lamenting, hastily setting aside their bowls to grasp their swords, rushing out into the streets in pursuit of the cat thief. Exiting the Book C Pavilion, Hua Jiu raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding midday sun. Today, she donned the attire of a petite human girl, her height barely reaching the waist of an adult. Her ears were tucked within twin buns, and her hair ribbon danced in the breeze. Her attire transformed into a black, floor-length scholarly gown, draped over a wide-sleeved white shirt, with the hem of the dress and sleeves adorned with clusters of orange blossoms, clean and elegant. The skirt reached her knees, and she wore a pair of white, fringed ankle boots. Her amber eyes sparkled with clarity akin to glass, and her chubby face broke into a smile, revealing 2 tiny, pointed teeth, radiating cuteness intertwined with a hint of mischief. Mother, her dress is so beautiful, I want one too. A passing little girl pointed at Hua Jiu, pouting playfully. A trace of pride flickered across Hua Jiu's face as she swished her sleeves and departed, her tail unintentionally peeking out from beneath her skirt. Though her demonic aura was difficult to conceal, such attire could often prevent her from being scrutinized at first glance. This morning, she had painted a piece titled Infatuation featuring a foolish dog and brought it to the Book C Pavilion for sale. To her surprise, the proprietor, seemingly lacking discernment, nearly knelt before her, insisting she entrust the painting to the pavilion for auction, with the establishment taking a 10% commission. Subsequently, she made numerous inquiries regarding the whereabouts of Grandmaster Jiu Gue, professing to be acquainted with him. The proprietor, however, remained skeptical. In the end, she presented Hua Jiu with a jade token and a pouch of spirit stones, instructing her to return to the Book C Pavilion to sell Grandmaster Jiu Gue's authentic works in the future. The jade token served as a voucher, allowing Hua Jiu to collect the spirit stones from the auction after 10 days. The proprietor assured her that the auction proceeds would undoubtedly suffice for her to attend the Hongming Immortal Academy, which finally put Hua Jiu's mind at ease. As Hua Jiu strolled along the street, she examined the pouch of spirit stones. It contained a total of 50 second-grade stones, and she had also received a complimentary storage bag. With this newfound wealth, she would no longer have to live a life of austerity. She resolved to evict the idiotic donkey, lest it continue to bray so discordantly and spit upon her. Beneath a large tree by the roadside, the idiotic dog, masked with a kerchief, squatted in a tree pit. It raised its head and sniffed for a long while, then lifted its hind leg and began to engage in an unmentionable act. Its sword-like brows furrowed, and its starry eyes darted furtively in all directions. Upon spotting Hua Jiu, its eyes lit up instantaneously, and its ears perked up. It abandoned all decorum and dashed towards Hua Jiu on all fours, its trousers still undone. Hua bang! The idiotic dog tripped over its trousers and sprawled at Hua Jiu's feet, its bare buttocks exposed, its large, furry tail wagging gleefully. Jiu, play with me, play fetch. Hua Jiu felt that bringing the idiotic dog along was a mistake. What a waste of such a handsome face. Fortunately, there were few people around, and they were all preoccupied with watching the light curtain in front of the shops, so no one witnessed the idiotic dog's indecent exposure. Ordering the idiotic dog to pull up its trousers, Hua Jiu took it along for shopping and errands. The idiotic dog was not yet accustomed to walking upright, so it continued to hop along, supporting itself with its hands. Hua Jiu had grown weary of commenting on this, as long as it was happy. First, I must acquire a sunshade paper umbrella for Xiao Cha. She cannot remain sequestered within the inn indefinitely. The Hongming Fairy City boasts a ghost market at night, which would be an exhilarating experience for her to explore. Next, I shall procure some spirit soil for the radish, along with garments for the foolish dog. Most importantly, I need to obtain charms for self-defense. Spiritual tools are exorbitantly priced, starting at the 3rd grade Spirit Stone, which is currently beyond her means. The spells available for someone at the Qi condensation stage are rather limited and slow to activate, rendering it more practical to rely on her claws for convenience. Hua Jiu has grown apathetic towards learning. For a cat demon, agility and concealment techniques are paramount, innate advantages that can be honed and strengthened through practice, ultimately unleashing remarkable power. Although she harbors a strong disdain for the celestial sovereign, he has imparted a wealth of valuable knowledge to her. The techniques of the Ling Tian realm span the 4 grades of heaven and earth, with her previous studies never dipping below the earth grade. Among them, her greatest proficiency lies in the advanced earth grade technique, snow treading without a trace. As long as she resumes practicing this technique and combines it with her finely honed claws, even if she cannot overcome a threat, she can certainly evade it. Lost in her thoughts, Hua Jiu failed to notice the sudden commotion ahead as the crowd swiftly dispersed to either side. Make way, make way. Woof! The foolish dog barreled into her, pushing her aside just as a rampaging unicorn bull, having already sent 10 or more people flying, charged forth, poised to trample the foolish dog. In this dire situation, Hua Jiu had no time to ponder. Her brows furrowed as her fingertip beckoned towards the dog's tail. The foolish dog instantly felt something ensnare its tail, causing its body to momentarily lose control, yet managing to pull it out of harm's way just in time to escape the hooves of the unicorn bull. Never, under any circumstances, should one employ spiritual threads, echoed the warning of the elderly Taoist in Flower Nine's ears. Hastily, she dispersed the spiritual threads emanating from her fingertips. At that moment, a thunderous crash accompanied by the anguished bellow of a unicorn bull reverberated ahead, followed by a familiar voice. Little Gold, I thought you would protect me. But unexpectedly you fled at the critical moment. Climbing a tree by the roadside, Flower Nine beheld a delicate jade hand gripping the horn of the rampaging unicorn bull. The creature exhaled white vapor from its nostrils, its blood-red eyes filled with fury as it furiously scraped the ground, yet made no progress. The owner of that hand was a slender girl, not taller than the unicorn bull itself, her radiant face devoid of the feigned innocence and charm she once displayed. With one foot upon a frightened man, her gaze exuded the confidence of a tyrant. Was this not the golden ingot and that girl from Qishan City? The girl adeptly restrained the frenzied unicorn bull, roughly rubbing her nose before kicking the trembling golden ingot aside. Useless man, she declared, her demeanor reminiscent of a formidable leader. Lowering her eyelids and drawing upon her inner strength, she effortlessly lifted the entire unicorn bull and hurled it to the ground. Bang! Rocks shattered, and dust billowed into the air. The earth trembled in unison with the hearts of the onlookers. As the dust settled, a charming little unicorn boy sat in the large pit, sporting an expression of bewilderment, as if questioning his very identity and location. Bun Bun! Cried out a similarly horned girl, breaking through the crowd. The little unicorn boy leaped into the embrace of the woman. Mother, Bun Bun is scared. Do not fear. My child, for mother is here. At this moment, the patrol team of the Hongming Immortal City arrived. Ji Qing, with his hand resting on the hilt of his waist sword, gestured to his 2 subordinates to disperse the onlookers, and approached the woman cradling the child. Mad cow disease? Ji Qing queried, nodding toward the horned young boy. The woman's complexion paled slightly, and she instinctively shook her head. No, it's just something he ate. Ji Qing smiled knowingly, producing an abacus that clattered loudly, which he then rested on his arm. Spitting out the grass from his mouth, he asked, Do you prefer a public or private resolution? The woman looked utterly bewildered. Ji Qing clicked the abacus and continued, If it's public, he will be detained while we, the Patrol Institute, summon a physician to ascertain whether it is indeed mad cow disease. If it is, I regret to inform you that he must be sent to Mad Spirit Island for treatment, the expenses of which will be your responsibility. He will be released only when he recovers. Don't leave me, Mama. The child wailed, clinging to the woman with all his might. The woman patted the child's back, drenched in cold sweat. What about a private resolution? She stammered. A glint of insight flashed in Ji Qing's eyes as he glanced around, manipulating the abacus. Considering the damage to the street and public property, you will need to compensate at least 235 second-grade spirit stones. Additionally, for the labor of my companions and myself to repair the damages, that would be 10 second-grade spirit stones each, totaling 265 second-grade spirit stones. Just as Hua Jiu emerged from the crowd, he witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, How impressive! Who knew that robbery could be so civilized and considerate? His tone, filled with admiration, made Ji Qing's eyes twitch as he cast a sidelong glance at Hua Jiu, who stood at the front of the crowd. Little cat demon? A voice filled with surprise echoed, and as Ji Qing turned her head, her ears perked up, handing over the situation to her subordinates. She casually plucked a leaf and bit into it, resuming her appraisal of Hua Jiu. The girl who had just single-handedly felled the unicorn bull approached Hua Jiu with an expression of delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. In this unfamiliar place where she recognized no one, encountering a familiar demon invoked an inexplicable sense of warmth within her. "We meet again." The girl stepped forward to block Hua Jiu's path. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Jin Yuanbao attempting to flee amidst the crowd. Her expression shifted from sunny to stormy in an instant, and she swiftly produced a gleaming silver kitchen knife, hurling it forward. "Imposter! Dare to move again and see what happens." Her tone was as intimidating as a local thug's. Previously, El Ming had seemed delicate and adorable, constantly showering Jin Gongzi with praises, which had inflated his ego to an unbearable extent. Little did he know that this girl possessed such fierce tenacity. The world felt rife with malice. Was there no normal person left? Yet, at that moment, he began to understand why El Ming had suddenly changed her demeanor. It was because she had discovered his pretense of being Jin Lingzhou's Jin Yuanbao. Humans are so intricate, all wearing a multitude of masks. "My name is El Ming," she declared, "and I am here for the entrance examination at the Hongming Immortal Academy." "Look." El Ming waved her entrance badge before Hua Jiu, attempting to convey that she was not a villain. Before Hua Jiu could respond, bystanders began to murmur among themselves. "El? Could it be the El family from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? The El family that ranks alongside the Wu family of Songhai City at the pinnacle of the Immortal Cultivation family rankings?" Observing her formidable knife and extraordinary strength, they concluded. It must be. Indeed, the names of the illustrious duo from the El family, El Mau Mau and El Dodo, are indeed reduplicated, suggesting that such naming conventions are a hallmark of the El lineage. "I am not a member of the divine Ji Guel family. Dare to speak falsely again, and I shall bring dire consequences upon you," El Ming exclaimed, her foot stomping with fervor, shattering the tiles beneath her, causing passers-by to flee in terror. Hua Jiu was indifferent to any trivialities regarding the Mao duo or the cuteness of the situation. Her eyes widened with singular focus on one matter. "Why do you also possess a little red flower?" she inquired, pointing at the small red flower behind the characterling on El Ming's admission card. A blush crept onto El Ming's face as she placed her hands on her hips and replied with a grin, "Because I am formidable. My affinity for spiritual and demonic energies is at a perfect 10, according to the assessment rules of the Hongming Academy. Achieving a score of 10 in 2 categories grants one a little red flower." "Little cat demon, do you possess one as well?" "Humph." Hua Jiu, incensed, huffed in response and turned to leave. Initially, she had anticipated easily securing the top spot in the assessment, yet the unexpected emergence of El Ming, even if it was merely the first subject, had imposed upon her an overwhelming sense of pressure. This pressure had a name: poverty. "Forgive me, I am impoverished. I have let you down. I am worthless." As Hua Jiu departed, Ji Qing, who had been observing her from a distance, called over one of his subordinates. "Find out where that little cat demon resides. She fits the profile and could very well be our next target. Send a brother, or better yet, I shall go myself." "Vice Captain, should we inform the boss?" "Are you foolish? The boss is in a foul mood. Wouldn't it be better for us to quietly resolve this case? Do you really want to trouble the boss over such a trivial matter, or are you eager to practice swordsmanship with him?" "I dare not. I assure you that I will inform the other brethren, maintaining strict confidentiality, ensuring that the leader remains oblivious to this matter. Deputy, we shall await your promising news." Ji Qing spat out the leaf from his mouth, raising an eyebrow, and declared, "Just watch. If that cat burglar dares to show up, I shall reduce him to ashes." Once the patrolling team dispersed, order returned to the streets. Lu Ming, with a discontented expression, tugged at Jin Yuanbao's collar as she ventured into a dark alley. Chapter 25, the 25th Miao in Chouqing District. At the Hongming Academy's assessment hall, Hua Jiu had learned her lesson this time. She refrained from leaving on the first day of the test. Instead, she indulged in a hearty meal and a sound sleep at the inn, not emerging until dusk on the third day. By the time she arrived at the assessment hall, the crowd had thinned outside, with only a dozen individuals remaining in line, ensuring a swift conclusion. Unlike the previous occasion, this time the square of the assessment hall was adorned with a luminous screen displaying 2 extraordinary individuals of remarkable poise. The top candidate of the first assessment session was Long Qi, at the first level of Qi condensation. The leading contender of the second assessment session was Han Jiangxue, at the 9th level of body refinement. They were indeed formidable figures. Hua Jiu murmured to herself, her spirit ignited with determination. for she aspired to be the top demon of the third session. Hua Jiu located the two administrators from before, with only 3 candidates ahead of her. She quietly joined the line behind them. Yawning widely, she rubbed her eyes, peering with boredom at the ongoing tests. Following the previous session, less than half of the 500 participants possessed the qualifications for cultivation. The second test is derived from the first. If one chooses to embrace the dark path following the first test, there is no necessity to undertake the second test, as it evaluates the affinity of one's innate constitution towards the 5 elemental forces. The essence of demonic energy is unique and does not belong to the 5 elements. Rather, both spiritual and yin energies encompass the variations of these elements. Spiritual energy embodies the yang elements, while yin energy embodies the yin elements. When cultivators reach the stage of transformation into divinity, they must harmonize the 5 elements into the true essence of yin and yang, refining their nascent spirits into either yang or yin deities, thereby enabling their continued cultivation. However, all beings across the 6 realms, with the exception of the demonic race, inherently possess the energies of the 5 elements within their bodies, albeit in varying degrees, including mortals. For instance, some individuals are naturally fiery in temperament, indicating a robust presence of fire spirit within them, while others may exhibit abundant hair, signifying a strong wood spirit. Thus, the purpose of the second test is to delineate the order of elemental affinities, which subsequently determines the methodologies and attributes of one's cultivation. In this context, practitioners focusing on a singular elemental attribute tend to progress at a swifter pace than those engaging with multiple elements, and their techniques possess formidable power. However, it is crucial to note that single attribute practitioners lack the adaptability in combat that multi-attribute practitioners possess. Furthermore, single attribute cultivators often encounter obstacles during breakthroughs, which are not necessarily related to physical constitution, but rather to their comprehension of the interplay between the 5 elements, yin and yang, and the principles of the heavenly way. Due to their limited exposure to the elemental properties, single attribute cultivators find it challenging to grasp the transformations among other attributes, thus potentially hindering their progress compared to their multi-attribute counterparts. To enhance the probability of success in the transformative step of harmonizing yin and yang, profound mastery of elemental transitions is imperative. Consequently, single attribute cultivators are a rarity in contemporary times, unless constrained by their physical constitution. Indeed, there are practitioners who master all 5 elements from the very beginning. However, the multitude and complexity of the techniques and methods they engage with make it exceedingly challenging to maintain a harmonious balance among the 5 elements during their cultivation. The difficulty of achieving this balance often leads to psychological barriers, ultimately resulting in catastrophic failure. Consequently, the majority of cultivators tend to specialize in one element while concurrently studying 2 others. When it comes to the 5 elemental tribulations of the transformation stage, as long as one can mitigate 3 of the elements, the remaining 2 can be countered with magical artifacts or formations, thereby achieving a commendable success rate. Previously, the assessment of spiritual aptitude utilized the chaotic spirit-eating herb, and this time, Hua Jiu noticed a white mushroom placed on the table. A mushroom, presumably vegetarian. Surely it wouldn't pose a threat to her, would it? Hua Jiu tugged at her ears, which were concealed within her twin buns, scanning her surroundings. Originally, there were 5 lines of practitioners, but now only 3 remained. Those without a queue had begun to pack up and prepare to depart. At last, it was Hua Jiu's turn. Upon recognizing her, the 2 attendants' faces brightened with delight. "Ah, little cat demon, you have finally arrived. Quickly, take this 5-element spirit mushroom and let us assess your elemental aptitude." Before she could utter a single word, they thrust the mushroom into her hands, their eyes fixated on it with fervent intensity. So what if the neighboring group encountered someone with naturally balanced elements? Our findings shall surely not pale in comparison to theirs. Indeed, the secret methods of the L family from the Divine Mechanism Pavilion are nothing extraordinary. Little cat demon, why are you dawdling? Quickly infuse your spiritual energy into it. Grasping the mushroom, Hua Jiu realized they were referring to El Huaiming, and she understood that it would not be so simple. With this thought, Hua Jiu's expression darkened as she forcefully channeled her spiritual energy into the 5-element spirit mushroom. The quintuple spirit mushroom writhed in agony, endeavoring to extricate itself from Hua Jiu's grasp, its cap shedding tear-like droplets. It continued to weep as it absorbed Hua Jiu's spiritual energy. Hua Jiu had previously observed that she was presently unable to directly invoke the yin and yang energies. Spiritual energy entered her body, coursing through her 5 viscera before being stored in her dantian. When mobilized, it similarly traversed from her dantian to her 5 viscera, coalescing into a stream before exiting. The Hidden Dragon Sutra was inherently a cultivation method that simultaneously trained the 5 elements. The 5 elemental energies within Hua Jiu's 5 viscera had long achieved equilibrium. Thus, the mushroom exhibited 5 elemental balance. The 2 stewards exclaimed in unison, immediately drawing the attention of those nearby. The quintuple spirit mushroom was snatched away, and the 2 stewards erupted in laughter. Excellent. Now our double stipend is assured. Indeed, the Homing Immortal Academy has consistently maintained a regulation that stipulates that the 2 stewards who discover a promising seedling will receive a double stipend. This is intended to encourage them to diligently uncover each individual's latent aptitude, ensuring that no promising seedling is overlooked due to various factors. The 2 stewards imprinted a second small red flower upon Hua Jiu, earnestly exhorting her to arrive early the following day. Tomorrow's test will assess divine sense, examining its strength and flexibility. As a demon, Hua Jiu was naturally endowed with a divine sense superior to that of humans. Therefore, the 2 stewards presently perceived a glimmer of anticipated triumph. As for the final comprehension assessment, it is a written examination, while aspiration assesses perseverance, which typically does not significantly influence the ultimate outcome. You are being overly optimistic. Hua Jiu interjected abruptly, shattering the 2 stewards' reverie. What is the origin of the Liu family of the Divine Machine Pavilion? Have you forgotten? Having spoken, Hua Jiu grasped her admission card and stepped into the waning light of the setting sun, leaving behind 2 caretakers whose smiles shattered, ultimately collapsing into each other in a fit of tears. In the realm of Ling Tian, the renowned puppet master lineage of the L family descends from the illustrious ancestor L Liangren. What is a puppet master, you ask? A prodigy endowed with the ability to manipulate objects with divine consciousness from the moment they enter the world. Currently, the rising stars of Ling Tian, El Mao Mao and El Do Do, are said to have mastered the art of controlling 10 puppets for playful cavalry battles by the tender age of 5, and by 10, they commanded 20 puppets to collect protection fees. Now, as they stand at the peak of the Yuaning stage, the extent of their control remains a mystery. It is rumored that within their rank, only one adversary can withstand the combined might of the 2, a creature known as the blue-eyed 3-flower raccoon, the top bounty on the Ling Tian reward list. Presently, the duo, marked by the imprints of feline claws upon their faces, roams the world in search of the blue-eyed 3-flower raccoon to exact vengeance. The reward poster from the Divine Mechanism Pavilion also features a bounty for a pair of azurite individuals, which happens to be these 2. As twilight deepened, the ethereal floating islands above the Hongmeng immortal city shimmered with a dreamlike radiance. The streets grew increasingly desolate, with fewer people and spirits traversing them. Shopkeepers, one by one, took down the large crimson lanterns from their doors, replacing them with ghostly lights that emitted a green glow, while even the puppets stationed at the entrances transformed into skeletal figures. The night breeze swept through, rustling the leaves, casting an eerie green hue over the alleyways, enhancing the atmosphere of foreboding. Within the walls, beneath the ground, and upon the floating islands above, spectral cultivators, rarely seen during the day, began to emerge. These ghostly practitioners, naturally gifted with the ability to float, whizzed past Hua Jiu, their presence accompanied by chilling wails that echoed through the night. There were those who ventured out to purchase goods, as well as others who drove their vehicles to set up stalls. Before long, the once desolate street was bustling with life again, vendors selling incense and candles, steaming wontons, and paper figurines, their calls intertwining to create an atmosphere reminiscent of a vibrant night market infused with the fragrance of offerings. The tantalizing aroma of the unique delicacies wafting through the air prompted Hua Jiu to rub her famished belly. A great owl swooped down from the trees, clutching a field mouse in its beak. Upon landing, it transformed into a figure draped in a cloak of feathers, shaking off its plumage before devouring the remaining mouse in a couple of swift bites and disappearing into a shop. The enchanting night in the celestial city was imbued with an extraordinary charm. In her left hand, Hua Jiu held a skewer of candied eyeballs, while in her right, she clutched a fish cake, her face smeared with oil as she indulged, the tail of her dress swaying gracefully beneath her. Xiao Cha truly is something. Every day, she confines herself to the kitchen experimenting with recipes, while outside is so lively, yet she fails to take a glance. None of her dishes can compare to these delights. Hua Jiu continued to express her disdain for the taste while savoring every bite, eventually licking her fingers clean. How atrociously unpalatable. It was precisely because of such offerings that the divine mechanism pavilion held an unassailable position in the Ling Tian realm. Not far behind her, Ji Qing, dressed in casual attire, hastily slurped down the last bite of his noodles, tossing a spirit stone aside and muttering about the poor taste as he seized his dagger and hurried to catch up. Under the luminous moonlight, Hua Jiu resembled an ethereal sprite of the night, gliding through the air without leaving a trace. Each time her plump form took flight, it seemed as though it might collapse the very roofs beneath her, yet, upon landing, she descended in utter silence, not even bending the tender blades of grass atop the rooftops. As the feline traversed its route, a feral black cat materialized, squatting contentedly in the moonlight as it groomed its paws. Sensing Hua Jiu's approach, the ebony feline arched its back in a display of alarm. With a languid blink and flattened ears, Hua Jiu charged forward. Meow. In this confrontation, courage prevailed. The two leaping cats engaged in a rapid exchange of blows beneath the radiant moon, delivering a flurry of strikes in a matter of moments. Ultimately, Hua Jiu executed a forceful maneuver, dislodging the black cat from the rooftop. Establishing dominance over the fallen feline's territory with a disdainful meow, Hua Jiu resumed its swift journey. Meanwhile, Ji Qing, panting heavily, arrived at the scene. He leaned against the chimney, gasping for air. I can't believe I can't keep up with a plump cat at the first level of qi condensation, he muttered. This is a failure. After catching his breath, Ji Qing continued, leaning against the chimney, appearing utterly exhausted. The winter district is just ahead, he mused, anticipating that paw prints would be left in the snow, facilitating the pursuit. However, upon reaching the winter district, Ji Qing was met with a disheartening sight. The rooftops were covered in pristine, untouched snow. Overwhelmed with frustration, he nearly wept. A seasoned constable at the 10th level of qi condensation, the esteemed gold constable of the patrol, had lost track of a mere cat demon at the first level of qi condensation. Wiping his face and spitting out the chewed grass stem in his mouth, Ji Qing regained his composure. He had not yet failed. At least he knew the small cat demon resided at the Yak Inn. He could lie in wait there. Hua Jiu halted on a rooftop 3 streets away from the Yak Inn. Releasing the spiritual energy from its paws, it sank into a foot of snow, leaving only its twitching ears visible above the surface. Am I being followed? Her radar-like ears pivoted in tandem with her head across the snowy expanse, discerning the faintest of ambient sounds. 2 distinct presences, 2 separate vectors, each deliberately attenuating their footfalls. Was she indeed the quarry? Dislodging her head from its snowy recess, Hua Jiu shook off the accumulated flakes and, upon beholding the vast, vacant expanse before her, conceived a stratagem. Instantly, Ji Qing was galvanized. Recalling the lessons imparted during his tenure at the Enforcer's Academy, feline demons, he remembered, were characterized by an insatiable curiosity and a profound lack of circumspection. Ergo, they constituted the demographic most susceptible to unexplained disappearances. One particularly egregious case involved a juvenile feline demon who, having embarked on a mundane errand to procure soy sauce, vanished for a fortnight. When at last she was located, she was discovered a considerable 300 leagues distant from the celestial city of Hongmeng, ensconced within the domicile of a rural farmer, where she was profitably employed in the art of feline charm. Having secured for herself a permanent sinecure, she whiled away her days basking in the sun's effulgence, her existence one of untroubled repose. The incident left Ji Qing with the indelible impression that feline demons were, in essence, imbeciles. The very specimen he was currently tracking, he surmised, had undoubtedly been lured astray by some trivial enticement, or, worse still, had fallen prey to a feline pilferer. With meticulous care, Ji Qing followed the trail of feline paw prints, his vigilance heightened with each step. As he advanced, however, the imprints became increasingly sparse, compelling him to devote his undivided attention to their detection, oblivious to the changing landscape. It was only when he reached the terminus of the trail that he abruptly raised his gaze, only to find himself confronted by a figure clad in sable raiment and a concealing mask, adopting an identical posture before a solitary feline paw print. Their eyes met. Ji Qing, the figure in black. In a fleeting instant, Ji Qing, availing himself of the perspicacity that had earned him his reputation as a premier enforcer, discerned upon the back of the figure's hand the telltale markings of feline scratches, and upon the cuffs of his sleeves, the presence of tricolored down. This could only signify that this individual was, good heavens, a cat burglar. With a swift motion, Ji Qing drew his blade, striking fiercely. The cloaked figure's eyes widened in shock as he hurled a handful of snow at Ji Qing's face before swiftly retreating. The two immediately became entangled in combat, oblivious to the fact that they were engaged on the frozen surface of a river. A resounding crash echoed as both Ji Qing and the cloaked figure froze momentarily, their faces ashen. Before them, a symbol shimmered, and beneath their feet, the ice began to crack ominously. They exchanged glances. Ji Qing lowered his body, signaling for the cloaked figure to remain still. The cloaked figure rolled his eyes, as if to convey, "Stay still? Are you daft?" With a powerful leap, the cloaked figure propelled himself off the ground. Ji Qing barely had time to exclaim, "What the?" before the ice collapsed beneath him, plunging him into the water. In a moment of desperation, Ji Qing summoned the green vine to ensnare the cloaked figure's ankle, using his momentum to pull himself free. As Ji Qing leapt upward, an irresistible urge compelled him to glance into the distance, where he spotted a plump, three-colored cat perched atop a tree branch, yawning widely. With a flick of its paw, Ji Qing then witnessed another symbol of light burst forth from the thick blanket of snow. The following morning, in the enforcement hall, Ji Qing entered, his face pale and lips tinged with blue, shivering as he stepped through the doorway, unceremoniously tossing a bound pangolin into the courtyard. "Achoo! Achoo!" he sneezed, tearing off the aquatic plants from his head, and hoarsely called out, "Someone, please, prepare me a bowl of ginger soup." Prior to achieving the foundation establishment stage, the physical body is incapable of self-sustenance through energy alone and lacks resistance to extreme temperatures. After thrashing about in the icy river all night with this pangolin demon, Ji Qing felt as though he had glimpsed the panorama of his life, beckoning him towards the netherworld. Nevertheless, the night was not entirely in vain. He had finally apprehended the feline-abducting pangolin demon. "Deputy, what befell you to leave you in such a state?" Deshawn, from the kitchen, emerged wielding a large ladle. Ji Qing sniffled, pointing towards the pangolin demon on the ground, and said, "Perfect timing. Stew this beast into a restorative tonic for me. Where's the boss?" Deshawn hoisted the trussed-up pangolin, its body riddled with knife wounds, having already relinquished half its life. Deshawn ascended and promptly went to find the person. Ji Qing stood in the sunlight, attempting to dispel the chill, and recalled the plump kit he had seen the previous night. Ji Qing's eyes twitched, but he then shook his head. It was implausible that the emerald-eyed calico cat could be so corpulent. Meanwhile, the corpulent feline, Hua Jiu, was holding her number plate with visible displeasure, awaiting the commencement of the spiritual awareness test. Why, of all possibilities, was she positioned behind the detestable El Meng Meng? El Meng Meng beside her was brimming with excitement, incessantly tugging at her ears, stroking her head, and refusing to release her tail, rambling on without end. "My two elder brothers always tell me that cats are demons, but I think you are so adorable. You are the first cat demon I have ever encountered. Your ears are so soft, and your tail is so fluffy. I adore it." Indeed, the brothers are great deceivers. The cat is not fierce at all, but rather plump and enticingly soft to the touch. When Hua Jiu suddenly swayed to the side and softly collapsed onto the ground, LMNGMing, attempting to reach out again, was taken aback. "Report, she struck me." LMNGMing exclaimed in shock. "I did not," she protested, pouting in grievance. Lying on the ground, Hua Jiu raised her paw, displaying a tuft of my fur as evidence of the alleged assault. Instantly, all eyes, including Zhang Guancher's, turned towards LMNGMing's outstretched hand, revealing a trio of colors in her grasp. Hua Jiu sighed in resignation. Her recent salty diet had led to excessive shedding. Zhang Guancher regarded her with an expression that seemed to say, "What will you say now?" LMNGMing, almost in tears, stamped her foot, causing the ground to crack, nearly overwhelming Zhang Guancher. "I did not. I merely touched her a few times." Hua Jiu, trembling, hugged herself tightly. "Look, she has confessed. With such strength, even a stomp could shake the heavens. That I remain unscathed after her few touches is a testament to divine favor." "Oh, how frightful. Oh, mischievous little cat, why are you so wicked?" Hua Jiu tugged at her ears, feigning death on the ground. "What transpired? What is happening?" Li Guancher, in charge of LMNGMing, parted the crowd of onlookers and approached, glancing at the prostrate Hua Jiu. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Just as Zhang Guancher was about to speak, he was interrupted by Li Guancher. "LMNGMing, it is your turn. Hua Jiu next." Li Guancher patted LMNGMing on the shoulder, urging her to proceed with the test. As Lu Mingming departed, Hua Jiu swiftly rose to her feet, nonchalantly brushing off the dust from her body with her tail, resuming her place in line. "Zhang, the overseer, twitched at the corners of his mouth, while Li, another overseer, cast a disdainful glance at Hua Jiu before pulling Zhang aside, saying, "Do you have any idea of Lu Mingming's status? You have just offended her. Your double salary is hardly worth your life." "What status?" Zhang inquired, bewildered. The head of the Lu family, who, in her old age, was blessed with a daughter, Lu Maomao, and Lu Dodo's most cherished younger sister. Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. Is she truly that formidable? Then why has she come to our courtyard? Who knows? Perhaps she has grown weary of the Lu family and seeks a change of scenery for a while. Does this mean my double salary is truly gone? Li smirked with satisfaction. What do you think? Zhang appeared on the verge of tears. Hua Jiu gazed intently at Lu Mingming, recognizing her as the most formidable opponent she faced. She needed to surpass Lu Mingming just slightly, all while concealing her extraordinary psychic strength. Before Lu Mingming lay 10 stone locks of varying weights. The strength of one's psychic ability was measured by how much weight one could bear. Generally, those who had not practiced their psychic powers could only lift the first lock, weighing a mere 1 gene, or the second, which weighed 5 genes. Most spirits, due to the power of incense offerings, cultivated their souls, enabling them to lift the third and fourth locks, weighing 10 and 15 genes, respectively. Beasts, on the other hand, are born with innate psychic abilities, and those that have reached the stage of transformation can easily handle 20 genes. Some may even lift weights ranging from 30 to 50 genes. Among humanity, there exist exceptional cases, particularly those who practice the arts of puppetry and illusion. These individuals begin honing their spiritual awareness long before their formal training, resulting in a level of mental acuity that rivals that of mythical beasts by the time they embark on their cultivation journey. The esteemed Lu family of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion, the foremost lineage in the Ling Tian realm, and the Wu family from Songhai City are renowned for their mastery of spiritual techniques, said to be inherited from the revered Ling Tian Emperor. Lu Mingming's 2 elder brothers could manipulate heavy puppets weighing several hundred pounds by the tender age of 5. With such illustrious siblings as her benchmark, it would be a trivial feat for her to lift the heaviest stone lock weighing 100 pounds. As Lu Mingming rolled up her sleeves and twisted her waist to limber up, wait, why the need for such warm-up? Hua Jiu appeared utterly perplexed. After her warm-up, Lu Mingming confidently approached the heaviest stone lock, effortlessly tossing it into the air as she playfully juggled it, all the while expressing her dissatisfaction. "It's far too light. What is the challenge in this? I could lift 10 more with ease." Hua Jiu interjected. "Today's assessment is of spiritual awareness, not strength, correct?" Nearby, Zhang Guanshi struggled to suppress his laughter, remarking to Li Guanshi, "Did you forget to inform her about today's focus?" She was too preoccupied with playing with the kitten demon's fur to notice anyone else. With an impassive demeanor, Li Guanshi approached Lu Mingming and whispered instructions. Holding the stone lock, Lu Mingming elongated her tone. "Oh, I see. Don't worry. If 100 pounds isn't sufficient, I can simply call for something heavier. That won't be necessary." Lu Mingming's expression dimmed. "Why not?" Gently placing the stone lock on the ground, she murmured, "Because I cannot. I do not know how to utilize my spiritual awareness." "What?" The steward, Li, perceived that he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. It seemed preposterous that a member of the Lu family from the Divine Mechanism Pavilion would profess an inability to employ divine consciousness, akin to a man claiming an inability to urinate while standing. Chapter 28. Citywide Lockdown. How could a member of the Lu family from the Divine Mechanism Pavilion not be able to use divine consciousness? Steward Li inquired. Lu Mingming lowered her sleeves, murmuring with her head bowed, "That's why I said I'm not from the Lu family. I'm the Lu family's disgrace." Approaching Hua Jiu, Lu Mingming paused, leaning down to whisper into Hua Jiu's ear, "Even though you're wicked, I still like you very much. I'll touch." With lightning speed, she petted Hua Jiu's head and fled like the wind, her silvery laughter echoing. Like a simpleton, Hua Jiu, with drooping eyelids, scratched her head in vexation. She licked and rubbed her paws repeatedly until the scent of Lu Mingming's hand was completely gone, then exhaled in relief, feeling much more at ease. Next, Cat Demon Hua Jiu, Steward Li called out listlessly. Due to Lu Mingming's unexpected withdrawal, Hua Jiu felt carefree, confident of victory. She bounded up to Steward Li, tugging at his sleeve, and inquired, "What's the maximum weight that the most proficient divine consciousness tester can lift at present?" Steward Li pondered for a moment, then replied, "In the first session, Long Qi lifted 30 pounds, the best result. In the second session, although Han Jiangxue took first place, the best divine consciousness test was a little fox demon who lifted 50 pounds. Currently, The best result in the third session is 25 pounds. Why do you ask? Hua Jiu, having gained clarity, stepped firmly before the yellow line. With a slight shake of her ears, she dramatically raised her hands. Her index and middle fingers pressed against her temples, and her eyes widened as she lowered herself. The 50-pound stone lock quivered precariously off the ground. Hua Jiu intentionally held her breath until her face turned crimson, then grinned and inquired, "Is it done?" "I can hardly hold on." Li and Zhang, the overseers, exchanged glances, not quite expressing disappointment, yet lacking in surprise. 50 pounds was nearly the limit for a young spirit. "That's enough," Zhang declared. Hua Jiu dropped the stone lock with a thud and hurried over to present her admission card to Zhang, her bright eyes glistening with anticipation. Zhang performed a hand gesture to mark Hua Jiu with her third little red flower and then advised, "In the subject of divinity, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should secure first place. The comprehension exam in 2 days will be written, assessing your mental acuity and insight, so do not become too complacent. Should your performance in the latter 2 assessments falter, you might risk losing the top position. Remember to visit the Book C Pavilion to review past comprehension exercises." Hua Jiu accepted her admission card with a nod and set off towards the Book C Pavilion. As she walked, she noticed an increase in the patrol team along the route, clad in dark azure bat-patterned attire and wielding straight swords at their waists, exuding an air of authority. While they seemed to roam aimlessly, each individual possessed a keen gaze, with no movement in any corner escaping their watchful eyes. Hua Jiu stood by the roadside, listening to the murmurs of passers-by, only to learn that the one who had been stealthily stealing cats within the Hongming immortal city was, in fact, a pangolin demon. This creature had already been simmered into a nourishing stew by the Enforcement Institute. However, the Enforcement Institute suspected that the matter was not so straightforward. The pangolin demon undoubtedly had an accomplice still at large. Moreover, the past 3 months marked the period when the Immortal Academy was recruiting new students, leading to a mingling of various personnel within the Hongming immortal city, thus prompting an increase in patrols. She surmised that this pangolin demon must be a pet of a celestial being, and with its capture, its master was likely concealed somewhere, indicating that the Enforcement Institute had deduced the possible infiltration of lower-tier members of the celestial realm into the Hongming immortal city. This individual was either in the Foundation establishment or Qi condensation stage, should they be at the core formation stage. Entry into the Hongming immortal city would necessitate passage through the Yixian Alliance, which could easily verify any contracts with spirit pets. The chilling wind swept through, and the sky over Hongming immortal city suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, leaving one to wonder if rain was imminent. The oppressive atmosphere made Hua Jiu somewhat uncomfortable. The old Taoist had mentioned that within the Hongming Immortal Academy, safety was guaranteed, and once she entered, her worries would cease. Only 2 more rounds remained. It would be soon. Chu Jingnan, clad in black, stood at the center of the Four Seasons tree square in the Hongming Immortal City, leaning on his sword. His face clouded with tension as he scrutinized every passerby. Ji Qing dared not breathe a word beside him. Although their leader was not the highest in cultivation within the Enforcement Institute, he was undoubtedly the most formidable. On his first day at the Enforcement Institute, he had toppled the 4 greatest experts within, thereby establishing his authority, and apart from the director, none could reign over him. "Boss," the underling began, "or else I can gather all the cat demons in the city for you to inspect. Perhaps among them, you will find the one you seek." "That won't be necessary." Chu Jingnan declined. The absence of any news thus far suggests that Fatty Jiu has yet to arrive. Zhang Tian's current pursuit of cat demons within the city indicates their belief that Fatty Jiu is indeed within Hongming Immortal City. Paradoxically, this situation ensures Fatty Jiu's safety by remaining at large. To imprudently utilize the Patrol Institute's resources and assemble all the city's cat demons would risk revealing Fatty Jiu's absence to Zhang Tian, thereby thwarting our ability to apprehend this Zhang Tian operative. Chu Jingnan lamented, regrettably, the pangolin demon captured by Ji Qing, much like the wolf demon he rescued on Yuming Island, suffered a soul-shattering backlash from an internal restriction shortly after capture. Even a soul search by a high-level cultivator would yield no pertinent information. Lost in thought, Chu Jingnan rubbed his fingertip when suddenly an idea sparked. He turned to Ji Qing, his eyes narrowing subtly. Ji Qing shuddered, the blade of grass he was chewing falling from his mouth in fright. "B-boss, what are you planning? How well versed are you in the lore of cat demons?" Chu Jing inquired. Ji Qing recoiled, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Not particularly knowledgeable," he stammered. "Come with me," Chu Jingnan commanded. With a swift sword incantation, his long sword materialized, and seizing Ji Qing by the scruff of his neck, he leaped onto the blade. Together, they ascended, hurtling towards the great Dao Mountain, cloaked in ethereal mists, beyond the confines of Haming Immortal City. Chapter 29, the 29th Miao, Yellow Sand Island Assessment. Time, as is its wont, slipped away with haste, particularly during those days when Hua Jiu's routine consisted solely of slumber and sustenance. In 6 days, save for a brief foray 3 days prior to partake in a written examination, she remained ensconced within the inn, embracing a state of cozy hibernation. The climate of the winter city is exquisitely suited for nestling in the warmth of a heated Kong, lulled to sleep by the sound of swirling snow and wind outside. While one's cultivation subtly deepens in dreams, creating an unparalleled sense of comfort. Before venturing out, Xiao Cha dutifully prepared a bamboo tube filled with hot fish soup and a box containing an assortment of 5 flavors of dried fish for Hua Jiu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Cha's demeanor shifted to one of despondency, her hair obscuring her face, enveloped by a chilling aura that dripped down, transforming from water into a thick pool of blood. An exceedingly eerie sight. Do you disdain what I have prepared? Hua Jiu's pupils constricted, hastily responding, I'll eat. Having just finished breakfast, Hua Jiu rubbed her belly and swiftly polished off the offerings on the table. After the last sip of fish soup, she found herself perplexed at the lingering sensation of hunger. It is said that a ginger-haired cat is cursed by the cat demon, destined to become a glutton. Well, it's not my fault. It's all the ginger fur's doing. Once the food was consumed, Xiao Cha returned to her usual self, softly remarking, Hua Jiu must strive today. You too, Xiao Cha? Don't forget to remind Wang to practice transformation. Today's goal is to transform 100 times. Xiao Cha nodded, extracting a long-handled ladle from her body to brandish. Disobedience shall be met with punishment. With a sense of assurance, Hua Jiu stepped outside, her form swiftly transforming into a plump cat as she set foot on the snow, employing the technique of leaving no trace on the snow as she sped towards the autumn city. The early morning in the primordial fairy city was exceptionally tranquil, with only the distant calls of street vendors echoing through the alleys, fading gracefully like a mother's gentle summons, awakening one from slumber. Today's examination of Ji, encompassing will and intent, would take place atop a floating island above, continuing for 3 days. Upon the conclusion of this examination, the final results will be announced alongside those from the previous assessment. After arriving at the examination institute, the administrators summoned several ethereal centipede demons specifically tasked with transporting the selected cultivators to the floating islands, escorting a total of 246 chosen individuals. The wind howled in their ears as the elusive white cloud seemed almost within reach. Hua Jiu lowered her gaze, observing more flying centipedes carrying passengers, resembling ribbons soaring amidst the diverse allure of the floating islands. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, and darkness enveloped the surroundings as the centipedes plunged into the stormy clouds. Brilliant flashes of lightning flickered like jagged branches within the ominous clouds, eliciting startled gasps from several cultivators behind Hua Jiu. A few billowing clouds of black smoke approached, transforming into menacing ghostly cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage, deliberately twisting their heads or snapping their jaws to instill fear. Their laughter, a cacophony of eerie howls, followed the screams of the frightened. This is Inlay Island, where ghostly cultivators often temper their bodies amidst the thunderclouds. There is no need for alarm. The voice of the flying centipede resonated from ahead, its antennae gracefully waving in the air, scattering the ghostly figures in laughter. Emerging from the storm clouds, the scene brightened dramatically as Foundation establishment cultivators, wielding various flying artifacts, hurried past. To the left, the melodious strains of celestial music wafted from an island adorned with pavilions and towers, while to the right lay a desolate graveyard, filled with cawing crows, truly a testament to the adage that 10 miles can yield vastly different skies and landscapes. The destination is a desolate island surrounded by the floating islands of the Haming Immortal City, covered in yellow sand. From afar, Hua Jiu senses that the island is barren and devoid of life, with undulating sand dunes, save for a faint hint of green in the central depression. When a fierce wind sweeps through, it raises clouds of yellow sand, yet it remains contained within the boundaries of the floating islands. The celestial centipede alights before a row of stone houses at the edge of the sandy island. Although these stone structures appear haphazardly scattered amidst the sand, they are, in fact, arranged according to some profound principle, encircling a central flag that waves in the wind. Once everyone is gathered, The two overseers responsible for the assessment on the sandy island assemble all participants to explain the rules. This trial is one of survival. Upon entering the island, your energy centers will be confined, rendering you all mere mortals. A grand formation will protect you, so there is no need to worry about safety. All belongings must be relinquished, and each participant will receive a flask of water. Within the formation, 3 days will feel like 30, and the island will expand beyond what you currently perceive. Only upon reaching the crescent spring at the center of the sandy island will you have passed the trial. The final assessment will consider not only the order of arrival, but also the performance exhibited along the way. After the rules are explained, everyone lines up to have their belongings checked and surrendered. As Hua Jiu stands in line, an unexpected hand reaches out from an unknown direction and brushes against her head. "Meow," she exclaims, taken aback. Following a startled cry, Lu Mingming stood meekly behind Hua Jiu, clutching her face where the cat's claw had drawn blood. She mumbled, "Now I understand why my brother and the others were scratched. They must have been tempted to stroke the bi-eyed calico, just like I was. Yes, that must be it." Hua Jiu, eyes downcast, ruffled her hair, a palpable aura of dread surrounding her. The bear demon ahead of her, protruding belly first, insisted, "Truly, there is nothing more. My pouch is empty." The supervisor, dubious, scrutinized the bear demon's abdomen, holding a rat to it for a sniff. The rat immediately began to squeak. The bear demon's face twitched, and he reluctantly disgorged 2 jars of honey from his pouch, his swollen belly deflating noticeably. Only then did the supervisor grant him a flagon of water and allow him to pass. When it was Hua Jiu's turn, she surrendered her storage pouch, filled with protective talismans and spirit stones, to the supervisor for safekeeping. As she was about to proceed, the supervisor stopped her. He gestured to Hua Jiu's rotund belly and said, "With such a plump stomach, what else are you concealing? Hand it over now." Hua Jiu pinched the thick rolls of fat on her stomach and roared, "This is flesh, pure fat. Is it forbidden to be plump, meow? Forbidden, meow?" Witnessing Hua Jiu's near-explosive rage, the supervisor wiped the saliva from his face but still presented the rat to Hua Jiu's stomach for a sniff. The trembling rat curled into a ball. Hua Jiu shot at a murderous glare, and the rat, terrified, bit the supervisor's hand and fled in disarray. Lu Mingming, standing far behind Hua Jiu, covered her face and weakly offered, "She's not hiding anything. She's genuinely plump. I've pinched it." Chapter 30. The perilous collapse of the Great Formation. Hua Jiu, having filled her water jug, proceeded directly to the teleportation portal. "Hua Jiu, wait for me," Lu Mingming exclaimed, hastily pursuing her. Upon noticing this, Hua Jiu quickened her pace and dashed into the shimmering light of the portal, with Lu Mingming closely following. However, once inside, they were randomly displaced, making it uncertain whether they would reunite. As the last cultivator was transported, the portal's light gradually dimmed, revealing a miniature projection beneath the formation flag, showcasing the circumstances within and the positions of each individual. The 4 overseers present exhaled in relief, gathering their belongings in preparation for departure. As the projection was also visible in the assessment hall, "Stop that person!" A commanding voice reverberated, accompanied by a swift flash of sword light. At the moment the 4 overseers turned to heed the call, the blade of light swept perilously overhead, narrowly missing the formation flag. A figure, shrouded in a cloak, surged forward in a streak of escape light, pursued closely by 2 individuals. The bi-eyed, 3-flowered mongoose. One overseer gasped in astonishment, pointing at one of the pursuers. The petite and agile form, with its crystalline bicolored eyes and the golden bell jingling around its neck, could only belong to the long-missing bi-eyed, 3-flowered mongoose. The 4 overseers immediately braced themselves for confrontation, summoning their most powerful artifacts, causing the stone pavilion to radiate with brilliance as winds and sand whipped violently around them. Overseer Zhang drew his sword, declaring, "Capturing the bi-eyed, 3-flowered mongoose will grant us the death exemption token from the underworld." Overseer Wang cracked his whip, adding, "Seizing the bi-eyed, 3-flowered mongoose will reward us with a customized puppet from the Divine Machine Pavilion." Manager Li raised his shield, declaring, "Capturing the azure-eyed, 3-flowered raccoon will grant us access to the cave dwelling of the Golden Spirit State's return to Origin Island." Manager Zhao, with quill in hand, proclaimed, "Seizing the azure-eyed, 3-flowered raccoon will bestow upon us the celestial-level techniques of the Ease Immortal Alliance." The 4 managers, their eyes gleaming with ambition, raised their voices in fervent unison. "Capturing the azure-eyed, 3-flowered raccoon will lead us to the pinnacle of life. Brothers, rely on your own prowess." Various items flew towards the oncoming azurite three-flowered raccoon as if they were free of cost. Yet the figure cloaked in a cape effortlessly breached the outer barrier of Yellow Sand Island, rushing past the four managers. What in the world are you doing? Stop that rascal from the heavens. The four impassioned managers, oblivious to the coarse voice of the azure-eyed three-flowered raccoon, surged forward, unleashing all their strength to besiege it. Help! When will this transformation be undone? O leader! Zhu Jing'an, soaring on his sword, paid no heed to the encircled Ji Qing. Seeing the cloaked figure about to breach the soon-to-be-closed entrance of Yellow Sand Island, he was filled with urgency and instantly channeled all his demonic energy into the longsword in his grasp. With a resounding whoosh, the sword, infused with surging demonic energy, sliced through the air, targeting the cloaked figure. Boom! The explosion of demonic energy shook the very foundation of Yellow Sand Island, sending forth a dark wave that stirred the sands into the sky, which then cascaded down like a gentle rain. Cough, cough. Ugh, my eyes. A sudden sneeze escaped him, and as the sands settled, the four managers had one grasping Ji Qing's leg, another twisting his arm, a third locking his throat, while the last executed a monkey-stealing peach maneuver. The four individuals stood, utterly astonished, gazing at Ji Qing, whose complexion had turned pale and was on the verge of asphyxiation. Let me go. Ji Qing's other hand relentlessly struck the ground, his eyes bulging as if they might burst. Where is our bi-eyed three-flowered cat? Where have you hidden it? The four overseers released their grip on Ji Qing, rummaging through his person with an unsettling intent to strip him bare and dissect him. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Qing knelt on the ground, clutching his throat and guarding his precious gem, grimacing in pain as he coughed. Were it not for their status as overseers of the Immortal Academy, he would have dared to retaliate. After a prolonged moment, Ji Qing elucidated the situation. He had masqueraded as the bi-eyed three-flowered cat, only to be captured by Zhu Jing'an, who had lured many celestial beings into the trap. To Ji Qing's dismay, that individual proved to be exceedingly cunning, immediately discerning his ruse and fleeing. I knew it. How could it possibly be the bi-eyed three-flowered cat? Our humming immortal city's grand formation is not to be trifled with, Overseer Zhang declared solemnly, as if he had not been the first to utter the name of the bi-eyed three-flowered cat. Indeed, the bi-eyed three-flowered cat is unmistakably a female. How could it possibly possess those? Overseer Li added. Ji Qing, hunched over and gritting his teeth, retorted, Overseer Li. Wasn't it you who just now pilfered the peach? Oh no, the grand formation. Overseer Li exclaimed, abruptly turning towards the entrance of Hua Jiu Island. The other three overseers exchanged mocking glances. Overseer Li, your attempt to divert the topic. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a startling realization. The original entrance, nestled between two stone houses, was now in disarray, the structures having collapsed, blood splattered upon them. The formation flags crackled with electrical energy, emanating dark smoke, suggesting an imminent explosion. Zhu Jing'an leaned on his sword, panting heavily, his expression ominously dark. The four managers, pale with fear, hastily inspected the surroundings for any further damage, retrieving a plethora of tools to forcibly stabilize the crumbling formation. After much effort, they finally managed to temporarily steady the array. The four managers gathered before Zhu Jing'an, demanding accountability. Are you aware that there are 246 cultivators inside, the highest of whom is merely at the 5th level of qi condensation? Do you comprehend the value of this formation? Even selling you would not cover the losses. Do you realize how many esteemed disciples are among these cultivators? If something goes awry, even the Kunwa Sword sect cannot shield you. Do you know? Their tirade was abruptly cut off, as they concluded, in any case, you are doomed. Zhu Jingnan's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he drew his sword, slashing the air, unleashing a fierce sword aura that stirred the yellow sands. The four managers recoiled in fear, questioning, what are you trying to do? Zhu Jing'an coldly regarded them. Are you attempting to force my hand? The four managers swallowed hard. Combined, they were no match for Zhu Jing'an, a formidable swordsman of the Kunwa Sword sect. However, if he refused to take responsibility, they would face dire consequences. Force you? We witnessed it. You are the one who damaged this formation. Zhu Jing'an forcefully planted his sword into the ground, uttering through gritted teeth, if that is the case, I have no choice left. In the distance, Ji Qing quickly turned away, covering his face, thinking, oh no, the boss is about to unleash his ultimate move again. The Kunwa Sword cultivators are terrifying. Thud. I beg your pardon. I dare not again. The four managers were petrified with astonishment, rendered speechless for a moment. A sense of guilt even arose within them. as if they had ganged up to bully a young man and forced a man of unwavering resolve to his knees. Ji exhaled, gazing into the distance, fully comprehending the manager's sentiments. Indeed, he mused, the Come with Sword cultivators are truly formidable. He vividly recalled the first time he witnessed his leader unleash his ultimate technique, so astounded he'd forgotten his own name. Later, when he inquired about it, his leader replied with effortless cool, I, Hua Jiu, only ever bow my head to the weak. Kneeling before you is but a gesture of contempt. Ha! Upon deeper reflection, he pondered how few in this world possess the genuine magnanimity to refrain from bullying the weak, the true courage to bow before them. Come with sword cultivators, he mused. Their reputation is indeed well-deserved. Chapter 31. Unexpected encounter in the formation. Outside, scarcely a moment had elapsed. Within Hua Jiu Island, however, for days had passed. The vast desert stretched endlessly, a silent sea of sand. The eye encountered only the monotonous and despair-inducing yellow, rendering even direction indistinguishable. A fiery sun ascended higher and higher. Waves of heat shimmering from the desert floor, turning the air into a suffocating oven, making each breath a struggle. Meng trudged through the scorching quicksand, each step a laborious effort. Her delicate face was sunburned crimson, as if on the verge of cracking. Her lips were chapped and parched, wiping away a bead of sweat. Meng lifted the bamboo water gourd hanging at her waist, giving it a shake. Only half remained. She gently moistened her lips, too apprehensive to indulge in a hearty drink. After a strenuous climb up a sand dune, the unchanging vista before her ignited a sense of frustration and despair within Meng. The soft, yielding sand engulfed her dehydrated and weakened body, and with a misstep, she tumbled down the dune. It felt akin to rolling in molten lava, the sand scorching to an extraordinary degree. Coughing violently, Meng found herself sprawled in the sand. For 4 long days, she had encountered no one, and with no sense of direction, she could only pursue the sun's trajectory. In that moment, a twinge of regret washed over her for leaving home. Even being regarded as a taboo shame would be preferable to consuming sand in this desolate place. How hungry she felt. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged, sending grains of sand swirling, darkening the sky as whirlwinds lifted clouds of yellow dust, resembling smoke rising from the ground, swirling and racing across the desert. Meng hastily scrambled to her feet, though she had never personally endured such a harsh environment. She understood that if she did not quickly find shelter, she would be buried beneath the sand. Bowing her head, she ran aimlessly, nearly losing her sense of direction, solely focused on evading the sandstorm. After approximately half a day's relentless running, she finally succumbed to exhaustion, rolling down a high dune and plunging into unconsciousness. Uncertain of how long she had been unconscious, Meng felt a cool stream flowing down her parched throat, revitalizing her severely dehydrated body. She greedily drank until a sudden cough jolted her awake. As she opened her eyes, she was met with the cherubic visage of Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu? Meng exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy. In comparison to the scarcity of water and food and the intolerable heat, what she could not bear the most was the profound loneliness. Thus, at this moment, upon seeing Hua Jiu, Meng's heart erupted with fireworks. Hua Jiu tugged at her ears and tossed the water bottle, which contained but a sip of water, to Meng. Catching the bottle, Meng felt a wave of emotion, her eyes misting over. Did you save me? Are you truly sharing your water with me? Hua Jiu wore a disdainful expression, shifting the flask from behind her waist to the front, patting it lightly. That is yours. My water is not for you. Oh, what a disappointment, she lamented. Hua Jiu rose, sweeping the yellow sand off her body with her tail, gazing into the distance. This latrine is far too large. It is quite vexing. I have but 1 sip of water left. What shall I do next? Hua Jiu, may I accompany you? I am frightened alone. Meng looked at Hua Jiu with eager anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Jiu replied, My water shall not be shared. If you cannot keep up, it would be better for you to perish sooner rather than later. Hua Jiu, you are so kind. The others are great deceivers. The cat demon is truly wonderful and benevolent. Hua Jiu cast a glance at Meng, contemplating that if food and drink were utterly lacking, she could resort to consuming Meng's flesh and drinking her blood. A mere taste would not lead to death. Indeed, this seemed a viable solution. The pair, 1 human and 1 demon, resumed their journey. Meng observed that Hua Jiu appeared to know the way, as she would raise her head and sniff, discerning the direction with ease. What did you call me? The wind was too strong for Meng to hear Hua Jiu's words clearly. Hua Jiu pulled at her ears and extended her tail towards Meng. You are truly wonderful. Lu Mingming grasped Hua Jiu's tail and climbed to the summit of the sand dune. Hua Jiu scratched her cheek, realizing she couldn't discard this provision until she found a replacement. Truthfully, she didn't relish consuming humans, as demon flesh was far more palatable. "There's someone," Lu Mingming exclaimed, pointing into the distance. Hua Jiu followed her gaze and spotted a figure lying prone. Judging by the attire, it wasn't one of the cultivators participating in the assessment, but rather a menial servant from the Halming Immortal Academy. Hua Jiu's eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed toward the individual. Upon reaching the figure, she discovered it was a wolf demon clad in the attire of an academy servant. The wolf demon, as if sensing her presence, feebly reached out to Hua Jiu. "Water, please, a drop of water." Lu Mingming, who had caught up, instinctively reached for her water flask, intending to offer the last sip she had been saving to the wolf demon. "Hold on," Hua Jiu interjected. "What is it?" "He's on the verge of death," Lu Mingming replied. "Have you forgotten that we're in a trial?" Hua Jiu inquired. Lu Mingming paused, pondering the question. "Are you suggesting that the appearance of this servant here might be a test for us? This trial assesses our resolve and willpower. Enduring the desert tests our willpower. And whether or not we aid the servant tests our resolve. That only strengthens my resolve to give him water." With a flick of her tail, Hua Jiu snatched the water flask from Lu Mingming's grasp. "Has the sun addled your brain?" she questioned. Lu Mingming blinked her beady eyes, asking, "What do you mean?" Hua Jiu remarked that the outcome of this contest is significantly influenced by the order in which one arrives at Crescent Spring. If you provide him with water, yet fail to reach the spring yourself, you risk dehydration and ultimately perish. In such a dire moment, you would be deemed a failure and expelled from the contest. Lu Mingming blinked, pondering whether neglecting to rescue him was truly the right choice. What holds greater importance, reaching Crescent Spring or saving him? One constitutes half of the outcome, while the other represents merely a fragment of that same half. Hua Jiu pointed dismissively at the menial worker on the ground. Lu Mingming scratched her head, beginning to grasp the situation, but what should they do with him? Just leave him here? The wolf demon on the ground suddenly shuddered, beads of cold sweat trickling down the sandy visage. "This is unacceptable," Lu Mingming exclaimed. "Have you forgotten that we are within a grand array? All of this is merely an illusion created by the formation," Hua Jiu stated earnestly. Lu Mingming pondered. "So you mean to say that the figures we perceive might merely be phantoms conjured by the array, not reality? Just as our sensations of thirst and heat can distort time, turning 3 days into 30? Lu Mingming narrowed her eyes, swiftly brandishing a kitchen knife, cracking her neck, and inquired, "Do you prefer thigh meat or bone-in meat?" Hua Jiu stared in astonishment at the kitchen knife she had brought, oblivious to the wolf demon suddenly leaping up and vanishing into the vast expanse of yellow sand, as though pursued by unseen terrors. Goodness, what manner of beings are these? The initial narrative promised when he was recruited for labor was not this. Why has survival become so exceedingly difficult? So difficult. Chapter 32. Diverse answers in the examination room of the Assessment Institute in Autumn City. Master Fong, having completed the last written examination paper in his hands, set down his pen and stroked his grizzled goatee. He remarked to Master Yuan, seated at the opposite desk, "I never anticipated that among this cohort of examinees, one would achieve a perfect score. Even the final open-ended question, which lacks a standard answer, presented no flaws to my discerning eye. Remarkable indeed." Master Yuan, furrowing his brow as he held his examination paper, suddenly broke into a smile, shaking his head as he replied, "I have in my possession a rather intriguing paper as well. It contains 90 multiple-choice questions, yet astonishingly avoids all correct answers. The selections between the two options are so peculiar that even a mere guess would not yield such an anomaly. Clearly, this candidate has put considerable thought into it. The most fascinating aspect lies in the final question. I contemplated awarding her a few points merely as a consolation, yet I could not discern any basis for doing so. Curiously, amidst the nonsensical nature of her response, there appeared to be a hint of relevance to the current situation, showcasing her forthrightness. Intrigued, Master Fong rose and seated himself at the low table before Master Yuan, whereupon the two scholars placed their examination papers side by side for comparison. The content of the final question read, "In the wilderness, surrounded by desolation, you encounter a scene of magical combat. The assailants have departed, leaving a demon lying in a pool of blood. Both the assailants and the demon possess powers superior to yours. What course of action would you take to ensure the most advantageous outcome?" Master Yuan nodded in agreement, affirming that indeed, those who truly practice the dark arts yet maintain a righteous heart are few and far between, with the Kunwu sword sect being a notable exception. After all, the founder of Kunwu was himself a practitioner of the dark arts, yet possessed an unwavering sense of justice. Wielding the Su Tian sword to battle alongside the Emperor Ling Tian, leaving behind numerous tales of valor. Had it not been for that venerable ancestor's indifference to mundane affairs, even the Kunwu sword sect would have been managed by his spiritual pet, the nine-headed ghost car. Perhaps the realm of Ling Tian would have been graced with 2 human path saints. After a moment of contemplation, Master Fong first lifted the perfect examination paper, stating, "This candidate has meticulously considered every aspect. First, they ascertain whether the thieves have retreated, ensuring their own safety before investigating the fate of the demon. However, one must remain cautious, for the thieves may not be malevolent, and the demon may not be benevolent. Should the identity be discerned, the wicked should be vanquished, while the virtuous ought to be saved. If the identity remains uncertain, it is still prudent to ensure one's safety and deliver the individuals to a nearby town for the proper handling by the Yishan Alliance. Additionally, if the investigation reveals the demon is deceased, the body should be taken to the nearest town. If the individual is a wanted criminal, the case may be closed. While if they are a good person, efforts should be made to find their kin for a proper burial." This response is indeed exemplary. Master Yuan nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the comprehensive nature of the considerations presented. Not only does this approach safeguard oneself, but it also benefits the entirety of Ling Tian. In contrast, Master Fong must find the answer on this paper rather amusing. Together, they turned their gaze to the 0-point response, which read, "In the wilderness, I am famished and unable to move, with no one around to seek help. What a pity. I stumbled upon a scene of magical combat, wishing to assist. The thieves have fled. What a shame. The demon lies in a pool of blood, which cannot be wasted. I must quickly collect its blood to quench my thirst and save my life." Whether demon or human, those who have bled out into a pool are beyond salvation, thus concluding that the demon is indeed dead. Although the resources of the Ling Tian realm are abundant, we must not squander them, given that their cultivation surpasses our own. It is permissible to indulge in freshly roasted demon meat to satiate our hunger, while simultaneously absorbing the spiritual essence of the flesh to replenish our own depletions. Remaining vigilant against the possibility of an opportunistic return, dismantling the demon's sinews, bones, and skin to trade for spirit stones not only contributes materials to the forging industry of the Ling Tian realm, but also secures resources for our own survival. This, indeed, represents the most advantageous course of action. After perusing the response, Master Fong fell into a contemplative silence, while Master Yuan chuckled, remarking, "Behold, she has overanalyzed the question, arguing her points with fervor, yet her assertions leave me at a loss for words." Master Fong frowned, sensing an inexplicable peculiarity in this answer. Master Yuan pondered. If this scenario were true, and we encountered a dying demon, one whose cultivation exceeded ours, with no witnesses around, would we truly refrain from dismantling its body to exchange for spirit stones? It is essential to recognize that due to the rise of the demon clan, materials derived from demon beasts have become exceedingly rare. Thus, I assert that this student is overly candid. While I acknowledge that much of the situation may align with her perspective, such thinking cannot be unrestrained. Hence, I must assign a score of 0. After the 2 masters reached a consensus, they simultaneously unveiled the obscured name, only to be taken aback. To their astonishment, the top scorer was none other than the human cultivator, Lu Mingming. As a human cultivator, her benevolence towards demons speaks volumes about the exceptional upbringing provided by the Lu family of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion. Master Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "I never anticipated that the one advocating for the dismantling of demons would be the cat demon, Hua Jiu. As members of the demon clan, I truly find myself at a loss for words. It seems that the feline demon, Hua Jiu, may have endured some unfortunate experiences in her youth, leading her to prioritize satiation and self-preservation above all else. Otherwise, given the inherent solidarity among demons, she would likely act differently." Master Fong stroked his beard, remarking, "If memory serves, El Mingming received a score of 0 in the divinity round, while the feline demon, Hua Jiu, secured the top position. Does this mean they are now tied after this round?" "Indeed," another responded. "Whoever triumphs in this final round will ultimately determine the victor." However, Master Yuan and Master Fong exchanged a knowing glance, both contemplating the same issue, nodding in tacit agreement. "Sirs, a grave matter has befallen us." A cry erupted from outside. followed by the abrupt opening of the study door. The four stewards, Zhang, Wang, Li, and Zhao, crowded into the room, trailed by the two patrolling officers, Chu Jingnan and Ji Qing. The four stewards, each contributing a piece of information, apprised the two masters of the situation on Huangsha Island, ultimately stating, "Although the Grand Formation has been temporarily stabilized, we are unable to open the entrance, and a portion of its functions are undoubtedly disrupted. The specific extent of the disruption remains unknown to us at this time. Furthermore, to compound matters, the heavily wounded fugitive, pursued by the patrol team, has managed to enter Huangsha Island. Should the function that restricts cultivation falter, the individual, possessing an initial stage foundation establishment cultivation base, would pose a dire threat to the students within. Our only recourse is to promptly seek assistance from the Wu family's talisman array masters of Songhai City, who originally established the Grand Formation. Only they possess the expertise to repair it. We implore you, esteemed masters, to urgently report this matter to the Dean of the Academy and swiftly reach a decision." Affirmative. The Lu family of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion must be promptly notified. It is always preferable to inform them sooner rather than later, in case they can devise a solution. Chapter 33. The Curious Kettle. The 13th day, on the Yellow Sand Isle, a gale howled, and the sky was filled with sand, shrouding the world in twilight. Hua Jiu and Lu Mingming nestled behind a dune, seeking refuge from the sandstorm. Lu Mingming adjusted the cloth wrapped around her face, casting an envious glance at Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu had conjured a snow-white hood from the fur on the back of her garment, concealing her hair and ears. An orange fur scarf covered her face, revealing only a pair of clear amber eyes that darted around inquisitively. In contrast to Lu Mingming's disheveled appearance, akin to a refugee, Hua Jiu appeared as pristine as if she had just bathed. Lu Mingming leaned against the sand, finding that the storm, while fierce, shielded them from the sun, alleviating the oppressive heat. She massaged her stomach, which was cramping with hunger. They had consumed nothing since their arrival, and now even their water was depleted. Where, oh where, was Crescent Moon Spring? Hua Jiu's ears twitched beneath her hood. "It's no wonder you scrawny humans are destined to starve," she remarked disdainfully. "We demons are far more intelligent. We always store up fat on our bodies before winter. You've accumulated quite a bit even without winter," Lu Mingming muttered under her breath. Over the past few days, she felt as though she were floating when she walked, while Hua Jiu, apart from a slightly gaunt face and stomach, still ran and jumped with vigor. It seemed that gaining weight had its advantages. Hua Jiu flicked her tail, scattering sand onto Lu Mingming's face. "If you hadn't brandished that cleaver and frightened away my prey 8 days ago, would we have gone so many days without even sighting a demon hare?" El Mingming pouted in guilt. Sneaking a kitchen knife inside was indeed her wrongdoing. However, that knife had been her cherished toy since childhood, and since the overseers had not discovered it, she had simply brought it along. "Hua Jiu, may I have a sip of your water?" she implored, gazing longingly at the heavy water flask hanging from Hua Jiu's waist. Hua Jiu cast her a sidelong glance and retorted, "If you are thirsty, drink your own blood. If you are hungry, feast upon your own flesh. Is that even permissible?" El Mingming exclaimed in astonishment. Hua Jiu shrugged nonchalantly, asserting that as long as one could survive, consuming oneself was entirely acceptable. "If you cannot stomach it, you may find someone to barter with. You can eat her flesh, and she, yours. But do not hold your breath. My flesh is not for your consumption. Should you fall, I shall feast upon you." At her words, El Mingming's expression darkened momentarily as she fixed her gaze upon the calm profile of Hua Jiu, biting her lip. "Hua Jiu, have you ever done something like that before?" Hua Jiu raised an eyebrow and glanced at El Mingming, letting out a nonchalant hum through her nose. El Mingming felt an unexpected sting at the tip of her nose. Throughout these days, Hua Jiu had steadfastly supported her, never abandoning her amidst the harshest of circumstances. In El Mingming's heart, Hua Jiu had become her first true comrade in adversity, although Hua Jiu had urged her to stock up on provisions several times. El Mingming understood that beneath her sharp tongue lay a tender heart, for she regarded her not as mere sustenance, but as a friend. Hua Jiu, with a melodious voice, exclaimed, "Once we step outside, I shall treat you to a delightful meal at the finest restaurant in Xianqing. You may choose any dish from the menu, and as long as I, Lu Mingming, am here, you shall never go hungry. Therefore, as steadfast companions through thick and thin, your water is off limits. I might just bite you." Hua Jiu clutched the water bottle tightly, casting a fierce glare at Lu Mingming. In response, Lu Mingming covered her face and began to sob, lamenting, "The sisterhood depicted in books is all a ruse. As the howling wind and sand gradually subsided, they would soon be able to continue their journey. Sensing that the atmosphere had turned somewhat cold due to her antics, Lu Mingming pondered and asked, Hua Jiu, how did you fare in the last written exam? I have a nagging feeling that I did poorly. Hua Jiu rolled her eyes dramatically and replied with pride. I approached every question with utmost seriousness and even reviewed my answers thrice. This time, I am certain I shall achieve a perfect score. The top spot for the third round will undoubtedly be mine. You shall not dare to contest it. Humph. Oh, well? I scored 0 in the third round of the spiritual awareness test, so the top position is surely yours. If you do secure the top rank, may we become friends? Hua Jiu tilted her head and mused. As long as you refrain from randomly ruffling my hair, I shall consider it. Lu Mingming's face lit up with joy. All right. I promise I shall not ruffle your hair again. Except for all other parts of you, ha! With that, Hua Jiu swiftly climbed up the sand dune with agile grace, not forgetting to extend her tail to assist Lu Mingming in her ascent. However, with every few steps, Lu Mingming would sway, her strength nearly depleted. Raising her head, Hua Jiu twitched her nose, suddenly detecting a sanguine odor permeating the atmosphere. Yet, within this redolence, there was also an intense spiritual essence. Was it not the case that one would become a mere mortal devoid of cultivation within this locale? After a laborious journey of over an hour, Hua Jiu and El Mingming discovered a figure partially buried in the shadows of a dune, the sand to the right of their body stained crimson with blood. Someone! El Mingming exclaimed, her footing faltering as she tumbled down the dune. Hua Jiu reached the individual first. It was not a face familiar to her, nor could she discern their original cultivation level. Thus, it was not a cultivator participating in the survival trial, clad in black attire and a black cloak, nor a menial laborer from the Immortal Academy. Could it be a novel ruse? Save me, water, the person uttered weakly, their lips barely moving. Hua Jiu narrowed her eyes. Indeed, it was a time-worn stratagem, utterly unoriginal, exceedingly tedious, and utterly dull, mimicking a foolish canine. Hua Jiu began to dig at the sand with her hands, extricating the black-clad figure's bloody torso from the sand. El Mingming scrambled over, swallowing hard, her eyes gleaming. Another illusory trial? Hua Jiu nodded, tearing open the black-clad individual's sleeve and using sand to scrub the grime from around the wound. Seeing the continued flow of blood, she could not help but upturn the corners of her lips in a smile. El Mingming seized one of the figure's legs, stripping away the covering from the thigh. EW? So much hair. Couldn't they have conjured a cleaner illusion? The flesh is rather firm, though. As El Mingming raised her head, she suddenly saw Hua Jiu seize her water flask, uncorking it and pouring its contents downward. What are you doing? El Mingming exclaimed, momentarily stunned. The fine yellow sand trickled from Hua Jiu's water flask, revealing it to be utterly empty, as if struck by lightning. El Mingming suddenly recalled the copious amount of water she had consumed while unconscious that day. In contrast, Hua Jiu had carried the flask without taking a single sip. Hua Jiu's supply had been depleted long ago, yet when El Mingming felt on the verge of collapse, she would see Hua Jiu fiddling with the flask, reminding her that there was still water left, that the situation wasn't yet hopeless. Despite Hua Jiu's harshness, El Mingming believed she would not be abandoned if she were to faint again. This thought sustained her until today. Now, witnessing the yellow sand within Hua Jiu's flask, El Mingming felt as though her heart had been dealt a crushing blow. A sharp pain stung her nose, yet she couldn't suppress the tears welling up. Hua Jiu, you wicked feline, how could you deceive me so? I fear I'm destined to be in your debt for life. If my brothers ever speak ill of cat demons again, I shall silence them. Woe is me. Chapter 34. Awakening to calamitous changes. Qin Yu felt as though he had been cursed for 8 lifetimes. Having fallen into the trap set by Chu Jing'an, the notorious mad dog of the Enforcement Academy, he was relentlessly pursued. Finding neither sanctuary in the heavens nor refuge on earth, he barely managed to escape to Huasha Island, only to be gravely wounded by the mad dog at the last moment. Unfortunately, the island's formidable restrictions suppressed his cultivation, preventing him from even opening a storage pouch, let alone accessing medicinal pills for healing. Left with no other choice, he dragged his wounded body onward, hoping for some respite. Alas, excessive blood loss led to exhaustion, and he eventually collapsed in the desert, left to await rescue. Fortunately, he encountered 2 students from the Homing Immortal Academy. Such naive individuals, fresh from their sheltered lives, are easily deceived and possess an abundance of compassion, Qin Yu thought with a hint of disdain. If only he could feign a pitiful demeanor, they would undoubtedly part with their precious water and food, and subsequently lead him away from this wretched place. A sharp, Tearing pain surged from his wound, causing Qin Yu to gasp, as if he could hear the sound of water dripping into a container. Struggling to lift his head, he beheld a young girl in a white hood twisting his arm as if wringing out dough. The blood from his injury flowed like scattered beads into the water vessel below, creating a sound that sent shivers down his spine. Qin Yu's pupils dilated, and his vision blurred. He trembled as he asked, What are you doing? Hua Jiu cast a glance at Qin Yu but chose to ignore him. Instead, turning to the sobbing Lu Mingming and admonishing, Cry again, and I shall spill your blood as well. With that, as if to emphasize her threat, she viciously clawed at Qin Yu's already deep wound, causing blood to gush forth even more rapidly. The pain sent Qin Yu into convulsions, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Good heavens, this scenario felt entirely wrong. It seemed they were not here to save him. Lu Mingming sniffled, taking a deep breath as if steeling herself. She could not afford to fail here, otherwise her act of running away would become utterly meaningless. Thus, she resolved to persevere, convincing herself that consuming illusions and phantoms was a trivial matter for the sake of survival. She had to justify the precious water she had received from Hua Jiu. Let us treat this as merely a duck and pluck its feathers first. A prickling sensation assailed Qin Yu's leg. With a renewed surge of effort, he lifted his gaze, only to find another maiden clutching his leg, brandishing a cleaver as if contemplating the most advantageous point of dismemberment. Qin Yu's heart palpitated in sync with the cleaver's ominous dance, a profound unease settling upon him. This was an unmistakable prelude to being torn asunder. What could their motives possibly be? What grievance could justify such barbarity? Hua Jiu, perhaps we should await the exsanguination before proceeding with the incision. Lest we squander the vital fluid, Lu Mingming suggested, her gaze fixed on Hua Jiu. And perhaps, instead of merely squeezing the wound, a swift laceration across the jugular would expedite the process. Hua Jiu's ears twitched beneath her hood, and she cast a look of approval towards Lu Mingming. Before relinquishing the bloodless arm, her claws extended towards Qin Yu's neck. In a flash of desperate resolve, Qin Yu mustered his remaining strength to swat away Hua Jiu's hand. And with a final surge of adrenaline, he rolled away. Though his cultivation was suppressed, the inherent resilience of a foundation establishment cultivator surpassed that of a qi condensation practitioner. Qin Yu knelt, his gaze a mixture of defiance and desperation as he glared at Hua Jiu and Lu Mingming, before turning and stumbling away, clutching his injured arm. This time, Lu Mingming vowed, her eyes hardening, I shall not permit our quarry to elude us once more. Hua Jiu was about to give chase, when a corner of a pouch emerged from the sand. Her tail snaked around Lu Mingming's feet, sending her sprawling. Desist, Hua Jiu commanded, something is amiss. Fortunately, her mouth was shielded by her garment, sparing her a mouthful of sand. Lu Mingming, rubbing the grit from her eyes, demanded, why halt the pursuit? Without his capture, we shall endure days of starvation. A storage pouch? Hua Jiu mused. Could it be an inadvertent offering from our fleeing friend? In Mingming's heart, tumultuous waves began to stir, gradually leading her to a realization. We must leave at once. If he returns, we could find ourselves in grave danger. Hua Jiu handed her the tail and swiftly led her away from the dunes, carefully concealing their footprints as they walked. Finally resting in a relatively safe sand pit when the sun dipped below the horizon, Mingming's complexion had turned pale, her breaths came in ragged gasps, and she collapsed onto the ground, nearly motionless. Her lips were chapped and stained with blood, and her eyes lacked the clarity they possessed during the day. Hua Jiu, I feel as though I may not last much longer. Perhaps I should bleed a little more for you, when I am on the brink of death. I could leave this place, thus granting you a greater chance to endure until the end. As Mingming spoke, she retrieved a kitchen knife from behind her waist and aimed it at her wrist. You may not be able to escape. Mingming hesitated, while Hua Jiu crouched with her back turned, her gaze fixed intently on the distance. The night wind swept away the layers of sand, gradually revealing the edges of some fabric. Hua Jiu rushed over to clear the surface sand and, upon narrowing her eyes, discovered a lifeless body sprawled there. With a swift motion, she flipped the corpse, recognizing it as one of the students who had entered with them. The face bore the expression of despair from before death, likely succumbing to hunger and thirst, ultimately suffocated by the encroaching sands. Hua Jiu seized the water flask from the deceased's waist and shook it. There was evidently still half a flask of water within. Is it truly possible to perish here? Once she regained her composure, Mingming remarked. So that individual was not from the Immortal Academy. Something must have transpired outside. The formation has likely lost its original efficacy, correct? With a nod, Hua Jiu her fingers deftly manipulating the storage pouch, affirmed, "Indeed, the answers we seek may very well reside within this pouch. However, despite our confinement, our cultivation remains suppressed. And lacking ambient spiritual energy, how shall we access its contents?" Hua Jiu detached the water skin from her waist, shaking it gently. The blood of that individual possessed a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Only a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage or higher could possess blood so imbued. Ming furrowed her brow, murmuring, "Alas, my inadequacy. Were I capable of utilizing my divine sense, even under the array's suppression, a mere thread would suffice. I could employ the secret art of the L family's puppetry, guiding the spiritual energy within the blood to my own use, and then—" Her words trailed off as she beheld Hua Jiu, a drop of blood upon her brow, transforming into delicate tendrils that delved into the storage pouch. Retrieving its contents one by one. "How did you manage to open the storage pouch?" she exclaimed in astonishment. This was unmistakably a divine sense technique akin to puppetry. Could Hua Jiu also be a puppeteer? Chapter 35, The Esoteric Art of Human Puppetry. Ming, unable to employ divine sense herself, remained oblivious to the unique nature of Hua Jiu's technique. With survival paramount, Hua Jiu disregarded the old Taoist injunction against using human puppetry-related arts, for she saw no other recourse. The storage pouch contained pills, dharma artifacts, talismans, spirit stones, and garments aplenty. Hua Jiu tossed a set of clothes to Ming, urging her to replace her soiled and tattered refugee attire. Within the pouch lay over 50 Grade 3 spirit stones and more than 100 Grade 2 stones, which Hua Jiu left untouched within the pouch. A tome of advanced yellow-grade techniques, the Dustfall Sutra, belongs to the earth element. A flicker of concern crossed Hua Jiu's heart. If the grand formation that confines cultivation and spiritual energy were to fail, Hua Sha Island would indeed be an unparalleled haven for earth practitioners. She possessed but a single magical artifact, a round fan, a rarity in these times when only the affluent could afford such treasures. The fan's surface was crafted from the hide of a burrowing mouse, adorned within by a depiction of tumultuous seas and mountains. The exterior was covered with a layer of white mouse fur, with 4 tiny claws gripping the edges of the fan. And the little head of the burrowing mouse dangled above, its 2 prominent teeth clasping the top. Its slender tail coiled around the handle, while both the frame and handle were fashioned from the bones of the burrowing mouse. As Hua Jiu held the fan, an uncomfortable sensation enveloped her. The spiritual energy emanating from it was exceedingly potent, bordering on that of a high-quality third-tier artifact. Moreover, a trace of resentment lingered, indicating that this fan had likely been crafted from a burrowing mouse that had already undergone transformation and foundational establishment, possibly even flayed while still alive. "Hua Jiu, what troubles you?" queried Ming, who had changed into fresh attire and approached upon noticing Hua Jiu's somber expression. Hua Jiu set down the fan and shook her head, returning to examine the contents of her storage pouch. Among them were 5 third-tier talismans corresponding to the foundational stage, 1 each for gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Suddenly, Hua Jiu's claws trembled violently, causing a vial of medicine to tumble into the sand, her eyes widening in shock, reflecting a cold, eerie light in the darkness. Ming, puzzled, picked up the fallen elixir and sniffed it, wrinkling her nose in distaste. "What is this? It smells atrocious." Hua Jiu clenched her fist gradually, her voice low as she replied, "Spirit beast pill." "Spirit beast pill?" Ming exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't it strictly forbidden to contract spirit beasts in the Ling Tian realm? How could something like the spirit beast pill exist?" Hua Jiu's gaze pierced through the darkness towards the direction where she had encountered Yu. "The individuals we met earlier were from the Zanshan." "What is Zanshan?" Ming remained perplexed. Hua Jiu cast a sidelong glance at her and refrained from elaborating. It was only natural for someone like Ming, who had not traversed the outside world, to be unaware of Zanshan, especially since their primary targets for slaughter had been the demon clan, committing few atrocities against humans. The contents of their storage bags were entirely suited for the foundation establishment stage, which they could not utilize at present. Except for this vial of spirit beast pills, Hua Jiu poured out a dark and foul-smelling pill, feeling a wave of nostalgia. It had been centuries since she had consumed such a thing. Yet, in her early days, she had fought desperately in the beast arenas for a single spirit beast pill each month. Upon swallowing the spirit beast pill, a warm and sweet flavor blossomed in her constricted stomach, swiftly coursing through her limbs and meridians, dissipating the sensations of thirst and hunger, and invigorating her spirit. Hua Jiu handed a spirit beast pill to Ming, stating, "This is a concoction made from the blood and flesh of various demon beasts. Its effects are similar to those of the Bigu pill, providing sustenance equivalent to 10 days' worth of water and food. Even after achieving foundation establishment, demon beasts still require nourishment. It is their inherent nature. How could the people of Zanshan be benevolent enough to take the time to prepare food for their spirit beasts? Hence, this inferior spirit beast pill came into being." El Mingming frowned as she consumed the spirit beast pill. The taste was far from pleasant. However, the effects left her utterly astonished. "Ha ha ha, I feel like I could take on 10 of them now." Hua Jiu spread her clean clothes from the storage bag upon the sand. "Since you are so spirited, you shall keep watch while I take my rest," she declared. "Why do you have to sleep every day?" Lu Mingming mumbled. For the past few nights, Hua Jiu had succumbed to slumber, sometimes resting during brief pauses, and at other times relying on Lu Mingming to cradle her to sleep while on the road. If she were awake at this moment, she would certainly swat Lu Mingming's face with a paw, had it not been for her nightly repose. Utilizing the Zhelong Jing to internally consume the yin and yang energies from her dantian to sustain her strength, she would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. Unable to endure until now, it was only after entering the Yellow Sand Island that Hua Jiu uncovered another unique aspect of the Zhelong Jing. Despite her cultivation being restricted, preventing the influx of external spiritual energy and the release of internal energy, the yin and yang energies cultivated through Zhelong Jing continued to circulate within her body. It was as though she possessed two dantians, one filled with the 5 elements of spiritual energy contained within her organs, and the other, her Qi Si dantian, teeming with yin and yang energy. Thus, Hua Jiu had been endeavoring to break free from her constraints using the yin and yang energies. Initially, her intention was to sneakily travel faster using Ta Shui Wu Chun after breaking free. However, with the growing dangers within Yellow Sand Island, she now needed to devise a means of survival. In her dreams, 2 streams of energy, one black and one white, intertwined and coiled around each other, circulating according to the route prescribed by Zhelong Jing. Hua Jiu's consciousness gradually faded, and amidst the haze, she seemed to glimpse distant memories unfolding before her. The bright moon cast its silvery glow, enveloping the courtyard in serene tranquility. A man clad in white reclined languidly in a rattan chair. A green-eyed, 3-colored cat comfortably nestled upon his lap, purring contentedly as he scratched its chin, its tail curled around his wrist in blissful slumber. With one hand suspended in the air, a gentle smile graced his lips as his index finger beckoned, a nascent demon cultivator, trapped in the infant stage of their transformation, danced like a marionette, contorting into various ludicrous poses. Bound by a silencing spell, the demon could only emit muffled cries of anguish as its limbs twisted behind its back. "Since you are unwilling to voluntarily offer your nascent soul for my feline to refine into elixirs, I shall take the initiative to extract it for you." The man's voice was cold and merciless, his words sending the demon into a frenzy of despair, yet it remained powerless to control its body or the spiritual energy within. Under his manipulation, it pressed its hands against its dantian, gradually forcing its own nascent soul outward, even its desire for self-destruction thwarted. The fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted from the rear courtyard, where the green-eyed, 3-colored cat transformed into the guise of a young girl. Weary yet playful, she nuzzled against the man's arm, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "Father, your puppetry is truly remarkable." The man, his thumb caressing the cat's cheek, replied with a squinting smile, "In this world, only I possess the art of puppetry. Even the esteemed Lu family of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion cannot fathom its intricacies. Would you like to learn, little one? If you can teach it, then I wish to learn." The little girl clung to his arm, her emerald eyes sparkling with excitement. "Very well, if you can grasp it, I shall impart my knowledge to you." Chapter 36. The Mysterious Visitor Arrives, Autumn City, Assessment Institute. Master Fong fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the luminous screen at the center of the room, while Ji Qing paced back and forth, chewing on a blade of grass, nearly denuding the orchid that Master Fong had nurtured on the windowsill. Ji Qing scampered to Master Fong's side, squeezed in beside him, and pointed at the screen, inquiring, "What is the situation within? Can this batch of students endure until the end? Where is that scoundrel from the crowd?" Upon mentioning this, a shadow of sorrow crossed Master Fong's brow. 5 of them had already perished, all of whom were young and had not yet faced the trials of hardship. Moreover, at least half of the remaining students had reached their limits, most of whom were also human cultivators. In comparison, the survival instincts of the demon cultivators proved to be somewhat superior. Master Fong shook his head, expressing his concern that those who had reached their limits were likely in grave danger. However, what? Ji Qing pressed. Master Fong furrowed his brow. It is nothing. I am uncertain of how many functions of the Great Formation have malfunctioned. Perhaps that path is no longer viable. Ah, my fiery temper. I detest you old coots who leave things hanging, Ji Qing retorted, visibly displeased. At that moment, Master Fong suddenly tensed. Young friend, look quickly. Is that man not the thief from the crowd? Qing Yu glanced around, clutching his injured arm, and began to drink deeply from the bloodied wound of the mountain pig, subsequently consuming its flesh raw. Ji Qing's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly. It is indeed the scoundrel. Once I capture him, I shall grind him to pieces and feed him to the dogs. The esteemed Master Fong could no longer bear to observe the scene. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, he turned away from the spectacle. The Great Formation had now been entirely sealed off, leaving the scholars within to fend for themselves. He was destined to be the first to reach the Crescent Spring, yet alas, it lay merely 100 miles ahead. This indicated that Qin Yu was perilously close to the spring, a locale characterized by its cool climate and lush vegetation. Even if he could not escape, the waters and fish therein would suffice for his recuperation. After a moment of solemn tribute for the fallen scholars, Master Fong meticulously surveyed the surroundings of the Crescent Spring. Presently, 3 teams were distributed in the cardinal directions around the spring, each not too far from it. Should they join forces, they might stand a chance against the multitude of bandits, for none possessed the ability to wield spiritual energy. What of Lu Mengmeng from the Divine Mechanism Pavilion? Ji Qing inquired. I recall encountering her on the street. She single-handedly subdued a rampaging unicorn bull. Such innate strength surely lies beyond the constraints of the formation. Master Fong's eyes gleamed with renewed hope as he immediately began searching the luminescent screen. It was not long before he located Lu Mengmeng, traveling alongside Hua Jiu, a mere 50 miles from the Crescent Spring. Strange. She appears unscathed and in splendid spirits, he remarked. Regardless, Master Fong, is there a way to facilitate a meeting between Lu Mengmeng and that scoundrel? They are both powerless mortals. With her tremendous strength, she could easily overpower him. Ji Qing suggested. Are you truly advocating for my sweet sister to engage in such brutal actions? Have you grown weary of life itself? Master Fong retorted. A chill surged from the soles of Ji Qing's feet to the crown of her head, and cold sweat suddenly trickled down her forehead. Those 2 malevolent voices could only signify one thing. Oh no. The Great Formation's barrier was on the verge of collapse. If the heavens were to fall, the inhabitants of the island would be in grave peril. Amidst the swirling yellow sands, stretching endlessly into the horizon. On the 23rd day within the confines of Yellow Sand Island, the pace of Hua Jiu and L Mengmeng quickened, unperturbed by hunger or thirst. Hua Jiu poked her fluffy cat head out from the fabric bag behind L Mengmeng, raising her tiny nose to sniff the air. The scent of the tide grew stronger with the wind, and the terrain had descended significantly from its initial height, now leading them further downward. Meow. With a paw pointing ahead, L Mengmeng nodded and tightened the straps of her bag, continuing their swift journey. Hua Jiu recalled that Crescent Spring lay in the depression at the heart of the desert. As long as they followed the scent of the tide and proceeded downward, they would surely find it. Along their path, they had encountered a corpse, though the water flask was missing, likely taken by someone else, indicating that others had traversed this route before them. Consequently, over the past few days, Hua Jiu did not stop to rest at night. While she slept, L Mengmeng carried her on her back, pressing forward, with their supplies serving as their steed, a situation that pleased Hua Jiu immensely. She sensed that the reality of their inability to leave Yellow Sand Island had begun to dawn on some, and the journey ahead would only grow more perilous. The threat stemmed not only from the environment and that ominous figure in the sky, but also from fellow students akin to themselves. Just yesterday, they had encountered 3 students lying in ambush along the path, attempting to seize their water flask. Naturally, Hua Jiu and L Mengmeng rose to the occasion, teaching them a lesson in righteousness with their fists. Had it not been for Hua Jiu, they would not have merely been buried in the sand. Upon escaping the swirling sands, a robust and towering figure emerged ahead, trudging through the desert with a person slung over its shoulder. The moment LV Mengmeng glimpsed the wolf's tail trailing behind the individual, she instantly recognized him. Hua Jiu, the wolf demon we encountered for the first time. Hua Jiu peered forward, yawned, shook her ears, and then leapt down to transform into a young girl. The wolf demon was no mere illusion. It was worth investigating. Hua Jiu took the lead, while LV Mengmeng grasped her kitchen knife and hastened to follow, prepared to defend against any potential assailants. No one could dare bully Hua Jiu under her watchful gaze. Not even her brothers. Hua Jiu quickly caught up, and the imposing figure, sensing someone behind, tossed the wolf demon into the sand and turned to look. The wolf demon choked on the sand, and, upon seeing Hua Jiu rushing towards him, all color drained from his eyes. It was her. "Brother bear, run. If you don't, she'll devour you." The wolf demon scrambled away, but his tail was caught under the bear's foot. The bear demon gruffly exclaimed, "You ran away, and now I'm hungry. What should I do?" The wolf demon, stunned as if struck by lightning, turned to the bear and trembled, asking, "Bear, brother bear, what does your hunger have to do with me?" Chapter 37. A glimpse of hope amidst shadows as they drew near. Hua Jiu recognized the bear demon as the one who had been ahead of her, concealing 2 jars of honey in his pouch. Hua Jiu lingered at a safe distance, while the wolf demon was pinned down by the bear demon, burying its head in the ground like an ostrich, trembling in fear. "Please don't eat me. Please don't eat me. Wolf meat is rather unappetizing. Please don't eat me." "Are you the cat demon, Hua Jiu?" The bear demon immediately recognized her, as Hua Jiu had evidently gained a modicum of fame through the recent trials. The bear demon was tall and sturdy, with 2 round ears adorning its head that lent it a somewhat endearing appearance, its fluffy black coat marked by a white stripe across its chest, reminiscent of its original bear-like form. Hua Jiu nodded and gestured towards the wolf demon. "May I inquire something from him?" "It's either an exchange or nothing at all." She tugged at her ear, considering how useful the rather foolish and adorable Lu Mingming was as a mount, deciding to keep it. From her pocket, she produced a spiritual beast pill, deceitfully claiming it to be a fasting pill, which she offered to the bear demon. The bear demon sniffed it with a look of skepticism. Hua Jiu then placed one into Lu Mingming's mouth, and he swallowed it without hesitation. After consuming it, he found it indeed effective, prompting the bear demon to break into a hearty smile and generously share his stored provisions with Hua Jiu. The greatest obstacles on Hua Jiu Island were hunger and thirst. With these threats alleviated, they could become comrades in adversity. As twilight descended, the group sought a sheltered spot to rest. The wolf demon, encircled by the 3, hugged itself in fear, glancing at the 3 faces, which appeared shadowy and foreboding, their silhouettes elongated by the moonlight, swaying ominously in the howling wind. "I ask you, what is your mission on Hua Jiu Island?" Hua Jiu inquired. The wolf demon trembled and lamented, "I shall speak. I will reveal everything. Even if I receive no remuneration in the end. Please do not devour me. I am unwell, and consuming me will lead to an upset stomach." Hua Jiu and Lu Mingming exchanged glances, and at that moment, Lu Mingming realized that Hua Jiu had known from the outset that this wolf demon was no mere illusion. The intention was to ease her heart, hence the deception. Hua Jiu was truly remarkable. She had never encountered such a benevolent cat demon before. Disturbed by the overwhelming gaze of Lu Mingming's admiration, Hua Jiu shifted away, tracing a line in the earth with her tail to create a boundary. The wolf demon, wiping away its tears, continued, "The Immortal Academy has employed many demons and humans, including myself, to test you. We have all consumed fasting pills in advance. The Academy instructed us to feign impending death to see if you would come to our aid. If you chose to assist us, we would provide guidance to the correct direction of the crescent spring. This is a compass. Examine it for yourselves." A palm-sized compass was tossed before the trio, and the bear demon swiftly snatched it up, exclaiming, "No wonder you always seem to know the way." "And what happens upon reaching the crescent spring?" Hua Jiu inquired. "Once you arrive at the crescent spring, you will be able to leave. There exists a teleportation array there," the wolf demon timidly responded. "I am asking about you. If you had not encountered anyone willing to assist you, would you also exit through the teleportation array at the crescent spring?" Hua Jiu pressed. The wolf demon cautiously glanced at Hua Jiu, noticing the narrowed eyes radiating a murderous intent, and promptly replied, "I shall speak. I will reveal everything." The wolf demon produced a small wooden plaque, no larger than a palm, trembling as he handed it to Hua Jiu. There was an auxiliary passage for servants at Crescent Spring that the unrescued could use to escape with this token. "I have heard that this is also an emergency route in case of issues with the teleportation array, should a significant malfunction occur. This passage could indeed provide a means of escape." "This is wonderful, Hua Jiu. We have a way out," exclaimed Lu Mingming joyfully. The bear demon, curious, fixed his gaze on the wolf demon and pulled him closer, demanding, "What else are you hiding? Show everything." "There's nothing left, nothing at all," the wolf demon replied. Hua Jiu examined the token, recognizing it as excellent news. Despite the prolonged absence of the Celestial Academy's personnel to capture them, The presence of corpses indicated that the array's functionality had become problematic. This emergency passage was their sole opportunity. Noticing the bear demon's considerable strength and robust defense, Hua Jiu recounted the situation in detail to both him and the wolf demon, omitting any mention of the Celestial Academy, referring only to a fugitive pursued by the Inspection Institute. The name of the Celestial Academy alone was enough to instill terror in most formidable demons, let alone the current small demons, who were no different from mortals. Once we have rested, we must set off quickly to investigate that emergency passage, Hua Jiu declared as he rose from the ground. Suddenly, a resounding boom reverberated through the sky, a brilliant flash of lightning cleaved the heavens, and the entire space trembled. A fierce wind surged, raising clouds of dust all around. Stunned and sprawled on the ground, Hua Jiu gazed upward. The sable firmament was marred by arborescent fissures of pallid light, ceaselessly extending, becoming increasingly alarming, as if the entire sky were on the verge of collapse. Concurrently, Hua Jiu seemed to hear a pop within her, as if something had shattered. Hua Jiu, I believe I can sense spiritual energy, murmured Lu Mengmeng. Lying prostrate beside her, Hua Jiu turned her gaze toward the bear and wolf demons, who also closed their eyes in contemplation. The bear demon nodded. The cultivation confinement is gradually losing its efficacy. A wisp of spiritual energy can indeed be sensed. A sense of foreboding enveloped Hua Jiu's heart. Crack. The celestial rift continued to expand. Hua Jiu curled her tail around the compass lying on the ground, casting a glance at it. We are approximately 100 li from Crescent Spring. If we hasten, we should arrive in 2 to 3 hours. Observing Lu Mingming's sluggish pace, the bear demon nudged her onto its back, carrying her as they fled for their lives. At this juncture, the confinement on their cultivation, like the sky, had merely begun to crack, not yet reaching the point where they could fully restore their powers. Otherwise, among the four, Lu Mingming, with her third level of chi condensation cultivation, would certainly not need the bear demon to carry her. The bear demon, with its long strides, quickly caught up with Hua Jiu. As Hua Jiu ran, she turned her head to see Lu Mingming so comfortable, and her face immediately filled with displeasure. Hua Jiu leaped onto the bear demon's back, nestled possessively in Lu Mengming's arms, and, clutching Lu Mengming's hand to protect herself, meowed at Lu Mengming before falling asleep once more. This should break the cultivation confinement, right? You can sleep at a time like this. Hua Jiu, you incorrigible sluggard. El Mingming's voice of complaint was scattered amidst the chaotic wind and sand of the night. Chapter 38, The Third Meow, The Sound of the Abacus. Chapter 37 is related to the work. Simply open the directory and turn to the top to see it. The main text has been obscured and cannot be released, so I must beg your forgiveness. 100 miles away, the heavens shattered and the earth quaked, sand and dust swirling, yet the tranquility of Crescent Spring remained undisturbed. Qin Yu cupped a pool of spring water in his hands, causing the iron-backed fish beneath to scatter in alarm. The water was refreshing and cool, penetrating to the heart, dispelling the arid heat of the desert, leaving Qin Yu's mind increasingly clear and his gaze ever more piercing. Crackle. The sound of firewood exploding resonated, and the aroma of tender meat being roasted wafted through the air. Qin Yu rose and approached the bonfire beneath the crumbling wall, turning the meat skewered over the flames. Before glancing at the young lord beside him, whose leg he had just broken, "What did you just say your name was?" Qin Yu asked coldly. Dabo. I am Jean Dabo, the young man stammered, clad in dark golden finery. He was none other than the golden ingots who had been previously deceived by El Mengmeng and subsequently beaten soundly. Jean Dabo was devoid of his earlier arrogance, his face now pale. As he struggled to swallow, his heart filled with immense sorrow and panic at the sight of the rabbit meat roasting over the fire. Just half an hour ago, this pile of rabbit meat had still been a small and adorable rabbit spirit, its soft voice whispering in his ear, "Young master, you are truly kind. Little Rabbit likes you so much, I will surely take you to Crescent Spring." Qin Yu took a large bite of the roasted rabbit meat, while Jean Dabo clenched his fists, turning his head away, biting his lip hard, his eyes misting over with tears. Qin Yu cast a glance at Jean Daba, who was voraciously devouring rabbit meat, and scoffed. "What are you pretending for? As if you have never tasted rabbit before." "That is different," Jean Daba retorted through gritted teeth. Qin Yu took another generous bite. "What is so different? It is all rabbit, all meant for consumption. Once transformed, they become demon folk," Jean Daba lamented. "Demon folk are indistinguishable from humans. How can they be compared to ordinary rabbits?" He continued, "In the current realm of Ling Tian, the majority do not abstain from meat. It is merely that in the eyes of many, Those who cannot transform are regarded as ordinary wild beasts and livestock, suitable for consumption. The transformed ones are deemed demon folk, along with those grass demons and material spirits who possess intellect and have undergone the baptism of the heavenly way, making them no different from humans. To slay them is akin to committing murder, let alone consuming them. Is it not the same as feasting upon human flesh? Even among the demon folk, this sentiment prevails when faced with other races. Of the wild beasts in the Ling Tian realm, only about 30% can transform into demonkin, while the remainder is ample for sustenance, unless absolutely necessary. Demon clans would not resort to consuming their own kind who have achieved transformation. It is akin to how mortals, who cannot cultivate, are viewed by demonkin as no different from beasts that cannot transform. Occasionally, they may also fall prey to be hunted for food. However, mortals have always lived in fortified communities, displaying remarkable unity, unlike the demon folk, who predominantly interact with their own kind. Thus, incidents of demon folk hunting mortals are rare, whereas humans hunting wild beasts are relatively common. Self-deception and extreme hypocrisy. Under the heavenly way, since there exists a multitude of species, there must inherently be a hierarchy. Those who cultivate should stand at the pinnacle of the heavenly way. As for the ghost and corpse clans, which are largely derived from humans, let that be a topic for another time. The demon, monster, and spirit races are fundamentally different from our own. Their hearts are bound to be at odds with us. For humans to share the vast and beautiful land with them is nothing short of self-destruction. Tears welled in Jean Daba's eyes as he remained silent. Qin Yu's gaze flickered, and suddenly he tore off a rabbit leg and tossed it into Jean Daba's embrace, his eyes narrowing with a glint of coldness. Eat this, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I will end you right now. As his words fell, Qin Yu's dagger was forcefully plunged into the ground, its gleaming blade casting a bright reflection onto Jean Daba's face. The heavy aura of murderous intent pressed down upon Jean Daba's shoulders, sending a chill through his being. Though he sensed his confined powers slowly returning, with one leg broken, his recovery was insufficient to match Qin Yu's strength. He did not wish to perish. Trembling, he stared at the rabbit leg in his arms, visions of the rabbit demon's smiling face flashing before him. Her ears, sometimes upright and sometimes drooping, were particularly endearing, and the dimples on her cheeks made his heart race. Young master, little rabbit is so foolish. Please don't laugh at me. Yet, with a fierce determination, Jean Daba took a bite of the rabbit leg. The savory meat felt like wax in his mouth, his stomach churning with nausea, but he swallowed it all nonetheless. Tears streamed down his face as he silently pleaded, "I'm sorry. I'm just a coward, a weakling. I want to live. I do not wish to die. I am afraid. Please forgive me." Qin Yu sneered, having recently spoken with righteous indignation, yet now he had consumed it. How did it taste? Was it not far more exquisite than ordinary rabbit meat, infused with an indescribable flavor? Jean Dabo discreetly tucked the remaining bones into his sleeve. His voice choked with emotion as he asked, "I've eaten. What more do you want?" Qin Yu, having cleaned the grease from his hands with fine sand, inquired, "Nothing much. I merely wish to ask, who among the students entering this time has the most distinguished background?" Jean Dabo immediately thought of Lu Meng. Although there were several second and third generation cultivators with considerable backgrounds in this third session, none could compare to the Lu family of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion, which stood leagues apart. The memory of being thoroughly beaten by Lu Meng lingered painfully as he clutched the bones in his sleeve, akin to a sword piercing through the darkness within him. With a shadowy gaze, he replied, "There is indeed someone from the Divine Mechanism Pavilion named Lu Meng." Qin Yu halted, his eyes widening in surprise, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. He murmured softly to himself, "Such a significant figure. The Lu family of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion is not someone I can provoke. Even the Celestial Sovereign would tread carefully around them. What should I do now? If I do not wish to harm their life, perhaps I could use them as leverage to secure my departure." Gradually, Qin Yu's expression steadied, and a plan began to form in his mind. He added some firewood to the flames and casually asked, "Are there any cat demons among this batch of students?" Jean Dabo glanced at Qin Yu, who was engrossed in tending to the fire. Assuming curiosity was at play, he replied, "There is one." "Really? What is its coat like?" Qin Yu raised his head. The wooden stick in his hand fell to the ground as he urgently questioned, "Is it a black-eared and orange-eared one, with 4 paws treading upon snow and a pair of jade-green eyes?" Jean Dabo nodded and then shook his head. "Its eyes are amber. The rest matches your description." Qin Yu pressed her lips together, her eyes shining with an astonishing brilliance. The azure eyes were the most distinctive feature of the tabby cat, which could be concealed to some extent, but all other traits aligned perfectly, indicating that this cat demon must indeed be the azurite three-flower tabby. If she could locate the celestial being's azurite three-flower tabby this time, he could escape his idle existence in the humming immortal city, perhaps gaining access to the core divisions of the celestial realm and acquiring superior cultivation resources. Jean Debo initially intended to comment on how Hua Jiu was as round as a ball, but upon witnessing Qin Yu suddenly enter a state of intense exhilaration, he swallowed his words. Chapter 39. No one shall depart. When Lu Mingming and her companions arrived at the crescent spring, the rift in the sky had been left far behind. Lu Mingming gently tugged at Hua Jiu's chin, saying, "Hua Jiu, we have arrived." Hua Jiu, with a lazy flick of his whiskers, kept his eyes shut, pawing at Lu Mingming's hand to push it away before clutching her clothing, continuing to purr in deep slumber. Lu Mingming gazed at Hua Jiu's soft belly, covered in a layer of fur, and an impish boldness surged within her. She reached out and poked Hua Jiu's belly. The moment her finger made contact, she was overwhelmed by the softness, her heart melting instantly, her gaze turning misty with delight. "So soft," she murmured, biting her lip in excitement, cautiously prodding again. The warm, plush sensation blossomed at her fingertips, enveloping her in an inexplicable sense of happiness. Suddenly, a surge of immense power erupted from Hua Jiu's belly, catching Lu Mingming off guard and sending her flying. The bear demon that was carrying them was also flattened into the sand, as if a mountain had fallen upon it. "Awoo!" The bear demon cried out, its colossal form stirring up clouds of dust, startling the wolf demon into a hasty retreat to observe from a distance. As the swirling sand settled, the rotund Hua Jiu was perched upon the back of the bear demon, disdainfully licking its belly fur. Her amber eyes sparkled like stars in the night, emanating a light that was both captivating and fearsome. Lu Mingming hunched over in the sand, clutching her dantian with a pained expression, feeling a powerful current of energy surging chaotically within her body, beyond her control, as it rushed toward her dantian. The bear demon emitted muffled groans of agony, experiencing a similar plight. The languid call of Hua Jiu echoed melodiously into the distance. Both Lu Mingming and the bear demon felt a tremor in their dantians, as an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy broke free from its confinement, flooding through their bodies and nourishing their long dry meridians, prompting them to emit contented sounds. After a brief moment, Hua Jiu leaped down from the bear demon's back, and together they transformed into human forms. Lu Mingming sat up, stretching her limbs to channel the revitalizing energy, exclaiming in delight, "Hua Jiu, I have fully recovered. My cultivation at the 3rd level of qi condensation is restored." The bear demon grunted in agreement. "So have I. I am back at the 2nd level of qi condensation." What was that energy? It was astonishing. Hua Jiu narrowed her eyes, although she could not directly harness the energy of yin and yang when the confinement was shattered. This energy had dispersed, flowing into Lu Mingming and the bear demon, aiding them in breaking free. "We must leave quickly. This place is utterly filthy." Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Lu Mingming and the bear demon ceased their reflections on recent events, each channeling their energy to hasten their entry into the Crescent Spring ruins. Although the thirst has subsided, the sight of the pristine emerald spring amidst the vast, desolate desert still stirs the heart with excitement. The bear demon, with a burst of speed, dashes into the Crescent Spring, splashing about like a child who has never played in water before. With a mighty slap of his paw, 2 iron-backed fish leap into the air, only to be caught in his jaws and swiftly devoured. It has long been said that the iron-backed fish from Yellow Sand Island are the most delectable, and he finally savors their taste. The wolf demon, more reserved, squats by the spring, sipping water delicately. Lu Mingming also rushes over to wash her face, instantly feeling refreshed. Meanwhile, Hua Jiu leaps atop a crumbling wall, crouching there to meticulously sniff the peculiar scents in the air, smoky embers, the metallic tang of blood, and the savory aroma of roasted meat. Roasted meat. Hua Jiu's ears perk up, filled with longing. Crack. The sound of dry twigs snapping underfoot. Who goes there? Hua Jiu and Lu Mingming call out in unison. It's me. Do not strike." A somewhat familiar voice calls out from behind the distant wall. Lu Mingming grabs a kitchen knife and stands cautiously beneath the crumbling wall where Hua Jiu is perched, her gaze fixed on the distance. Jean de Bayo limps into view from behind the wall, blood trickling down his right leg, his complexion as pale as snow, his gaze wandering. Recognizing him, Lu Mingming breathes a sigh of relief and lowers her knife. "So it is you. What were you doing hiding there?" Jean de Bayo glances at Hua Jiu, the bear demon, and the wolf demon, his eyes reflecting a struggle. Finally, he bites his lip and says, "Miss Lu, I have something to discuss with you." It's about. Could you come over to listen? I'm having difficulty moving. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Mingming agrees, as she is somewhat familiar with him. What are you doing here all alone? How did you injure your leg? Now that you are here, why don't you go outside? The barrage of 3 questions rendered Jean de Beos's face even paler, a hint of panic and fear crossing his features. Observing the bear demon and wolf demon retreating in another direction, Jean de Beos hesitantly attempted to move forward. I have only just arrived here. But I could not locate the teleportation array, hence I was unable to leave. And then my leg. Lu girl, save me. Jean de Beos suddenly cried out. Lunging forward. In an instant, a colossal hand of sand erupted from the ground behind him, seizing his injured leg and violently slamming him against the distant wall. Crash! The wall crumbled, and Jean de Beos fell unconscious, blood spilling from his mouth. The sandy hand, swift as a dragon, aimed for Lu Mingming and Hua Jiu. Just as Lu Mingming prepared to intervene, Hua Jiu leapt into action, her claws flashing with silver light. It's you, Lu Mingming exclaimed in surprise. Qin Yu sneered. What a coincidence. I was just pondering who the little thief attempting to steal my storage bag might be, and it turns out to be you, Lu girl. Truly a double boon, saving me considerable effort. As the words escaped his lips, Qin Yu's gaze shifted to the shadow of Hua Jiu on the wall. His brow furrowing in realization. Previously unaware of her cultivation level, he now recognized that the creature seeking to draw his blood was, in fact, a cat demon. Qin Yu glared at the unconscious Jean de Beos, muttering, to be this fat and still dare claim to be a bi-eyed 3-flower tabby. Far inferior to the celestial lord's tabby. Hua Jiu stumbled, nearly losing her balance and toppling from the wall. El Meiming stood resolutely before Hua Jiu, whispering, Hua Jiu. You must flee at once. He appears to possess only the strength of the 5th level of chi condensation. I can still handle him. You must find a way to seek assistance. Humph. Neither of you shall escape today. Qin Yu bellowed, as the yellow sand at his feet surged violently, revealing 4 grotesquely mangled corpses, victims of his merciless slaughter, both human and demon, who had arrived at Crescent Spring ahead of time. Chapter 40. The 40th Meow, a collaborative assault by Hua and Ming Hua Jiu. Go quickly. El Meiming declared, brandishing her sword with unwavering determination. Not hearing any movement behind her, she turned her head slightly, only to find that Hua Jiu's figure had vanished. A wave of panic coursed through her as she frantically searched the surroundings, spotting Hua Jiu fleeing in haste. She cried out, Hua Jiu, how can you truly leave? Shouldn't good friends share both joys and sorrows? With that, El Meiming unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the debris before her and hurling it towards Qin Yu. Before turning to flee, wait for me, Hua Jiu. Don't leave me alone. Bang. The stones were crushed to powder beneath the grip of Qin Yu's sand-like hands. He twisted his neck and sneered, Miss L, if you obediently accompany me, I shall spare your life. Do not force me to take drastic measures. With a contemptuous laugh, Qin Yu swiftly formed seals with his fingers before commanding quicksand. The ground trembled violently as it transformed into a devouring quagmire, and El Meiming found herself ensnared. Unable to find purchase as she sank directly into the abyss. By unfortunate coincidence, as Hua Jiu leapt into the air, he was seized by the tail that El Meiming had instinctively grasped, yanking him down from midair. Hua Jiu exclaimed, You foolish girl. 2 individuals, one large and one small, were swiftly engulfed by the quicksand. Beneath the surface, it seemed as though countless hands were incessantly tugging at their feet, rendering them powerless to struggle. Binding. With a swift gesture, Qin Yu compressed the quicksand, the immense pressure causing both Hua Jiu and El Meiming to emit a cacophony of cracking sounds from their bodies. As if their very essence was being squeezed out, their faces flushed and breathless. They were entirely ensnared beneath the sand, with only their heads exposed. El Meiming cast a remorseful glance at Hua Jiu, apologizing, I had no idea you truly intended to flee. I thought you were determined to confront him. Hua Jiu, infuriated, felt her ears quiver with rage, glaring at El Meiming. If I could run, why would I fight? Knowing full well I stand no chance. Unlike you, I don't possess a pig's brain. Qin Yu approached with an air of disdain, squatting before them, mocking, the L family of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion. Hardly impressive. With a surge of defiance, El Meiming shouted, I will not allow you to insult the L family. It is I who am ineffectual, not the L family. In my presence. Both El Meiming and Hua Jiu declared in unison, exchanging a glance that conveyed an unprecedented understanding of each other's thoughts. They knew that retrieving their storage bags would surely lead to their liberation, and then they could. Whose domain is this? Qin Yu inquired coldly. Her domain. Are you toying with me? If so, do not blame me for resorting to lethal measures. Qin Yu, furious and humiliated, Her expression fierce, drew a dagger from her sleeve and aimed it at Hua Jiu's neck. As Hua Jiu's pupils constricted, the claws buried beneath the sand were poised to break free. Suddenly, the sand before Lu Mingming erupted violently, and a dainty fist soared upward with the force of 1,000 pounds, crashing mercilessly into Qin Yu's face. With a resounding thud, the air exploded, and Qin Yu, who had dismissed Lu Mingming entirely, was propelled like a cannonball, crashing through a dozen earthen walls. Before the crescent moon sprang, a cloud of dust enveloped the scene. Cascading down in a tumultuous flurry, Lu Mingming stood transformed amidst the swirling sand, cracking her fingers with a sharp sound. Her face obscured by a scarf that was whisked away by the wind, revealing a countenance radiant as the blazing sun. Yet, in her willow-like brows and apricot-shaped eyes, there lingered a fierce glint reminiscent of a bandit or rogue. My mother said that a girl should embody gentleness, even if she could defeat 10 foes. She must feign a fear of being toppled by the wind. My brothers refer to this as pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, she mused. Her gaze fixed on the dullard before her. With a delicate gesture, Lu Mingming pointed at Hua Jiu, then raised her thumb towards herself, declaring, "If you dare to harm her, I shall teach you how to write the character for death." With that, she turned with striking elegance and winked at Hua Jiu, her lips curling into a mesmerizingly playful smile. "Do not fear, little Hua Jiu. No one can bully you in my presence." Hua Jiu's eyes widened in astonishment, her vertical pupils narrowing to their utmost limit. In that moment, Lu Mingming exuded an oddly incongruous yet strangely familiar aura, conjuring images of two fools who always stood atop their perches, their proclamations akin to declarations, only to be left with scratched faces at her hands. From the ruins, Qin Yu rose, half of his face a grotesque, swollen mess smeared with blood, presenting a ghastly and terrifying sight. Rage boiled within him, igniting a fury that was unmistakable. "Well, very well, since you are determined to seek your demise, I shall grant your wish today." A resounding thunder echoed through the night sky as a vivid flash of lightning illuminated the sinister visage of Qin Yu, causing Hua Jiu's heart to tighten instinctively. His aura surged rapidly, previously at the 5th level of qi condensation, now nearing the 7th. Hua Jiu couldn't help but gaze skyward, where fine bolts of lightning wove a web across the heavens, signaling an ominous collapse of the sky above. If this continued, Qin Yu would regain his foundational state in the blink of an eye. Beneath Qin Yu's feet, the sand boiled like water, countless sand serpents coiling and hissing ominously, darting towards Lu Mingming with the swiftness of lightning. Hua Jiu emerged from the sand pit, witnessing Lu Mingming nearly submerged to her calves by the tide of serpents, their numerous mouths gnawing at her legs, siphoning her meager spiritual energy to fortify themselves. Lu Mingming, drenched in sweat, struggled desperately, unable to escape the encirclement of the serpents. What a malevolent technique. Qin Yu stood amidst the yellow sand, fingers forming intricate seals, the air around him swirling as a sinister grin slowly crept across his lips. "I wonder how long you can endure." With a thunderous shout from Qin Yu, hundreds of sand serpents abruptly merged into a colossal python, hissing as it coiled around Lu Mingming's slender waist. Lu Mingming let out a muffled grunt, abandoning her weapon to strike at the gigantic serpent with all her might. However, her fist sank into the sand, and upon the python's body bursting apart, the grain swiftly reassembled to ensnare her once more, leaving Lu Mingming in a state of utter despair. Hua Jiu glanced up at the sky, certain that someone was observing from outside. Yet if he did not rescue Lu Mingming, she was as good as lost. With this realization, Hua Jiu's eyes darkened, and she surged forth like an arrow unleashed, heading straight for Qin Yu, who was maintaining the spell in the distance. "Insolent little insect." Qin Yu sneered, his fingers twitching slightly. Instantly, a massive hand of ochre sand erupted from beneath his feet, seizing Hua Jiu in midair. Bang! The water flask containing Qin Yu's blood, which was secured at Hua Jiu's waist, ruptured, splattering her face. The crimson liquid instantly stained the sand hand, dripping down in a macabre cascade. A triumphant glint flickered within Hua Jiu's clear amber eyes, and the drop of blood at the center of her brow appeared particularly bewitching amidst the silvery radiance. Abruptly, Qin Yu shuddered as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening in shock. The force emanating from him, along with the sand constricting Lu Mingming, abruptly dissipated. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Desperate battle against a ruthless foe. Hua Jiu. Seeing Hua Jiu ensnared, Lu Mingming rushed over anxiously, wielding her blade with fierce strokes. The sand hand clutching Hua Jiu was cleaved in two with a single blow. As Hua Jiu fell, Qin Yu turned his gaze towards her in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You are So it was you all along. Ha ha ha, even the heavens are on my side. Qin Yu roared with laughter, his gaze upon Hua Jiu burning with intense excitement. Hua Jiu spat out the sand in her mouth, feeling exasperated by Mingming's foolishness, and lashed out at her with her tail. Are you daft? Instead of seizing such a prime opportunity to strike him, why did you rescue me? Mingming's blow inadvertently severed the strands of spiritual energy hidden within the sand, which Hua Jiu was using to control Qin Yu. To comprehend the immense difficulty she faced in controlling Qin Yu at this moment, one must acknowledge that, had it not been for her fortunate circumstances, having previously studied Qin Yu's techniques and understanding the distinctive qualities of his spiritual energy and the flow of his qi, coupled with the utilization of his blood as a catalyst, she would have been utterly incapable of employing the puppet technique. The puppet technique governs inanimate objects, while the doll technique commands the living. The doll technique encompasses a broader spectrum and is far more intricate than the puppet technique. It is certainly not something one can master and execute with ease. She was merely relying on her current spiritual awareness, which could rival that of a foundational cultivator, and was notably more refined, allowing her to attempt such a feat, albeit at the peril of being detected by both Qin Yu and those lurking outside. Mingming pouted in frustration, while Qin Yu once again deftly manipulated his fingers to cast his spell. Hua Jiu's gaze sharpened as she seized Mingming's kitchen knife and thrust it into her hands. As long as he is alive, your attempts to save me will be in vain. Do you understand? Mingming nodded earnestly, brandishing the knife as she charged towards Qin Yu. At that moment, Hua Jiu suddenly realized the pressing necessity for a partner with whom she shared a tacit understanding. Mingming seemed beyond saving, yet fortunately, she still had Xiao Cha and the foolish dog. Although they were presently weakened, they remained utterly loyal to her. Collapse, Qin Yu bellowed, causing the ground beneath him to tremble once more. Centered around Hua Jiu, the surrounding crumbling walls began to collapse inward, stirring up a tempest of dust and debris. Disregarding her distractions, Hua Jiu leaped forcefully, utilizing the remnants of the walls to evade the encroaching quicksand below, which resembled an ever-expanding vortex of yellow sand, mercilessly consuming everything in its vicinity. This time, Mingming remained composed, mirroring Hua Jiu's movements to evade danger while steadily closing the distance to Qin Yu. Hua Jiu and Mingming angled themselves to capture Qin Yu's attention. Qin Yu was well aware that she was the tabby cat. As long as he was not foolish enough to be utterly reckless, he would refrain from exposing her identity in the face of known scrutiny. Instead, he would tread cautiously, striving to capture her alive rather than resorting to immediate extermination. Thunder rumbled ominously as the sky cracked violently. The fissure emitted a blinding white light that illuminated the surroundings as if it were midday. In the distance, large fragments of the heavens began to plummet, while a tempest stirred up a blinding sandstorm that roared like a freight train. The world appeared to be on the brink of apocalypse, instilling a profound sense of dread. Hua Jiu and Mingming exchanged glances across the tumult, their eyes shimmering with a shared resolve. If they failed to deliver a decisive blow this time, their opportunity would truly slip away. Qin Yu discerned Mingming's intentions, a cruel glint crossing his gaze. Did a mayfly dare to shake a tree? As long as he allowed her a breath of life, it would suffice. With that, Qin Yu altered his hand gestures, raising his arm to summon a swirling cloud of yellow sand that coalesced into hundreds of weapons of varied forms, ranging from slender willow leaf blades to hefty wolf-toothed clubs, all hurtling towards Mingming with ferocity. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of Mingming's kitchen knife clashing against the weapons rang out, sparks flying around her, rendering her somewhat overwhelmed. In mere moments, she found herself at a disadvantage, her body marred by countless gushing wounds. Yet, Mingming gritted her teeth, half of her frame ensnared in the quicksand, showing no signs of retreat. Seeing this, Hua Jiu clenched her teeth and accelerated towards Qin Yu, exclaiming, I will go with you, spare her. With that, Hua Jiu surrendered herself, landing upon a crumbling wall and ceasing all movement. A sinister smile curled upon Qin Yu's lips, yet her assault on Mingming showed no signs of abating. Addressing Hua Jiu, she remarked, I never anticipated that you would possess a heart of compassion. Alas, she is my assurance of a safe departure from this place, and I could never let her go. With a commanding utterance of bind, the air was suddenly filled with countless serpentine blades that transformed into massive pythons, ensnaring the bloodied Mingming and plunging her into the quicksand, rendering her immobile. Go. Hua Jiu, do not concern yourself with me. Mingming shouted through gritted teeth, still desperately struggling. However, the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable, and her strength alone could not bridge that gap. Hua Jiu gazed at Mingming with a complex expression, Fearing Hua Jiu's puppet arts, Qinyu refrained from engaging further. Exerting her efforts to bind Lu Mingming tighter, causing blood to seep from her 7 orifices, while threatening, seal her consciousness, sever her limbs. Or I shall immediately sever one of her arms. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the sand python coiled around Lu Mingming's right arm tightened abruptly. The chilling sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air, accompanied by Lu Mingming's heart-wrenching cries of agony as her arm's bones were crushed inch by inch. With one more forceful tug, her arm would be wrenched from her body. For over a decade, she had been coddled within the Lu family. Her parents and 2 brothers shielding her from harm, nurturing her as if she were fragile glass, even without the ability to wield spiritual consciousness. Those who mocked her were swiftly dealt with by her brothers, and all who sparred with her had been indulgent. Even the smallest cut from a piece of paper could send her family into a frenzy. With her parents and brothers clamoring to summon the foremost physician from the Ling Tian list to tend to her, she had never endured such torment before. Her delicate face turned as pale as snow, trembling uncontrollably, having lost all resolve to fight. Hua Jiu seethed with indignation, thinking, why should anyone care about her life or death? I am hardly acquainted with her. With that, Hua Jiu produced a fan from her hand. The very turning earth fan from Qin Yu's storage pouch. She severed Qin Yu's control over the fan with her divine sense, channeling every last drop of her spiritual energy into it. Furiously wielding the fan, a tempest of sand surged forth, roaring like a bull, crashing violently towards Qin Yu. Do you think my artifact can be wielded by you? Qin Yu scoffed disdainfully, bringing his palms together before slowly pulling them apart, causing the tidal wave of sand to part under his command. However, Hua Jiu's aim was not his neck at all. With her claws gripping Qin Yu's shoulder, she leaped onto his back and fiercely sank her sharp fangs into his shoulder. Qin Yu was momentarily rendered dazed. The taste of blood brought Hua Jiu to a state of bewilderment, her amber eyes glinting with a green light amidst the swirling sands. The taste of blood? You long for it, do you not? Chapter 42, a perilous escape in the fleeting moment of Hua Jiu's distraction. Qin Yu broke free from the control of the puppet technique. Enraged and humiliated, he swung his right palm towards the crown of Hua Jiu's head. Hua Jiu. Boom. The unstoppable wave of sand crashed down upon her. When the dust settled, Qin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. His palm was less than an inch from Hua Jiu's crown. Yet everything came to a sudden halt. Blood oozed from Qin Yu's mouth as he struggled to lower his head. Only to behold Lu Mingming with her right arm dangling at her side, her slender left arm clenched into a fist, which had pierced through his body, emerging from his left chest. How could this happen? Qin Yu's body crumpled softly to the ground, his eyes forever closed in death. Lu Mingming withdrew her arm to reach for Hua Jiu, but alas, Hua Jiu was too heavy, and she was already drained of strength. Collapsing beneath Hua Jiu into the sand. Cough, cough. Hua Jiu. I can't breathe. Lu Mingming struggled to displace the weight of Hua Jiu upon her chest. A slight movement strained her right arm, rendering her vision momentarily hazy, the pain piercing her heart. With great effort, she managed to push Hua Jiu aside and rise, only to see Hua Jiu's breath faint, her eyelids weakly fluttering, her gaze unfocused. A wave of sorrow washed over Lu Mingming, and she shook Hua Jiu vigorously. Hua Jiu, wake up. What is wrong with you? Please, awaken. Fatigue. The inner demons did not wreak havoc. It was merely the exhaustion of spiritual energy and consciousness that left her weary. The Zhelang Jing had rendered her so drowsy. Yet slumber was not an option. A crucial matter awaited her attention. Hua Jiu gritted her teeth, her gaze drifting towards the distance. Trembling as she raised her arm to point far away. Following the direction, Lu Mingming spotted Jean DeBeo, unconscious and unresponsive. Hua Jiu, even in your state, you still think of saving others. You are the kindest spirit I have ever encountered. Rest assured, I will ensure his safety as well, she promised. Hua Jiu felt a sharp pain at her temples, her inner self boiling with fury. Who on earth asked for a rescue? This cat was content not to devour humans. However, the weight of drowsiness was overwhelming, and she could merely move her lips to utter a single word. The Zhelang Jing operates automatically, absorbing spiritual energy to enrich the 5 viscera in the Qi Si of the Dantian. The Taiji vortex within the Dantian has significantly strengthened as a result, becoming more substantial than before, leaving Hua Jiu with an imminent sense of breaking through to the second layer of condensation. In the past, she cultivated demonic arts. Supplemented by superior elixirs, advancing at an astonishing pace, it took her 3 years to progress from the first to the 10th layer of condensation. Now, she finds herself on the brink of breaking through to the second layer in just half a month, without having ingested any elixirs. The Zhelang Jing indeed possesses remarkable efficacy. Uncertain of how many days she has slumbered, her dantian and consciousness feel as though they might burst. Hua Jiu struggles to ascertain her surroundings, unable to calm her mind for a breakthrough, and thus stretches lazily to awaken fully. Upon opening her eyes, she discovers herself in a simple bamboo dwelling, its walls woven from thick green bamboo. Beside her bed stands a modest bamboo table, adorned with a translucent bellflower in a bamboo tube. Unknown vines creep in through the window, carrying a gentle breeze that causes the purple blossoms to sway delicately in the wind, mingling with the fragrance of flowers and the fresh scent of bamboo, enhancing Hua Jiu's clarity of mind. Rising, she arches her back and stretches her limbs, yawning with a flourish. The sound of trickling water reaches her ears, and she notices the bamboo door directly across from her bed wide open, revealing a rushing stream outside. The unfamiliar environment stirs a sense of unease within her. In a few agile leaps, Hua Jiu ascends to the rooftop, gazing into the distance. The setting sun hangs low, casting a warm glow over the tumbling sea of clouds. The verdant mountains, like celestial dragons, weave through the cloud sea, stretching westward for miles. A solitary green peak pierces through the clouds, soaring into the heavens, its imposing presence evoking a profound sense of awe. Ah, so this is the mountainside of Great Dao Mountain. Following the azure vine river, Hua Jiu gazed down at the majestic and vast primordial immortal city, nestled along the riverbank, its lights ablaze, a dreamlike illusion. Breathing in the crisp mountain air, Hua Jiu squatted on the roof, grooming herself. Suddenly, she paused, twitching her ears, her eyes wide with terror. Why am I on Great Dao Mountain? How many days have I slept? The entrance examination? The top spot? The fish? At that moment, a slender figure came into view. A man, upright as a pine, ascended the mountain path, carrying a food box. His sword-like brows, the light-colored eyes like glass, white robes over black, cloud-patterned brocade belt fluttering in the breeze. Raven hair like silk cascaded over his shoulders. His very presence overshadowed the surrounding beauty. Hua Jiu was petrified, her paw frozen mid-lick. How could such beauty exist in this remote place? Unlike Jun Buwan's allure, or the foolish dog's comeliness, this was a wild, untamed beauty. A painting. I must capture this, she thought. Paired with the foolish dog, they would be perfect. But alas, her brushes and scrolls were in the inn. Frustrated, Hua Jiu paced the roof, scratching her ears and cheeks. Her foot slipped, and she tumbled off the roof. Despite her desperate scrambling, she could not save herself. Meow? The man looked up at her. Hua Jiu stretched out her paws, expecting him to catch her. Instead, he frowned slightly and took a step back, expressionless. Thump. Hua Jiu landed flat on her back at the man's feet, mortified. Still alive, what a pity. The man's voice, as clear and crisp as fine wine, carried a note of disappointment. He then murmured, while caressing his fingers, that he couldn't dissect her to see what was inside. With an indifferent countenance, the man placed the food box down, turned, and departed without uttering another word, as if he would find her demise more intriguing. Once the man was at a distance, the seemingly lifeless Hua Jiu finally perked up, sniffing the air. Fish, she exclaimed. Upon lifting the lid of the food box, she discovered a steamed eierback fish. Bathed in a brown sauce, its flesh as white as snow, garnished with verdant scallions and tender, golden ginger slivers. The aroma, intensified by the sizzle of hot oil, was simply exquisite. Hua Jiu devoured the meal with gusto, emitting contented meow sounds as she savored each bite, her eyes squinting in delight. Hua Jiu, you're finally awake. A joyful voice echoed from behind. Hua Jiu, with a fishtail in her mouth, turned to see Lu Mengmeng gazing at her, tears welling up in her eyes. Hua Jiu quickly clutched her fish more tightly. As Lu Mengmeng approached, wiping away her tears, she exclaimed, Hua Jiu, do you know you've been asleep for 4 days? I thought you'd never wake up. Master Imo said if you didn't wake up today, he was going to dissect you to see what was wrong. You know, Master Imo studies medicine, and no one he's dissected has ever survived. You scare me to death, Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu squinted her eyes. So the handsome man from just now was named Imo. What a fine name. A fine name indeed. Chapter 43. The edamame duo debut inside the bamboo house. Hua Jiu, having finished her fish, earnestly squatted on the table, rubbing her face, feeling uncomfortable after not doing so for days. On that fateful day, when she fainted, the bear demon and the wolf demon opened a hidden passage. Although this passage was intended for emergencies, it was sealed to prevent any covert assistance during assessments. Once the grand array was locked, it could only be accessed from within. With the passage now open, the personnel from the Enforcement Academy and the Immortal Academy swiftly rescued the surviving students on Huasha Island. Mengmeng, gravely injured and unwilling to part with Hua Jiu, was transported alongside her to Dadao Mountain, where no one in the humming immortal city could rival Mo Fuji in medical expertise. The incident, precipitated by Zhang Tian, resulted in the deaths of several students, sending shockwaves throughout the entire humming immortal city. The Enforcement Academy remained vigilant, conducting thorough investigations both within and outside the city, uncovering 3 groups of Zhang Tian members lurking in the immortal city, except for one group of Qi condensation stage practitioners and demon cultivators who were killed during the ambush. The other 2 groups of Foundation Establishment stage cultivators received warnings and managed to escape. Later, I specifically inquired with my brothers about the purpose of Zhang Tian, as I had previously assumed they were merely involved in cultivating spiritual crops. It puzzled me how such seemingly agricultural types could be so fierce. Mei Ming chuckled foolishly. Hua Jiu tugged at her ear, her attention captivated by the bamboo tube on the table. Reaching out, she knocked the tube to the ground, delighting in the mess. Ming cast a reproachful glance at Hua Jiu, bent down to retrieve the tube, and remarked, "By the way, your friend, is it Xiao Cha or something? She has been looking for you and seems quite worried. I encountered her at the entrance of the Assessment Academy today. She was in tears, covered in blood, and emanating a chilling aura. It was quite terrifying." Ming wore an expression of confusion. "Could you not transform into a human to converse with me? I cannot comprehend the language of cats." Hua Jiu leaped up, poised to swat at Ming. "As my mount, do you not possess the awareness required?" At that moment, a sudden wave of murderous intent surged from the side, directly targeting Hua Jiu's paw as it aimed for Ming. With a sharp gaze, Hua Jiu executed a nimble backflip, landing gracefully atop the rooftop, alertly surveying the dappled shadows of the forest. Bang! Rustle! A night breeze arose, obscuring the moon with dark clouds, causing the trees in the forest to sway and leaves to fall in a whisper. Together, Hua Jiu and Ming lifted their gazes toward the tallest tree in the woods, where 2 elongated figures stood illuminated by the moonlight. The swirling leaves danced around them, and their flowing hair fluttered in the wind. Back to back, they crossed their arms, their eyes, bright as stars, peered down at Hua Jiu with a rogue-like glint, half closed in a challenging manner. The sound of Qin and Se resonated, slow and somber, imbued with a chilling intensity. The 2 exaggeratedly extended their arms, pointing at Ming, then turned their thumbs toward themselves, their movements synchronized. "If you dare to harm her, we shall teach you the meaning of death." The night wind intensified, leaves whirled chaotically, and the music suddenly turned ominous. Ming's expression froze, her lips stiffly tugging into a semblance of a smile. "Brother, you are truly enough." The 2 released their arms, revealing their cheeky faces from the shadows. Identical features bore the same affectionate expression as they winked at Ming. "Little Ming, do not fear. No one can bully you in our presence, no one." Hua Jiu pondered. Why are these 2 here? A short, stout figure devoid of a neck, with 2 bushy eyebrows that appeared woefully pitiful, was at that moment shaking a large tree in a most pitiable manner. Meanwhile, a being with 6 hands sat amidst the grass, plucking the strings of a guqin, providing accompaniment for the 2 individuals perched in the branches above. Hua Jiu mused, "Indeed. This is the Maodo ensemble. So, the brothers that Ming mentioned are actually Maodo? No wonder she seemed so familiar when she was pretending last time." Upon recognizing their true forms, Hua Jiu sighed in relief. These 2 were unmistakably not human, lacking any cultivation and possessing poor eyesight. They must be mere puppet substitutes, otherwise. With their cultivation at the nascent soul stage, they could not have entered this place. As for their true selves, they were certainly lurking somewhere beyond the boundaries of the humming immortal city, as long as they were within the reach of their spiritual senses. Controlling the 2 puppets was a trivial matter. The 2 narrowed their eyes and instinctively pulled Ming behind them for protection, gazing up at the ceiling. Their eyes met, and a shiver coursed through their bodies as their squinted eyes gradually widened in shock. A cat! A cat! Clang! The string of the guqin snapped. The night wind ceased abruptly, and all sounds were suddenly stilled. The 2 brimming with murderous intent clutched several wooden beads, identical to those from earlier. Their teeth gritted as they prepared to hurl them at Hua Jiu. Initially, from a distance, they had mistaken the rotund shape for a small wild boar, only to discover that it was, in fact, a cat. A cat that resembled a green-eyed calico. "Stop." Ming interposed herself resolutely in front of Lu Mao and Lu Dodo, arms outstretched. "I will not allow you to bully her. She is a remarkable cat demon. It was she who saved me on Huasha Island. Without her, you would have long lost your sister." "Did you not say that it was the little tiger demon who saved you?" "Indeed. How did the little tiger demon transform into a cat demon?" Ming turned her face to them, revealing that the mark left by Hua Jiu's grasp was not deep. It would heal in no time. Yet 3 pink imprints were still visible at this moment. Lu Mao's expression darkened as Lu Do clutched her chest, her heart aching. How dare she lay hands on your lovely face, Hua? I shall sever her claws. Sever them. Chapter 44. Returning to the city for spirit stones, the battle was imminent. Lu Mao and Lu Do flanked Lu Mengmeng, each detaching an arm to wield as a massive spiked mace aimed at Hua Jiu. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Hua Jiu's amber eyes as she leaped from the rooftop, gracefully navigating the surrounding branches to land effortlessly behind the two. Stop. Don't fight. Lu Mengmeng shouted in anger, but Lu Mao and Lu Do paid her no heed, intent on reducing Hua Jiu to mere pulp. The two pursued Hua Jiu, wielding their spiked maces with ferocity, ready to smash them against the tree where Hua Jiu had landed. Dare to harm my beloved bamboo and foliage, and I shall personally see to your demise. A sharp, commanding voice suddenly rang out. If you so much as touch a hair on Hua Jiu, I shall reveal the incident involving the theft of the senior sister's undergarment. Lu Mengmeng clenched her fists, shouting with her eyes closed. Lu Mao and Lu Do's expressions changed dramatically. The maces halted just before the trunk, frozen in place. At that moment, 2 silver flashes descended from the tree, passing through Lu Mao and Lu Do as Hua Jiu elegantly landed on the ground, disdainfully shaking off the remnants of bark from her claws. The two turned stiffly to face each other. Mao, your face. Do, your face as well. Both of them bore 3 distinct claw marks across half of their faces, a testament to their puppet nature. Devoid of blood yet revealing the shimmering luster of metal beneath the skin. Ah, that wretched cat demon, I shall take vengeance upon you. The furious cry ascended to the heavens, for my true self had been marred by the talons of a calico cat. And now my puppet's visage was similarly disfigured by a diminutive feline demon. However, as they turned, Lu Mengmeng had already fled with Hua Jiu in her arms. Lu Do and Lu Mao were consumed by rage. How could they allow a plump cat to abduct their sister? The cat demon was undoubtedly the most insidious fiend in existence. Lu Mengmeng placed Hua Jiu atop a rooftop in a certain part of the humming immortal city, handing her the storage pouch that she had entrusted to the Assessment Institute. After Lu Mengmeng departed, Hua Jiu nonchalantly surveyed her surroundings. Just beyond the street lay the Shuhai Pavilion, and she tugged at her ears, clutching the storage pouch as she made her way towards it. Along the journey, a sense of unease permeated the air. The enforcers of the Institute traversed the streets, and the populace exchanged wary glances, particularly the demon cultivators who resembled startled birds. It was clear that the unrest stemmed from the events on Huangsha Island in the Zhangtian, leaving one to hope that the humming immortal city was truly cleansed of turmoil. Upon arriving at the Shuhai Pavilion, Hua Jiu transformed into her human form. The attendant who had previously welcomed her recognized her instantly and warmly ushered her inside, offering tea and snacks. The sweeper was instructed to summon the manager, informing them that the cat demon who sold the true works of Master Jiu Gui had arrived. The attendant leaned against the tea table beside Hua Jiu, addressing the little grass demon sweeping the floor. Oh. The little grass spirit retracted its arm, which had transformed into a broom, and proceeded to the back hall to seek the steward. Hua Jiu glanced at the grass spirit dragging the broom into the back hall. In her previous hurried visit, she had not taken the time to observe it. Now, upon returning to the Booksea Pavilion, she surveyed her surroundings. She was unaware of the conditions on the upper floors of the 3-story building, but the ground level was indeed spacious and bright, with neatly arranged shelves filled with various tomes and jade tablets. The establishment was populated by both humans and spirits, yet Hua Jiu furrowed her brow, pondering why the steward, the shopkeeper, and the attendants were all human or ghostly, while all the menial tasks were assigned to the spirits, who were treated dismissively. The little grass spirit, who had reached the 2nd level of chi condensation, was called the sweeper by an attendant of only the 1st level. Did it not even possess a name? An unsettling sensation washed over Hua Jiu, reminiscent of her observations on the bustling Shengqian and Kunlong streets, where such dynamics seemed commonplace. Customer? The attendant's expression turned awkward as he forced a laugh, straightening up before leaving. As he turned, his eyes rolled in disdain, casting a contemptuous glance at Hua Jiu. She narrowed her eyes, silently marking him in her memory. Ah, esteemed guest, you have finally arrived. I thought you were lost on Huangsha Island. Haha. Truly fortunate you are, Lu. The steward of the Booksea Pavilion emerged from the back hall. Hua Jiu intentionally noted the little grass spirit behind him, whose eyes were red and swollen from suppressed sobs. Upon noticing Hua Jiu's gaze, it flinched, quickly turning away to wipe its tears before resuming its sweeping. "Have you been mistreated?" Hua Jiu inquired, pointing at the little grass spirit. Her expression darkened, and she fell silent, quietly retrieving the jade token she had placed on the table earlier. Lu, the manager, spared no words and presented a storage pouch before Hua Jiu. The piece, titled Yearning, was indeed authenticated as a genuine work by Master Jiu. However, it was not part of the series from the collection of Love and Seasons. As a standalone piece, its value diminished somewhat, compounded by the fact that both the paper and ink were of ordinary quality, lacking the essence of spiritual artistry. Nevertheless, the painting's technique was remarkable, with the subject depicted so vividly that the title Yearning invited endless contemplation. Ultimately, it was auctioned for 1,702 second-grade spirit stones, from which our Shuhai Pavilion collected a 10% commission, leaving a total of 1,530 second-grade spirit stones here. Hua Jiu, immersing his consciousness into the storage pouch to count the spirit stones, was met with Lu's curious inquiry. "Are you truly unaware of Master Jiu's whereabouts?" Lu's lips curled slightly in a hint of regret, stating, "It is indeed lamentable that even ordinary works by Master Jiu can fetch such a price in spirit stones. This is an unprecedented occurrence in the entire Ling Tian realm. Typically, only spiritual paintings created by artists can be auctioned in spirit stones, while ordinary paintings are measured in the mundane currency of the world. Thus, my implication is this: should we have the fortune to meet Master Jiu, our Shuhai Pavilion would be honored to support him, providing the cultivation methods necessary for artists and the materials required for creating spiritual paintings. With Master Jiu's expertise, if he were to transform the collection of Love and Seasons into a spiritual painting version, it would undoubtedly be even more lifelike, captivating the hearts of cultivators across the Ling Tian realm." After counting the spirit stones and securing the storage pouch, Hua Jiu pondered, "Spiritual paintings? Are those the kind produced by artists during their duels, manifested beyond the confines of paper?" Chapter 45, A Medley of Matters. Manager Lu nodded. "Indeed." Hua Jiu, with a flick of her ears, hopped off the chair. "I shall contemplate it." She was not presently lacking in spirit stones and saw no reason to tether herself here. Besides, a soulless painting is akin to a lifeless salted fish. After Hua Jiu departed, Manager Lu curled his lip and muttered, "What use is your contemplation? Grandmaster Jiu is hardly yours to command, just a petty cat demon." He turned to a nearby grass sprite. "What are you gawking at? Hasten with your sweeping. Or would you forego your wages for the day? The most vexing are you impoverished, uncultured spirits." The little grass sprite, intimidated, shrank its neck and hastily resumed sweeping. Once Manager Lu was gone, it cautiously lifted its head to peer outside, but Hua Jiu had already vanished into the throng, lost from sight. Before returning, Hua Jiu liquidated the magical implements and talismans from Qinyu's storage pouch. Being items suited for the foundation establishment stage, they would be of little use to her for quite some time. It would be more prudent to exchange them for spirit stones and acquire items she could presently utilize. Emerging from the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Hua Jiu contentedly curled her lips into a smile. Qinyu's fan had fetched 700 third-grade spirit stones, while the 5 third-grade talismans yielded a mere 25. Combined with the second-grade spirit stones from her paintings and various odds and ends, she was now a considerably wealthy feline. Her pouch dimension was not yet expansive enough, so she could only stow her painting brushes and scrolls, the sword talisman from the old Taoist, a few second-grade protective talismans, and Qinyu's elixirs within. Retaining 50 third-grade spirit stones, she ensured that even should her storage pouch be lost, she would not find herself utterly destitute. The reason she did not purchase a magical instrument was that she was rendered bewildered by the attendant's words. In the realm of Ling Tian, the 10 professions necessitate basic magical instruments to aid in cultivation. As she was still uncertain about which profession she would ultimately pursue, she decided to set aside her desire to buy a magical instrument for the time being, opting to make a purchase after officially enrolling. Tomorrow heralds the beginning of a new chapter in her life. Today, the winter district basked in clear skies and gentle breezes, with the heavy snow finally abating. The streets were alive with children and young spirits engaged in snowball fights and building snowmen. Most of them donned patched clothing, their faces smudged and unkempt, suggesting a lack of proper care. Yet, amidst their innocence, there was no sense of division. Humans and spirits frolicked together, their laughter ringing through the air. As Ding Ling Hua Jiu pushed open the door of the yak inn, a wave of warmth and the raucous sounds of the bustling marketplace enveloped her, leaving her momentarily astonished. How could there be so many people? This modest yakin could only accommodate 6 tables, and on ordinary days, it hardly welcomed more than 5 patrons. Yet, at this moment, the small space was brimming with at least 20 to 30 individuals, all adorned in remarkable attire and exuding the aura of esteemed seniors. A throng of female cultivators surrounded the counter, each one adorned in vibrant attire, preening their hair as if preparing to meet a beloved. "Move aside, do not obstruct my brilliance. Can't you see I am painting delicate flowers?" one exclaimed. "Owner, do not deceive us. The youth in that painting bears a striking resemblance to your attendant's attire. How can you claim he is not from here?" Upon hearing this, Hua Jiu suddenly understood. No wonder these individuals had found their way to this place. It was indeed due to her painting that the foolish dog borrowed garments from the proprietor. Although she had adorned them somewhat, the attire worn by the shop's staff bore an exotic allure reminiscent of highland tribes, distinct from any other. At that moment, Hua Jiu noticed a throng of people gathered inside, her curiosity piquing as she squeezed through the crowd. There, she beheld several elderly gentlemen admiring a painting on the table. Was it not her own piece titled Yearning? Observing the self-satisfied expression of one elder nearby, Hua Jiu surmised that he must be the one who purchased her artwork. Quietly, she crept closer, clutching the table's leg and peering over. The elder leaned down to sniff the painting, proclaiming, "Do you know how this old man identifies this piece as a genuine work of the esteemed Master Jiu?" The surrounding individuals shook their heads in ignorance. With a proud grin, the elder stroked his beard and continued, "It is not merely by the brushwork. The style of Master Jiu is ever-changing. Yet one constant remains. The ink he employs always carries a hint of the aroma of salted fish." Hua Jiu rested her little head on the table, inhaling deeply. Back on Yunming Island, she had not noticed it, but now that she was out, she realized how much she missed that delightful scent of salted fish that had somehow infused the ink. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the suddenly appearing little cat demon. The elder's expression darkened as he reached out to push Hua Jiu's head away. "Away with you, you unworldly little cat demon. What do you know? Go fetch this old man a cup of yak milk." A cup was thrust into Hua Jiu's hands, as she found herself treated like a mere attendant of the inn. The old man continued, "This is not an ordinary scent. It is the profound fragrance of the vast deep sea. To inhale this aroma and then gaze upon the painting evokes a sense of transcendent purity, thus rendering the figures within the artwork remarkably grand and extraordinary. Therefore, when Master Jiu painted, he must have, after finishing his salted fish, he did not wash his hands." Hua Jiu earnestly interjected, but the old man slammed the table with such force that it made Hua Jiu's ears twitch. The old man exclaimed, "This little cat demon exhibits such lack of decorum. Master Jiu is a luminary among artists, undoubtedly a person of refined elegance and extraordinary talent. How could he indulge in such base sustenance as salted fish?" Hua Jiu cast a glance of disdain at the old man before turning away, unwilling to engage in further argument. Xiaocha emerged from the house with an umbrella, tears of joy streaming down her face, her hands covering her mouth as she cried, her visage and attire stained with blood. "Hua Jiu, I thought you no longer wanted us." The foolish donkey tethered at the door cast a disdainful glance, snorting as it continued to chew on grass, albeit with a noticeably lighter demeanor than before. "Hua Jiu, look. Who is this?" Xiaocha stepped aside, revealing a chubby, fair-skinned infant clad in a red belly band, exuding extreme cuteness. A tuft of green carrot leaves sprouted atop its head, and its pudgy arms hung down to the bend of its calves, lacking fingers, with only carrot tendrils at the tips. "Carrot, carrot." The chubby little creature flailed its arms and lunged at Hua Jiu, its limbs transforming into vines that ensnared Hua Jiu's legs. With a cherubic face beaming with joy, it squinted its eyes in delight. "Radish." Hua Jiu grasped the leaves atop the creature's head, lifting it into the air. The radish, cradling its head with both hands, teared up in a pitiful manner. "Radish." Hua Jiu turned to Xiaocha and inquired, "Is that all it can say? Just radish? How long has it been since its transformation?" Xiaocha nodded and replied softly, "It transformed just after you left that day." The radish demon reached out its hands toward Hua Jiu, seeking a hug. Hua Jiu unceremoniously tossed it into the snow and retorted, "Get lost, you little radish. The old Taoist named you Ginseng. You're over 1,000 years old. Stop pretending to be young." Sitting in the snow, the radish suddenly sprouted a ginseng flower atop its head and tilted its head to smile at Hua Jiu. "Radish." Hua Jiu. Chapter 46. A gift to express sentiments. That night, the heavy snow began to fall once more, and the cold wind howled outside. While inside the inn, a cozy warmth enveloped the room. Hua Jiu, the radish, and the foolish dog had all transformed into human forms. Gathered around the square table with Xiao Cha, earnestly watching over her pot. As the pot emitted bubbling sounds, Xiao Cha extinguished the fire beneath it and lifted the lid. A fragrant steam burst forth, salty and enticing, causing Hua Jiu and the foolish dog to swallow in unison, while the radish let out a loud wail. Radish! The radish wept breathlessly, pointing at the crystal-clear radish stew in the pot. The foolish dog cast a sympathetic glance at the radish, while Hua Jiu awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth, assuring, "Rest easy, we shan't stew you. You are far too old and unpalatable. Here, enjoy some soil." Hua Jiu extracted a handful of freshly purchased spiritual soil from her storage bag and placed it in front of the radish. Upon seeing the spiritual soil, the radish's spirits lifted once more as it buried its entire face in the bowl, murmuring, "Woo." "Whoop." Xiao Cha shook her head and served bowls of radish stew with lamb to both Hua Jiu and the foolish dog. Hua Jiu's bowl was laden with meat, while the foolish dog's was filled with bones. Meanwhile, she took a seat beside them, retrieving her last piece of incense cake to savor. Hua Jiu glanced at the incense cake in Xiao Cha's hand and inquired, "Xiao Cha, you no longer have the offerings from the Spiral Maiden Temple. Relying solely on your previously accumulated incense may not suffice, correct?" Xiao Cha nodded, replying, "Indeed, I need to cultivate, but..." She shook her head, continuing to nibble on the incense cake. In the realm of ghost cultivation, stagnation leads to regression. To attain a true form, one must endure countless trials and gather abundant offerings. Once one achieves a true form, a portion of their incense aura dissipates daily, rendering it impossible to retain. Should one neglect this, they will swiftly lose their true form and revert to being a wandering spirit. Thus, ghost cultivators not only require external sources of incense aura but also need to cultivate techniques that absorb energy to fortify their true form. When they reach the foundational stage, if they can harness elements like thunder or fire to perfect their physique, they may temporarily escape this cycle of stagnation. As the day approaches for the fourth assessment at the Hongming Academy next month, Wang and his companions, Xiao Cha and Luo Bo, eagerly prepare to enroll, longing to remain together. Xiao Cha, moved to tears, shed 2 streams of crimson sorrow, while the foolish dog, with a bone lodged in its mouth, nodded in muted agreement. Suddenly, Luo Bo lifted his head, showering Hua Jiu with dirt, his grimy little face adorned with a naive smile that even reprimands could not diminish. Hua Jiu's eyes twitched slightly, yet she refrained from swatting Luo Bo, and they shared a meal filled with warmth and laughter. That evening, as Hua Jiu reclined on the heated brick bed, she found herself drifting into slumber, reminiscing about her companions on Huasha Island. Xiao Cha had already consolidated her energy, drawing in the yin essence aligned with the water element, while Luo Bo had also attained a layer of energy, drawing in spiritual essence, resonating with the wood and earth elements. Yet, the foolish dog, despite sharing in the cultivation of the Zhelong scripture, had not yet achieved the first layer of energy consolidation. However, the old Taoist had remarked that the foolish dog was more suited for demonic cultivation, ideally drawing in demonic energy. As for the donkey, it was simply an ordinary beast. And out of gratitude for its steadfast support, Hua Jiu vowed to care for it until its natural end. Although the old Taoist was a cultivator of the transformation stage, he lived in poverty and lacked suitable cultivation techniques to offer them, leaving Hua Jiu to navigate the matter of techniques on her own. The Shuhai Pavilion did possess a number of texts, but their quality was largely below the mid-tier of the mysterious grade, with superior methods securely housed within the Hongming Academy. Xiao Cha required one, Luo Bo sought another, and for the foolish dog, Hua Jiu concluded that perhaps the Zhelong scripture was not appropriate for him. He would need to switch to a demonic cultivation method. She had previously practiced the esteemed high-tier magical cultivation technique, Blood Demon Scripture, which was indeed remarkable. However, the process of cultivation was exceedingly brutal, and thus she decided against it. Furthermore, cultivating the Blood Demon Scripture would inevitably expose her identity, rendering it unwise. As Hua Jiu pondered these thoughts, she gradually succumbed to slumber. That night, having feasted well, and with a foolish dog on guard and Xiao Cha patrolling, Hua Jiu slept particularly soundly. After the yin and yang energies circulated within her body for 3 complete cycles, a familiar sensation of swelling in her dantian surged once more. Hua Jiu's breaths were deep and soothing as she methodically continued to channel the yin and yang energies in accordance with the principles of the coiled dragon scripture. Concurrently, She adjusted her breathing from thoracic to abdominal, compressing and constricting her abdomen with each breath, thereby solidifying the yin and yang energies drawn into her dantian. After a quarter of an hour, Hua Jiu felt a resonant hum within her abdomen as a tremendous suction force abruptly emerged from the Tai Chi vortex, causing all the spiritual energy within her meridians and organs to surge feverishly into her dantian, merging into the Tai Chi vortex. The Tai Chi vortex trembled violently, initiating a qualitative transformation that radiated outward. The yin and yang energies flowed into her meridians, redividing into more refined five-element spiritual energies, which were then stored within her organs. At the second level of energy condensation, the process unfolded seamlessly. The following morning at the Assessment Institute in Chongqing District. 5 days had passed since the incident on Huangsha Island, and the gloom that had settled in the hearts of the people gradually dissipated. Most of the students awaited here in the company of their families. As the hour of Chun approached, they would be transported directly via the teleportation array in the square to the grandest of the floating islands in the Immortal City, the primordial Hongming Island. The Hongming Immortal Academy is centered around the Hongming Immortal Island, surrounded by 13 caverns serving as residences for students from various realms, alongside 10 prestigious island universities designated for the instruction of 10 distinct professions. Above the Celestial City, a floating island comprises 70% of the Academy's territory. Initially, the Celestial City functioned merely as a marketplace for the disciples of the Academy to engage in trade, gradually evolving into the foremost city of the Lingtian realm. Standing at the entrance of the Academy, Lu Mingming joyfully approached as she spotted Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu, my brothers have all been sent away, and I have a gift for you. Oh, you've made a breakthrough. Congratulations. Hua Jiu, you are truly remarkable. As she spoke, Lu Mingming retrieved a palm-sized, tricolor butterfly-tailed goldfish from her bosom. The little fish bore an uncanny resemblance to a living creature, adorned with delicate hues of red, white, and black, reminiscent of an inkwash painting. Lu Mingming placed the goldfish into Hua Jiu's hands. As a token of gratitude for your life-saving assistance on Huangsha Island, I present you with this flying puppet in the form of a tricolor butterfly-tailed goldfish. It seemed to match your fur color, so I snatched it from my brother. It is quite simple to use, with no cultivation restrictions. The higher the quality of the spirit stones you place inside, the faster it will swim. It suits you perfectly. Please don't refuse me. You are my first friend outside of the Lu family. Hua Jiu gazed at the tricolor butterfly-tailed goldfish, swallowing hard. All right. I suppose this can't be eaten. In fact, he too had a gift for her. With a hand that had been concealed behind his back, he presented a small wooden box to Lu Mingming. After a night of contemplation, Hua Jiu realized that had it not been for Lu Chunming, she might have truly fallen victim to Qin Yu's schemes. Thus, after her breakthrough, she ventured out under the cover of darkness, ultimately discovering the most fitting token of gratitude. Chapter 47. Meow. Lingtian Tin Dao Sect, is this really a gift for me? Hua Jiu, you are simply too kind. How could my brothers, blind as they are, label you a demon? Lu Mingming exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears of emotion as she eagerly opened the modest box. Let me see what it is. A snake. Lu Mingming gasped, clutching her chest in shock. How on earth did a snake end up in this box? Where's the gift? Why is there nothing inside? Hua Jiu, why is there nothing in your box? Could it be? Her gaze fell to the box, and a sudden realization dawned upon her. Is the gift you sent me merely this box? This box is rather beautiful. Heh. Lu Mingming held the dog-chewed wooden box awkwardly, forcing a laugh. In a huff, Hua Jiu swatted the wooden box from Lu Mingming's hands, tossing a tricolored butterfly-tailed goldfish at her before turning away. Hua Jiu, what is the matter with you? Wait for me. I do not know you. Lu Mingming protested, her face a picture of grievance, utterly unaware of what she had done wrong. Wasn't the atmosphere just fine moments ago? Dong dong. The bronze bell of the Assessment Institute tolled, summoning all the students to the plaza. Despite the mishaps during the Huangsha Island assessment, grades were still assigned based on the participants' previous performances. Among the last 500 individuals, only 186 students have successfully passed all assessments and are eligible for admission to the academy. Among them, 103 are practitioners of human cultivation, 17 are practitioners of ghost cultivation, and 3 are practitioners of corpse cultivation, with the remainder being practitioners of demon cultivation. However, during the assessment, Hua Jiu distinctly remembers that the numbers of demon cultivators and human cultivators were equivalent, and all demon cultivators who registered possessed the qualifications for cultivation. Furthermore, It was evident that demon cultivators performed better than their human counterparts during the evaluation on Huangsha Island. This discrepancy leaves Hua Jiu puzzled. At this moment, she begins to question the Academy's guiding principle established by the esteemed Emperor Ling Tian. All beings are equal. The Tao benefits all. As she slowly walks at the rear of the group towards the teleportation array, just before entering, Hua Jiu is handed a jade slip. She is instructed to keep it safe for the admission procedures. She notices that all demon cultivators receive a similar jade slip, while others do not. With no time to examine the contents of the slip, she is suddenly pushed forward and steps into the teleportation array. Darkness envelopes her, and a dizzying sensation takes hold. But it lasts no longer than 3 breaths before it ceases. Upon exiting the teleportation array, Hua Jiu is immediately captivated by the magnificent scenery before her. In the surrounding sky, radiant beams of colorful light emanate from the shimmering illusions, resembling vibrant schools of fish swimming amidst the ethereal palaces. In the distance, towering peaks of deep emerald rise steeply, their imposing forms reminiscent of an ink-washed landscape painting. Among the mountains, one can faintly discern cultivators soaring through the air on their swords, singing and laughing heartily, embodying a spirit of carefree transcendence. This rare and enchanting paradise leaves many first-time visitors in awe, marveling at the extraordinary fortune of being able to study in such a celestial abode. The students who have successfully passed their 3rd assessment gradually converge in the vast plaza at the heart of the Haoming Immortal Island, their expressions reflecting wonder and astonishment. The new students stand loosely, gazing upwards and around them, forming a stark contrast in demeanor with the 10 neatly arranged formations of senior students who have come to witness the event. Clad in the uniform attire of their respective academies, these experienced scholars encircle the newcomers, some displaying an air of calmness, while others regard the inexperienced with disdain. Their sense of superiority palpable. Yet, these distinguished and imposing senior students inspire admiration among the newcomers, who cast envious glances, contemplating that it would not be long before they, too, could emerge as luminaries in the realm of cultivation. As the resonant chime of a bronze bell echoes, the clamor in the plaza dissipates, and all eyes turn toward the elevated platform at the front. The dean of the Haoming Academy, Yu Shihai, accompanied by 10 esteemed instructors, appears on the stage, instantly captivating the attention of the assembly. Clearing his throat, he gestures with his hands, and his voice resonates powerfully, ensuring that every individual present can hear him distinctly. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all of you young friends on successfully passing the Academy's assessment, and I welcome you to join our esteemed institution. I must confess that I am not particularly adept at speaking in such gatherings, so let us dispense with the pleasantries and delve directly into the matter at hand. Yuxing paused momentarily before continuing. Before today, you must have acquainted yourselves with the curriculum offered by the Immortal Academy. In the current realm of Ling Tian, distinctions between humans, demons, and spirits have dissolved, as have the divisions of righteousness and malevolence. What remains is the categorization by vocational paths. Strictly speaking, there are 12 principal vocational paths in Ling Tian, yet as you are aware, Buddhism and Taoism possess their own unique methods of cultivation and precepts, thus they are excluded. The second path, that of the Gu Masters, originates from the ancestors of the Ling Tian Emperor and is accessible solely to the members of the Witch clan, rendering it outside the teachings of the Haoming Immortal Academy. Consequently, we are left with 10 primary vocations: sword cultivators, magic practitioners, martial artists, healers, illusionists, painters, musicians, poison masters, talismancers, and puppeteers. Therefore, the Haoming Immortal Academy is divided into 10 esteemed institutions, represented by the 10 illustrious mentors standing behind me. Upon entering the academy, you young friends will need to select one institution based on your aptitude and preferences for your studies. Naturally, those endowed with the financial means and stamina to pursue multiple disciplines may seek enrollment in various institutions at their discretion. To facilitate your understanding of the characteristics of these 10 professions, the top disciples from each institution will now demonstrate a technique or two. Let us begin with Jiang Shanxiu from the Sword Academy. As Yu Sheng's words fell, the crowd turned their gaze towards the formation clad in black warrior attire, where a chilling aura of sword intent swept through the air, and each pair of eyes glimmered with a sharpness that dared not be challenged. At the forefront of the formation, a graceful maiden of tender age stepped forth, her delicate features captivating. With a flick of her wrist, a shimmering long sword emerged from behind her, gliding effortlessly into her grasp. In an instant, her gentle demeanor transformed into that of a warrior ready to engage in the fierce dance of life and death. The crowd erupted in astonishment, while the esteemed master of the Sword Academy nodded appreciatively. The students of the academy, filled with pride, straightened their spines, their spirits soaring. Jiang Shanshu's sword, much like her persona, exuded an aura of cold elegance and aloofness. With a single stroke, she vividly displayed the essence of a sword cultivator. As her blade began to dance, it seemed as though the world around her faded, leaving only the brilliance of her swordplay. Akin to a dragon soaring through the clouds or a phoenix illuminating the heavens. All eyes were entranced by Jiang Shanshu, their expressions a blend of admiration and awe. Except for Hua Jiu, who found himself on the brink of slumber. Upon closing his eyes and reopening them, he realized that Jiang Shanshu continued her display, prompting him to mutter, "The old Taoist sword lacks such embellishments. While it may be less graceful, a sword capable of taking lives is a truly formidable weapon." In his boredom, Hua Jiu recalled the jade slip and hastily retrieved it for a glance. Chapter 48. The first place is finally decided. After perusing its contents, his brow furrowed, and he tightened his grip on the jade slip as if he intended to shatter it. Within the slip lay a contract stating that, should she meet an untimely demise, she would willingly donate her body to the Hongming Immortal Academy. The contract emphasized that participation was voluntary, and refusal to sign was permitted. However, the individual who had provided her with the jade slip had insisted that it must be submitted alongside her admission paperwork, leaving no room for negotiation. Why must the demon be bound by such a contract while humans are exempt? The bodies of demons can be utilized for weapon forging and alchemy. Why, then, cannot the same be said for humans? Over there, the splendid landscape has already been unveiled, and a new male cultivator has taken the stage, showcasing a dazzling array of elemental spells that dance in the air like a dream, mesmerizing all who behold it. Hua Jiu cast her gaze around, observing that among the top disciples standing before the various academies, 9 out of 10 were human cultivators, with only one illusionist being a fox demon. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped her. Hua Jiu, Hua Jiu. Someone called out to her from behind, tugging at her tail. Irritated, Hua Jiu turned around to find El Mengmeng squeezing her way through the crowd, squatting in front of her, exclaiming, "I finally found you, Hua Jiu." Hua Jiu feigned ignorance. El Mengmeng pouted, her eyes darting mischievously. Moments later, with a beaming smile, she extended her arm towards Hua Jiu and whispered, "Hua Jiu, do you think my bracelet is beautiful?" Just as Hua Jiu was about to swat her away, she noticed the slender wrist of El Mengmeng adorned with the previously mentioned green bamboo viper, slightly wilted yet still alive. Its head firmly clasped in El Mengmeng's grip as it flicked its tongue. With unabashed pride, El Mengmeng grinned and declared, "This bracelet was gifted to me by my best friend. It is irreplaceable, worth any sum. Isn't it lovely? Just look how it complements my fair skin." Faced with El Mengmeng's shameless demeanor, Hua Jiu found it impossible to maintain her stern expression and burst into laughter. Upon seeing Hua Jiu smile, El Mengmeng immediately leaned closer, tugging at her sleeve, saying, "Please don't be mad at me. I realize my mistake. This goldfish." Hua Jiu straightened her face, snatching the goldfish from El Mengmeng's hand, retorting, "Who told you to take my things?" El Mengmeng chuckled, playfully admitting, "Indeed, it was I who took it. I was wrong, and I shall never do so again." She exchanged a knowing smile with Hua Jiu, who was holding a jade slip. Curiously, El Mengmeng inquired, "What is that?" "They haven't shared it with me. Let me have a look." Hua Jiu tossed the jade slip to her, then resumed observing the surroundings. The practitioner had finished demonstrating, and now a martial artist was throwing punches, each strike resonating with explosive sounds reminiscent of the streets of Yunmeng Island, where stones were shattered with ease, rather mundane, indeed. A sudden jolt stirred within El Mengmeng as she caught a glimpse of helplessness and self-mockery in Hua Jiu's eyes. It struck her that in the entire realm of cultivation, who could do without magical artifacts? Which artifact did not incorporate materials from demonic beasts? Even the puppets crafted by her own family. The elf family of the Divine Machine Pavilion utilized many materials sourced from these creatures, an unavoidable reality. However, El Mengmeng, once again, her sleeve was tugged by El Mengmeng, and Hua Jiu turned to see her earnestly declare, "Hua Jiu, I cannot speak for others, but I, El Mengmeng, vow that I shall never actively hunt demonic beasts to forge magical artifacts. I refuse to believe I cannot reach the pinnacle without them." Let us not forget, even the esteemed Emperor Ling Tian has proclaimed the importance of refining oneself, unencumbered by external objects. My own body is irreplaceable, an artifact of boundless potential. I aspire to be the first in the Ling Tian realm to transform myself into a magical artifact, proving that one can indeed succeed without relying on the artifacts of demonic beasts. Hua Jiu observed the fierce determination burning in Lu Mingming's eyes, and a warmth blossomed in a hidden corner of her heart. What kind of environment could cultivate such a fool? With a mind as dull as a pig's. She was incapable of wielding magical artifacts to begin with. Hua Jiu quipped, yet her lips involuntarily curved into a smile. Hua Jiu, please comfort me. Let me touch your head, or I shall weep. Oh, how I shall weep. Lu Mingming feigned distress, covering her eyes while peeking at Hua Jiu through her fingers. Hua Jiu tugged at her ears, her tail anxiously tapping the ground, yet her head tilted slightly towards Lu Mingming, her eyes casting a sidelong glance as if to say, if you wish to touch. Do so quickly, time waits for no one. With a smacking sound, Lu Mingming embraced Hua Jiu's head and planted a kiss, only to swiftly retreat. Hua Jiu was momentarily frozen, her eyes wide with shock, before she erupted in fury, swiping at Lu Mingming. Her claws grazed Lu Mingming's cheek without causing any harm. After the outburst, Hua Jiu squatted down to rub her claws together, a look of disdain adorning her face. The two laughed and played, completely oblivious to the demonstrations of various professions surrounding the square, until the final puppeteer concluded his exhibition. At that moment, Yu Shanghai on the high platform spoke again. All 10 major professions have been demonstrated. I trust that you young friends have made your decisions by now. The time has come for the most important announcement of the day, the reveal of the top candidate from the third assessment. Hua Jiu's ears twitched as she leaped onto Lu Mingming's back, gazing towards the platform. Yu Shanghai cleared his throat, proclaiming, "The top candidate for the third assessment is none other than Lu Mingming." As the words left his mouth, a radiant smile of Lu Mingming instantly illuminated the massive screen above. As the celestial music resounded, the applause erupted like thunder, and all eyes followed the gaze of Yu Shanghai towards the center of the crowd where Lu Mingming stood. Hua Jiu, I don't know. I thought it was you. I truly believed it must be you, Lu Mingming explained anxiously. Let us extend our congratulations to Lu Mingming. She shall be exempt from tuition fees for 3 years and will receive a magical artifact awarded by the Haming Academy, along with the opportunity to select 2 courses from different vocational paths. Suddenly, the jubilant atmosphere came to an abrupt halt, as everyone was taken aback by Lu Mingming's explosive outburst. Why is it me? Why not Hua Jiu? Lu Mingming furiously glared at Yu Shanghai on the stage. Yu Shanghai's expression faltered slightly, yet he maintained a benevolent demeanor as he replied, If you have any doubts regarding the results of this assessment, dear Lu, you may inquire at the examination hall later. Very well, today's enrollment ceremony concludes here. Those of you who wish to select vocational courses may proceed to register with the respective masters. Chapter 49. A flicker of doubt intending to leave immediately. Hua Jiu had taken only a few steps when her keen ears caught the mention of her and Lu Mingming's names. A flicker of curiosity ignited within her, prompting Hua Jiu to crouch stealthily beneath the window of the grand hall to eavesdrop. Initially, she had been quite concerned about the matter of the top rank, yet now, regarding Lu Mingming, Hua Jiu realized that aside from a fleeting sense of disappointment, she felt little discomfort in her heart. I wonder, Master Fang, how could the top rank be awarded to Lu Mingming? Clearly, Hua Jiu is far superior. Master Yuan, you are certainly aware that our Celestial Academy has always adhered to the principle that in cases where 2 or more individuals achieve comparable results, the ranking shall be determined in accordance with the hierarchy of human, ghost, corpse, and demon. Hua Jiu's eyes widened in realization. It appears that within the Haming Celestial Academy, not all beings are created equal, with demons occupying the lowest rank. However, this situation is not entirely applicable here. Master Yuan spoke with fervor. Old Fang, initially, I believed that Hua Jiu's score of 0 in the 4th written examination would preclude her from securing the top position. Yet upon further reflection, the duality of existence, yin and yang, manifests even in her examination paper. When the esteemed Saint Lord Chengling, under the decree of the Celestial Emperor, established the written examination to assess intellect, there was no stipulation regarding the content, but rather a requirement for a format involving 2 choice questions, wherein one answer is correct and the other erroneous, yet the nature of correctness and error is fundamentally contradictory. Have you ever pondered the reason behind this, Old Fang? Master Fang paused for a moment, acknowledging that this too aligns with the principles of yin and yang. I have been enlightened. Thus, from our perspective, all answers deemed incorrect are, in fact, entirely correct for Hua Jiu. She merely chose the side of yin, which leads me to conclude that she should receive full marks for her 4th examination. Furthermore, during the assessment on Huaxia Island, neither she nor LV Mingming saved anyone. Yet was it not Hua Jiu who, with her own pot of water, rescued LV Mingming? Consequently, Hua Jiu's performance across all 5 assessments is impeccable. Master Yuan, do refrain from excitement. Please take a seat and allow me to elaborate further. Yesterday, based on the judgment of the 4th round of Hua Jiu, it turned out that Hua Jiu's performance indeed surpassed Lu Mingming's by a small margin. However, it was Lu Mingming who vanquished that Zhong Tian and saved both Hua Jiu and Jin Debao, which is why she was awarded the first place. Yet, without Hua Jiu's intervention, would Lu Mingming have had the opportunity to accomplish such feats? Moreover, Lao Feng, do you not find it peculiar that Zhong Tian's death was so suspicious? The 2 sudden moments of distraction that led to the interruption of his techniques occurred only when he was in contact with Hua Jiu. Upon hearing this, Hua Jiu's heart raced. She sighed with relief, realizing that she could no longer employ the puppet technique. Should her identity be revealed, how many would understand her like the old Taoist? Lao Feng, please be straightforward. Does the dean harbor ulterior motives in awarding first place to Lu Mingming? Since Master Yuan has already seen through this, why even pose such a question? I merely find it regrettable that Hua Jiu possesses the potential to cultivate both righteous and demonic paths. With her innate balance of the 5 elements being exceedingly rare within the entire Ling Tian realm, does the dean not fear losing such a promising talent? After all, no matter how exceptional, she is merely a cat demon without any background, unable to compare with the illustrious elf family of the Divine Machine Pavilion, who have built the Ling Tian realm alongside the revered Ling Tian Emperor. Master Yuan, you are still young. Having a passionate heart is commendable. However, as you age and your cultivation advances, you will come to understand that living inevitably involves navigating these convoluted matters. And what of Hua Jiu? I have heard that she was once so impoverished that she borrowed spirit stones from Zhang Guanshi to pay for lodging, and her inability to afford tuition may very well result in her departure. I share your concerns, however, rest assured. I have received word from the dean that he will discreetly waive a year's tuition for Hua Jiu, although she did not officially secure the top rank. This serves as a form of compensation. As long as she remains silent about it, the exemption may continue indefinitely. What do I have to hide? Is it merely because I am a demon? When L Mingming and Yu Shanghai arrived, they coincidentally witnessed this scene. Instead of being offended by L Mingming's public humiliation, Yu Shanghai humbly approached her after the ceremony to clarify the situation, aware of the close bond between L Mingming and Hua Jiu. He revealed to L Mingming the arrangement regarding the tuition waiver. L Mingming, with her naive disposition, viewed it as a positive development and insisted that Yu Shanghai accompany her to inform Hua Jiu personally. However, upon arriving and hearing Hua Jiu's inquiry, L Mingming was profoundly shaken, suddenly realizing that something was fundamentally amiss. If Hua Jiu were indeed meant to receive the top rank, why would she need to claim it clandestinely? Yu Shanghai cast a glance at Feng Fuji and Yuan Fuzi, both of whom bowed their heads, unable to meet his authoritative gaze. Is it solely because my surname is L? Is this how you adhere to the principle of equality among all beings? L Mingming spoke with a tone of discontent. Yu Shanghai maintained a polite smile. Had L Mingming not been the esteemed daughter of the elf family from the Divine Machine Pavilion, he likely would not have exhibited such restraint. Miss Lu jested. And there was no need for her to belittle herself. She indeed possessed the qualifications to claim the top position. Nonsense, Lu Mingming retorted, declaring that had it not been for Hua Jiu rescuing her at the outset, offering her all the water, and coaxing her to persevere with half a gourd of sand along the way, as well as dragging her along with his tail, she would have long been eliminated. Furthermore, regarding that last confrontation, even if she had refrained from intervening, Hua Jiu would have been capable of defeating him. Thus, the title of champion rightfully belonged to Hua Jiu, not to her. Hua Jiu opened her mouth to speak, but found no words to express. Her concern had shifted away from the title, which was now of little consequence. What troubled her was the old priest's teachings that the way benefits all beings, and all spirits are equal, with no distinction among teachings, which now seemed utterly false. The convictions she once held dear appeared to be non-existent, leaving her bewildered as to why. If she could not unravel this mystery, how could she summon the courage to assert that the only injustice in the world stemmed from one's own heart when the next inner demon emerged? Chapter 50. The Fifth Meow. A half-step must not be allowed. Yuan Fuzai wished to speak on behalf of Hua Jiu, but was discreetly restrained by Feng Fuzai's grip on his sleeve. Yu Shanghai inhaled deeply and smiled, stating, I have learned much today. I had no idea that the examination at Huangsha Island held such intricacies. Had Miss Lu informed me earlier. Alas, it is of no use to dwell on this now. The matter concerning Miss L's ascendance to the foremost position has swiftly traversed the city, echoing through the corridors of the Ethereal Academy. To alter this now may tarnish the Academy's esteemed reputation. I implore Miss L to consider this with understanding. Perhaps it would be best if Yu Shihai cast a discerning glance at Hua Jiu, his gaze reminiscent of one appraising the worth of an object. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "If you are amenable, I can absolve you of all tuition fees, and the Academy shall provide you with 50 second-grade spirit stones each month for your living expenses, until such time as you establish your foundation." Hua Jiu began, but Yu Shihai interjected confidently. His eyes glinting with veiled menace, "The Academy comprises 10 prestigious institutions. As long as you possess the time and energy, there are no barriers or fees for entry. The necessary foundational artifacts shall also be supplied by the Academy, as long as you acknowledge Miss L as the foremost and refrain from disseminating falsehoods. This shall serve as compensation from the Academy." Observing this exchange, Master Yuan found it increasingly intolerable, while Master Fong silently cast a binding and silencing spell upon him. The implications of Yu Shenhai's words left the two educators trembling with trepidation. Setting aside the fact that his conditions were nearly irresistible, the subtext of his statements was insidious. He insinuated that El Mengmeng had failed to provide him with the full details, leading to his misjudgment, while simultaneously urging Hua Jiu to accept the terms and concede that El Mengmeng was indeed the foremost, an overt attempt at sowing discord. Yu Shenhai skillfully navigated the delicate situation, neither offending Lu Mengmeng nor failing to incite dissatisfaction in Hua Jiu towards her. As long as Hua Jiu initiated a rift with Lu Mengmeng, it was certain that Lu Mengmeng would not refuse the coveted title and would cease to defend Hua Jiu. Truly, he was worthy of being the dean of the Hongming Academy. The overwhelming influence of the elf family from the Divine Mechanism Pavilion was palpable, and if Hua Jiu were to blame anyone, it could only be her status as a demon, an unconnected one at that. Fong Fuzi cast a worried glance at Hua Jiu, while Yuan Fuzi looked on anxiously. If Hua Jiu accepted, Yu Shihai would not only secure the favor of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion, but also retain the promising talent that was Hua Jiu. No matter how much resentment she harbored, it would ultimately be suppressed by the allure of benefits. Oblivious to the underlying dynamics, Lu Mengmeng remained unaware, knowing only that Hua Jiu indeed lacked spirit stones and resided in the cheapest inn in the Winter District. Thus, despite her discomfort, Lu Mengmeng still wished for Hua Jiu to consent, believing it would ease Hua Jiu's future considerably. "Hua Jiu, have you made up your mind? If you miss this opportunity, you may never encounter such a favorable chance again." The pressure of the core formation stage emanated quietly from Yu Shenhai, weighing upon Hua Jiu's shoulders. Standing tall and unyielding, Hua Jiu met Yu Shenhai's gaze with unwavering resolve. Suddenly, she recalled that year when she was gravely injured and unable to move, while the old Taoist was similarly wounded, barely clinging to life. To evade the relentless pursuit of the celestial beings, they were forced to masquerade as mortals in the secular world. The old Taoist sheltered her in his embrace, navigating through deception and trickery, yet her medicinal needs and sustenance were exceedingly costly. One rainy night, as they arrived at an inn, they found themselves devoid of even the coin needed to purchase a single steamed bun. The innkeeper, upon noticing the old Taoist carrying a sword, requested him to perform a sword dance to amuse the patrons within the establishment. He promised that, should the guests be entertained, he would provide a room and a meal. It was the only occasion when Hua Jiu witnessed the old Taoist's demeanor turn cold. He silently withdrew, sleeves flaring, and the two of them spent the night huddled under a tree, drenched by the rain. Typically, the old Taoist would behave as boisterously as a market hag, resorting to tricks and deceit for coin, shamelessly lowering his dignity. Yet, on that particular night, he preferred to endure the rain rather than perform with his sword. Hua Jiu recalled the old Taoist telling her that he was a sword cultivator, and the sword represented the cultivator's honor. A sword is wielded to confront foes and vanquish malevolence, to protect one's beloved kin, not merely for amusement. If a sword cultivator were to forsake the dignity of the sword for a mere room and meal, they would be unworthy of the title. The sword embodies the cultivator's honor. Even in poverty, the old Taoist had never betrayed his sword. And how could she allow her own dignity as a demon to be trampled for such trivial gains? What could be relinquished, she would concede. What could not? She would not yield an inch. The notion that demons are lesser beings than humans was one she would never accept, even unto death. Junior Marshal Uncle. With a thud, everyone within the hall was petrified, their gazes transfixed upon the astonishing scene before them. How could Chu Jingnan, who dared to strike even those at the core formation stage within the Hongming Immortal City, treat a mere cat demon with such caution and pleading tone? Hua Jiu stared for a long while before recognizing that Chu Jingnan was the dark-clad, demonic sword cultivator she had encountered on Yunming Island. Kneeling, Chu Jingnan inched closer to Hua Jiu, his face a mask of supplication. "Junior Martial Uncle, please don't jest. It's me, Jingnan. My master is Mu Yunqi. And my grandmaster is Chen Chuxin. My master even refers to you as Junior Martial Sister. If you are not my Junior Martial Uncle, then who is?" "What? You are a disciple of the twin swords of Jinghong, Yu Jingza?" Yu Shenghai exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Hua Jiu. The twin swords of Jinghong, Chen Chuxin, and Yu Jingza are esteemed sword cultivators of Kunwu, unmatched in brilliance over the past 1,000 years, having swept through all masters at the divine transformation stage. Even now, they share the top rank on the Ling Tian sword cultivators list. Notably, both are infamous for their protectiveness and pettiness. Years ago, shortly after Chen Chuxin took Mu Yunk as his disciple, Mu Yunk, while traveling, encountered a skirmish with the Blood Slaughter sect and was insulted as a Kunwu waste. What began as a minor conflict among Foundation establishment disciples escalated dramatically. The two, at the late nascent soul stage, joined forces and brought down the esteemed ancestor of the Blood Slaughter sect. In full view, they inscribed the words Blood Slaughter Waste at the sect's gate and departed with a hefty medication fee. Such incidents were not isolated, rendering them among the most formidable figures in the cultivation world, second only to the enigmatic three-flower weasel. "She is not my master's grand disciple," Chu Jingnan scoffed. Upon hearing this, Yu Shenghai breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not stirred a great calamity. Provoking these two would be far more terrifying than offending the divine mechanism pavilion. "She is the daughter of my master's grand disciple, a cherished little ancestor." Chapter 51, The Clash of Titans Boom. A thunderclap resounded in Yu Shenghai's heart, draining the color from his face. Disbelief etched across his features. "What did you say? Yu Jing's daughter is not a half-demon? Did she not vanish 300 years ago?" Fang Fuzi nodded, while Yuan Fuzi blinked. This matter had caused quite a stir back in the day, and it was precisely due to this incident that Yu Jingza was expelled from Kunwu, thus he should not have a cat demon daughter. Chu Jingnan still wore an expression of Uncle Master. "Please forgive me," as he faced Hua Jiu. Hearing Yu Shenghai's inquiry, he retorted with irritation. "Is it not permissible for my uncle's adopted daughter, whom he raised with his own hands? Must I seek your consent?" Yu Shenghai hastily waved his hands. No, that is not what I meant." At this moment, Yu Shenghai's heart raced anxiously as he glanced at Lu Meiming and then at Hua Jiu. His face contorted like a bitter melon. The earlier air of authority completely dissipated. One was from the Lu family of the Divine Machine Pavilion, and the other from the Kunwu Sword sect. Both were formidable powers that had fought alongside the Emperor Ling Tian, establishing the glorious era of Ling Tian. The Lu family occasionally adhered to reason, whereas the Kunwu Sword sect was filled with unruly rogues, none to be trifled with. "Uncle Master, if you do not forgive Jingnan, he shall not rise. You are so bothersome, go away." "Uncle Master, if the master finds out that Jingnan once lost you, he will surely make Jingnan accompany him for sword practice again. How terrifying." "Uncle Master, Hua Jiu, you and your uncle-nephew relationship is truly heartwarming." Lu Mingming chimed in joyfully, recalling when Chu Jingnan sought to capture the heavens, only instructing her to remind Hua Jiu to stay at Dadao Mountain. Unaware of their uncle-nephew bond. "Director, do you have anything to say now?" Lu Mingming crossed her arms, looking on with amusement. "Do you still look down on Hua Jiu as a demon, thinking she is unworthy of the top position? What? Do you dare to look down upon my junior apprentice?" Chu Jingnan suddenly stood up, his entire being brimming with demonic energy, casting a cold gaze at Yu Shenghai as he drew the sword from his back, playing with it in his hands. Yu Shenghai gulped nervously, speaking candidly. "Friend Chu, please do not misunderstand. It would be wise to retract your formidable powers, lest you frighten our two young companions." Chu Jingyan raised an eyebrow, retorting, "To look down upon my junior apprentice is to look down upon Kunwu. To disdain Kunwu is to disdain me. Step forth and exchange a few moves." No, it's not convenient, and besides, I am quite weak, not a match for you." "Friend Chu, I have already unsheathed my sword, and you dare to speak of inconvenience? Furthermore, you claim to be weak? I refuse to accept that." The murderous intent of Chu Jingnan pressed heavily upon Yu Shenghai's shoulders. He turned to seek assistance from Fang and Yuan, only to discover that the two had retreated to a distant corner of the grand hall, regarding him with sympathetic eyes. Yu Shenghai swallowed hard, glancing at El Miming and then at Hua Jiu. Suddenly inspired, he declared, Since Miss L is adamant about not accepting the title for this third round and has disclosed the internal matters, then the Immortal Academy, known for correcting its errors, shall issue an announcement stating that the title for this third round rightfully belongs to young friend Hua. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingnan snorted and sheathed his sword, while El Mingming's face lit up with joy. However, Hua Jiu showed no signs of happiness, her frown deepening as she gazed at Yu Shanghai, her disappointment increasingly evident. Is this truly the Hongming Immortal Academy, revered by all living beings? Is the old Taoist blind, or has she simply sought the wrong place? The sound of the zheng suddenly erupted, and a flurry of withered leaves swirled at the entrance of the grand hall. Two chilling voices abruptly resonated from the rooftop. Yu Shanghai, do you imply that my sister is a mere facade, a person of hollow reputation? How dare you look down upon my beloved sister? You seek death. El Mao Mao and El Dao burst through the roof like a tempest, accompanied by shards of tiles and falling leaves, gracefully landing before El Meng Meng, resembling two loyal guardians. On what grounds can my sister not claim the top position? The two asked in unison, their demeanor brash and defiant. Yu Shanghai's smile shattered, replaced by a grimace, as Chu Jingnan swiftly pulled Hua Jiu behind him for protection. El Mao Mao and El Dao glared at Hua Jiu, instinctively touching the claw marks on their faces. Had they not promised their sister to refrain from touching that wretched cat demon, they would have relished the idea of skinning Hua Jiu to fashion a fur cushion for their sister to sit upon. Humph. In unison, they scoffed and turned to Yu Shanghai, demanding, on what grounds do you strip my sister of the top position to bestow it upon that cat demon? What faults does my sister possess? At this moment, Yu Shanghai's smile was more pitiable than tears, his previously erect posture now bowed in defeat, unsure of where to place his hands. Brother. The top position originally belonged to Hua Jiu. It was merely a miscalculation by the dean that awarded it to me. Is it not right to return it to Hua Jiu? El Mei argued with conviction. El Mao Mao's gaze shifted away from Yu Shanghai, instantly adopting a tone as gentle as a mother hen. Sister, how can you be so naive? Everyone knows that the top position is yours. Suddenly being replaced, how will everyone perceive you? El Dao nodded and remarked, indeed, the opinions of the masses can be daunting. Who knows what those ignorant little brats might say, claiming you were stripped of the top position for some wrongdoing. They would mock you for it. And just the thought of such indignity makes it impossible for my brothers to swallow their pride. Yu Shanghai, you must elucidate the matter for us today, 1 through 6. Yu Shanghai shuddered at the intensity of their gazes, uncertain of how to respond. Regret coursed through him. Had he known that Hua Jiu was affiliated with Kunwu, he would have gladly bestowed the top position upon her. If El Mei Meng had not initially been overlooked, the Mao brothers would have had little to argue about. Fear not, my little master. Today, even if it means shedding blood, Jing Nin shall seek justice for you. Chu Jingnan declared fiercely, his sword slicing through nearby tables and chairs with a single stroke. Yu Shanghai felt the weight of 3 predatory gazes upon him, paralyzing him with trepidation. Just as it seemed he would be beset by a trio of assailants, a timid voice emerged from the corner of the hall. What if we were to declare a tie for the top position? Yu Shanghai's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Yes, yes. The Ling Tian list often lists co-champions. Our Hongming Immortal Academy could certainly follow suit. This would be a groundbreaking precedent, worthy of grand celebration and generous rewards for our 2 young friends. The fervor of the Mao brothers and Chu Jingnan subsided somewhat, as they found this outcome more palatable. I shall relinquish my claim to the top position. Hua Jiu suddenly interjected. Chapter 52. A twist in the tale. El Meng Meng and Chu Jingnan stepped aside in astonishment, revealing Hua Jiu with her fists tightly clenched. Her clear amber eyes filled with determination and disdain. What she desired was recognition for the cat demon Hua Jiu, not for the Kunwu Hua Jiu. Thus, she held contempt. Even if she were to accept, what they esteemed was the name of Kunwu, while her identity as a demon was looked down upon. Junior Martial Uncle, wait. Chu Jingnan cast a penetrating glance at Yu Shanghai before turning to pursue Hua Jiu. His final smirk sent a chill racing down Yu Shanghai's spine. El Meng Meng felt a pang in her nose and lifted her foot to kick Yu Shanghai. Just as Yu Shanghai prepared to defend himself, a threatening him echoed nearby, accompanied by 2 piercing gazes brimming with hostility. Yu Shanghai gritted his teeth and suppressed his spiritual energy, bracing himself to endure the formidable kick from El Meng Meng. Bang! Yu Shanghai let out a muffled groan, his legs buckling as he was sent crashing to the ground. The edamame brothers crossed their arms, nodding in satisfaction, murmuring, "It's all your fault. Why do you look down upon demons? Why can't you see them as merely individuals who differ from us in appearance and skin tone? As Yu Shanghai leaned against a pillar to rise, he cast a furtive glance at the edamame brothers, feeling a surge of anger yet reluctant to express it. Tears glistened in El Mingming's eyes as she shouted at Yu Shanghai, "Do you have any idea how painful it is to be discriminated against and looked down upon? You have no clue. Sister Yu, please, you all be silent." The edamame brothers shrank back, raising their hands in a gesture of submission, unwilling to utter another word. El Mingming wiped away her flowing tears and continued, "I grew up in a carefree environment, cradled in the palms of my parents and brothers, who all regarded me as their most cherished treasure. I believed this to be true for a long time. However, it was not until I turned 6 that I realized the stark reality. That day, I concealed myself behind a rockery and overheard a guest inquire of my mother, 'How old is Mingming? Is she as remarkable as the edamame?' I yearned for my mother to praise me, but what did I witness instead? Why did her gaze waver? Why did her smile falter? Why did she say, 'Mingming is still young. There is no rush regarding her training,' before hastily changing the subject? Sister, it's not like that." The anxious brother of edamame attempted to clarify, but a fierce glance from El Mingming silenced him instantly. Yu Shanghai, bewildered, could only listen on. The more El Mingming spoke, the more sorrowful she became, her tears cascading uncontrollably. "I could not fathom why my mother could not joyfully declare, as she usually did, 'Mingming is very obedient. She can now finish an entire bucket of food. Even the most detested vegetables are consumed with a furrowed brow. When she falls, she picks herself up without crying or fussing, refusing to seek her mother's embrace. She can strike a cow with a single punch, and even carves little wooden sculptures as gifts for Father's birthday.' It was then that I truly understood. I was not my parents' darling, but rather their disgrace, a source of pain they preferred to keep hidden from outsiders. They, along with my brothers, shielded me from the ridicule of the world, while everyone maintained a facade of respect, secretly mocking my inability to wield spiritual consciousness and my failure to become a puppet master." Summoning a profound breath, Lu Mingming brushed away her remaining tears, resolving that she had nothing to be ashamed of. The fact that she could not wield divine consciousness was inconsequential. If others looked down upon her, she would not denigrate herself. Among the myriad paths of the great Tao, there was bound to be one for her. Since she could not become a puppeteer like her brothers, bringing pride to her parents, she would become a martial cultivator who would make her parents proud, the sole martial cultivator in the Lu family of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion. "Sister." The Mado brothers' eyes reddened, and their noses tingled with emotion. "So that's why you left home. You truly are a good sister, full of ambition." "Indeed." One of the brothers added, "Mao Mao, and I thought it was because of the little junior brother. We even gave him a beating." Lu Mingming cast a sidelong glance at the Mado brothers and declared to Yu Shanghai, "I have no desire to associate with those who scorn me. I shall not attend this Hongming Immortal Academy." With a flick of her sleeve, Lu Mingming departed. Yu Shanghai found himself enveloped in the shadows cast by the Mado brothers, who flanked him on either side, their hands propped against the pillars. Their roguish faces, adorned with cat claw marks, appeared even more menacing. What do you want?" Yu Shanghai stammered. "Making our precious sister cry. What do you think? No one is allowed to bully our sister in our presence." Yu Shanghai was on the verge of tears, clutching himself in fear. "I didn't look down on Miss Lu. Can't you be reasonable? We only reason with the dead. Or, we only reason with our fists. Which do you choose?" they asked in unison. Yu Shanghai furtively glanced in the direction of Feng Fuzi and Yuan Fuzi, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, the area had become deserted. These two had indeed fled with remarkable speed. At that moment, a sudden exclamation from LV Mingming broke the silence, startling the Mado brothers, who exchanged a quick glance. "This is bad. Mother is coming. Run." No sooner had the words left their lips than they vanished like a gust of wind, leaving no trace behind. Outside the grand hall, LV Mingming fixed her gaze upon the serene and gentle woman before her. Although she was aware that this was merely a puppet standing in for her mother, the sight of the familiar, tender visage evoked a torrent of emotions within her. Despite having endured numerous injuries and a broken arm, without shedding a tear, she could no longer contain her feelings and collapsed into the woman's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Mother, I miss you so much. Why did it take you so long to find me? I thought you had abandoned me." It is only upon leaving home that one truly understands the hardships of the outside world and the value of family. Yu Guiwan held LV Mingming tightly, gently patting her back. "Do not cry, my dear. I am here now. If I had known you wished to attend the Hongming Academy, you should have informed me. Your father and I would have personally escorted you there." Wiping her tears, LV Meng Meng looked at Yu Guiwan in disbelief. Mother, weren't you the one insisting I attend the clan school? With a soft touch, Yu Guiwan brushed away the tears from LV Meng Meng's face, reproaching her gently. When did I ever say you must go? It is you who overthinks matters. You ran away without even asking. Do you know that on the night you fled, your father told me he would take you to the Hongmeng Academy and not let you attend the clan school? El Meng Meng pouted in distress, tears welling up in her eyes. It seemed she had every right to feel this way, believing that the members of the El family were destined to be mere puppeteers, enduring unbearable grievances which compelled her to run away. Yu Guiwan reached out and gently poked El Meng Meng's forehead, chuckling, "Oh, my foolish girl. This is not the true Hongmeng Academy. Come with me, and I shall take you to the authentic Hongmeng Academy, established by the esteemed Ling Tian Emperor and the Six Paths Saint." Chapter 53. The misstep into the wrong door. Hua Jiu, overwhelmed and anxious, aimlessly sprinted through the realm, her footsteps echoing the chaos of her thoughts. Not only did this prevent Chu Jing'an from catching up, but she also found herself lost within the confines of Hongmeng City. When she regained her senses, she discovered she had ventured into the unfamiliar Xia district. The scorching sun beat down relentlessly, causing the leaves to droop and the cicadas to chirp hoarsely, a cacophony that heightened her irritation. Perched on a tree, the hot trunk pressed against her paws. She transformed into her human form, sitting atop the treetop at the edge of the street. Dressed in a cool, sheer garment, her bare feet dangled in the air, observing the comings and goings of pedestrians. This area, a distance away from the bustling thoroughfares of Shengqian Street and Kunlong Street, was relatively devoid of foot traffic. She recalled her first arrival in Hongmeng City, marveling at the harmonious coexistence of spirits and humans, which filled her with an unquenchable ambition to thrive in this paradise. Yet now, the fervor that once surged within her had dissipated, and her reasoned gaze unveiled a different tableau altogether. In the shop, there are individuals leisurely enjoying watermelon and dozing off, while outside the door, a hoarse voice shouts to attract customers under the blazing sun, embodying a different kind of existence. Beneath the sweltering heat, the horse demon struggles to pull a cart piled high with goods, while a young attendant, sheltered by an umbrella, occasionally grumbles about the horse demon's sluggish pace, lamenting the sun's relentless rays. Yet, not all is as it seems. In a corner carpenter's workshop, a man and a demon appear to share a marital bond. The male demon crafts chairs while the shopkeeper's wife kindly offers him a bowl of chilled sour plum soup and wipes the sweat from his brow. The apprentices within the shop, both human and demon, are treated with equal regard by the male demon proprietor. Hua Jiu finds the world perplexing, filled with complexities that elude her understanding. Therefore, she cannot dismiss the entirety of existence simply because she has faced discrimination once. Just as she once believed that everyone in the world mirrored the likes of the crowd, her encounter with the old Taoist has shifted her perspective. Indeed, she has the old Taoist. Even if no one else accepts her, he will always provide her with a sanctuary. If necessary, she can support him. With this thought, Hua Jiu feels a sense of relief wash over her, her gaze brightening, and her legs moving with increasing cheerfulness. Selling paintings may require inspiration, but it is not a sustainable solution. She can learn a new skill to earn spirit stones, set up a small stall for incense and snacks with Xiao Cha, and have the foolish dog work hard, even deceive the naive with a turnip masquerading as ginseng. Life could continue to unfold, for she has endured the trials of the arena. What do these minor difficulties matter compared to her past struggles? After coming to a realization, Hua Jiu leapt down from the tree, her twin buns unraveling to reveal two delicate cat ears, while her tail arched gracefully behind her. She was but a background-less little cat demon, unburdened by the need to masquerade as a human, to cling to the powerful, or to belittle herself. I shall ascend to great heights, and let all behold this adorable visage, Hua Jiu declared, pointing skyward with grandiosity. A sudden chill swept through, and with a flap, a piece of yellow paper inexplicably adhered to her face, as if heralding some omen. This incited a frenzy within her, in a fit of rage. She tore the paper from her face, shredding it into fragments and trampling them beneath her feet. With her chin held high, she strutted away in triumph. Seeking a livelihood? Head to the gathering treasure workshop. A booming voice resonated from ahead. Hua Jiu looked up to see a robust, burly man, a country giant, calling out while clutching a stack of yellow paper. Seeking a livelihood? At the gathering treasure workshop, both new and seasoned students can find rewarding opportunities. Whether you possess a special skill or not, our foundational courses guarantee proficiency, and upon completion, we will recommend high-paying jobs, all without any intermediary fees. As he walked, he scattered yellow papers into the air, which magically landed in the hands of passers-by, who, even if they did not wish to take them, found the papers trailing behind them, revealing their contents. "It's you. I recognize you," the burly man exclaimed with delight upon spotting Hua Jiu. She too recognized him. He was the one who, during the initial test with the chaotic spirit grass, had been too fearful of pain to qualify for cultivation. "What exactly is this foundational course?" Hua Jiu inquired. Upon catching sight of Hua Jiu, the robust man grew intrigued and, fueled by an exuberant enthusiasm, began to introduce her to the various trades of the realm. He explained that the most lucrative apprenticeships nowadays are typically found in the fields of artifact forging and alchemy, as well as the crafting of talismans, brushes, talisman paper, spirit scrolls, and enchanted fabrics, alongside runic embroidery. These pursuits require a certain level of skill. Our establishment, the Gathering Treasure Pawnshop, specializes in imparting these fundamental teachings. What say you, little cat demon? Are you interested? I can take you there. A trial day of learning comes at no cost. For a mere 32nd grade spirit stones, you could study for 3 months. After which we would facilitate your apprenticeship at various workshops in the Immortal City, offering wages superior to those of their own apprentices, along with provisions and lodging. By the way, my name is Shin Dajwang, but you may call me Old Shin. Hua Jiu pondered for a moment and decided she would indeed visit the Gathering Treasure Pawnshop. As she turned to leave, Shin Dajwang hurriedly called after her, "Wait. Little cat demon, you must accompany me to register. Only then can I receive my 3 spirit stones as a reward. Otherwise, oh dear." In his haste, Shin Dajwang collided unexpectedly with an elderly man emerging from a narrow alley. The wiry old man seemed unfazed, while the towering Shin Dajwang was sent sprawling, scattering yellow paper all around him. The old man, disheveled and with hair as white as snow, despite his frail appearance, possessed a piercing gaze that commanded respect. When he locked eyes with Hua Jiu, recognition sparked between them. "Scammer old man. Astonishing skeletal little cat demon." This elderly figure was none other than the one Hua Jiu had encountered upon her arrival in Hongming Immortal City at the Four Seasons Tree Square, who claimed to possess unparalleled techniques to impart and urged her to become his disciple. Shin Dajwang rose to his feet and recognized the elderly man, promptly bowing deeply in respect, saying, "Master Chen, I was careless as I walked and inadvertently offended you." Chen Jingji waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence, but his gaze fell upon the surrounding yellow papers, causing his expression to darken. "Instead of diligently attending classes at the Immortal Academy, you have the audacity to work menial jobs. With your abysmal talent, achieving a breakthrough to the chi condensation stage is more challenging than having this old man father a child. If it weren't for the fact that I have failed to recruit even 10 students for the academy this year, I would have no desire to accept you." "Of course not." Both Chen Jingji and Shin Dajwang replied in unison. "Then what are you implying?" They turned in unison towards the distant mist-shrouded Dadao Mountain. At that moment, Chu Jing'an arrived, breathless, exclaiming, "Little Uncle Jing'an, I finally found you." "You? Oh, Master Chen, you are here. How fortuitous." "This is exactly what I mentioned last time. My master uncle instructed me to bring this one, Fat Jiu." Chapter 54. The Immortal Gate in the Mountains. Even upon reaching Dadao Mountain, Hua Jiu had yet to shake off her bewilderment. How had she stumbled through the wrong door? How could there be 2 humming immortal academies in the Immortal City, if the one in the city was a falsehood? Then why did the one on the mountain emit an air of authenticity, with the fake appearing more genuine than the real? Hua Jiu was filled with questions, yet it was clear that no one would divulge the answers at this moment. The mountain path was overgrown with weeds, clearly neglected for some time. Were it not for Chen Jingji guiding them, Hua Jiu would have been unaware of this hidden route. In the desolate wilderness, crows cawed, and the mottled shadows of trees loomed like phantoms. Suddenly a chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down one's spine. Hua Jiu tugged at Chu Jingnan's sleeve and whispered, "Are you certain this is truly the Hongming Immortal Academy? I can't shake the feeling that it's rather eerie here." Startled, Hua Jiu covered her eyes with Chu Jingnan's sleeve, peeking out cautiously. At that moment, Chen Jingji had already parted a clump of grass at the mountain's forefront and slipped into a cave, with Shin Dajwang closely following him. "Come on, junior uncle, this is indeed the authentic Hongming Immortal Academy," urged Chu Jing'an. Hua Jiu hesitated, prompting Chu Jing and to crouch down to meet her gaze. "Junior uncle, the city has been quite tumultuous lately. Although a few of the Zhangtian have been discovered, the number of those lurking within the city remains uncertain. At this juncture, the academy is our safest refuge." Hua Jiu was taken aback. "You know?" A warmth spread through her heart as she nodded fervently. "All right. Then please assist me in bringing a few friends from the Yak in Winter City. It's too far for me to travel, and oh, Remember to settle the bills for the stay. Jingnan, you are truly wonderful. Hua Jiu grasped Chu Jingnan's hand and shook it gently before stepping into the cave. Chu Jingnan's lips twitched. Junior uncle, you are indeed quite unreserved. Above the entrance hung a dark plaque, and in a daze, Hua Jiu mistook the red characters inscribed upon it for the words Ghost Gate. She swallowed hard and discreetly shifted behind Chu Jingnan. Chen Jingji pushed open the grand red door and entered, blinding sunlight flooding in. As Hua Jiu raised her hand to shield her eyes, she heard Chu Jingnan whispering in her ear, "The academy at the foot of the mountain isn't entirely false either. The specifics of the situation will gradually reveal themselves to you." A refreshing mountain breeze, accompanied by a fine mist, caressed Hua Jiu's face. As she lowered her hand and her eyes adjusted to the sunlight, the surrounding landscape of shimmering water and verdant mountains gradually came into view. Bathed in sunlight, the distant mountains appeared as if freshly cleansed, their verdant peaks rising in layered succession. Amidst the mountain breeze and drifting clouds, the summits emerged and receded from view, their presence ethereal and fleeting. The limpid waters of the autumn river, clear as jade, flowed along the banks of verdant mountains, their lush greenery a seamless spectacle. The emerald river meandered in gentle curves, adorned with clumps of reeds and islets of varying sizes. Verdant bamboo cast shadows upon the isles, where pavilions and towers nestled against the mountains and water, harmoniously composing an elegant, ink-wash landscape painting with the vast azure sky and wisps of cloud. In contrast to the imposing grandeur of the Hongmeng Immortal Academy below, this vista possessed a refreshing, refined elegance, inspiring a sense of tranquility and ease. "This is the valley upstream of the Qingluo River," Chu Jingnan remarked, standing beside Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu gazed into the distance, following the river's course, and indeed, she discerned the resounding roar of a waterfall. She now possessed a general understanding of their location. "Ling Yunji, you cur. You're napping again. I swear I'll drown you in a chamber pot." The sudden, coarse reprimand drew the attention of all three individuals toward Chen Jingji. The target of his ire was seated beside a water wheel, clad in a raincoat and bamboo hat, angling by the riverbank. From behind, he resembled a reclusive sage, emanating an aura that commanded respect. After being scolded by Chen Jingji, Ling Yunji let out a lengthy yawn, set down his fishing rod, and stretched lazily as he stood up. When he turned around, Hua Jiu realized he was a middle-aged man, with a tattered bagua compass hanging from his waist and his pant legs rolled up above his knees, exuding an air of indolence. His bleary eyes scanned the few individuals present, and when Ling Yunji caught sight of Hua Jiu, his eyes sparkled with delight. "What a fine specimen. Chen, where did you manage to find such a promising little cat demon?" he exclaimed. Come, take this fish I just caught. Don't be shy." Hua Jiu was handed a fish basket, which contained 2 lively grass carps that flopped around, splashing water onto her face. Ling Yunji squatted before her, meeting her gaze with enthusiasm. "Little cat demon, would you like to become a talisman array master? I am proficient in illusion arts as well. If you wish to pursue that, you've come to the right person. Once you accept this fish, you shall be my disciple. Hurry, call me master and follow me. I guarantee you'll feast on fish every day." Hua Jiu perked up her ears, filled with curiosity. "Really? Every day?" Just then, a gust of wind swept her behind Chen Jingji, causing her to lose grip on the fish basket, which landed in Ling Yunji's arms instead. Chen Jingji glared at them, his beard bristling with annoyance. "Take us to Junshan Ferry," he commanded. In a fit of rage, Chen Jingji continued, "You lazy bum, and yet you wish to teach students? I hardly want to waste my breath on you." When little fish treasure first arrived, she was lively and spirited, but now look at her. Every day, she lies belly up in the river, and from a distance, one might mistake her for a dead fish. You and Exine Shurching make my life anything but easy. By the way, where is that old rascal? Is he off clutching that painting again? One cannot help but notice the detached expression on his face, pretending to be a person of refined taste, yet unchanged in his inherent nature. Hua Jiu gazed in astonishment at Chen Jingji, then turned her eyes towards Shun Dezhuang and Chu Jingnan, both of whom offered her a look that seemed to convey, "You will soon grow accustomed to this." Narrowing her eyes, Hua Jiu suddenly felt an unsettling sense of an uncertain future. Chapter 55, The Unassuming Arrival. A solitary boat glided through the dense reeds, navigating upstream as Shindazhuang rode while Chen Jingji took the helm, steering towards Jun Mountain. Shortly after their departure, they were obscured by towering reeds that surpassed their height. Curiosity piqued, Hua Jiu stood up to survey her surroundings. The distant landscapes appeared identical, and the surrounding reeds mirrored each other, rendering it impossible to discern their direction. Is this a maze? Hua Jiu inquired of Chu Jing'an. Chu Jing'an nodded, and Chen Jingji remained silent, continuing to guide the vessel. Hua Jiu pouted. Bewildered by Chen Jingji's behavior, he clearly agreed with Ling Yunji, yet criticized him mercilessly. What a peculiar character, she mused. Junior uncle, Chu Jingnan whispered cautiously. Stealing a glance at Chen Jingji, he beckoned Hua Jiu to crouch down so their heads could huddle together. Do you know who the esteemed Exine Shurcheng, mentioned by Chen Jingji earlier, is? Hua Jiu shook her head. Chu Jing'an glanced at Chen Jingji once more and spoke carefully. When my master's ancestor was a child, a plague swept through his hometown, and he was the sole survivor. It was the wandering master Xin who took him in, raising him until the age of 8 before sending him to the Kunwa sword sect. My master has always regarded Xin as a father figure. If you have the opportunity, do remember to pay a visit to Master Xin on behalf of your junior uncle. Moreover, Master Qin is my ancestral Master Qin Xuxin's father. Although my uncle and my ancestral master grew up together like brothers, they harbor a mutual disdain for one another, somewhat at odds. You should take care of yourself. Hua Jiu gazed at the aged figure of Chen Jingji, astonished that such esteemed individuals were present here. If they are all so formidable, why are they not residing within their sect? Hua Jiu pondered. What exactly is that Hongming Academy down the mountain? Ahem, we have arrived at Junshan. Chen Jingji interjected, interrupting their conversation as the boat gently parted the reeds, revealing a breathtaking vista. Junshan stands majestically, surrounded by water on all sides. Its solitary peak towering above. The mountains are lush with greenery, the bamboo casting a soothing shade. While quaint houses with white walls and azure tiles are nestled at the foot of the mountain, as a winding river meanders past. The cobblestone path spirals up the mountain, leading directly to the ethereal palaces veiled in mist at the summit. Hua Jiu, I was just lamenting how to find you, yet here you are. A familiar voice of delight emanated from the ferry, and Hua Jiu looked up to see Lu Mingming alongside a graceful and dignified lady. As Chen Jingji stepped onto the dock, the lady quickly composed herself, guiding Lu Mingming respectfully before Chen Jingji. Master Chen, I am Yu Guiwan from the Yu family of the Divine Machine Pavilion, and this is my daughter Lu Mingming. Mingming, quickly greet Master Chen. Lu Mingming, somewhat bewildered, was about to pay her respects when Chen Jingji waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. It is better for children to be innocent and carefree. Do not adhere so rigidly to convention. Therefore, I find myself rather unappreciative of you aristocratic families. Yu Guiwan smiled modestly, maintaining her poise without losing an ounce of decorum. You are indeed right, esteemed elder. Chen Jingji, stroking his beard, squinted as he observed Lu Mingming. Ah, this child is quite remarkable. Her innate potential rivals that of Pangjiu. Yet, it seems her spiritual sea may be somewhat compromised. Master, my name is Hua Jiu, and I am not fat. Hua Jiu interjected from the side, casting a glare at Chu Jingnan, attributing the misnomer to him for having learned it from the old Taoist and conveyed it to Master Qin. Chu Jingnan, feigning innocence, shrugged his shoulders. Until today, he had believed Hua Jiu's true name to be Pangjiu, as his great-uncle had consistently referred to her that way. It was only then that Yu Guiwan turned her attention to Hua Jiu. Upon glancing at her, her pupils involuntarily trembled before she subtly shook her head. With a gentle smile, she pulled Lu Mingming closer and explained, during my pregnancy with Mingming, I encountered certain challenges, which resulted in her sustaining injuries in the womb. Consequently, her spiritual sea and consciousness cannot be compared to that of a regular practitioner. However, Mingming is by no means inferior. She is intelligent and well-behaved, having inherited the formidable strength of the Yuan ancestors. At the tender age of 6, she was capable of overpowering a bull with a single hand. Yu Guiwan caressed Lu Mingming's face. Both her father and I take immense pride in her aspirations to become the first martial practitioner of the Lu family. I kindly ask that you look after her, Master Chen. Mother. Lu Mingming gazed at Yu Guiwan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, realizing that her mother had heard her earlier sentiments. Chen Jingji nodded in response. Indeed, martial practitioners endure greater hardships than other cultivators, and sometimes, despite their efforts, progress may elude them. Thus, unwavering determination is paramount. I am unafraid. I will persist even if I lose my hands or feet, Lu Mingming declared, clenching her fist resolutely. Chen Jingji nodded slightly, glancing at the nearby Shin Dazhuang. Dazhuang, please take Lu Mingming and Hua Jiu to find a place to stay and inform them of the rules. Hua Jiu interjected, I don't want to be called that. Never mind. I'm upset. Shen Dazhuang responded affirmatively, follow me. There are plenty of places to reside in Junshan, so make sure to choose wisely. After saying this, Lu Mingming took Hua Jiu by the hand and followed Shen Dazhuang in search of accommodations. Once they reached their destination, Chen Jingji instructed, you both may leave now. When they commence their foundational training, you will come to fetch them. Until then, visits are strictly prohibited. With that, Chen Jingji walked away from the dock, his hands clasped behind his back. A faint ripple shimmered in the air, which halted Yu Guiwan and Chu Jingnan in their tracks, preventing their entry into the inner sanctum of Jushan. Yu Guiwan gazed longingly at the retreating figures of Lu Mingming and Hua Jiu, lost in thought, pondering the uncanny resemblance. At that moment, a young boy with a fish fin atop his head emerged from the water, casting a fearful glance towards Hua Jiu's departing silhouette, and whispered, are you leaving? Hua Jiu and Lu Mingming followed Shen Dazhuang, inspecting several vacant courtyards. From his explanations, they learned that there were only 7 masters on Dedao Mountain. Yet, like those below, they taught the 10 major professions, leaving the choice to the students. Indeed, the Immortal Academy on Dedao Mountain, as the old Taoist had mentioned, charged no fees. However, it required self-sufficiency, as the academy did not support idlers. Each morning was reserved for classes, while afternoons were dedicated to assisting the academy with various tasks. Only in the evenings were they free to pursue their own activities, and every 15th day of the month, they could enjoy a 2-day respite. Within the academy, there are currently only 120 students. Those who cultivate their bodies and refine their energy come and go, while those who establish their foundations depart. It is said that even during its most prosperous times, the number of students never exceeded 200. Shen Dazhuang remarked. Why is that? Hua Jiu and Lu Mingming inquired in unison. Shen Dazhuang sighed ruefully, because of poverty, we cannot afford to support so many individuals. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to work in the city, where even a proper meal is a luxury. Chapter 56. The returning wild geese. Hua Jiu and Lu Mingming ultimately chose a quaint brick courtyard at the foot of the mountain, oriented southward. A stream, flowing down from the mountain, meandered through the courtyard. Behind the yard lay an acre of spiritual farmland, and a peach tree was planted in front, offering a broad view of the Qilua River. Moreover, the area was uninhabited, providing a tranquil ambience. As the aged door creaked open, a cloud of dust fluttered down, prompting Hua Jiu to recoil in distaste, while Lu Mingming, with a flick of her sleeve, stepped inside. Cough, how filthy. How long has it been since anyone lived here? The courtyard was in a state of disarray, with weeds towering over the height of a person. Shen Dazhuang stood at the entrance, chuckling amiably. It has likely been 10 years or so. There aren't many people on the mountain, but there are plenty of courtyards. If one is dissatisfied, they can simply find another place to build, leading to the abandonment of many areas. You two should tidy up first. I shall reside by the western gate, where I will plant persimmon trees. Should you need anything, just call for me. I shall take my leave now. With that, Shen Dazhuang departed, aiming to slip down the mountain unnoticed by the scholars to earn some spirit stones. Hua Jiu, let us clean together. The sooner we tidy up, the sooner we can settle in. Hua Jiu, perched on the peach tree at the entrance, shook her head. It's too dirty. I refuse. Lu Mingming wore a sorrowful expression as she surveyed the overgrown weeds in the yard, then glanced at Hua Jiu. Could you at least lend a hand? With so many weeds, I won't finish this by tomorrow on my own. Hua Jiu, tugging at her ear, replied helplessly, well, you should come out first. Lu Mingming hurriedly stepped out of the house, and Hua Jiu leaped gracefully onto the rooftop from the peach tree, raising an eyebrow as a cluster of flames, the size of a fist, suddenly materialized before her. Don't you need to perform hand seals to conjure fire? Lu Mingming exclaimed in astonishment. Although the fire conjuring technique could be executed at the first level of qi condensation, Hua Jiu's lack of hand seals was undoubtedly attributed to her formidable spiritual awareness, a trait her brother also possessed. The flames swiftly engulfed the entire yard and roof, reducing the weeds to ashes while sparing everything else from harm. Subsequently, Hua Jiu gently exhaled, and a refreshing breeze swept through, carrying the ash and scattering it into the spiritual field behind the house, ensuring that the ashes served as excellent fertilizer, leaving nothing wasted. Lu Mingming clapped in admiration. Hua Jiu, your spiritual awareness is both powerful and meticulous. It's truly impressive. Hua Jiu raised an eyebrow with pride. The rest is all yours now. Cleaning is also a form of cultivation. Work hard, with renewed determination. Lu Mingming rolled up her sleeves and entered the house. She moved swiftly, sweeping away cobwebs from every nook and cranny and scrubbing the thick dust from the interior. The grapevines in the yard had survived, and were unharmed by Hua Jiu's flames. Lu Mingming climbed onto a stool to trim the fallen vines, carefully training them onto the trellis she had constructed herself. The translucent grapes glistened with light as Lu Mingming plucked a few and tossed them into her mouth, smiling sweetly. She clapped her hands and opened the old window, allowing sunlight to pour in and dispel the musty air. A brass incense burner, though chipped, stood in the main hall, and Lu Mingming lit the incense beside it, infusing the room with a refreshing fragrance. As dusk fell, the small courtyard was transformed. The rustic tables and chairs were arranged neatly and cleaned, while the warm glow of an oil lamp illuminated the space. The winding bluestone path meandered through the yard, and a gentle breeze carried flower petals to the ground. The sleeping cat, Hua Jiu, was placed on the stone table beneath the grapevine by Lu Mingming. Upon waking, it gazed up at the clusters of grapes, which sparkled like glass, while stars twinkled in the night sky. "Do you like it, Hua Jiu?" "Meow, not bad," Hua Jiu replied. "If we can descend the mountain tomorrow, let us buy some bedding, curtains, dishes, and other items to make this temporary home complete," Lu Mingming cheerfully planned. "By the way, let us name our little courtyard." "Meow," came the uninterested response. "Hua Jiu?" Hua Jiu pondered, curious if there were any birds inside to catch. "How about we call it Returning Goose Abode?" "Meow," Hua Jiu indicated no objections, as long as it pleased her. That evening, Lu Mingming had no desire to practice. After consuming a fasting pill, she hugged a wooden board and began carving the sign for Returning Goose Abode, chatting with Hua Jiu in the courtyard. "By the way, Hua Jiu, have you decided what you want to learn?" "I've made up my mind to pursue martial cultivation, as it seems to be my only path." "But you are different. With your strong spiritual awareness, have you considered becoming a puppet master?" Hua Jiu spat out grape seeds, observing Lu Mingming skillfully carving wood with a kitchen knife, and shook his head, exclaiming, "No, it's merely a waste of money to pursue puppetry. Such sentiments suggest that both talismanic array masters and painters would require a considerable amount of talisman paper, array discs, and scrolls for their studies." Lu Mingming brushed away the wood shavings from the plaque. As for the illusionists, they too necessitate a formidable spiritual awareness to underpin their craft, capable of ensnaring individuals into illusions with but a mere thought. Many, like the fox and snake spirits, excel in this art, and among the illusionists, the most formidable is the mirage frog, renowned for its ability to conjure entire mirages with a single croak. This led Hua Jiu to contemplate Ling Yunji at the ferry, who claimed that following him would guarantee a daily catch. Sunbathing, fishing, eating, and sleeping, such a tranquil existence was worth considering. Lu Mingming nodded, suggesting, "You might want to visit the Seven Masters tomorrow to explore your options before making a decision, as this choice will ultimately shape your path in cultivation." Hua Jiu tugged at his ears, realizing the extensive travels ahead. Today, Shen Dazhuang mentioned that only the Faceless Master, who teaches martial cultivation, and Etsu, who instructs in magical cultivation, resided atop June Mountain. To learn talismanic arrays and illusions, one must seek out Master Ling Yunji at the ferry. For puppetry, a boat ride to Yuhu Forest to find Bodhi Child is necessary. Meanwhile, the esteemed Xian Shirching, who teaches painting and music, is located at Qingfeng Minghua Pavilion on another peak, and Master Chen Jingji, instructing sword cultivation, can be found at Sword Dance Plain in the northwest. Lastly, the revered Imo Shuhan, who teaches both medicine and poison arts, resides at Hua Jiu residence, where Hua Jiu awoke last, situated halfway up the mountain of Dadao. "The furthest distance from here. Do you not possess the flying puppet I provided you?" inquired Lu Mingming. A spark of realization illuminated Hua Jiu's eyes. Indeed, aside from Hua Jiu residence, one cannot fly directly in, but once inside, flying is permissible. I nearly overlooked this fact. The ink scholar residing in Siju residence occasionally attends to injured cultivators from the Immortal City, thus he mostly resides halfway up the mountain, allowing those cultivators to locate him without passing through the mountain gate. "Very well, I shall accompany you to Master Wumian tomorrow to observe the martial arts class, and afterwards, we shall explore other matters." Chapter 57. The Master is not human. At the break of dawn the following day, Hua Jiu, aware of the impending mountain climb, had already set her sights on the old backpack in the courtyard. By the time Lu Mingming had finished her morning preparations, Hua Jiu had dragged the backpack before her, squatting nearby and mewing softly. Lu Mingming cast an annoyed glance at Hua Jiu. "You are insufferably lazy, merely consuming without contributing, all the while seeking to evade effort." Mewing, Hua Jiu nestled into the backpack. Lu Mingming shook her head in resignation, hoisting the backpack as she stepped outside. Hua Jiu placed her paws upon Lu Mingming's shoulders, rhythmically stepping with each stride. Lu Mingming chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle Hua Jiu's head. All right then, since you are at least attempting to be endearing, I shall carry you up the mountain from now on. With a gentle pull of the door, Lu Mingming was met by Shen Dazhuang, who was poised to knock. I heard from Miss Lu that you wish to pursue martial cultivation. I too am a martial cultivator and can accompany you up the mountain, he declared, presenting Lu Mingming with 2 warm buns. Brother Shen, you are truly kind. El Mingming expressed her gratitude as she handed a bun to her shoulder, only to have it snatched away by a feline paw from behind, which promptly began to munch on it with delightful meows. Shen Dazhuang appeared to be in his 30s, yet in reality he was just in his early 20s. El Mingming's affectionate call of Brother Shen made Shen Dazhuang blush profusely, a shy grin spreading across his face. Come on, we students must first visit Hua Jiu to offer an incense stick before class each day. If we arrive late, we will undoubtedly be left behind for meals. We must hurry, Shen Dazhuang urged. El Mingming followed him, nibbling on her bun, and inquired curiously, isn't Hua Jiu the canteen overseen by Aunt Sue? Isn't it a good thing to be left behind for meals? Shen Dazhuang's face turned pale as he cautiously glanced at the wisp of smoke rising from the distant mountain peak. It's not that it's bad, it's just... Sigh. Miss L, when you have the fortune to experience it, you will understand. As El Mingming and Shen Dazhuang chatted merrily, Hua Jiu comfortably nestled inside, savoring her bun while listening to their conversation, occasionally peeking out to observe. The morning air was thick with mist and a hint of chill, as numerous cultivators, whether martial or magical, gathered from all directions, stepping onto the stone-paved path. Among them were practitioners of various realms, and Hua Jiu even spotted a small zombie, arms raised, hopping up the steps one at a time. They walked in small groups, primarily discussing matters of martial and magical cultivation. A few female cultivators, noticing the plump head of Hua Jiu peeking out from behind El Mingming, suppressed giggles, teasing her as a lazy cat. Brother Shen, what kind of person is the faceless master who teaches martial arts? Hua Jiu asked. The faceless master is not human, Shen Dazhuang replied. Brother Shen, how can you speak so disparagingly? Ahem, dear sister from the elf family, I did not intend to convey that meaning. My point was that the faceless master is not human. No, that is not quite right. What I meant to say is that the faceless master is a corpse cultivator. A zombie. Ah, so that is how it is. Is he powerful? Yesterday, I overheard my mother discussing the matters of Master Chen, Master Xin, and Master Duo Tu Ling. They once held esteemed positions on the Ling Tian ranking. What about the faceless master? Does he not possess a remarkable background as well? I'm not certain about that. I hail from a remote mountain valley, and had it not been for accompanying my uncle on his escorting duties, I would have remained oblivious to the existence of immortals in the outside world. However, with a name like the Faceless Master, one can surmise his nature. He is indeed faceless. No, I am not resorting to insults. I merely mean that he perpetually wears a mask devoid of features, leaving no one to know his true appearance. Is the Faceless Master fearsome? Will he strike me? Ah, well, dear sister from the elf family, you will discover the answer upon meeting him. Let us hasten our journey. El Mingming felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart and quickened her pace to ascend the mountain alongside Shen Dazhuang. At the summit of June Mountain, there lay a vast Tai Chi plaza, its ground intricately adorned with black and white stones forming a Tai Chi diagram. In the center stood an incense burner, towering approximately 3 men high, from which wisps of fragrant smoke rose gracefully, appearing solemn and dignified under the morning sun. On either side of the plaza were sheer cliffs, offering a breathtaking view of the entire valley below. On the northwestern bank across the river lies the sword dance plain, adorned with the towering pines of Master Chen. To the northeast stands the serene and elegant Clear Wind and Bright Moon Pavilion of Master Xin. To the south, a grove governed by the Bodhi tree creates the Jade Pot Forest, where a tributary of the Qingluo River converges, forming a picturesque lake that indeed resembles a teapot from this vantage point. As one gazes southwest, the terrain gradually descends, shrouded in bamboo thickets, where tiered fields flourish with spiritual herbs, and beneath these terraces lies yet more bamboo, within which resides the Emerald Bamboo Retreat of Master Mo. Having ascended the final step and passed through the archway, Shen Dazhuang is left panting, while Lu Mingming displays no signs of fatigue, her eyes alight with excitement and curiosity. Hua Jiu observes that most cultivators of the body refinement stage who have climbed up are breathless, while those of the Qi condensation stage fare slightly better. Even the ethereal ghost cultivators, seemingly weightless, appear somewhat drained. It is evident that some grand formation atop Jun Mountain exerts pressure on the cultivators, rendering the ascent a form of cultivation in itself. As for the foolish Lu Mengmeng, her foundation is indeed commendable. Bearing double the pressure while carrying her is no trouble for her, indicating her potential as a martial artist. The chimes of the bell tolling the hour of Chun resound, prompting all the panting cultivators beneath the archway to hasten towards the Five Flavors Pavilion. This pavilion is flanked by grand halls. The front houses Aunt Sue's law cultivation classes. The left is the dining hall, and the right is the kitchen, all three halls currently sealed shut. Students line up to pay their respects at the stone statue in the center, where Hua Jiu, having spent many years with Xiao Cha, has come to distinguish the rich incense from ordinary spiritual energy. The incense here is particularly potent, absorbed by that very statue. Isn't that the Jade Luocha Su Ruching from the Demon Bell sect? The very same Su Ruching who reigned as the foremost beauty on the Ling Tian beauty list for an astounding 5 centuries before her demise. Upon hearing LV Mingming's exclamation, Hua Jiu craned her neck to gaze at the statue. Although the craftsmanship was rudimentary, the figure's grace and stunning beauty were unmistakable. Had she not perished nearly a millennium ago? LV Mingming quietly inquired. Upon hearing the question, Hua Jiu tugged at her ear, realizing why she had never encountered such a beauty despite causing a ruckus at the Demon Bell sect. She had not yet been born when Su Ruching had met her end. With a flicker of inspiration, Hua Jiu thought that since this figure was indeed a beauty, she must linger a while longer to behold her. Chapter 58. Aunt Su of the cafeteria. Hua Jiu leapt from her carrying cage and transformed into her human form, instructing LV Mengming and Shun Dazhuang to seek out the faceless master while she stayed behind to observe. The crowd bustled in and out, leaving behind merely 31 cultivators proficient in the arts. It is said that law cultivators excel in the 5 elemental spells, lacking specialization in either dueling or seeking employment, rendering them akin to a jack of all trades. Nowadays, even martial cultivators are expected to possess robust physiques and strong bones. Thus, the sight of several pallid cultivators with dark circles under their eyes resembling wilted bean sprouts qualifying as law cultivators speaks volumes about the low entry barriers of this profession. Hua Jiu surveyed the remaining cultivators, preparing to engage one she deemed easily manageable when a chilling gust of wind accompanied by the wails of spirits suddenly thrust open the grand hall's doors. The surrounding malevolent energy thickened instantaneously, dark clouds converging above to obscure the sunlight, allowing the few lingering ghostly cultivators to emerge from their sheltered hiding spots. Dinner is served. A sharp, hoarse voice emanated from the kitchen, and Hua Jiu observed that every individual's expression stiffened, their necks craned, fists clenched, as they entered the dining hall with an air of reckless determination, each finding a place to sit. Hua Jiu chose a seat near the entrance and noticed the flickering, ghostly green flames in the adjacent kitchen, accompanied by the sounds of chopping and sizzling, yet the figures behind remained elusive. Dinner is served, echoed that same sharp, hoarse voice, followed by dozens of little spirits emerging, their forms translucent and incomplete, lacking lower bodies, as they carried large bowls into the dining hall. A chilling wind swept through, and the air was filled with the wails of the damned. The dining hall transformed into a chaotic scene, and before Hua Jiu was placed a vast bowl, steam rising and obscuring her vision. After blowing away the mist, she discerned the contents, a bowl of porridge, albeit with ingredients that were somewhat unusual. She glanced around, noting the pallor of her companions, all seemingly at a loss on how to proceed. "Why aren't you eating?" The voice from the kitchen pierced the air, causing everyone to shudder and immediately dive into their meals. This spectacle inexplicably reminded Hua Jiu of the pigs raised at Old Man Yu's home in Yunmeng. Unperturbed, she picked up her chopsticks and extracted a severed finger, biting down with a crisp crunch, akin to lotus root. The ear was soft, reminiscent of the texture of wood ear mushrooms, and upon biting into the eyeball, juices gushed forth, revealing it to be a meatball. Hua Jiu tugged at her ear, finding the flavor rather unpalatable, yet the rich aroma present was indeed nourishing for the spirit. How was the taste? After finishing the last spoonful of porridge, Hua Jiu set down her bowl and licked her lips, declaring, "It's terrible. It's delicious." The entire dining hall echoed her sentiments in unison. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a chilling gust swept through, accompanied by a bone-slicing knife that struck the table before her. All the patrons in the hall gazed at her in sheer terror. From the kitchen's partition emerged a hunchbacked old woman, leaning heavily on an elongated rolling pin. Her back was bent at a right angle to the ground, and a sizable bulge protruded from her spine, resembling a tortoise. The old woman tilted her head to scrutinize Hua Jiu, her wispy white hair cascading over her shoulders, and her face, lined with wrinkles, bore an uncanny resemblance to Meng Po from the underworld. Hua Jiu felt a slight twitch at the corner of her eye. Could this be the once-renowned beauty, Su Ruqing, who held the top spot on the Ling Tian beauty list? What misfortunes had befallen her in death to transform her into such a specter? Little cat demon. Do you dare to say my food is unpalatable? Her voice was sharp, hoarse, and exceedingly slow. Su Ruqing approached Hua Jiu's table, casting a glance into her bowl. Momentarily taken aback, she then surveyed the others' bowls, most of which still contained remnants, yet Hua Jiu's was entirely empty. Terrible, yet you consumed it all? There was no malice in Su Ruqing's demeanor. Hua Jiu sheepishly tugged at her ear and replied, "It's awful, but it's still sustenance. As a fellow ghost, your culinary skills are far inferior to my little T." "Who is little T?" Su Ruqing inquired. Little T is a newly transformed female ghost. Su Ruqing planted her rolling pin firmly on the ground. How could a mere fledgling spirit possibly surpass the culinary prowess of an old woman? I have overseen this dining hall for centuries. There is no ghost in the humming immortal city whose cooking could rival mine. What are you staring at? There are no classes today, so be gone. Aunt Su suddenly bellowed, and the little spirits behind her scattered like leaves in the wind. The cultivators present swallowed hard and evaporated from the dining hall in an instant. Hua Jiu cast a glance at the incense-laden statue outside, then turned to the ghostly Aunt Su before an idea sparked in her mind. Little Cha cooks better than you. She was merely 13 when she passed, yet she had already spent 3 years as the head chef in a tavern. Aunt Su retorted defiantly, "And what of it? Crafting offerings for the spirits is no trifling matter. Bring this little Cha to me. Let her prepare a meal, and if it is not superior to my cooking, tomorrow's dining hall shall serve cat meat buns." Hua Jiu straightened her posture, unwilling to back down. "Then if little Cha's fare surpasses yours, will you allow me to set a condition? A mere kitten dares to bargain with Aunt Su? I shall await you here at the hour of Chin tomorrow." With that, Aunt Su and the surrounding little spirits transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the air. Hua Jiu was swept out of the dining hall by a gust of chilling wind, landing outside as all the doors slammed shut with a resounding clang. Dazed and disoriented, she climbed to her feet, grimacing in pain. Had she not been robust, her bones might have shattered. Aunt Su's cooking was both unpalatable and accompanied by a foul temper. She vowed never to return to the Five Flavors Pavilion. Rubbing her aching backside, Hua Jiu exited the establishment, her mind simmering with thoughts of how little Cha would astonish Aunt Su the following day. In Taiji Square, over 50 cultivators were paired off, engaged in a spirited display of martial arts. Hua Jiu observed from the sidelines, noting that among these martial cultivators, aside from the human cultivators, the majority of the demon cultivators were robust and powerful beings. Hua Jiu's gaze swept across the scene, and to her astonishment, she recognized 2 familiar figures, the wolf demon and the bear demon she had encountered on Huasha Island. The bear demon, it turned out, was a student from the city's Celestial Academy. Observing the rapport between him and the wolf demon, it was evident that he had been lured here by the latter's charm. Hua Jiu calculated in her mind. Madame Su's magical practitioners numbered 31, and with the addition of the newly arrived El Meng Meng, the martial practitioners here totaled 54. This indicated that the combined total of magical and martial practitioners accounted for 85 out of the 120 individuals present. However, this was reflective of the entire Ling Tian realm, where magical, martial, and sword practitioners were the most populous, while other professions had certain thresholds, resulting in comparatively fewer practitioners. Hua Jiu climbed onto the stone chilan beside the archway, her gaze falling upon the faceless master in the corner, who was preparing a special meal for El Meng Meng. The faceless master was an imposing figure, a dark magic practitioner with a robust physique, clad in a black ensemble adorned with crimson embroidery along the collar and cuffs. As he moved, the blood-red patterns seemed to stir the surrounding demonic energy, enveloping him in a shroud of dark mist, reminiscent of a formidable demon emerging from the shadows. His face was obscured by a pitch-black mask, revealing only a pair of alluring dark red pupils, devoid of any other features or embellishments. Hua Jiu found it impossible to discern his cultivation level. However, the fairness and delicacy of his exposed skin suggested that he was at least at the golden core stage or beyond, as he moved with the grace of an ordinary person. In contrast, the small zombie she had seen on the mountain path exhibited a pallid, greenish complexion, rigid limbs, and a body that was decayed yet uncorrupted, indicative of a newly awakened intelligence in a zombie, possessing only the cultivation of the chi condensation stage. In the corner of the square, as it was her first day attending classes, Lu Mingming naturally found herself subjected to inquiries about her basic circumstances. Faced with the wooden board presented by the faceless teacher, she was somewhat perplexed by the nature of this assessment, and she lowered her gaze to inspect the inscription on the board. "Have you practiced any martial arts?" Stealing a glance at the faceless teacher, whose dark crimson eyes were fixed upon her, she felt a tinge of unease. Lu Mingming picked up a charcoal pencil and wrote, "I found a volume titled Indestructible 9, Turns Overbearing Body Technique in my family's library. It seems to have been created by my ancestors from the Lu family. I have been practicing it, but it took me 8 years to reach the 3rd level of chi condensation. I am unsure where I went wrong." The faceless teacher, with an enigmatic gaze, took the board and, after scrutinizing Lu Mingming for a moment, wrote, "Are you mute as well?" Lu Mingming responded, "I am not." "Why do you ask, teacher?" The teacher replied, "Then speak." Lu Mingming wrote, "All right," just as she was about to take the board back to write again. The teacher abruptly smashed the board against her head, wearing an expression of fury. Lu Mingming's eyes sparkled, and she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Teacher, your iron head skill is truly impressive. I want to learn it too." With a thud, the teacher acquired a new wooden board and inscribed, "What are the primary characteristics of the technique? Speak." Rubbing the bump on her head caused by the teacher's strike, Lu Mingming grinned and said, "I don't know. It says that practice should begin from childhood. I only started at 8 years old. Is that too late? Otherwise, I could recite the main tenets for you, teacher. To cultivate this indestructible divine skill, one must possess a youthful body with innate young energy unscattered." Ouch. Teacher, why are you striking again? Have you lost your breath? Why is there so much demonic energy around? Beneath the mask, teeth ground together with a creaking sound, as a few words were forcefully inscribed upon the wooden board. "Has no one ever mentioned that the cultivation method is flawed? I have been practicing it in secret. My mother has always believed that I was honing the puppet master techniques of the L clan. By the way, master, should I wield a red tassel spear while practicing? Otherwise, it would be ineffective." A jade slip was thrust into El Mingming's hand. As the faceless figure scratched a line on the board with a nail, "From now on, practice this. If you dare to mention that technique again, be gone." El Mingming was utterly perplexed as to what had offended the master regarding that particular cultivation method, which had been bequeathed by their El ancestors. Hidden beneath the tiles of an abandoned library, discovered by sheer chance, the tale had always suggested that such methods were unparalleled, perfectly suited for someone like her. A mistreated little cabbage. Once mastered, she would reign supreme in the realm of cultivation. "Master, I cannot use my spiritual sense, and I am unable to read the jade slip. Could you, write it out for me?" The wooden board shattered in the faceless figure's grasp, while El Mingming, with an innocent demeanor, appeared rather unyielding. In frustration, the faceless figure reluctantly disassembled one of his arms to recite the 5 elements body forging technique for her. On the stone ceiling, Hua Jiu emitted a long yawn, observing the martial cultivators sparring with each other, finding it exceedingly dull. After rolling around on the ground, it would have to groom itself for yet another day. Both martial and magical cultivators lacked allure, and she had no interest whatsoever in puppet mastery. The old Taoist was a swordsman. She had long since discerned the nature of swordsmen and found this profession quite appealing, though the maintenance of swords was indeed costly, as evidenced by the old Taoist. Hence, careful consideration was required. As for Master Ling, he was intriguing. Having witnessed the effects of the maze yesterday, there was no need to revisit it today. Then I shall first visit the Qifeng Mingwei Pavilion to observe the courses of Master Xin, the painter, and the musician, before proceeding to the Tsueju residence to seek out Master Mo. Today, I have brought my brush and painting scroll, eager to create a splendid piece. With a gentle tug, I grasp the small golden fish hanging at my waist. Hua Jiu retrieves a 2nd-grade spirit stone, resembling a quail egg, and deftly opens the mechanism beneath the fish's belly to embed the spirit stone. The little fish instantly springs to life, its butterfly-like tail flicking gracefully as it leaps from my palm, releasing waves of spiritual energy that ripple outward. In the blink of an eye, the fish enlarges, its back now ample enough to accommodate me. I sit cross-legged upon the golden fish, and with a mere thought, it swishes its tail and ascends into the sky, moving with the fluidity of a creature swimming through water. The mountain housing the Qingfeng Mingyue Pavilion appears to have been intentionally sculpted. The trees in the pavilions interspersed among them are meticulously arranged, bestowing upon the entire mountain a refined and elegant ambience. Upon my arrival at the foot of the mountain, I encounter a young man, burdened with a guqin, who seems poised to depart. Is Master Xian not present? I inquire, leaping down from the back of the golden fish. The youth gazes at my fish puppet with a hint of envy and replies courteously, "You must be the newcomer from yesterday. I am Gong Yayo." Master Xian has not held classes for several days, and today is no exception. I am Hua Jiu. Is Master Xian truly not at the pavilion? After bidding farewell to Gong Yayo, I mount the golden fish and head directly southwest towards the Hua residence. Just as I am about to glide over the terraced fields adjacent to Hua Jiu, the golden fish unexpectedly collides with an invisible barrier. What on earth? Why has a barrier suddenly appeared here? In the vast expanse of the sky, there was no support to be found, and Hua Jiu plummeted directly downwards. The sound of the wind howled past her ears, and with terror, she widened her eyes, watching the bamboo grove below draw ever closer, while the little goldfish remained completely unresponsive. In a moment of desperation, Hua Jiu shot forth an invisible thread of spiritual energy from her forehead, which split into two, ensnaring the green bamboo on either side. With a sudden tug, she sought to cushion her descent. The two bamboo stalks bent under the force. Just as Hua Jiu was about to land safely, a graceful figure emerged unexpectedly from the bamboo thicket. Who dares trespass upon the medicinal mountain? Oh no! Hua Jiu hastily severed the spiritual thread, and her entire body crashed heavily onto the ground. A sharp crack resounded as she landed on her side. An agonizing pain radiated from her right arm. It was broken. Chapter 60. The compassionate art of healing. Hua Jiu was indeed unfortunate, for she had struck a protruding rock upon landing. However, given her history of enduring broken bones throughout her body, this injury was trivial in comparison, and she did not even utter a sound. As she propped herself up, she glanced at her right arm, which was lacerated and where the broken bone protruded. Fortunately, she had not been reduced to a mere heap of flesh. Hua Jiu felt a sense of relief and even managed a slight smile. At that moment, a young woman in her 20s stepped out from the bamboo grove, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Clad in rough cloth that bore traces of dirt, she carried a medicinal basket on her back and wielded a jade hoe in her hand. The moment she emerged, Hua Jiu was enveloped by a rich fragrance of herbs. The young woman merely glanced at Hua Jiu's face before her gaze fell upon the injured arm. I was unaware of the barrier here. Hua Jiu was about to explain when the young woman discarded her precious jade hoe and the basket filled with medicinal herbs. Strolling towards her, the green luminescence enveloped the wound, accompanied by a refreshing aura, instantly dissipating the searing pain, leaving no trace of blood. Meow. The girl glanced at the glimmering nails of Hua Jiu, offering a gentle smile. Do not be afraid. It may sting a little, but I assure you, soon your claws will be as nimble as they once were. Whether it was the melodic quality of her voice or the sunlight cascading from the side, casting a sacred golden glow upon her, Hua Jiu's tense body suddenly relaxed, allowing the girl to tend to her arm. As the girl skillfully performed her incantations, she diverted Hua Jiu's attention. Actually, I saw you a few days ago when Brother Chu brought you up the mountain. I was the one taking care of you. I had to ask my master to deliver your meal that day. By the way, how did you find the steamed ironback fish? When I collected the food box, I noticed you had licked it clean, even the bones. At the mention of fish, Hua Jiu recalled the fish brought by Master Mo and nodded eagerly. Meow. Seizing the opportunity, the girl realigned Hua Jiu's fractured bone. Hua Jiu tugged at her whiskers, the pain causing her tiny fangs to protrude, yet she remained silent. The girl gently stroked Hua Jiu's head. Speaking softly, you truly are the most obedient little cat demon I have ever encountered. The last time I set a broken bone for a tiger demon, he was in such agony that he scratched me, and look, the scar remains. She slightly parted her garments, revealing several faint pink scars beneath her collarbone. Now, I shall proceed to stitch your bone back together. If you can endure without moving or crying out, I will prepare 3 steamed ironback fish for you afterward. How does that sound? In a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, Hua Jiu found great comfort, particularly when she heard about the steamed ironback fish. Her mouth emitting a soft gurgle as she instinctively licked the fur by her lips. Observing that Hua Jiu was prepared, the young girl seated herself on the ground, delicately cradling Hua Jiu in her arms, akin to holding a child. With her left hand supporting Hua Jiu's severed arm, she extended her right hand, fingers poised before her brow. The slender silver ring on her right index finger soared into the air, elongating into the semblance of an embroidery needle. A vibrant green thread of energy flowed from the girl's brow, threading through the eye of the needle, and was deftly directed towards Hua Jiu's arm. Hua Jiu's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly captivated by the sight of the silver needle piercing through her bones, methodically stitching the fractured ends together. With the ethereal green thread gradually infusing the gaps with a gentle vitality, allowing the broken bones to reunite at a deliberate pace. Furthermore, her own life force and body exhibited no resistance to the intrusion of this foreign essence. This bore a striking resemblance to the technique of manipulating energy into threads within puppetry, controlling the human form. Why? Would it not also be akin to the art of puppetry? Hua Jiu had never been acquainted with the healing arts. During her injuries, she often tended to her wounds alone, waiting for them to heal naturally. Only on rare occasions, when accompanying the celestial master, could she benefit from his formidable healing skills. Wait, he was indeed proficient in medicine. Could it be that this puppetry technique was not derived from the art of puppetry itself, but rather from the healing arts? Hua Jiu's gaze deepened with sudden intensity. A decade ago, the old Taoist had single-handedly slain him at the cost of his own life-bound sword, a battle that was nothing short of harrowing. Had it not been for the puppetry technique he possessed, even in death, his subordinates could have been manipulated by him. He was, in truth, no match for the old Taoist. In the final moments, that fateful strike left the Taoist grievously wounded, and Hua Jiu braced himself for the blow, convinced of his imminent demise. Yet, against all odds, he still drew breath. His mastery of medicine was the cornerstone of his survival, while the puppetry technique served as his unwavering support. The old Taoist had once remarked that the puppetry technique could control even the deceased, allowing one to unleash their most formidable attacks. Perhaps he could harness this technique to achieve his own immortality. Unraveling the secrets of puppetry would reveal the means to vanquish him. Although Hua Jiu had acquired a semblance of this knowledge, it was merely superficial at that time. She could only manipulate those of comparable strength, luring them to their demise. She remained unaware of the profound principles behind it and lacked the ability to enable the controlled individual to wield their own techniques, much like the celestial venerable. Hua Jiu sensed that a door had creaked open, revealing a sliver of light beyond, a beacon of freedom illuminating her path. Medicine, she yearned to master it, to uncover all the mysteries of the puppetry technique, aspiring for the day when she could personally deliver his end. The maiden, observing the sudden spark of determination in Hua Jiu's eyes, smiled and said, "This is the essence of medicine. Alas, my skills are rudimentary, and my movements are sluggish. I require silver needles and spiritual threads to mend. If only my master were here, a single bone restoration technique would restore you to your former self. If one wishes to pursue the art of medicine, it seems one must first pass the Master's test, for he only accepts apprentices and does not teach students. Very well, transform now, and I shall assist you in solidifying your form. In 12 hours, you shall be able to move freely." The maiden chuckled. "Come now. I shall not go back on my word regarding the fish I promised you." The maiden picked up the jade spade and the carrying basket, adding, "My name is Ning Jinj. I wish to learn the art of medicine. Please tell me how I can become a disciple of Master Amo." Hua Jiu suddenly interjected, her eyes filled with seriousness and determination. Chapter 61. The two ancestors of medicine as they walked towards the bamboo residence. The bamboo grove along the path was lush and verdant. The wind rustled through the leaves, causing the fragrant bamboo leaves to fall upon Hua Jiu's head. Ning Jinj plucked a leaf from her hair and continued, "Being a physician is a most sacred vocation. Are you truly resolute in your decision, little Hua Jiu?" Hua Jiu nodded without a hint of hesitation. "Yes, I wish to learn. Accompany me to dig up a bamboo shoot over there." The two ventured into the bamboo forest, where Ning Jinj carefully excavated the earth surrounding a bamboo shoot. "What do you know of the profession of a physician?" she inquired. Hua Jiu shook her head. "I only know that physicians save lives." Wiping the sweat from her brow, Ning Jinj smiled and replied, "Not entirely. The profession of a poison master also originates from the lineage of physicians. However, in time, poison masters developed their own system and techniques. And with the formidable reputation of Ghost Hand Valley, the path of the poison master came into being. Then can physicians also take lives?" Hua Jiu asked, her curiosity piqued. She was not particularly interested in saving lives, but the notion of taking them intrigued her greatly. Ningjinga unearthed the bamboo shoots, stripped away their outer skins, and placed them into her backpack, all the while engaging in conversation. "From the ancient texts in her master's study, I learned that long ago, physicians were endowed with remarkable talents solely in the arts of evasion and concealment, often at the mercy of malevolent individuals. It was not until the establishment of the Ling Tian realm that two formidable female physicians emerged, elevating the profession to one that commanded respect." Hua Jiu, with the curiosity of a child, lifted her chin to listen attentively as Ningjinga recounted the tale. One of these illustrious figures was Ji Failing. the revered ancestor of the current righteous physician, Supreme Xinglan Hai. It is said that the foundational technique of Xinglan Hai, the Yunpa Needle Sutra, was imparted by the Emperor of Ling Tian himself. This technique revolutionized the practice of medicine, allowing physicians not only to cultivate benevolence but also to wield their needles as instruments of both healing and harm. And what of the other? That brings us to the tale of Ghost Hand Valley. In the early days of the Ling Tian realm, Ghost Hand Valley was merely a branch of the Demon Bell sect. However, its founder, Tian Juzi, unwilling to remain subservient, declared the valley's independence. This Tian Juzi was a half-demon, adept in demonic arts and skilled in the use of poisons, leading his disciples to delve deeply into the craft of toxicology, thus giving rise to the later poison masters. Yet, Tian Juzi had an overlooked disciple named Lin Suni. The founder of the Suni Palace? Hua Jiu exclaimed in surprise. Recognizing the name, Ning Jinga smiled and nodded, affirming that Lin Suni was indeed the progenitor of the Suni Palace. Her contributions included not only the revered sacred text of the Hahuan school, the Suni Sutra, but also her own unique martial medical techniques. Thus, it is no wonder that in the realm of Ling Tian, they accuse the Sunu Palace of being distracted from its true purpose. Although it is fundamentally a place of healing through the art of love, its practitioners, who are also skilled physicians, offer their services without charging fees. Yet they demand the ultimate sacrifice in return. Haha. Hua Jiu playfully tugged at her ear. She had once, out of sheer curiosity, sneaked a glance at the Sunu Palace, where disagreements often escalated into the tearing of garments in a display of martial prowess. Truly a spectacle to behold. Ji Feiling and Lin Sunu became acquainted through the esteemed Emperor Ling Tian, forging a bond akin to sisterhood as they delved into the study of medicine. This collaboration birthed two distinct schools of thought within the medical field, one being the battle physicians of the Sunu Palace, and the other being the Ling physicians, adept in the art of healing from the depths of the Shinin Sea. As they descended the slope, a quaint bamboo cottage came into view, with a sunlit rack outside laden with a plethora of medicinal herbs. Ningjinga pointed ahead, saying, "That is my master's abode." Noticing the distance still to cover, Hua Jiu inquired, "What is the distinction between battle physicians and Ling physicians? It appears you truly possess an interest in the medical arts." Ningjinga replied with a gentle smile. The battle physicians thrived during the tumultuous early years of Ling Tian, frequently seen on battlefields, providing care and support to the cultivators from behind the lines. I recall ancient texts documenting that Lin Sunu participated as a battle physician in the demon extermination war that lasted for 157 years. On the other hand, the Ling physicians, like Ji Feiling, remained in the rear camps, tending to the wounded. She too was a participant in that grand conflict. The ancient tomes recount that even those whose bodies were grievously injured could be sutured back together by her skilled hands, restoring them to their former selves. She remarkably reduced the casualty rate of that battle by 30%, and there lies a most legendary tale intertwined with her prowess. Hua Jiu gazed at Ning Jinj with great interest. After a brief pause, she continued, "During the critical juncture of the demon-slaying war, the demon clan dispatched an elite squad to launch a surprise attack on the rear camp. At that time, the camp was filled with the wounded and healers like Ji Feiling, rendering it utterly defenseless. Yet, who could have anticipated that the usually gentle and demure Ji Feiling possessed extraordinary talent in the healing arts? She transformed her flowing white hair into 100,000 needles, piercing those assailants and thwarting a crisis. Hua Jiu cradled her head with one hand, exclaiming, "I do not wish to be bald. I aspire to be a battle medic." Ning Jinj chuckled softly. The tumultuous era of the Ling Tian realm had long passed. Now, a time of peace prevailed, making it increasingly difficult to distinguish between battle medics and healers. Moreover, the prerequisites for becoming a physician were significantly higher than those for puppeteers or talisman masters. In addition to innate talent and spiritual comprehension, one also required unwavering determination and keen observational skills. Many toiled for over a decade, yet still found themselves unable to enter the ranks of physicians, which accounted for the scarcity of healers in the Ling Tian realm. As Hua Jiu nodded in agreement, a strong scent of blood wafted through the gap of the ajar door. Mr. Mo stood with his back to them in the courtyard, his hands in motion, obscuring the items on the long table before him. Hua Jiu could not discern his actions, but noticed droplets of blood trickling down the table legs. Pooling into a small puddle on the ground, "Fetch several crystal jars," Mr. Mo's cold voice commanded without even glancing their way. "All right, I shall retrieve them at once," Ning Jinj promptly replied. setting down the backpack and wiping her hands before heading into the inner chamber to gather the items. Hua Jiu stood at the doorway, and Fuzi paused in his actions, slightly turning his head to reveal a jade-like profile, beckoning her to approach. Hua Jiu ambled over, and upon beholding the spectacle on the table, a grimace involuntarily contorted her lips. The amorphous mass of flesh and blood was rendered utterly unrecognizable, leaving her to wonder if Fuzi was even more ruthless than herself. A bone was proffered, and Hua Jiu hastily extended her left hand to receive it. Purification spell. Arrange, Fuzi instructed, gesturing with his chin towards the far end of the long table. Hua Jiu cast her gaze over there and beheld an array of skulls and skeletal bones extracted from corpses. Even the eyeballs and teeth had been meticulously removed from the skulls, cleaned, and arranged with an almost unsettling precision. Swallowing hard, Hua Jiu noticed Fuzi's sidelong glance and promptly cast a purification spell on the bone in her hand. She then proceeded to the table, where she stood on tiptoe and deposited the bone into an empty space. Abruptly, Fuzi ceased wielding his scalpel and frowned at the bone, his aura growing even colder. Perplexed, Hua Jiu alternated her gaze between Fuzi and the bones. All the other bones were standing upright, spaced uniformly as if measured with a ruler, whereas hers was askew. With a sheepish grin, Hua Jiu rose onto her toes and reached out, but her arms proved too short and the table too high. In her haste, she instinctively attempted to leap onto the table, inadvertently straining her injured arm. Crash! The entire table toppled over, courtesy of Hua Jiu's little belly, scattering over 100 bones haphazardly across the floor. Hua Jiu feigned a foolish grin, mimicking Lu Mingming's mannerisms, and speculated that her career as a physician might have just reached its premature conclusion. Chapter 62. The Absent-Minded Canine Midday. Under the scorching sun, Hua Jiu stood beneath the sun, observing Master Mo and Ning Jinj seated at a stone table under a tree, leisurely savoring the steamed ironback fish before them. This fish, nurtured in a spiritual spring, possessed an essence beneficial for cultivation. Ning Jinj had prepared it exquisitely, prompting even Master Mo, despite his fasting, to indulge occasionally. Hua Jiu's stomach growled audibly, and she lowered her head, appearing quite pitiful. Ning Jinj cast furtive glances at Hua Jiu, several times on the verge of speaking up. Yet the indifferent expression on Master Mo's face compelled her to swallow her words. It was utterly cruel to make a cat demon watch him feast on fish. Master Mo picked up a piece of fish, dipped it in the sauce, and inquired, "Do you truly wish to study medicine?" Hua Jiu fixated on Master Mo's chopsticks, nodding earnestly, "Yes, I want to eat." The cold, piercing gaze of Master Mo swept over her, and Hua Jiu suddenly realized what she had just said, hastily correcting herself. "I want to learn. I truly wish to study medicine." "Why?" Master Mo pressed. Just as Hua Jiu was about to respond, he added icily, "Spare me the rhetoric about saving the world." She was momentarily taken aback. She could hardly confess that her motive was to slay the heavenly sovereign. What other reason could there be? It seemed that elixirs were now more expensive than medical consultations, and many cultivators sought physicians for their injuries. Practicing medicine could yield spiritual stones. Surely that wouldn't provoke ire? "I don't know," Hua Jiu murmured. "Then why not simply pursue it?" Master Mo retorted. "You have no need for such elaborate justifications." Hua Jiu grumbled. "If I don't know, then I shall depart. And you? If your intent in learning medicine is not to save lives, then what is your purpose?" Hua Jiu queried Master Mo. The hand of Master Mo trembled imperceptibly as he held the chopsticks, his gaze profound and unfathomable, casting a lingering look at Hua Jiu before he set down the chopsticks and swept away, leaving the room. As soon as Master Mo departed, Ning Jinj hastily pulled Hua Jiu to the table, using a handkerchief to dab at her sunburnt face. "Do not fret, Hua Jiu. Later, I shall speak to our master on your behalf. In this Quitsu residence, aside from those who tend to the medicinal fields, it is merely my master and I. I would truly relish having a junior sister to accompany me." A faint blush adorned Ning Jin's cheeks as she confessed, "I fear for my life." "Is that permissible?" Hua Jiu gasped, realizing she should have claimed her desire was to earn money instead. The practice of medicine is meticulous, where every hand that touches a life must do so with utmost care and sincerity. Thus, what truly matters to the master is not merely the answer but the heartfelt intent behind it. As long as you possess genuine sincerity, you shall surely move the master to accept you. At that moment, an urgent cry from El Mingming pierced the air. "Hua Jiu, are you here?" As Ning Jinj and Hua Jiu stepped out of the courtyard, they spotted El Mingming rushing towards them, with Xiao Cha following closely, holding an umbrella. "Xiao Cha? What has happened?" Upon seeing Xiao Cha's tear-streaked face smeared with blood, Hua Jiu sensed that calamity had struck. Xiao Cha floated before Hua Jiu, her sobs growing more intense as she choked out, "Hua Jiu. Wang, he is missing." Hua Jiu's heart seized with panic. What transpired? Speak clearly. Your tears will not resolve anything. Xiao Cha flinched in fear, prompting El Ming to step protectively in front of her, addressing Hua Jiu. Do not scold her. She has been frightened all night. I have gathered the details. Let me explain. El Ming, in contrast to Xiao Cha, articulated the sequence of events clearly to Hua Jiu. It turned out that yesterday, as Chu Jingyan descended the mountain, he first visited the Yak Inn, where he informed Xiao Cha and Chu Dog of his intention to escort them to Hua Jiu. However, before Xiao Cha could prepare, Chu Jingnan received a message from Ji Qing, stating that another individual suspected of being associated with the Zhong Tian had been located. Consequently, Chu Jingyan had no choice but to let Xiao Cha and the others remain for an additional night, promising to send someone to escort them the following day before departing. What began as a tranquil situation, however, was disrupted when Chu Dog, uncertain of his purpose, ventured out alone after briefly informing Xiao Cha at dusk. When the people sent by Chu Jingnan arrived, Xiao Cha resolved to inform Hua Jiu, hoping she might have a means to locate Chu Dog. Hua Jiu, do you need my assistance? Ning Jinj inquired. No, I can manage on my own, Hua Jiu replied, summoning a small golden fish and swiftly pulling Xiao Cha down the mountain. I'll accompany you, El Ming exclaimed, hastily conjuring a wooden puppet bird to follow closely behind Hua Jiu. Suddenly, Hua Jiu became engulfed in silence, her expression contemplative and her gaze profound. Chu Dog, Xiao Cha, and Luobo had been her companions for nearly a decade, and the mere thought of Chu Dog encountering misfortune stirred an uncontrollable anxiety within her. Chu Dog was a dog. Unless captured or faced with unforeseen circumstances, he should be able to find his way home. Yet, with the emergence of Zhong Tian's presence yesterday, the fear loomed that Chu Dog might fall into their clutches. Hua Jiu felt an acute pain in her heart as she recalled her own experience of awakening her consciousness shortly after emerging from ignorance, only to encounter Zhong Tian's members, who had seized her and taken her to the arena specially designed for nurturing spirit pets for Zhong Tian's members. Hua Jiu dared not linger, leaving behind the little T and hastening to the Inspection Institute in Spring City to find Chu Jingnan. Upon seeing him, Hua Jiu was struck by the pallor of his complexion, as well as the gruesome claw marks and burn scars from spells that marred his shoulders and arms. Little Master Uncle? Chu Jingnan pushed away the person tending to his wounds, clutching his shoulder as he approached Hua Jiu. What has transpired? The foolish dog is missing. Hua Jiu replied anxiously. The black dog demon you encountered yesterday, who has reached the 10th layer of body refinement. Did you manage to capture that Zhong Tian? You suspect Zhong Tian is responsible for his disappearance? That is implausible, Chu Jingnan stated. Zhong Tian and the demon cultivator who accompanied him were slain by me in the woods outside Fuxin County just an hour ago. After interrogating them, I am quite certain that Zhong Tian is no longer present within the fairy city. Upon hearing this, Hua Jiu felt a significant weight lift from his heart. As long as it was not Zhong Tian, there was hope. Chapter 63. The 63rd Meow. A journey to trace the trail. It is often said that dogs possess a keen sense of smell. Yet the olfactory abilities of cats are hardly inferior. The difference lies in the fact that cats disdain being commanded to utilize their noses for such tasks. Hua Jiu followed the scent from the inn, noting that the foolish dog had a penchant for marking its route by urinating in various corners, which greatly facilitated Hua Jiu's search. The foolish dog had only recently awakened its intelligence, akin to a toddler just beginning to articulate its thoughts. On Yunming Island, where the customs were simple and an elderly Taoist presided, the foolish dog's mischief, such as stealing chickens or biting others, was often overlooked out of respect for the old priest. However, in the outside world, should it provoke trouble, it could very well meet its demise. Even if it did not cause a ruckus, the risk of being harmed remained ever present. Hua Jiu ventured to a medicinal herb shop on Shenqian Street, marking the farthest escapade of the foolish dog in its history. However, given the bustling environment, it seemed unlikely that any significant trouble would arise. Perhaps the creature had simply lost its way. Upon entering, Hua Jiu inquired with the attendant about the whereabouts of the foolish dog. To her surprise, the shopkeeper, who was busy tallying accounts behind the counter, pressed the abacus and addressed Hua Jiu. Is that black dog demon with the face scarf who came in yesterday evening one of yours? Hua Jiu was taken aback. You've seen him? The shopkeeper scoffed with evident irritation. Not only have I seen him, but he nearly drove me to madness. In all my years of running the shop, I've never encountered such an infuriating demon. If he has just awakened his intelligence, he shouldn't be let loose. It's truly exasperating. Hua Jiu suddenly felt as though her unruly child had caused chaos outside, leaving her, as a parent, to nod in agreement like a grandparent. Yes, yes. You are absolutely right. Once I find him, I shall teach him a lesson. The shopkeeper, visibly agitated, watched as the passing cultivators stifled their laughter, further lowering Hua Jiu's head in embarrassment. After a moment, Hua Jiu finally interjected. What exactly did he do to provoke such ire? The shopkeeper accepted a cup of tea from the attendant, taking a sip to clear his throat. Observing the crowd of cultivators eager for gossip, he decided to pull Hua Jiu aside. He came to sell something. So what? Hua Jiu exclaimed, astonished that the foolish dog had learned the art of commerce. She had always thought it could only bark and gnaw on bones or relieve itself indiscriminately. The shopkeeper, visibly vexed, lowered his voice and remarked, yesterday, he mysteriously dashed into my store, placed a paper package before me, and claimed he wished to sell it. Coincidentally, I was tallying my inventory at the counter. So I approached to take a glance. Do you have any idea what he attempted to sell me? Hua Jiu, intrigued, urged, could you please dispense with the suspense? The shopkeeper glared, excrement. He deposited a steaming pile of dog feces upon my counter, still fresh, exuding warmth and steam. I could even discern undigested beans from his earlier meal. Hua Jiu was taken aback. He even attempted to negotiate the price, claiming it was substantial and insisted it should not be 10 low-grade spirit stones, but that he would accept 5 as a concession. What nonsense! Hua Jiu mused. The foolish dog has surprisingly learned to haggle. The shopkeeper squinted at Hua Jiu. What is with that maternal expression of yours? As if you were witnessing your child's first steps? Hua Jiu quickly pinched the corners of his mouth to suppress a smile and muttered, I am pondering why he would choose to sell you a pile of dog excrement. How would I know? The shopkeeper exclaimed, slamming the table. At that moment, my shop was filled with customers, and I was choking back a mouthful of frustration, forcing a smile to inquire of him, mimicking his earlier demeanor. The shopkeeper forced a smile and slightly bowed. Dear customer, what do you mean by this? I am somewhat perplexed. In an instant, the shopkeeper's smile vanished, replaced by an icy glare. Do you know what he responded? Hua Jiu shook his head vigorously. He claimed he saw that bat demon selling a package of feces to me for 10 low-grade spirit stones, so he decided to imitate the bat demon. He even asserted that the bat demon sold me aged excrement, while his was fresh. Fresh is better than old. Hua Jiu pondered, he does have a point. The shopkeeper's eyes widened with fury, his chest heaving violently. What nonsense is this? That bat demon sold me aged Ming sand, a remedy for clearing the liver and brightening the eyes, an elixir for alchemy. How could it possibly be compared to mere excrement? Just thinking of his pretentious concern for my well-being makes me regret not striking him then. Hua Jiu scratched his head in confusion. Isn't Ming sand just bat droppings? There's no flaw in that logic. If bat demon's droppings can be sold, then why not those of the black dog demon? Is it because you disdain its inferior cultivation? Or perhaps it lacks sufficient fermentation? You. Indeed, you are not all of the same ilk, infuriating me to no end. Hua Jiu observed the shopkeeper nearly fainting from rage and promptly added, do not faint just yet. Tell me where he went afterward. He was, of course, driven out by me. You. All right, I understand now. You may collapse. Shopkeeper, quickly, summon a physician. As Hua Jiu left the apothecary, he heard a tumultuous commotion behind him, a cacophony of chaos. Continuing to follow the scent, he pondered why the foolish dog did not seek spirit stones from Xiao Cha. She had given him a storage pouch containing 100 second-grade spirit stones. Hua Jiu stumbled upon 2 more shops. One selling talismans revealed that the foolish dog had sold some black dog blood there. Black dog blood, rich in young energy, is often used in the mundane world for drawing talismans to ward off evil, and the same holds true in the realm of cultivation. Talismans made from the blood of transformed black dogs possess restraining properties against both ghostly and corpse cultivators. Subsequently, the foolish dog ventured to the treasure pavilion, the largest establishment in the immortal city. Typically bustling with patrons, it would hardly take note of a trivial creature like him, who sought only minor trinkets. However, during his previous visit, the foolish dog inadvertently dropped the handkerchief that Hua Jiu had instructed him to carry. The breathtaking visage of the youth incited a cacophony of screams from the female clientele, nearly uprooting the very roof of the pavilion. Furthermore, some recognized him as the young lad from Master Jiogui's springtime affection, and in an instant, he became the subject of fervent admiration, prompting the foolish dog to flee in disarray. Eventually, his scent dissipated at the confluence of the summer district and the spring district. A torrential downpour had swept through the summer district in the late hours of the previous night, washing away all traces of him. Hua Jiu surmised that the foolish dog had been frightened by the throngs of frenzied women, leading him to forget to mark his path during his panicked escape, resulting in his disorientation. Upon locating him, she intended to scratch the faces of those mad women. If he had not lost his way, her greatest concern would have been the possibility of him being targeted by some perverse individual and abducted. Hua Jiu relayed the clues she had gathered to Chu Jing'an and El Mei. Chu Jing'an dispatched all patrol officers from the Enforcement Bureau to scour the city for any potential hideouts of such deviants. Yet their efforts proved fruitless. Hua Jiu and El Mei scoured the summer district, inquiring among the transient little demons in the alleyways, and even encountered Shindaj Wang, who was working in the summer district, but ultimately gleaned nothing. As the sun began its descent, Hua Jiu's heart sank once more, despite having ruled out the involvement of the multitude of celestial beings. The world still harbored many malevolent souls capable of unspeakable acts. Ningjinga was equally concerned for Hua Jiu. After El Mei had shared the general situation with her, she suddenly furrowed her brow, as if recalling something significant. Are you familiar with the Taodai restaurant? Chapter 64, The 64th Meow. There exists an establishment named Taodai. What is the Taodai restaurant? Does it serve Taodai? Isn't Taodai a legendary beast? Oh dear. Hua Jiu stepped on Lu Mingming's foot, prompting Lu Mingming to sulk and close her mouth. Hua Jiu looked up at Ning Jinj and inquired, "Where's the Taodai restaurant?" "This way." Ning Jinj guided Hua Jiu to a tea stall by the roadside, seated her, and upon noticing her cracked lips, set down her medical kit and ordered 2 bowls of cool tea. Lu Mingming drank hers in one gulp and requested another bowl. Hua Jiu shook her head, focusing her gaze on Ning Jinj, awaiting her words. "You should take a sip first. It seems you haven't eaten or drunk anything all day. Once you have, I will explain everything to you." Ning Jinj offered the cool tea to Hua Jiu's lips. With a resigned sigh, Hua Jiu acquiesced and took a sip. The refreshing liquid soothed her parched throat considerably. And then, Lu Mingming asked, "As a physician, it is only natural for me to assist in such situations. That little sable has only recently learned to take form and has possessed spiritual intelligence for merely 3 years, akin to a human child of 3 or 4 years. His injuries are severe, marked by various wounds inflicted by wild beasts, and he has also been poisoned, rendering him unable to transform." Ning Jinj furrowed her brow and paused before continuing. "Most critically, it seems he has not consumed food for quite some time, reduced to nothing but bones. It took me 10 days of treatment to finally bring him back to consciousness." "The Taodai restaurant?" Hua Jiu began to piece together the circumstances. Ning Jinj grasped Hua Jiu's icy hand. "Do not fret, let me finish my tale. The small purple marten, after transforming, recounted to me that he had escaped from a place known as the Tavern of Gluttony. He had ventured out for a stroll when he caught a whiff of an alluring fragrance, which caused him to lose consciousness. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself within the Tavern of Gluttony. He revealed that he was imprisoned in an iron cage, situated in a dim and damp environment, where, in addition to himself, there were numerous other newly transformed little demons, all unable to take on their true forms. Initially, they communicated in beast language, offering each other comfort and devising escape plans. However, when starvation reached its peak, they were left with nothing but their primal instincts. After that, just then, my junior master, Chu Jing'an, arrived with Ji Qing, interrupting Ning Jinj's narrative. Ning Jinj, already acquainted with Chu Jing'an, rose and offered a slight nod as a form of greeting. Ji Qing's eyes lit up upon seeing Ning Jinj. He hurriedly spat out the grass leaf he had in his mouth and tugged at his clothes, exclaiming, "Ning physician, you are here as well." "Yes, Ji brother, it has been a long time," Ning Jinj replied with a gentle smile. "My junior master, have you found any clues on your end?" Hua Jiu shook his head gloomily, while Lu Mingming remarked, "We were just discussing the Tavern of Gluttony." "What is that?" "The Tavern of Gluttony?" Ji Qing's voice suddenly rose in pitch. "Could it truly exist? Do you also know about it?" Hua Jiu inquired. "Get to the point," Chu Jing'an said in a low voice as the others turned their attention toward him. Ji Qing placed a blade of grass between his lips and chewed thoughtfully. He recalled a time 2 years prior, when he had just received a mission from his sect and reported to the Immortal City. Before entering the Hongming Immortal City, he encountered a frenzied catfish spirit at the ferry, which nearly capsized their boat. In a fit of anger, he dispatched the creature, and feeling hungry, he roasted it with his fire condensation technique and consumed it. As he savored his meal, an elderly man approached and inquired if he had a penchant for eating demon meat. It is widely known that demon flesh contains far more spiritual energy than that of wild beasts. Consuming fresh demon meat can refine and absorb its essence, enhancing one's cultivation more effectively than elixirs. Thus, he casually replied in the affirmative. What did you say? Chu Jingnan's expression darkened slightly. Ji Qing, taken aback, hurriedly gestured, boss. Let me explain. I swear I have never killed innocents indiscriminately. I only resorted to consuming those malevolent demons. I would never harm the benevolent ones. Physician Ning. You must believe me. Continue, Chu Jingyan commanded. Hua Jiu clenched her fists. Ji Qing's account aligned closely with her suspicions. In reality, instances of demons preying upon one another were not uncommon, but the Hongming Immortal City bore the heavy responsibility of nurturing the next generation for the realm of cultivation. Therefore, the enforcement court was firmly established in the city, and such acts were strictly forbidden. Hua Jiu, if your foolish dog were captured and taken to a gourmet establishment, would it? Lu Mingming covered her mouth, too frightened to continue. Ning Jinj reassured her, Hua Jiu, do not be alarmed. That little purple marten claimed he mysteriously appeared in the woods northwest of Fuxian County when he escaped. We can go there and search for him. The woods to the northwest? Chu Jingyan was taken aback. Just last night, he too had slain that being from the myriad heavens in that very spot. Observing its escape, he noted the clear direction it had taken, seemingly towards a specific location. Hua Jiu felt a surge of determination, brushing aside Ning Jinga's hand resting on her shoulder. There was no time to waste. She needed to investigate that area. She had promised the old Taoist that she would not abandon them. Little Shu, Jingnan shall accompany you. I shall go as well, declared El Miming. Ning Jinga and Ji Qing expressed their willingness to join as well. Hua Jiu regarded them thoughtfully and suggested, I believe we should split our forces. There are surely still individuals from the Taotai Pavilion within the city. Some may disguise themselves as guests, seeking to locate the pavilion and devise a frontal assault. I will act as bait, if I can be captured and taken to the Taotai Pavilion. Little Shu. No. If anything were to happen to you, how could Jing and explain it to Shizuzong? Hua Jiu touched the copper coin around her neck, reassuring, do not worry. I possess the old Taoist trump card. I shall be fine. You all must not follow me. My movements will be more advantageous alone. If you wish to assist, quickly become guests of the Taotai Pavilion and locate it. Chapter 65. The unsealing of the copper coin with a sudden creak, sunlight burst in from outside, illuminating a cluster of iron cages of various sizes. The small, shapeless demons within retreated to the corners of their confines. This stench is utterly revolting, she muttered. I must quickly retrieve 2 bear cubs. The kitchen awaits. A figure resembling a steward leaned against the door, pinching his nose, and delivered a kick to the waist of a nearby servant, who tumbled down the staircase. Behind him, a wolf's tail was conspicuously visible. The wolf demon scrambled to its feet, timidly searching through the cages scattered throughout the cellar for bear cubs. In an instant, the cellar erupted with the cacophony of all the little demons, their roars of tigers and howls of wolves rising and falling in a chaotic symphony. Crack! A whip lashed against the ground, igniting a burst of sparks. The steward bellowed from the entrance, What are you all clamoring about? Be careful, or I shall send you all to the arena to be used as fodder. That would be far more comfortable than your current predicament. Enjoy your little amusements. A resounding roar emanated from the enormous cage at the bottom of the staircase, where a tiger demon relentlessly slammed its body against the iron bars, sending dust cascading from the ceiling of the cellar. Crack! I dare you to roar. A whip was thrust into the cage, blood erupting as the tiger demon let out a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground with a fresh, gaping wound on its back. The whip, an enchanted artifact, bore barbed hooks laced with searing venom. This single strike rendered the creature immobile, the excruciating pain radiating throughout its body, ensuring it would suffer for hours without threatening its life. Boss, we're missing one. The wolf demon exclaimed in alarm. The steward, wrapping the whip around his hand, cursed as he approached to inspect the situation, only to be struck with astonishment. The steel-forged cage was riddled with bite marks, and shockingly, a hole had been gnawed through it. The black dog demon that had been confined within was nowhere to be found. Boss, I can't even bite through this cage. What kind of teeth are these? The wolf demon trembled, glancing around at the encroaching darkness. A pair of eyes suddenly flashed before him, and before the wolf demon could utter a sound, a massive black dog sprang from behind a nearby cage, sinking its teeth into the demon's neck. A sickening crack echoed as the neck snapped, accompanied by a spray of blood that splattered the overseer. The foolish dog, having secured its grip, immediately released the wolf demon and lunged towards the overseer instead. You dare to court death. The overseer summoned a golden talisman, and the dog collided with the radiant barrier, being forcefully repelled. Rising, the overseer lashed out with a whip. Crack! The foolish dog, still airborne, crashed violently to the ground. Crack! 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 The overseer, venting his fury, mercilessly lashed the dog, each strike tearing flesh and leaving deep, bone-revealing gashes. Initially, the dog struggled to evade the blows, but after 3 strikes, it could only curl up and gasp in submission. You think you can escape? Try running again, you waste of a talisman. Even a creature with a body forged to the 10th level dares to defy me. If you seek death, then I shall oblige. Exhausted from his exertions, the overseer took a breath and commanded, "Someone, take this beast to the arena." Surrounded by famished, bloodthirsty beasts, he relished the thought of seeing it humbled. As 2 men entered to carry the foolish dog away, the overseer kicked the lifeless wolf demon, its neck broken, and scoffed, "Don't let it go to waste. It will make a fine stew for a feast." The door closed, plunging the cellar back into darkness, the stench of blood filling the air, driving the starving little demons to slowly turn their eyes blood red. On a moonless, windy night, Hua Jiu inserted a 3rd-grade spirit stone into the little goldfish, hastening her journey to the woods above where Chu Jingnan awaited her. She circled the treetops twice, yet found no signs of life. This forest, typically devoid of human or demonic presence aside from some wild beasts, seemed an ill-chosen locale for any nefarious activities, especially given its proximity to Hongmingxian City and Fuxian County, making discovery all too easy. However, what if they had indeed chosen this place for its convenience in seeking out little demons? If it were an exceedingly powerful illusion array, akin to that employed by the celestial beings, even an experienced elder might find it challenging to discern. Hua Jiu caressed the copper coin around her neck. Deciding to take a risk and investigate further, she retrieved a storage pouch containing the 3rd-grade spirit stones and, using strands of spiritual energy, delved into the pouch to absorb the stone's essence. Complex hand gestures danced between her fingers, conjuring vibrant trails of light, while the surrounding air began to shimmer with an eerie fluctuation. The energy from 700 3rd-grade spirit stones surged toward the copper coin at her throat through the ethereal strands. The elder had presumed she was unaware of how to unravel the coin's seal, but in truth, she had memorized the method upon her first encounter with it. She feigned ignorance merely to amuse him. For symbol seal, Northern Xuanwu, release. A thunderous tremor rippled through the air as a tiny Xuanwu emblem above the coin glowed like burning paper, igniting with crimson flames and incinerating a minuscule portion. A wisp of demonic energy escaped from the charred section, coalescing into a cherry-sized black cat that appeared to awaken from a long slumber, stretching luxuriously before Hua Jiu. The little cat affectionately mewed at Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu's hand gestures shifted once more, her lips parted slightly, yet her parched throat struggled to produce a sound. However, recalling the days she had tormented the foolish dog in her broken Taoist temple on Yunming Island, Hua Jiu took a deep breath and uttered a phrase, "Emerald Water Eyes. Activate." With a joyful meow, the magical black cat darted into her right eye, causing her pupil to constrict to the size of a needle's tip. The magical energy swirled from this focal point, creating ripples within her eye. As the ripples dissipated, the amber hue vanished, leaving her right eye resembling a deep pool, glimmering with a chilling emerald glow. Everyone knew that the 3-flower minx possessed a pair of emerald water eyes. Yet few were aware that this particular pair was her second innate treasure, honed from her very essence, aside from her claws. After her failure in transcending through the tribulation, the old Taoist had sealed the emerald water eyes along with her shattered infant spirit. At this moment, a piercing pain shot through her right eye, and Hua Jiu furrowed her brow. Though she could not see, she knew that black patterns must have emerged around her right eye. This was her body rejecting the magical energy. She could withstand it for at most an hour. Should she fail to dissipate this energy within that time frame, she would risk succumbing to madness, or worse, a catastrophic clash of spiritual and magical energies leading to her demise. After all, she had once practiced demonic cultivation, and the emerald water eyes were forged from her primordial magical essence. Nothing but her own magic could activate them. The fundamental ability of the emerald water eyes was to shatter illusions, and she had no choice but to take the risk of drawing a thread of primordial magical energy from her infant spirit. Hua Jiu pinched her own tail, enduring the pain as she moved her hand away from her eye, once again gazing down at the forest below. The scenes revealed to her left and right eyes were entirely disparate. Chapter 66. Infiltrating the feast pavilion within the depths of my left eye, darkness prevailed, with the woods enveloped in serene quietude. Conversely, my right eye beheld a dazzling array of lights. The vermilion pavilions and intricately carved railings stood against the backdrop of the mountains, resembling a kaleidoscopic mountain village. The surrounding area was devoid of any pathways, and Hua Jiu surmised that they, too, had employed the same teleportation tokens as the other celestial beings. This miniature single-person teleportation array was conceived by the first generation of the Wu family in Shanghai City. The teleportation array was inscribed upon a token, which could then be utilized at a designated central teleportation array. Those possessing the token, as long as they remained within the confines of the central array, could instantly arrive at their destination. Such a method significantly enhanced the concealment of this location. Anyone teleporting in from the outside would remain oblivious to their whereabouts, only able to estimate a general vicinity. Indeed, the most perilous places often serve as the safest havens. With my mismatched eyes, Hua Jiu dashed toward the hidden mountain village deep within the forest. Along the way, she stumbled upon a pool of muddy water, summoning immense courage to roll around in it. Upon emerging, she felt as though she might perish, struggling against the urge to groom herself. Hua Jiu gazed into the gradually clearing waters, her fur caked in yellow mud, her face appearing smaller, accentuating her eyes, rounder and larger than ever. Her rear end cursed it all. Hua Jiu swatted at her reflection in the water, shattering the illusion of her perceived plumpness. Along the journey, she captured a squirrel, clutching it in her mouth, resembling a homeless wildcat. Her ample backside concealed by the foliage, she perched on a branch, feigning to groom her paws while secretly observing the illusory array with her azure eyes. The azure eyes perceive neither sound nor taste, yet they can discern the figures of demon-like beings clad in servant attire, bustling about with lanterns in hand, bowing and nodding to escort the enigmatic guests draped in masks and cloaks. Most of these patrons venture towards two distinct directions. One leads to the riverside pavilion near the Qingluo River, while the other approaches the foot of the mountain, where Hua Jiu senses a foreboding presence of bloodshed and an aura of murderous intent. Is this place a stronghold of the multitude? Hua Jiu remains uncertain. During her time among them, she had never heard of an establishment such as the Gluttonous Pavilion being in operation, for that group holds a profound disdain for the demon race. They engage in the dismemberment of demon bones, the extraction of demon cores, and the crafting of artifacts and elixirs, yet they scorn the consumption of demon flesh. They pride themselves as orthodox cultivators, subsisting solely on the essence of nature after their dietary restrictions, refusing to touch anything that might taint their bodies. At most, they might resort to feeding their beloved pets with demon meat. Once more, a piercing sensation radiates from her azure eyes, more intense than before, compelling Hua Jiu to briefly close her right eye. She has but half an hour remaining. Hua Jiu leaps down from the towering tree, melding into the shadows, and splits a strand of primordial demonic energy in two, guiding it through her meridians towards her right claw. The inky tendril winds down her face. As the violent force stirs tumultuous waves within her veins, the spirit energy battered against the walls of her meridians in a frenzy. Were it not for her body having been tempered by the trials of yin and yang, this strand of demonic energy would have been sufficient to shatter her veins and bones. Her right claw, once pristine, is gradually stained black, the surface of her nails emitting a sound of cracking, adorned with a web of fine fissures. The connection of heart and fingers is palpable as the nails fracture. The pain is excruciating and profound. Hua Jiu, with her emerald eyes, sought the weak points of the illusionary array. Then, with a soft meow, she startled the squirrels perched on the surrounding trees, causing them to flee in panic through the barriers of the array and deeper into the woods. Hua Jiu feigned pursuit, sweeping her right paw with force, instantly tearing open a gash in the illusion. A dazzling brilliance erupted within, illuminating her mud-covered little face. She glanced around before crouching and slipping inside. The rift she left behind gradually closed, restoring the array to its original state. Within the highest tower of the makeshift stronghold, a soft gasp escaped a man's lips, his crimson tongue flicking out, slicing through the air. The man, at the late stage of Foundation establishment, rose from the soft couch, a chalice filled with demon blood in hand. His toned waist and abdomen twisted gracefully as he glided toward the window to gaze into the distance, his sickle-shaped vertical pupils slowly narrowing. At that moment, the steward, previously seen in the dungeon wielding a whip, entered, his demeanor subservient and compliant. He cast a glance at the triangular patterns on the man's serpentine tail, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes, before presenting a yellow paper crane with both hands. "Lord Viper, your letter." Viper grasped the paper crane, closed his eyes, and flicked his tongue twice. A spark erupted from his hand, reducing the crane to ashes. What a coincidence, Viper murmured. Turning, he scrutinized the steward, whose unease intensified under his gaze. With a hiss, Viper circled the steward twice. Sun Xing. You have been with me for 5 years, have you not? Indeed. Ever since I was saved by you 5 years ago, I have followed you. Thanks to your kindness, I have attained my current half-step foundation establishment cultivation. Well, over the past 5 years, you have performed commendably. However, the eerie pause left Sun Xing feeling anxious. The Viper, with its flickering tongue, suddenly smiled, declaring that from this moment forth, this lavish establishment would belong to him. Sun Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. Sir, what do you mean? I do not understand. A look of disdain flickered in the Viper's gaze as he replied, I must step out for a moment. The Viper meaningfully patted Sun Xing's shoulder and glanced toward the edge of the illusory array. With a flash of radiant light, the Viper transformed into a highly venomous pit viper, leisurely slithering out of the pavilion. Sun Xing stood at his usual vantage point, overlooking the entire establishment, watching as the Viper joined forces with the second-in-command. The two serpents glided toward the teleportation array, departing from the lavish venue. Sun Xing's eyes darkened, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he took a sip from the exquisite goblet previously used by the Viper, savoring the fine essence of demon blood. With your departure, this stronghold shall truly be dominated by me, Sun Xing. Servants, prepare a grand banquet for all the demons. Yes, my lord. Suddenly, Sun Xing's eyes gleamed with excitement. Today, I shall take matters into my own hands and start with a duel of dragons and tigers. Haha. Chapter 67. Traversing through hell, Hua Jiu moved with grace, her steps swift, making her way toward the cluster of buildings nestled against the mountainside. The air was infused with a medley of tantalizing aromas from various delicacies and the rich fragrance of wine, accompanied by the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo. As light danced playfully, within the pavilions and waterside gazebos, masked figures exchanged toasts, cradling warm, fragrant jade in their embrace, their laughter ringing out merrily. Various small demons were herded onto the stage, performing amusing antics to entertain the guests. Debauchery and revelry, like the intoxicating mist permeating the Taotai pavilion, were as addictive and disorienting as opium. Hua Jiu's gaze was profound, and she dared not linger. Humans are eternally complex creatures. Donning a mask seems to unlock the gates to their inner darkness, allowing them to discard all morality and principles, transforming into the source of all evil. After all, their deeds remain anonymous, and the suffering inflicted upon others does not impinge upon their lives under the sun, thus absolving them of any sense of guilt. In contrast, demons are much simpler. They kill for the sake of killing, driven by their inherent nature, without the need for any grand justification. A faint, ethereal fragrance of peach blossoms brushed past her nose, causing Hua Jiu to halt abruptly. She paused in the shadows of the undergrowth, peering towards the source of the scent. A servant was leading two figures of similar stature away, lantern in hand. Please watch your step, esteemed guests. Your merchandise is ready and waiting. This way, please. Hurry. I cannot bear to remain here for another moment. The voice was distorted by a mask, making it unrecognizable to Hua Jiu. Her eyes began to sting once more, this time with greater intensity and suddenness. Hua Jiu could not suppress a soft groan. One of the figures in the distance abruptly stopped and turned in her direction. Hua Jiu squeezed her right eye shut and fled, employing the treading on snow without a trace technique. The grass blades trembled slightly. The figure raised a hand to scratch his forehead, revealing a hint of pink beneath his black cloak. What is it, Brother Buhuan? It appeared to me that. Never mind, let us hasten away. The two continued to follow the servant, hastening to the innermost depths of the gluttonous pavilion. As they traversed a soundproof barrier, a cacophony erupted around them. When Hua Jiu ascended a tree and beheld the scene within, her heart abruptly constricted, a chill surging from her very core. The encroaching demonic energy rendered the surroundings somewhat ethereal. Indeed, it was a gladiatorial arena. This arena was not vast. Upon the platform stood fewer than 100 spectators, all vociferously jeering and cursing at the fray of small demons below, tossing their food down to incite the ravenous creatures to fight with renewed fervor. You fool! My spirit stones are all riding on you. Bite him, claw at him, damn it! A lament echoed. Once again we have lost. Can the gluttonous pavilion not procure someone of worth? The yellow mud of the arena was stained a deep crimson, as over 20 small demons, unable to transform, grappled in a chaotic tangle, the ground littered with the mangled corpses of various small demons. The scene was gruesome and brutal. eliciting a tumult of demonic energy within Hua Jiu's azure eyes. These small demons, just recently awakened, had not yet shed their primal instincts, and their hunger birthed a spectacle that ignited the fervor of the cultivators above. In this world, there exist many virtuous souls who would never harm a demon: old Taoist, LV Ming Ming, Chu Jingnan, Ning Jinj, and the learned sages upon the mountain, countless others. What lay before her now was merely a reflection of humanity's dregs, the detritus of the cultivation realm. As her eyes opened once more, Hua Jiu's gaze was steady, swiftly scanning every corner of the arena. Yet she found no trace of the foolish dog. The foolish dog may still be alive, after all. It was only captured a day ago and has not yet reached the point of desperation that drives one to madness. Perhaps it remains confined somewhere. The brutal conflict is drawing to a close, and Hua Jiu dared not cast another glance at the arena, turning instead to flee towards the Jiangjing pavilion. The aroma of food grew increasingly potent as she navigated through a series of elegant little rooms filled with diners, following the scent of blood to locate the kitchen courtyard. Inside, the sounds of clattering dishes, the chopping of bones, and the crackling of flames filled the air, while small animal hides hung on the racks throughout the courtyard. A butcher gripped a young bear cub by the scruff of its neck, a cleaver swiftly severing its throat, blood gushing forth and collected by another attendant with a basin. The cub cried out a couple of times before falling silent. For the creatures of the demon realm, this place resembled hell. Hua Jiu's nails dug into the ground, a fire of rage igniting within her, the demonic energy in her eyes swelling, extending towards her other eye. "Someone, go to the cellar and fetch a pangolin for me to stew." A young attendant dashed out from the kitchen, and Hua Jiu pressed herself against the wall, trailing the boy to the entrance of the cellar behind the kitchen. Two cultivators at the 5th level of Qi condensation guarded the door, allowing the attendant entry only after verifying his credentials. As the heavy iron door creaked open, Hua Jiu immediately detected the scent of the foolish dog among the myriad of aromas. Growing up by the sea, the dog had always followed her around as she feasted on dried fish, imbuing it with a scent distinct from that of other dogs. The area around the cellar was deserted, yet the kitchen was nearby. Any sound would surely summon the kitchen staff in an instant. However, there was no surplus time for Hua Jiu to contemplate. She was unaware if there were any enchantments upon that door, and whether she could reopen it if it were sealed shut. Hua Jiu's abdomen contracted, and she extruded a sword talisman from her pouch, clenching it in her teeth. The spiritual energy, suppressed within her viscera and qi, instantly surged through her meridians, rushing towards her brow. The fluctuation of spiritual energy caused the two guards to turn their gazes towards the thicket where Hua Jiu was concealed. "Take a look over there." One of them began to approach Hua Jiu's location, oblivious to the look of terror that had befallen his comrade behind him. "What? Impiage?" The guard behind, manipulated by Hua Jiu's spiritual threads, lunged forward, clamping his hand over the mouth of the guard in front. In a flash, Hua Jiu leaped from the undergrowth, and the sword talisman in her mouth was instantly activated. A flash of sword light appeared and vanished in an instant. The azure miniature sword pierced through both guards, and with a forceful kick from Hua Jiu, they tumbled down the stairs leading to the cellar entrance. Thump! The cellar door slammed shut. The sound of the bodies falling caused the errand boy, who had just located the pangolin, to tremble. Who's there? In the darkness of the cellar, only pairs of blood-red eyes could be seen. The errand boy gulped, retrieving a fire striker from his bosom. Whoosh! The instant the fire striker illuminated, the errand boy felt a chill on his neck, his eyes widening to their fullest extent. Before collapsing, he saw a cat, covered in mud and as spectral as a phantom, standing atop the iron cage, its pair of emerald eyes gleaming with frigid light. Chapter 68. United in escape, Hua Jiu had subdued all the lesser demons within the cellar, even though her physical form was not as immense as the tiger at the entrance. All the little demons fixated their gaze on Hua Jiu, the first to cry out for help, prompting the others to join in a chorus of wails. Meow. Hua Jiu emitted a threatening growl, lowering her body into an attack stance, which silenced the little demons, restoring a profound tranquility to the cellar. Within the cellar, there were no fewer than 800 little demons, and Hua Jiu located the cage, now in tatters from the foolish dog's gnawing. Yet the dog itself was nowhere to be found. Transforming into her human form, her body caked in mud, she lamented that the little demons could not discern her appearance, only catching sight of her clear, azure eyes. Hua Jiu retrieved the tokens and storage bags from 3 corpses and, noticing a large, injured cat sprawled in the cage by the entrance, inquired, "Great cat, have you seen my dog?" A formidable black wolf with a physique at the 10th level of body refinement? Oh well. The arena? But I just came from there. Oh well. If not the arena, then perhaps the kitchen. Are you certain? Owl. Hua Jiu's heart sank. She had not ventured into the kitchen to check. At this moment, she could only pray that the foolish dog was still alive. No, he must be alive. The old Taoist had always said that the foolish dog was blessed with extraordinary luck. Oh woo. The tiger demon weakly called out, pleading. As the other little demons began to whimper softly, Hua Jiu, unable to harden her heart, glanced at the cellar door. From her pouch, she extracted the unfinished spirit beast pills and the supplementary fasting pills. Distributing them among the larger demons in the cellar, she declared, I will release you. You may freely hunt and consume those outside, but you must not turn on one another. You are merely small spirits. If you could unite, your sheer numbers might enable you to break free. The supply of the pill is limited. For now, the smaller ones should follow the larger ones. Once I create enough chaos outside, you can surge forth. Hua Jiu began to unlock the cages one by one, and the grateful small spirits called out to her. While those with remaining strength aided others still confined, the rabbits assisted the foxes, and the eagles helped the field mice, and in no time, all the spirits were liberated. Observing this scene, Hua Jiu felt a stirring within her. Humanity, after all, possesses inherent goodness. Those spirits, endowed with burgeoning intelligence, could indeed learn much from humans. Just like now, when faced with imminent peril, the instinct for survival compelled all the small spirits to temporarily suppress their natures and unite against a common foe. However, if these Navi spirits had initially aligned themselves with those of profound malevolence, what they would learn would be wickedness, just as she once did. Mistaking that for warmth and reliance. Humans undeniably exist at the pinnacle of creation. The virtuous inspire all beings towards goodness, while the wicked incite them toward malevolence. The moral compass of humanity indeed influences the entire world. The celestial beings' perspective on humanity seems not entirely erroneous, but their methods are excessively extreme, rendering her unable to agree. Oh woo, the tiger spirit nodded. You wait here, I shall venture forth first. Beyond this door, life and death are fated. Take care of yourselves. With that, Hua Jiu manipulated the servant's corpse using her puppet technique and opened the cellar door. The bright moonlight poured into the dark cellar, illuminating the eager faces of nearly 1,000 small spirits huddled together. For the first time, they felt that the light symbolized not death, but freedom. As the diminutive cat demon ascended the steps bathed in moonlight, she unexpectedly touched their hearts, causing their breaths to rise and fall in harmony with her footsteps. Upon her departure, Hua Jiu vanished at the top of the stairs, leaving all the little demons feeling suddenly hollow, as if something of great significance had been taken from them. In the front courtyard, the young servant trudged with his head hung low, resembling a mere shell of a person, moving step by step toward the kitchen, a trail of blood spilling behind him. The butcher, hearing the sound of the servant's footsteps, remained focused on the meat he was preparing, not bothering to glance up. Hurry up, son, Tudu has called for you twice. The water is boiling, just waiting for your pangolin to be tossed into the pot. The bloodied foot appeared before the butcher, causing him to freeze momentarily as a yellow talisman drifted down, landing in the pool of blood. He hastily reached to retrieve it. You reckless fool, wasting a fire explosion talisman. The words caught in his throat as he sank onto the blood-soaked ground, terror gripping him as he beheld the servant's head threatening to topple. From within the servant's grasp, a multitude of yellow talisman papers began to spill forth. Help! Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook with resounding blasts, the sky illuminated by a sudden eruption of flames that engulfed the tasty pavilion. The butcher and the servant were blown to pieces, propelled through the air by the searing shockwave, while burning animal skins soared like vibrant blossoms of fire, ascending high before plummeting down. Screams erupted as several beams of light darted from the kitchen, thick smoke enveloping everything, obscuring their surroundings. Who dares to wreak havoc in my tasty pavilion? Sun Xing roared, his whip sparking fearsome embers amidst the swirling smoke. An increasing number of elusive lights converged toward this direction, causing the ground beneath to rumble ominously. A throng of beasts surged forth, escaping through the rear wall of the kitchen like a torrent. Sun Xing, clutching his mouth and nose in astonishment, exclaimed, "The cellar! Quickly, to the cellar! That pack of wretched creatures has fled." Hua Jiu cast a glance behind her. There was little more she could do. Utilizing the cover of the thick smoke, she activated her technique, snow treading without a trace, and darted into the partially collapsed kitchen with the swiftness of lightning. The flames in the stove, now devoid of human control, leapt toward the roof, their tongues of fire rampaging and igniting the beams. These were ethereal flames, fueled by spiritual energy, and within mere breaths. They severed the beams, causing a substantial portion of the roof to crash down. With agility, Hua Jiu evaded the chaos and ventured deeper into the kitchen, where numerous iron cages housed a dozen small demons awaiting slaughter. After unlocking the cages, she continued her search, yet the foolish dog remained elusive. The commotion outside grew increasingly intense, all shifting toward the backyard. As the fire blazed ever brighter, Hua Jiu focused, detecting no trace of the foolish dog in this area. Without further delay, she leaped through a crevice in the collapsed wall. At that moment, a whip-like shadow, glistening with blood, sliced down from the side with tremendous force. Hua Jiu spun in midair, narrowly avoiding the descending whip. "I knew you were still here." The azure-eyed, three-flower civet. Sun Xing gazed in shock at the pair of deep, pool-like green cat eyes within the shadow, his body trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Hua Jiu's nose twitched. She caught the unmistakable scent of the foolish dog on him, stronger than anywhere else. Chapter 69. The sixth meow. The abyss calls forth the heart's demon transforming into her human form. Hua Jiu emerged from the shadows and urgently inquired, "Where is the dog? Where is my robust black dog of the 10th stage of body refinement?" The flickering flames illuminated the diminutive figure of Hua Jiu. Sun Xing's retreating steps faltered, as the fear and vigilance etched on his face gradually transformed into disdain and contempt. It turned out to be merely a diminutive cat demon at the second level of chi condensation. Those azure eyes bore a striking resemblance to that beast. Today, in this contest of prowess, he had been lamenting the difficulty of procuring fine cat flesh. Perhaps, if he were to extract those azure eyes, he might even exchange them for a puppet at the Divine Mechanism Pavilion for his amusement. With a crack, the long whip sliced through the air, blood bursting forth. Hua Jiu did not retreat. Instead, she advanced, her azure eyes fixed intently on Sun Xing, who stood at the 10th level of chi condensation. "You carry his scent. What have you done to him?" "Him? Oh, you mean that formidable black wolf dog? His scent is quite remarkable, and—" Sun Xing produced a red cord from his bosom, from which dangled a canine tooth. The pungent odor of foolish dog emanated from this very tooth. Hua Jiu's heart felt as though it had been suddenly constricted. Something lodged in her throat rendered her speechless, and the scene before her blurred through a veil of mist. She seemed to envision the foolish dog pinned to the ground, despairingly watching as Sun Xing ruthlessly extracted its canine tooth, then flayed its skin and dismembered it, indulging in a gruesome feast. Its tooth appeared rather unique, just right for crafting a fine magical artifact. Sun Xing stroked the canine tooth with his fingertip, inadvertently slicing his finger. Upon seeing the blood, his thoughts drifted to the near-fatal encounter with the foolish dog, and an even darker, more sinister aura enveloped him. "Humph. I shall send you to meet him now." As soon as the words left her lips, the whip lashed through the air like a blood serpent, swift and merciless. Hua Jiu was caught too close to Sun Xing, her mind in a daze, unable to evade the strike. The whip sent her flying, crashing against the wall of the courtyard. A fiery pain coursed through her body, the heat of the poison piercing her to the core, suppressing the spiritual energy within her. Sun Xing approached Hua Jiu step by step, his formidable spiritual pressure, akin to a massive boulder, bore down upon her, rendering her immobile. "Little cat demon, do you comprehend the essence of despair? The taste of your own flesh and utter hopelessness? Allow me to witness how your fate unfolds, and let it be sufficiently tragic." Hua Jiu found herself at a disadvantage against Sun Xing, who was at the half-step foundation stage, wielding magical artifacts and possessing keen intellect. She was unaware of how many of his subordinates lurked nearby, with her own cultivation at merely the second level. The gap of 5 levels rendered her puppet technique utterly ineffective, unless she could ascertain Sun Xing's cultivation method and utilize his blood as a catalyst. Yet at this moment, such knowledge was beyond her reach. Moreover, she had to eliminate him to avenge the foolish dog, for otherwise, she would be doomed to eternal unrest, much like before. Thus, only one option remained. "Falcat, come forth," Hua Jiu shouted, closing her eyes. The sound of bells echoed in her mind, freezing the image of the approaching whip and Sun Xing's sinister grin before her. "Meow." The emerald-eyed cat demon leaped down from the wall, her youthful visage drawing closer, her compassionate gaze piercing into Hua Jiu's very soul. "You actually called for me. Do you miss me? Get away," Hua Jiu hissed. The emerald-eyed cat demon giggled, clutching her belly. "You summon me and then tell me to leave? Have you learned to speak like those deceitful humans? However, if I were to depart now, your demise would be inevitable." The emerald-eyed cat demon pressed its claws against its heart, pouting, "It hurts here. The last time such a sensation arose was—" "Shut your mouth. Do not speak of it," Hua Jiu exclaimed, a hint of desperation lacing her tone. Could silence truly signify that it had never occurred? Just look at the actions of this evening. They mirror precisely the moment he rescued you. The emerald-eyed cat demon leaned closer to Hua Jiu's ear, exhaling warm breath. "Do not be afraid. As long as we are together, we shall surely escape. Little Lihua, hold my hand tightly." Suddenly, the cat demon grasped Hua Jiu's hand with fervor, startling her to the point of forcefully pushing him away. The emerald-eyed cat demon playfully tugged at Hua Jiu's tail. Reflecting on the injustices he had wrought, had he not led you astray, you would not bear such grievances towards your father. You would still be the little Lihua, standing above myriad beings. And now, you see the truth. He has deceived you. This world is rife with scoundrels and miscreants. Only your father truly cares for you. Hua Jiu sprang forward, tackling the emerald-eyed cat demon, gritting her teeth. "Do not utter such words. If you do not wish to perish here with me, aid me in vanquishing this man and razing this place to the ground." As Hua Jiu's claws pressed against the cat demon's shoulder, they began to dissolve gradually, releasing clusters of luminous white light that floated from her nearly transparent form into the cat demoness body, stirring ripples of darkness. Ding ding. The emerald-eyed cat demon reclined comfortably on the ground, fiddling with the bell around its neck. "Are you not afraid that this time I might devour you? Hua Jiu's spirit is as steadfast as a rock. Since I have dared to accept you, I shall surely be able to seal you once more. Just as I have done every time before. I am no longer the person I once was. My heart is now bound by numerous significant ties. For their sake, I shall not descend into depravity. What appears now is merely my helpless compromise, certainly not resignation." The emerald-eyed cat demon narrowed her eyes and tilted her head with a smile. "Oh, do you still remember how he met his demise?" Hua Jiu's eyes widened in shock. Her form dissipating, a final glimmer of light attempting to escape, only to be ensnared by the cat demon's claws and drawn into her mouth. "Hide away with your guilt and self-reproach, and forever relinquish the hope of warmth in this world. How utterly laughable." The illusion of the heart's demons shattered abruptly. Sun Shing seized Hua Jiu by the neck, lifting her as if she were a mere rag doll, her gaze vacant and still. He wielded that canine tooth, aiming to gouge out her eye. "Isn't it amusing to extract your sight with the fang of that dog?" At that moment, the red cord around Hua Jiu's neck suddenly snapped, and a copper coin soared into the air, which she grasped tightly. Ethereal, ink-like demonic energy surged from the coin, writhing like a multitude of serpents coiling up her arm. Sun Shing watched in astonishment as the demonic energy enveloped Hua Jiu, inch by inch. The yellow mud and excess flesh dissolving into foam, her chubby face transforming into something delicate and youthful. Hua Jiu had transformed into a tabby cat, an emerald-eyed, three-colored tabby. The color drained from Sun Shing's face. He had not erred this time. The cat demon in his grasp bore an uncanny resemblance to the visage upon the bounty poster. The drooping head slowly lifted, and the serene azure eyes regarded Sun Shing with an expression akin to that of a corpse. "Remove your filthy hands." With a swipe of its claws, Sun Shing's anguished scream pierced the heavens, and a sudden bolt of lightning illuminated the youthful yet fierce visage of the tabby cat. Chapter 70. The Seventh Meow. I yearn to master the art of medicine today. The surroundings of the Haoming immortal city were unexpectedly graced by numerous high-ranking cultivators. The various factions, seldom united, had gathered due to the bloody battle of the previous night. The long-missing azurite three-colored tabby had finally made its appearance. The Wangu, the Yixian Alliance, the Divine Mechanism Pavilion, the Demon Bell Sect, the Bloodslaughter Sect, and Songhai City, each was represented by titans of the Ling Tian realm. As if in competition, they busily arranged themselves outside the immortal city, preparing to capture the azure-eyed three-colored tabby while awaiting the arrival of the celestial sovereigns. It was said that the captain of the patrol team in the Haoming immortal city, Chu Jing'an of the Kunwa Sword sect, had single-handedly obstructed the azure-eyed three-colored tabby, preventing its incursion into the city. No one witnessed the final outcome. Those who did had perished. In an instant, the hearts of the inhabitants of Haoming immortal city were filled with trepidation. Even more shocking was the revelation that a restaurant named Taodai existed just across the river from the immortal city, where all the little demons that had mysteriously vanished over the past 5 years were captured and offered for entertainment and consumption. The entire Wansheng prefecture was in an uproar. And this incident even stirred the demon clans, prompting them to send envoys to negotiate with the Yixian Alliance, demanding an increased presence of patrols dispatched by the demon clans within the immortal city, akin to the missions of various sections. Interestingly, this time, The demon clans did not leave anyone behind to pursue their number one adversary, the azure-eyed, three-colored tabby, though the Taotai Pavilion has been reduced to ruins. Littered with remnants of humanity, not a single demon within suffered injury, all managed to escape. Indeed, many demons have boldly asserted that they were rescued by the green-eyed three-flower raccoon. Should anyone dare to harm the raccoon, they would have to step over their lifeless bodies. To this day, a considerable number of demons remain amidst the fiery remnants of the Taotai Pavilion, guarding it fiercely against the approaching cultivators, led by a formidable feline. This great cat has garnered the admiration of the demon race, as their envoy perceives an undeniable leadership quality within it. Capable of uniting even the typically antagonistic demons in a common cause, an admirable feat thus, after steadfastly holding their ground for 3 days. This great cat was taken to the western demon domain, destined for remarkable fortune. Yet, it will forever remember the small cat demon that saved its life. In a certain tea house within Fushin County, a man leaned against the window, incinerating a yellow talisman paper crane in his hand. He turned to gaze across the Qingsuo River, where the ethereal mist veiled the ethereal Hongming celestial city. Heavenly Sovereign, please grant your wisdom. Viper Kiss knelt at the man's feet, prostrating himself in utmost reverence. Who proposed the Taotai Pavilion? The man picked a piece of dried fish from Yuming Island, savoring its flavor. A tremor coursed through Viper Kiss, who, raising his gaze to the fluttering ash, understood that the esteemed one had always harbored reservations about his endeavors at the Taotai Pavilion, and this time, undoubtedly, had informed the Heavenly Sovereign in advance. There was no escape from accountability. Yes, it was my idea. As the man slightly tilted his head, their eyes met, causing Viper Kiss's pupils to constrict suddenly, his body losing all control in an instant. He struggled in vain, helplessly watching his own hand reach for his serpent tail, forcibly tearing off strips of flesh and stuffing them into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. Even though he felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion, he could not even muster the capacity to vomit, let alone cry out in pain or tremble. He could only endure the agony. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his scalp tingling, all while he continued to consume. Was it palatable? Viper Kiss covered his mouth, too fearful to retch, and could only swallow hard before kneeling once more, trembling as he implored, "May the celestial Lord impose punishment. Withdraw the arrangements surrounding the immortal city." Yes. A shadow flitted past the window. The man tapped his fingers against the windowsill, stating that since Guhai had called for evacuation before the calamity, it was a sign of his utility. Viper Kiss bowed in acknowledgement. The core of the heavens depended on the arrangement of the heavenly stems and earthly branches, with Guhai being the last in rank, the youngest, and the least powerful, yet he was held in high regard by the celestial Lord. Just last night, upon discovering an intrusion, it was Guhai who had informed him via a yellow talisman paper crane to abandon the gluttonous pavilion and leave swiftly, or else he would be torn to shreds by the tabby. Since the tabby enjoyed playing, let Guhai entertain her. You shall remain and follow Guhai's orders. With a flick of his grand sleeve, a dark green light swept over Viper Kiss's exposed bony tail, and the lost flesh rapidly regenerated, restoring the tail to its original state. Were it not for the lingering nausea in his stomach, Viper Kiss might have believed he had never been harmed. I humbly bid farewell to the celestial Lord. The sound of a flowing stream and the fragrance of bamboo wafted through the air. Hua Jiu sensed something unusual within her body, and upon introspection, she discovered that her meridians were filled with black threads, all of which were her innate demonic energy, slowly making their way to her dantian. The Tai Chi within her dantian awakened, its rotation slowing yet persistently absorbing the demonic energy, rendering the dark half of the Tai Chi denser than the light half. Condensing, reaching the third layer of Qi, Hua Jiu was oblivious to the duration of her slumber. Astonishingly, she had already advanced to the third layer of Qi, with her cultivation striving towards the fourth. Was it a result of her prolonged sleep, or the influence of the primordial demonic energy? Could the Zhelang Jing even transmute her primordial demonic energy? Demonic energy, tabby cat, foolish dog. Suddenly, Hua Jiu recalled the events that transpired, leaping from her bed and toppling the medicinal bowl on the table as she dashed outside. Caught off guard, she collided with the foot of the entering Master Mo, tumbling over and gradually transforming back into her human form as she rose. "Where is the dog? Where is my dog?" Hua Jiu inquired sorrowfully, unable to fathom the fate of the foolish canine. Master Mo gazed down at her, a flicker of sympathy crossing his eyes. Yet he spoke the truth. "I have searched and found nothing." Hua Jiu slumped to the ground, her heart aching, her nose tinged with a sourness as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Master Mo set down the food box, shook his head, and turned to leave. "Master." I wish to learn the art of medicine. Master Mo furrowed his brows, stating that life's misfortunes often outweigh its joys. If one cannot endure, they may as well perish. Hua Jiu was taken aback, tears poised at the corners of her eyes. Death is not difficult. Killing is simple. But salvation? Saving is far more arduous than ascending to the heavens. Chapter 71. Truly fortuitous. Hua Jiu stood momentarily stunned, wiping her tears away before nodding resolutely. I shall learn. Why? As their gazes met, Master Mo was unexpectedly moved by the tragic resolve reflected in Hua Jiu's eyes, reminiscent of the fervor he once held when he vowed to master the art of medicine. Yet, in the end, each lesson only deepened his disappointment. Turning his head, he departed, leaving Hua Jiu feeling hollow inside. Would such emotions be enough to sway this impenetrable man to teach her the healing arts? Seek me at the bamboo grove tomorrow at the hour of Qin, Master Mo stated coolly before leaving. Just as he reached the threshold, he added, Chu Jing'an is gravely injured while attempting to save you, in the bamboo house to the west. Hua Jiu stood frozen, watching Master Mo fade into the distance. His words ignited a sudden realization. It felt as if he had already discerned her true identity. With her head lowered, she stepped outside, intermittently stifling sobs. Uncertain of how to confront Chu Jing'an, the others, or the old Taoist, he had entrusted them to her care, and how quickly she had. Woof! The sound echoed, and she began to imagine the barks of the foolish dog nearby. Woof! The sound grew nearer. She was astonished to discover how deeply her feelings for the dog ran, unbeknownst to herself. Woof! Woof! In an instant, a massive, dark figure dashed towards her, knocking Hua Jiu to the ground and showering her with affectionate licks. It was only when she was drenched in slobber, her hair standing on end, that she realized this was no mere illusion. It was the foolish dog, joyously licking her. A surge of elation erupted within Hua Jiu as she sat up and embraced the dog's neck, exclaiming, You silly creature, where have you been? I thought you were dead. I thought you had been devoured, you fool. The dog whimpered softly, its eyes glistening, allowing Hua Jiu to hold it tightly as she wept. In the distance, Lu Mingming and Xiao Cha witnessed a heartwarming scene, Hua Jiu's hair standing on end in a comical manner. Yet, despite the humor, a bittersweet sensation filled their noses, moistening their eyes. Fortunately, despite the trials they had faced, they were ultimately reunited. In that moment, nothing else mattered. All that was needed was laughter. With tears welling up, Lu Mingming and Xiao Cha exchanged a knowing smile. Fool, why do you run around? I ought to chain you up. If you run off again, I will break your legs. The silly dog wriggled free from Hua Jiu's embrace, licking away the tears from her face, then retrieved a small iron box from its pouch. Woof, woof. Hua Jiu, bewildered, picked up the box and opened it to reveal a golden flower pendant, imbued with a faint aura. Her eyes blurred with tears once more as she observed the silly dog panting, grinning foolishly. Why did he not seek Xiao Cha for spirit stones, but instead chose to sell his blood to buy this seemingly worthless pendant for her? For what reason? Because that day marked her entrance into the Haoming Academy, and the silly dog mistakenly believed she had secured first place? Seeing the unhealed whip marks crisscrossing the dog's back, the small pendant in Hua Jiu's hand felt as heavy as a mountain, pressing down on her heart with unbearable weight. I will beat you senseless, you fool. Hua Jiu clutched the box tightly with one hand while playfully smacking the dog's head with the other, tears streaming as she scolded him. Why are you so infuriating? I hit you and scold you, yet you still laugh and wag your tail. Do you have any idea how deeply your laughter pierces my heart? You cunning little dog. You want me to feel guilty and wretched, so that later you can trick me into giving you my fish treats. You scheming creature. With a soft whimper, the foolish dog approached Hua Jiu, resting its head on her shoulder, silently offering companionship. Together, Hua Jiu and the foolish dog cast a glance at El Mingming. Once Hua Jiu regained her composure, she tidied her hair, while the foolish dog continued to whine, seemingly at a loss for words. For the moment, no one could inquire how he had managed to escape, and Hua Jiu noticed that the dog had gained some weight. Recalling the old Taoist words about his extraordinary luck, Hua Jiu suppressed her curiosity, deciding to wait until he could articulate his story. Gaining weight was rather excessive. Speaking of which, what of Chu Jing'an? Remembering that Chu Jing'an had been gravely injured because of her, Hua Jiu dashed away from El Mingming and the others towards the place indicated by Master Mo, surrounding Zizhu residence. The bamboo forest was dotted with numerous small cottages, intended for patients in need of rest and observation. Hua Jiu quickly located the bamboo hut where Chu Jing'an was staying. Upon entering, she found Ji Qing stifling laughter with his back to the bed, clutching his stomach as if he were about to burst. Meanwhile, Ning Jinj was diligently wrapping a white cloth around the figure on the bed, a dumpling. If not for Ji Qing's presence, Hua Jiu could hardly believe that the person swathed in bandages, with only their eyes visible, was indeed Chu Jing'an. The reason for Ji Qing's suppressed laughter was the bow on Chu Jingnan's head. It was quite an elegant touch, so what was there to find amusing? Hua Jiu cast a sidelong glance at Ji Qing. Ning Jinj fastened the largest bow on Chu Jingnan's abdomen, surveying him with satisfaction as she nodded approvingly. Then, she tugged at the bow atop his head and declared, "All right. Brother Chu, all wrapped up. Master S medicine is remarkably effective. This will be the last time you need to change the dressing. In 12 hours, I assure you. There won't be a single trace of the cat's claw mark on your body." Hua Jiu glanced down at her own claws, pondering that if they were from a tabby, the wounds inflicted would be exceedingly difficult to heal. If not treated with care, they could leave permanent scars. Much like the one on Brother Maoto's face, which had remained indelible due to such a mishap. No one in the Taodai restaurant is innocent, Hua Jiu asserted solemnly. Ning Jinj paused momentarily, then quickly covered her mouth, exclaiming, Yes, it was my mistake. Those individuals in the Taodai restaurant absolutely deserve their fates. The green-eyed, three-patterned tabby indeed performed a rare good deed by rescuing so many little demons. Well then, you carry on with your conversation. I must return to preparing the medicine. Chu Jing'an, unable to move, could only glare at Ji Qing, struggling to utter, Get out, don't let anyone come near. I have something to discuss with my little master uncle. All right, I shall take my leave, boss. Haha. Ji Qing laughed, clutching his belly as he exited, closing the door behind him for Hua Jiu and Chu Jing'an. Moments later, his uncontrollable laughter erupted, the bow. Ha ha ha, boss, your illustrious reputation. Chapter 72, the 72nd Meow. Acknowledgement at last. Chu Jing and S fingers moved with great difficulty, creating a soundproof barrier. Hua Jiu stood by the bedside, her heart heavy with guilt as she said, I'm sorry, it was I who caused you such injury. Chu Jing'an wished to shake his head but remained still. Speaking slowly, the one who ought to apologize is I. It was I who arrived too late. Moreover, it was you, my dear junior master, who saved me. Otherwise, I would have perished. Hua Jiu looked at Chu Jing'an in astonishment. I saved you? Chu Jing'an blinked, affirming, Yes, in the past. My tolerance towards you stemmed from my reverence for my master. However, on that day, I realized that my master was indeed correct. You are not like the Bayan Sanhuali. The Bayan Sanhuali is merely your inner demon. None of this can be attributed to you. The blame lies with those who captured you. It is akin to children among humans who are abducted, leaving their families in a state of innocence. Yet, when sold to a family of scoundrels, they too may become little scoundrels. Chu Jing'an gazed at Hua Jiu, a gentle smile gracing his features. But can one truly proclaim that this child is inherently wicked and deserving of death? Before being torn away from their family, were they not the precious treasures of their parents? Had they been allowed to grow up with their families, they would undoubtedly have learned to be kind to others. Wouldn't they? Indeed. Hua Jiu nodded vigorously, feeling herself transform into a veritable weeping mess. Chu Jing and S words of understanding and affirmation stirred her emotions to the point of tears. Thus, it is not your fault. The root of the problem lies in eradicating human traffickers, not in slaughtering the abducted children. After your enlightenment, you have lived there, fighting for survival, absorbing all that is erroneous. Yet, I believe your nature is not malign, and you can atone for the wrongs committed in the past due to a misguided sense of good and evil. Just as you bravely risked the encroachment of malevolent spirits to save these little demons, so too did you rescue me. A flicker of fear crossed Chu Jingnan's eyes, clearly recalling the horrific scene that sent shivers down his spine. At that time, her cultivation had merely recovered to the late foundation establishment stage, and he had contemplated the possibility of slaying her. Hua Jiu's heart raced as she realized Chu Jing and harbored intentions of killing her. His guardianship in the Hongming immortal city had essentially been a form of surveillance. Yet, his candid admission now suggested he had genuinely acknowledged her worth. The blue-eyed three-flower mongoose was indeed worthy of her reputation. Chu Jing'an, who prided himself on being capable of battling at the core formation stage, had succumbed in less than 100 exchanges. Chu Jingnan's fist clenched tightly, his gaze steely. To perish at the hands of the blue-eyed three-flower mongoose, while regrettable, was not entirely disgraceful. However, it was at that moment that you appeared, contending for control of the body. She was formidable, yet you persistently urged me to flee, even at the cost of your own arms. Chu Jing'an paused in silence, his gaze shifting to Hua Jiu, a faint smile gracing his lips. Your eyes now radiate a beauty surpassing even those azure waters, pure and clear. In his hand, a copper coin materialized, and Hua Jiu instinctively reached for her neck. realizing the coin that had once adorned her was now in his possession. Her master had inscribed 3 seals upon the coin. The first seal's trigger remained a mystery, while the second had quelled her malevolent spirit that day. However, had she possessed no will to resist, the seal would have proven ineffective. Alas, how you have grown so plump that your head appears enlarged. The elder Taoist has tailored everything according to your dimensions. Hua Jiu, now smiling through her tears, felt a warm current flow through her heart. At this moment, the sun shone beautifully, the emerald bamboos cast soothing shade, and the bough atop Chu Jingnan's head looked particularly charming. She felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered so many kind-hearted individuals, granting her the chance to start anew. As the elder Taoist often remarked, the most beautiful aspect of living is the perpetual opportunity to begin again, as long as one is willing to change. It is never too late. Let us pursue a career in medicine. Indeed, let us embark on this path. Thank you all. Hua Jiu deeply bowed to express her gratitude to Chu Jing'an. With a resigned smile, Chu Jing'an replied, "Little master uncle, I am still alive. Please do not make this feel like a farewell to the deceased. Little master uncle, on that day, I was the only one present, and your identity had not been revealed. Though there is chaos outside now, your appearance and cultivation differ greatly from others. No one will suspect you. I will help you remain concealed, have no worries." "Very well. Additionally, I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it? Could you assist me in removing these bows?" Hua Jiu tugged at her ears, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "That simply will not do. Tomorrow, I must address physician Ning as senior sister. A senior sister is an elder, while you're a junior. How could I offend my elder for the sake of a junior? Besides, I find it quite lovely. Little master uncle." Chu Jing'an was on the verge of tears. "Just rest well. I shall fetch Qi Qing to keep you company." "Do not." With the sun pouring in, Hua Jiu awoke in a room adorned with new curtains and fresh bedding. "Woof woof. Do not wake, Hua Jiu, or you will regret it." Radish, radish, radish. The fragrant aroma of food wafted through the window, and Hua Jiu turned over, clutching the soft and warm blanket, reluctant to rise. Bang! The door was kicked open, and the blanket was violently yanked away. Yu Miming, dripping with sweat and brimming with energy, shouted, "Hua Jiu, rise. I have already climbed the mountain twice, and you still sleep." The master said, "A day's plan begins with, meow." "Oh dear." Outside, 3 heads clustered together, watching as Liu Mingming emerged with faint paw prints on her face. Xiao Cha shook her head, the foolish dog grinned widely, and Radish rolled on the ground, clutching his stomach in laughter. The flower donkey tethered at the back of the yard chewed on grass, its eyes gleaming with schadenfreude as it observed Liu Mingming. With a pout of indignation, Liu Mingming approached Xiao Cha. "I am in a foul mood. I require 2 buckets of rice this morning." "Xiao Cha, how have you all lived with her for 10 years? She scratches at you for no reason. Her temper is too foul." Xiao Cha leaned close to Liu Mingming's ear, exhaling a chilling and eerie breath. "If you do not provoke her, nothing will happen. Provoke her, and you deserve it." "Xiao Cha, how could you treat me thus? I can't go on living." Liu Mingming sobbed dramatically. Meanwhile, Hua Jiu, listening to the commotion from within, tugged at her ears and began grooming herself, relishing the peaceful moment. Chapter 73, The Transformation of Primordial Energy After Stretching Her Limbs. Hua Jiu prepared to venture out for a meal, suddenly recalling the primordial demonic energy that she had not had the chance to comprehend the previous day. She hastily took a seat, introspecting within herself. The filaments of demonic energy that had coursed through her meridians during the previous night had completely dissipated, and her cultivation had progressed. The black half of the Tai Chi symbol in her dantian appeared deeper in hue than it had the day before. Hua Jiu consciously circulated her energy, finding the flow of spiritual energy unimpeded. The primordial demonic energy had been entirely absorbed and transformed into the spiritual energy she could now wield. Demonic energy lies outside the 5 elements, making it troublesome for cultivators of both righteous and malevolent paths before reaching the spirit transformation stage. If not dispelled promptly, it could clash with one's own spiritual or yin energy, resulting in meridian rupture or even dantian explosion. Hua Jiu had never heard of any cultivator below the spirit transformation stage being able to absorb and transform energies different from their own. Such a feat was only achievable at the spirit transformation stage, for demonic energy, while not part of the 5 elements, could still merge with the principles of yin and yang. Ultimately, all things and beings in this world are inextricably bound to these 2 attributes, and demonic energy is no exception. Contemplating how the old primordial demonic energy had been transmuted into the new primordial yin-yang energy, Hua Jiu pressed her claw against the copper coin at her neck. This implied that she could actively extract the primordial demonic energy from the infant spirit to enhance her cultivation. It was akin to a nascent soul stage cultivator gradually imparting their cultivation to her. The 300 years of her prior cultivation, enriched by the existence of the hibernating dragon scripture, would not be in vain. Indeed, it could expedite her current cultivation pace. A surge of joy filled Hua Jiu. But then another thought occurred to her. She drew forth a strand of yin-yang energy from her dantian, channeling it through her 5 organs to transform it into 5-element spiritual energy, directing it toward her right eye. Azure water pupil, dissolve, Hua Jiu silently recited. A refreshing sensation blossoming from her right eye. Her gaze penetrated the confines of her small dwelling, observing several individuals outside who were preparing a meal. Within her azure pupils, they appeared transparent, with only the energies within them shimmering with varying hues. Lu Mingming's radiance was the most striking, a tapestry of 5 colors interwoven, emanating from her dantian and gradually flowing towards her limbs. Among these was a slender, purple lightning bolt, evenly distributed within Lu Mingming's hands. Was it a manifestation of the thunder attribute? Could this be the source of her extraordinary strength? It seemed she had yet to establish a connection with her dantian, thus preventing the thunder attribute from revealing itself. Hua Jiu shook her head and turned her attention to Xiaocha, whose body was suffused with dark energy, the azure water attribute dominating, enveloped in a faint golden incense aura that had already dwindled. She needed to hasten Xiaocha's visit to Antsu today. The donkey was indeed an ordinary creature, devoid of any spiritual brilliance, and the radish held no remarkable qualities either, while the foolish dog was quite the enigma. Could a foolish dog possess inner demons? Hua Jiu found this notion implausible, its carefree demeanor, wandering about and indiscriminately marking its territory, suggested that only a mad inner demon would seek it out. The Azure Eye Seal. The ability to wield the Azure Eye was fortuitous for Hua Jiu, as it not only dispelled illusions, but also served as a crucial aid to her puppet technique. With the Azure Eye, she could foresee the flow of her enemy's spiritual energy, pinpointing their vulnerabilities for a strategic assault. It was this very advantage that had rendered her invincible in the past. However, her Azure Eyes, much like her puppet mastery, remained a mere work in progress. To truly perceive the essence of an individual's body, she too encountered a quintet of cultivation constraints, coupled with a significant depletion of spiritual energy. Each utilization of her azure gaze would cost her half of her spiritual strength, a reality that held true regardless of her cultivation level. She was already the most extraordinary among them. How could the esteemed celestial sovereigns impart both of their secret weapons to her entirely? His persistent thoughts of her, were they born of affection? Or was it simply because she possessed the deepest understanding of him, and was thus the most capable of ending his life? Hua Jiu once more summoned her spiritual energy to her claws. Unless absolutely necessary, she would maintain her feline paws even in her transformed state, forsaking human hands. This decision stemmed from a desire for safety, allowing her agility and grip to flourish. Her sharp claws extended, gradually solidifying and sharpening as her spiritual energy surged, mending the tiny fissures previously cleaved by primal demonic energy. Hua Jiu felt that if she were to confront the overseer, Sun Xing, again, she had amassed sufficient strength to contend with him. His whip would certainly prove no match for her claws. Ah, the whip. Upon awakening, Hua Jiu had sensed a peculiar fullness in her satchel, as if a tabby had stowed something within. Hua Jiu, the hour of Qin is approaching. You must come out for your meal, called Lu Mingming from a distance. She had to seek out Master Mo by the hour of Qin. One could not afford to be tardy on the first day of paying respects to their teacher. Hua Jiu hastily leaped from her bed, and by the time she reached the door, she had transformed into her human form. Today, her fur had morphed into a warrior's garb, black attire with white trousers and an orange sash, her short black hair tousled. With her ears and tail perked high, she presented herself as a diminutive feline warrior. Though plump, there exists a certain air of vitality about her. At this moment, the homecoming of the geese has rendered the abode immaculate, thanks to the arrival of Xiaocha. Outside the kitchen, strings of vibrant red peppers and white garlic dangle, while the entrance showcases dried fish, a favorite of Hua Jiu. In the backyard, a new shelter has been erected for the donkey, and alongside the fence, a number of guinea fowl peck at grains, clucking merrily. Wisps of smoke rise from the kitchen chimney, as Lu Mingming extends a trellis of grapevines to shield Xiaocha from the sun. The clumsy dog and the carrot frolic in the courtyard, while Lu Mingming calls out to assist Xiaocha in serving the meal. The scene in the courtyard captivates Hua Jiu. The original square stone table has been replaced by a large round one, where everyone gathers, eagerly watching as Xiaocha ladles rice for all. The plump grains emit an enticing aroma, accompanied by a feast of chicken, duck, fish, and an array of tofu and mushrooms, all vibrant and fragrant, stirring appetites. Presently, the Ling Tian realm boasts specialized cultivation of spiritual rice and vegetables, with the Xian Nong sect nurturing poultry and livestock on spiritual feed, making these ingredients quite affordable. For cultivators, consuming such fare is far superior to mundane food. As long as spirit stones are plentiful, Hua Jiu never skimp on meals. After serving Hua Jiu and the clumsy dog, Xiaocha hands the steaming pot of rice to Lu Mingming. Xiaocha, you are truly wonderful. If I were a man, I would marry you, Lu Mingming boldly proclaims. Xiaocha, blushing profusely, turns her head away from Lu Mingming, delicately nibbling on the fragrant candles purchased by Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu, with his head slumped on the table, uses his spiritual sense to guide food to his mouth, stuffing it in, chewing a couple of times before continuing the feast. In summary, the indolence exhibited is of a rather elevated nature, something that ordinary individuals, lacking strong awareness, cannot achieve, leaving Lu Mingming utterly envious. The foolish dog and the radish are of the same ilk. One buries its face in food, while the other buries itself in the earth, both indulging in their delights. Lu Mingming, with her chopsticks flying, swiftly transferred all the meat from the table into her bowl, discarding the vegetables into Hua Jiu's bowl, exclaiming amidst her eating, "My mother said that eating vegetables helps one grow taller. Look at you, so short. You ought to consume more vegetables and less meat." "I'm doing this for your own good." Hua Jiu responded with a resigned silence. "Today, I am in a good mood, so I will let it slide." Xiaocha, remember to visit Wu Weizhai and seek out Aunt Su today. While eating, Hua Jiu stated, "I wagered with her that your cooking surpasses hers. You should show her what truly delectable food is." Xiaocha nodded slowly, a flicker of worry appearing in her dark eyes. Hua Jiu understood her concern. "Once you win, you can tell Aunt Su that my condition is to have your statue placed at the entrance of Wu Weizhai, so that the students of the Immortal Academy may come to honor you daily." Chapter 74. The beautiful young man of the bamboo grove. This is delightful. Lu Mingming showered Hua Jiu with rice grains. Xiaocha's eyes widened in astonishment, as if rain were cascading down her body. "Is it really possible?" Hua Jiu, using her awareness, levitated the stir-fried vegetables from the table and deposited them into Lu Mingming's bowl, causing her expression to contort in displeasure. "Xiaocha, have some confidence. Even if it doesn't work out, we can still offer you at Gue Yinju, or I will find another way to ensure your innocence remains. I will not allow your physical form to dissipate," Hua Jiu declared resolutely. "Woof woof, radish radish, add me in." The crowd responded in unison, leaving Xiaocha deeply moved, shedding a tear of blood as she nodded vigorously. Xiaocha, shy, sensitive, and somewhat timid, felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through her being, bolstered by the unwavering support and encouragement from so many. Regardless of whether it was Su Dama or Su Xiaonyao, she was determined to surpass them in culinary skills and not let anyone down. After the meal, with some time still left before the hour of Qin, Hua Jiu, unperturbed by the prospect of being late, laid out all her belongings on the table for an inventory. In her quest to break the Four Symbols seal, she had exhausted the 700 third-grade spirit stones from selling the plowing fan. Now, only 23 third-grade spirit stones remained in her possession. Fortunately, she still had over 1,000 second-grade spirit stones, having acquired some from the 2 guards and a servant she had previously dispatched. Those 3 individuals had only possessed a few second-grade spirit stones and several talismans, rendering them poorer than Hua Jiu herself. Having retained 3 third-grade spirit stones and 100 second-grade ones, she pushed the remaining 500 second-grade spirit stones towards Xiaocha. "Xiaocha, you take care of everyone's meals. Keep these spirit stones for yourself." Xiaocha nodded, pulling out the storage bag that Hua Jiu had given her earlier. Hua Jiu noticed that, at some point, Xiaocha had embroidered a cat's face on it, albeit in a clumsy manner, which bore a striking resemblance to Hua Jiu. "Lu Mingming, where are you going?" Hua Jiu suddenly exclaimed in a stern voice. She rapped her claws on the table twice, her eyelids drooping. "What about the meal expenses?" Lu Mingming, wearing a pained expression, replied, "I've used up all my spirit stones. When my mother left, Master Qin was watching, and he wouldn't let me take a single stone." "Then are you planning to eat plain rice from now on?" Hua Jiu scratched deep claw marks on the stone table, her eyes glinting with menace. Lu Mingming trembled all over, touching the cat-like claw marks on her face. Gathering her resolve, she drew her cherished kitchen knife from behind her waist and placed it before Xiaocha. "I caught this during my coming-of-age ceremony. Although it is merely a broken kitchen knife, I believe it can suffice. Well, for a year's worth of food expenses. Radish, radish. The radish stuck out its tongue at Lu Mingming and scratched its face. Lu Mingming's face tightened. She felt mocked by the radish for her thick skin. I like the kitchen knife, Xiao Cha said softly. Hua Jiu fixed her gaze on Lu Mingming and, for Xiao Cha's sake, allowed her to eat plain rice this month, reminding her to pay for Xiao Cha's food expenses next month, for she consumed the most, devouring enough spiritual rice to last several of us a month. All right, I shall begin devising ways to earn spiritual stones today. I'm off. Lu Mingming departed joyfully. One item was Sun Xing's second-tier, mid-grade magical tool, the Flame Blood Whip, and the other was a palm-sized triangular yellow scale, radiant with spiritual light, suitable for crafting a third-tier magical tool. It seemed to be a scale from a serpent demon. Where could it have come from? Hua Jiu pondered, unable to comprehend, and decided to store them for the time being. She had no intention of using the whip, but rather sought an opportunity to sell it in exchange for spiritual stones. The time was nearly upon them, and Hua Jiu summoned her little goldfish, saying, Xiao Cha, take radish with you today. After visiting the Five Flavors restaurant, seek out Mr. Chen. To study here, one must gain Mr. Chen's approval. Foolish dog, come with me. I shall take you to find Master Mo Wolf. The foolish dog scampered over. Hua Jiu cast a fleeting glance at the scar on the foolish dog's back, pondering that he could not bear such a mark. For he was a perfect and exquisite young man. It was just right to ask Master Mo to alleviate the poison preventing him from transforming. To see what effect it would yield when he stood beside Master Mo meow. Little goldfish, rise. With a gust of morning breeze, a chill swept through the air. Yet, the little goldfish remained unresponsive, its eyes resembling incense coils, appearing as though it might perish at any moment. The foolish dog blinked, and Hua Jiu mirrored the gesture before she playfully slapped the dog's head. Meow, you've plumped up quite a bit since we last met. My little goldfish can hardly lift you anymore. Wang Wu. The foolish dog whimpered in protest, wiggling its now rotund backside. Enraged, Hua Jiu exchanged a piece of third-grade spirit stone, prompting the little goldfish to rise unsteadily, soaring erratically as if it might tumble down at any moment. As they approached the spot where it had fallen last time, Hua Jiu recognized it as the forbidden flying barrier protecting the medicinal field. She gently lowered the little goldfish and rode the foolish dog towards the bamboo residence. The leaves rustled softly, and the birds chirped melodiously along the roadside. Hua Jiu contemplated a pressing question. Since the donkey was merely a beast and required no name, and the radish incessantly called itself radish could well be named as such, ought not the foolish dog to possess a name of its own? They had always referred to him as Foolish Dog or Wang Wang. After all, he would eventually ascend to the ranks of the most exquisite young men, necessitating a resounding name. Thus, she decided, let us call him Wang Kai, Wang Wang. Hua Jiu rose to her feet, shaking off the dust from her fur, transforming into her human form. She glanced into the distance and noticed her foolish dog wagging its tail furiously at a young boy. The boy crouched down, and the silly dog immediately licked him, showering him with affection and flattery. Hua Jiu's expression darkened. Hadn't she promised that the dog would only lick her? This traitorous creature. It even had the audacity to knock her to the ground. Release my dog. Hua Jiu shouted as she rushed over, her face ablaze with anger. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the bamboo leaves to flutter. The boy, aged around 13 or 14, stood tall against the wind. His long hair flowed gracefully, his skin as pale as snow, exuding an air of composure that belied his youth. Although he was a boy, he possessed an elegant and ethereal charm, already hinting at an extraordinary beauty that could captivate the world. Chapter 75, The 75th Meow, Apprenticing Under Master Mo. His name isn't Wang Kai, it's Ling Shi, Hua Jiu muttered. The boy's striking beauty had quelled her anger, and inspiration struck her as she thought of a name for the foolish dog. Ling Shi is wonderful. I can call out to him every day, Ling Shi, come here, Ling Shi. It will be difficult not to become wealthy that way, meow. Ling Shi? A fine name indeed. Resonating with the essence of my Jinling Prefecture's Gue Yuan Island, the boy replied, his smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. Hua Jiu paused, suddenly realizing. Who is this Bu Huan you mentioned? How is it that you find yourselves at the feast pavilion? She tugged at her foolish dog, retreating cautiously, in her eyes. Those who frequented the feast pavilion were undoubtedly nefarious individuals. Calm and unhurried, Jean Mantang explained gently. I merely encountered Bu Huan and his companions by chance at the feast pavilion, driven by curiosity to take a glance. I never expected to witness such a scene there. Jean Mantang furrowed his brow, his eyes revealing a sense of reluctance. The bustling Taotai restaurant was filled to the brim. leaving me and Brother Buhuan with no choice but to depart. I intended to notify the Yixin Alliance immediately after our exit, but to my astonishment, the Taotai restaurant was obliterated by the green-eyed, three-spotted raccoon. Truly, the cycle of fate is just. Hua Jiu fixed her gaze on Jean Mantang for a few moments. And now, in retrospect, she recalled the scent of peach blossoms she had detected that day, which indeed belonged to Jun Buhuan. The individuals beside him had also remarked that they could not remain there for even a single moment. Hua Jiu did not know much about Jean Mantang. Yet she was well aware of Jun Buhuan's character. Anyone who could accompany Jun Buhuan without being taken advantage of must possess commendable virtues, which likely explained why Jun Buhuan chose to befriend him. However, hadn't Jun Buhuan mentioned his intention to visit the Su Nu Palace? How then did he arrive in Haming Immortal City? Hua Jiu glanced down at the foolish dog, realizing that this stroke of luck was unprecedented. It had even summoned Jun Buhuan to the Immortal City, which might explain the dog's newfound plumpness. Wait a moment, did you just say where you are from? Hua Jiu suddenly recognized a significant issue. I hail from Jinling's Hao, Guiyuan Island, the Jin family, Jean Mantang, he replied. Hua Jiu's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of spirit stones as she appraised Jean Mantang from head to toe. Upon closer inspection, he was indeed remarkable. This fellow possessed a cultivation level of the 5th layer of qi condensation, dressed in a simple yet elegant sky-blue robe adorned with cloud patterns, and from head to toe, he was clad in second-tier supreme magical artifacts. Even the seemingly unadorned hairband and the cord embellished with a jade pendant radiated subtle spiritual light. He was certainly not to be compared with that gaudy counterfeit known as Jean Daba. Why do you not wear resplendent attire? Hua Jiu inquired. Jean Mantang smiled. Our Guiyuan Island has always adhered to the principle of humility. We never flaunt our wealth. Hua Jiu's lips twitched slightly. Ever since the Golden Spirit Realm was assimilated into the Ling Tian realm by the esteemed Emperor Ling Tian, transforming into the Golden Spirit continent, the Ling Tian rich list has been dominated by them for an astounding 60,000 years. They need not flaunt their wealth, for they are already obscenely affluent. However, the Jin family is not the direct lineage of the ancestral figure Jin Shanshan. She lived her life in solitude. The current Jin clan comprises an array of handsome men she gathered from the old world of cultivation, forming a grand family that has thrived for 60 millennia. As a result, the aesthetic standard of the populace in the Golden Spirit continent remains the highest in the Ling Tian realm, given that unattractive individuals face dire consequences there. It remains a mystery how they acquired Jin Shanshan's extraordinary fortune, a closely guarded secret of the Jin family's direct descendants. The Golden Spirit continent is the most coveted haven for all cultivators. However, the exorbitant prices of the caves there are staggering, and only those on the Ling Tian beauty list are deemed worthy to purchase such abodes. The Guiyuan Island, where the Jin family resides, demands even steeper prices. Even the leaders of various sects dare not claim the means to afford a mere toilet on Guiyuan Island and the Golden Spirit continent. Hua Jiu cursed her own lack of certain attributes. Had she possessed them, she would have surely resorted to self-castration to exchange for a cave on Guiyuan Island. Just imagine the bliss of gazing at beauties daily, nibbling on spicy fish snacks with one hand while painting with the other, indulging in slumber and cultivating her immortality. Meow. Observing how Jean Mantang is so fond of the foolish dog, she pondered whether selling the foolish dog could earn her a humble abode. Hua Jiu approached the foolish dog, staring intently. The foolish dog tucked its tail, eagerly rubbing against Hua Jiu in an attempt to curry favor. What are you two doing standing here? Ning Jinj emerged from the bamboo residence, gazing curiously at Hua Jiu and Jean Mantang. Xiao Mantang, Master has received a letter from the Jin family. You should hurry inside. Hua Jiu, you too. Master is waiting for you. As Hua Jiu observed Jean Mantang following Ning Jinj into the bamboo residence, a thought crossed her mind. Was it truly due to his handsome appearance that Mo Fuji forged a friendship with the Jin family? If so, her own bond with the Jin family would have to rely on the foolish dog. Ling Shi, come with me. Let us transform and show them that you are no less charming than Jean Mantang. Woof. The foolish dog tilted its head. Who is Ling Shi? Simpleton. From this day forth, you shall be called Ling Shi. Ling Shi, come here. Woof. Inside the bamboo residence, Hua Jiu and Jean Mantang stood side by side before Mo Fuji, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Mo Fuji sat at the table, his gaze lingering on Hua Jiu for a moment before he spoke. From today onward, you two shall be my registered disciples, under the name of Mo Shahan. Are you here to study medicine as well? Hua Jiu and Jean Mantang exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. Ahem. Mo Fuji coughed lightly, prompting the two to promptly fall silent and stand at attention. Currently, I have only Jinj as my formal disciple. If you both wish to study medicine under my guidance, you must obtain a Hua Jiu badge within 3 years to become my official disciples. Hua Jiu opened her mouth, eager to speak. But upon receiving a piercing glance from Mo Fuji, she could only close it again. Since you wish to acknowledge me as your teacher, it is only fitting that I reveal my identity. Jin Mantang, you may have gathered some insights from the Jin clan. I am the former direct disciple of the esteemed leader of Xinglan Hai. Now, my junior has succeeded the position, and I am no longer affiliated with Xinglan Hai. Hua Jiu felt somewhat bewildered, sensing that Master Mo's words were laden with profound implications. Both Hua Jiu and Jin Mantang nodded, awaiting Master Mo to continue. Master Mo rose. Standing with his back turned and hands clasped behind him, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Firstly, you shall not enter the gates of Xinglan Hai in this lifetime. Secondly, you shall not associate with any disciples of Xinglan Hai. Thirdly, he turned, his dark eyes fixated on the two, his tone stern. You shall never employ the medical skills I have imparted to rescue me. Why? Jin Mantang and Hua Jiu inquired in unison. The first two stipulations were comprehensible. But the last, given that he was their master, how could they stand idly by if he required healing? For the first time, Hua Jiu witnessed a hint of bittersweet amusement at the corners of Master Mo's mouth. Death is my ultimate destination. As the words lingered, Hua Jiu could not shake the feeling that Master Mo's brow had relaxed, as if the day of his demise would grant him liberation. Chapter 76. The Secret of the Sleeping Dragon Sutra, as they were merely nominal disciples at this juncture. Hua Jiu and Jin Mantang did not perform the traditional tea ceremony to show their respect. They simply bowed 3 times and addressed him as master. Master Mo mentioned that if they could achieve the Xinglan license and become official physicians within 3 years, it would not be too late to call him master. However, he did permit them to refer to Ning Jinj as their senior sister, placing Hua Jiu in the second position and Jin Mantang as the junior disciple. In response, Jin Mantang expressed his protest. Master, Mantang is merely 13 years old, possessing a cultivation level of 5 layers, likely older than her. Why must she be addressed as second senior sister? Mo Fuji cast a glance at Hua Jiu and replied indifferently. You do not. Master, I do not quite comprehend, Jin Mantang said, bewildered. A sudden shiver coursed through Hua Jiu as she sensed that Mo Fuji genuinely recognized her as a 300-year-old cat. You need not understand. Hua Jiu, come in with me while you wait outside. Anxiously, Hua Jiu followed Mo Fuji into the room, where an array of various glass jars filled with an assortment of beast entrails and bones adorned the shelves. They appeared as trophies, exuding an air of grandeur. Master, may I ask, she inquired, are you referring to the Sleeping Dragon Classic? How does the master know? What did you practice before your recultivation? Hua Jiu trembled and involuntarily took 2 steps back, leaning against the door. Yet, Mo Fuji remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. He set down one small knife to pick up another and spoke in a calm tone. To me, your identity is inconsequential. A healer, particularly one of my caliber, can easily discern the secrets within a person. If every healer were to be astonished by and loudly proclaim each individual's secrets or intertwine them with their own lives, the profession of physician would have long ceased to exist in the Ling Tian realm. Mo Fuji gazed at Hua Jiu, affirming that the integrity of a healer is a lifelong commitment. Furthermore, I still owe a favor to Yu Jingzi. Hua Jiu's heart eased somewhat for her senior sister. She lacked the requisite abilities. Lowering her gaze, Hua Jiu realized that her senior sister remained unaware. Taking a deep breath, she candidly confessed, I previously practiced demonic arts. But during the tribulation of transformation, I succumbed to the Yin-Yang Thunder tribulation, resulting in the shattering of my infant spirit and the complete destruction of my cultivation. Thankfully, an old Taoist priest managed to extract and seal away my rampaging infant spirit, allowing me to survive the Yin-Yang Thunder tribulation. No wonder you were able to cultivate the Zhelang Jing, murmured Master Mo. Hua Jiu tugged at her ear, questioning the connection between mastering the Zhelang Jing and the Yin-Yang Thunder tribulation. Master Mo cast a sidelong glance at Hua Jiu. You are unaware of what kind of technique Zhelang Jing is, yet you managed to cultivate it? Truly, what incredible luck. Hua Jiu pouted. She had indeed worked diligently in her cultivation. She went to bed before dusk and rose only when the sun was high in the sky. How could her hard work be reduced to mere luck in Master Mo's words? She felt a sense of injustice. Do not let frustration cloud your thoughts. Master Mo seemed to see through Hua Jiu's feelings. The Zhelang Jing does not fit within the 4 fundamental ranks of heaven and earth. as it is of lesser value to one without the necessary fortune. Yet for someone capable of mastering it, like you, it transcends even the highest tier techniques. Hua Jiu blinked in astonishment. Is it truly that remarkable? More powerful than the demonic arts I practiced before? Do you know what is required to open the Qi in Zhelang? Master Mo inquired. Hua Jiu scratched her head, pondering, could it be the yin-yang thunder tribulation? Surely not. Even cultivators who have reached the realm of transformation may find the yin-yang thunder tribulation insurmountable. How could one without even the Qi gathering stage possibly endure it? However, Hua Jiu suddenly paused, recalling the day she broke through her Qi and heard a dragon's roar. In that moment, the residual power of the yin-yang thunder tribulation surged within her, allowing her to absorb the elemental energies and transmute them into yin-yang, thereby opening her Qi. Master Mo, observing her moment of enlightenment, shook his head. No one dares to challenge the yin-yang thunder tribulation with merely the cultivation of the body refinement stage. Even the residual power of the thunder could instantaneously reduce one to dust. Yet, you fortuitously tempered your body through the tribulation, endowing yourself with inherent resistance. The residual power lies dormant within your shattered Qi. The harm has been dulled, leaving only energy, which is why you were able to cultivate successfully. Hua Jiu clutched her face, lamenting her sheer luck. In this world, aside from the serpentine demon who created the hibernating dragon scripture, only you, with your incredible fortune, can claim mastery over it. To cultivate this scripture, one must invoke the yin-yang thunder tribulation. Even those who have undergone tribulation cannot fully grasp the essence of yin and yang. In truth, the hibernating dragon scripture is not merely a primary cultivation method, but rather a supplementary technique. What? Hua Jiu scratched her head, utterly perplexed. How could it be a supplementary technique? She had hoped to ascend to immortality. Is it that you can only manipulate the elemental energies, but cannot wield yin and yang? Master Mo inquired. Hua Jiu eagerly nodded. Master, how do you know everything? Hua Jiu believes that Master Mo is the true sage, unlike the old Taoist. Whenever she seeks guidance from the old Taoist regarding the Zhelang, he becomes infuriated, berating her for her ignorance and dismissing her with disdain, telling her to go play in the mud before storming off in a huff. The copies of the Zhelang are located in the Xinglin Sea. Hua Jiu's eyes widened in surprise, only to quickly droop in despair. For Master Mo had just stated that by taking him as her mentor, she would forever be barred from entering the gates of the Xinglin Sea. Unbeknownst to Master Mo, Hua Jiu only possessed a fragment of the text. He continued, you will require other main cultivation techniques to activate the dual energies of yin and yang within your dantian. Your choice to study medicine may be fated, for the methods to harness these energies, aside from demonic cultivation, are solely those of medical practice. In all things, the opposing facets can be perceived as yin and yang, such as heaven and earth, sun and moon, day and night, cold and hot, male and female. Demonic energy embodies destruction and slaughter, while spiritual energy represents repair and healing, thus they can also be seen as yin and yang. Master Mo placed a jade slip upon the table, prompting Hua Jiu to approach and pick it up, causing her to tremble unexpectedly. Yun Penidal Classic, she exclaimed in astonishment. Master Mo, without lifting his gaze, remarked, I have stated that medical cultivation does not adhere to boundaries. If you do not wish to learn, then leave. I will learn. I will learn. She insisted fervently. Master Mo's temperament is truly irritable. He turns hostile at the slightest provocation, having even once told her to perish. Pressing the jade slip to her forehead, Hua Jiu hastily memorized its contents. Although it contained only the foundational techniques for the condensation stage, it was nonetheless the first sacred text of medical cultivation, the Yun Penidal Classic. A peculiar feeling stirred within her. Could it be that Master Mo departed from the Xinglin Sea because of this very technique? After all, within the realm of Xinyanhai, the Yun Penidal canon is a treasured knowledge that can only be imparted by the sect leader to their chosen disciples. It is indeed a celestial-level technique left behind by the esteemed Emperor Ling Tian, refined over the course of more than 60,000 years by generations of medical sages. Physicians who master the Yun Penidal canon become unparalleled divine healers in the Ling Tian realm, rescuing countless lives, even before their demise. They are already venerated in the secular world, and should they meet an untimely end, they can swiftly manifest there and continue their cultivation. Moreover, Master Mo has consistently emphasized that the practice of medicine should not be confined by walls. Does he truly aspire to disseminate the Yun Penidal canon to all practitioners of medicine? If that is indeed the case, then Master Mo's benevolence is truly unmatched by anyone in the realm of Xinyanhai. Chapter 77. The Dark Life of a Miao, the Yun Penidal Canon. essence gathering chapter is divided into 3 parts. After studying it, Hua Jiu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. No wonder it is said that medical cultivation is among the most arduous of the 10 great sects. Spirit refinement, life absorption, essence gathering. A medical practitioner must simultaneously cultivate 3 dantians, upper, middle, and lower, from the moment they embark on their journey. The upper dantian is the sea of consciousness used for spirit refinement. The middle dantian is the heart's aperture for life absorption. And the lower dantian is the sea of qi for essence gathering and foundational establishment. The healing methods of the Yunpa needle canon involve wielding needles with spiritual awareness, transforming spiritual energy into threads, and utilizing vital energy for healing. Hua Jiu's consciousness lingered for a moment on the concept of transforming spiritual energy into threads. For a puppet master to begin their journey, their foremost challenge is also the transformation of spiritual energy into threads, just as she had encountered when she first learned the art of puppetry. As the second most difficult sect, puppet masters are only one step behind medical practitioners. Lacking the life absorption aspect, they too require the method of spirit refinement, as one's spiritual awareness determines the number of puppets they can control. In the realm of cultivation, the arduous path of recultivation demands considerable time and effort. The memory contained within a jade slip may indeed require such lengthy deliberation. With the lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator extending to a millennium, and your bone age already reaching 3 centuries, it is imperative to acknowledge that your longevity will not increase prior to achieving the transformation stage. Furthermore, the process of recultivation imposes upon you tenfold the challenges faced by others at each critical juncture, especially now that you exhibit signs of being ensnared by inner demons. Hua Jiu's expression darkened, for she was already well aware of this reality. Cultivating demonic arts inherently progresses at a swifter pace than the cultivation of spiritual, or, coupled with the extensive consumption of medicinal pills, the scarcity of those who can attain the transformation stage in the entire Ling Tian realm after 3 centuries is evident. However, the accumulation of poison from these pills, combined with demonic cultivation, renders the prospect of surviving the transformation stage tribulation exceedingly slim. Throughout history, the number of demonic cultivators who have successfully transitioned to the transformation stage has always paled in comparison to their spiritual and malevolent counterparts. This disparity arises from the formidable nature of the transformation stage tribulation faced by demonic cultivators, which far surpasses that of their spiritual and sinister peers, resulting in a mere handful of those who succeed. Yet, those demonic cultivators who do prevail often command an unassailable presence among their peers. Having perused the Yunpa needle scripture, you should comprehend that medical practitioners are endowed with 2 additional techniques compared to ordinary cultivators, necessitating a concurrent mastery of all 3 disciplines. Consequently, their rate of advancement lags behind that of typical cultivators by at least 3-fold. Fortunately, your innate aptitude is unparalleled, and with the assistance of the Zhulong scripture, requiring 7 centuries to reach the transformation stage remains a relatively lenient timeline for you. Hua Jiu nodded in silence. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Mo Fuzi's eyes, leading him to declare that his expectations for you would be even more stringent than those for Jean Mantang. The coursework you undertake will be tenfold out of his. Should he achieve the Xingling token before you, it would be prudent for you to remove yourself from my sight. Ultimately, I shall accept only one of you 2. The tail of Hua Jiu flicked behind her in discontent, though her face remained obedient, assuring, I shall strive earnestly. Jean Mantang wishes to triumph over this cat? Such now that, with a mere wave of his hand, Master Mo summoned 2 book boxes that landed at Hua Jiu's feet. Observing that he indicated the smallest box, which barely reached her height even when stacked, she immediately felt a sense of relief. How many books could this diminutive box possibly hold? She could surely finish it within a month. At the same time, she mourned for Jean Mantang, for it was evident that Master Mo harbored a disdain for him, assigning him the largest box while constantly ensuring her victory over him. Poor Jean Mantang. Master Mo, noticing the smug expression on Hua Jiu's face, raised an eyebrow and adjusted his sleeves, stating, Your book box is crafted from mustard seed stone, while the last one is merely a common wooden crate. A thunderclap of realization struck Hua Jiu, her expression shattering. Master, how could you bully me so? Do you not find me endearing? Mustard seed stone is a material used for crafting storage treasures, implying that despite the box's small size, it could very well be a bottomless pit, capable of containing tens of thousands of tomes. With a distressed face, she lamented. Having previously claimed that Master Mo disliked Jean Mantang, it was evidently she who had drawn his ire. Surely, Master Mo was irritable due to an obligation owed to the old Taoist, and thus he took out his frustration on her. One could tell from his petty demeanor that the wretched old Taoist had left her to clean up his mess. I have warned you, my expectations will be tenfold. Meow. Hua Jiu felt her feline existence plunge into darkness. It was so clear that she could simply eat, sleep, and ascend to immortality. Why must she endure such hardships and study medicine? Go seek out Jean Ge, and allow her to guide you to the storeroom to select a piece of ore. She will instruct you on your daily academic tasks. And summon Jean Mantang to join us. To carry such a heavy load of books, engage in cultivation, and still contend with everyday assignments? Hua Jiu was utterly disinclined to converse with Master Mo. Grasping the box, she pivoted, and with an adorable face, instantly rolled her eyes in exasperation. Upon opening the door and catching sight of the tall and elegant Jean Mantang outside, she was struck by an overwhelming sense of his unattractiveness and annoyance. Even if it took her 3 months to memorize everything, she would never allow Jean Mantang to complete it. With a quick turn of her eyes, Hua Jiu securely closed Master Mo's door, approached Jean Mantang, and whispered, Master suddenly felt weary and wishes to rest for a while. Please return to awaken him in half an hour. Jean Mantang raised an eyebrow in skepticism, questioning whether Master, with such cultivation, truly needed sleep. Hua Jiu, undeterred, maintained a clear and innocent gaze. Noticing Jean Mantang's doubt, she immediately adopted a demeanor reminiscent of Xiao Cha's usual plaintiveness. Junior brother, is it because I am a demon that you look down upon me and doubt my words? I understand now. I shall keep my distance henceforth. So you need not see me and feel displeased. I apologize for sullying your eyes. I shall take my leave now. Observing Hua Jiu's self-effacing and pitiable appearance, Jean Mantang's expression shifted dramatically, and a wave of guilt and remorse surged within him. Flustered, he hastily offered his apologies to Hua Jiu. Elder sister, please do not be upset. It was my rudeness. I sincerely apologize to you. I have never looked down upon you. On the contrary, I find you quite delightful and endearing. Hua Jiu beamed brightly. I am off to find elder sister now. Remember, it is half an hour before you may enter. Indeed. Indeed, Jean Mantang sighed in relief. Hua Jiu stepped lightly toward the backyard in search of Ning Jinj and the foolish dog, her small sharp teeth revealing a somewhat cunning smile. This old cat spirit, aged 300 years, dared to compete with me. Meow. Imofuzi gazed through the window, observing Hua Jiu's proud silhouette, shaking his head, a trace of helpless amusement gracing his lips. In the backyard, Hua Jiu spotted the foolish dog, wrapped up like Chu Jing An, adorned with bows on its head, back, for paws, and the tip of its tail. She couldn't help but twitch her mouth, shaking off a chill that ran down her spine. The senior sister's rapping skills are truly. I am at a loss for words. Little Spirit Stone is so well behaved, your wounds will heal within a day. And the residual toxins within you will dissipate as well. Tomorrow, you shall transform. Stay here obediently. I will fetch you some meaty bones from the kitchen. Wit woof. Senior sister, Spirit Stone. Ning Jinj turned with a gentle smile. Little Hua Jiu, you have finally become my little junior sister. I have steamed some fish. Come. Let us enjoy it. MHM. Hua Jiu nodded vigorously, her smile blossoming. Wit woof. The foolish dog attempted to leap towards Hua Jiu but found its legs too tightly bound to bend. Resembling a zombie dog as it awkwardly hopped closer, eliciting laughter from both Hua Jiu and Ning Jinj. Chapter 78. The non-existent matter after their fish meal. Ning Jinj led Hua Jiu to the storeroom in the backyard of Cooling Residence. As the door creaked open, dust cascaded down, revealing a dark room filled with various ores, timber, and more, exuding a musty aroma. Ning Jinj waved away the dust, saying, I shall not enter. You go and choose a piece you fancy. This will be used to craft your medicinal artifact. With that, Ning Jinj peered into the courtyard, bending down to whisper into Hua Jiu's ear. Do you know how to select with your spiritual sense? I shan't divulge this secret to Xia Mantang, so hurry along. Having received a gentle tousle of her hair, Hua Jiu smiled and nodded, seemingly never averse to Ning Jin's affectionate gestures. Each time she was ruffled, it evoked a sense of maternal indulgence and care, unlike Lu Mingming, who always laughed foolishly, inciting a desire to scratch her to bits. Hua Jiu entered the storeroom, exploring her surroundings with curiosity. Previously, she had never shown interest in alchemy or artifact crafting, thus these materials might recognize her, yet she was oblivious to them. She counted 36 types of ores and 11 types of wood, all neatly arranged on the shelves, varying in size. Some, with fiery hues, felt as cold as ice, while others exuded a chilling aura, almost reminiscent of fiery spiritual energy, leading Hua Jiu to ponder that even minerals had begun to adopt a duplicitous nature, much like humans. Standing in the center of the storeroom, Hua Jiu closed her eyes and released her spiritual sense to explore these materials. She understood her senior sister's intent. The goal was to identify the materials that resonated most harmoniously with her spiritual essence, ensuring that the resulting artifact would be more suited to her. Moments later, in a corner of the storeroom, she stumbled upon a transparent, colorless crystal column, slightly shorter than herself, yet of similar sturdiness. Most importantly, she felt an undeniable hardness in this crystal column, with no hint of rejection towards her spiritual sense, if her consciousness were akin to a gentle stream. Then upon entering this crystal pillar, it would be as though it had merged into an expansive ocean. The crystal pillar stood as the most substantial material within the entire room. The old Taoist had once proclaimed that grandeur begets value, and one must always select the largest items to ensure no misjudgment. Hua Jiu concurred, for when selecting dried fish, she too preferred the larger specimens. Thus, it was settled. She immediately summoned all her consciousness to extract the crystal pillar from the corner. What a remarkable find! A voice of astonishment emanated from the entrance as Jean Mantang gazed intently at the crystal pillar Hua Jiu had unearthed. Presently, only the southern wilderness which clanned within the Isian realm could yield such an enormous piece of white spirit crystal. And this particular specimen was of superior quality, pure and devoid of impurities, a rare and excellent material that did not discriminate against spiritual attributes. Jean Mantang approached, eager to touch it, but Hua Jiu, sensing a looming threat, leapt up to embrace the white spirit crystal, clinging to it as she bared her teeth at him, exclaiming, "Mine, I'll bite you." "Apologies, it was my rudeness," Jean Mantang said, bowing in apology, his gaze lingering on the white spirit crystal. For he too was there to select materials. Hua Jiu, with her tail elongated, coiled it around the crystal, dragging it away from Jean Mantang while maintaining a defensive posture. Resembling a crab. "Did the master summon you?" "Indeed. Did the master impose anything upon you?" "Not at all. The master is quite kind." "Kind? Are you certain you were referring to the same master?" "Senior sister, what do you mean?" Hua Jiu rested her chin on her hand, pondering how this fellow could arrive half an hour late without facing any reprimand from Master Mo. It seemed implausible. Could it be that he was the favored offspring of Master Mo, thus receiving such leniency? Hua Jiu huffed in displeasure and dragged the white spirit crystal to Master Mo. Jean Mantang watched the petite Hua Jiu use her tail to drag the large white spirit crystal, her chubby limbs swinging with force as she ran exceptionally fast. The master was indeed correct. Senior sister possesses hidden depths. To surpass her, I must exert 100-fold effort. Senior sister, I am determined to obtain the apricot forest badge before you. In the front courtyard, Master Mo handed the refined medicinal liquid to Ningjinga. Extinguished the spiritual fire beneath the small pill furnace and looked up towards Hua Jiu and Jean Mantang. Hua Jiu selected a white spirit crystal nearly her own size, while Jean Mantang chose a piece of golden winged wood as thick as his forearm. "What?" Hua Jiu was utterly astonished. "To grind this thing into a needle using only divine sense? Such a massive piece to be ground into a needle? Shouldn't magical implements be crafted by artifact refiners?" Hua Jiu looked at Ningjinga, her small eyes filled with accusation. "Why didn't you tell me beforehand? At this rate, Master Mo might be dead by the time I finish grinding this into a needle." Ningjinga shrank back apologetically. She hadn't anticipated that Hua Jiu would bring out such a large white spirit crystal. Needles are essential magical implements for physicians, both for healing and self-defense, and should naturally be refined by the physicians themselves. Tasking you with grinding needles using divine sense serves two purposes. Firstly, to hone your divine sense, and secondly, the needles you painstakingly shape with your divine sense will be more attuned to your consciousness, becoming as natural as an extension of your own arm. Master Mo cast a glance at the white spirit crystal, a gift bestowed upon me over a century ago by a member of the witch clan whom I had once aided. Due to its formidable density, it proved too challenging to refine, and no ordinary tools could sever it. Thus, it remained forgotten in the storeroom until you unearthed it today. The white spirit crystal is a rare material devoid of attributes, perfectly suited for your balanced elemental needs. Hua Jiu, your discernment is commendable. Master Mo's words, though faint, marked the first instance of praise directed towards Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu felt as if a dagger had pierced her heart, her smile more mournful than joyful. Was this truly praise? It was unmistakably derision. The urge to hurl the white spirit crystal at him surged within her. "Junior brother, you seemed quite taken with that white spirit crystal just now. If I were to suffer a loss, shall we trade?" She pondered, redirecting her intentions towards Jean Mantang. Second sister, Mantang likely has no need for needle sharpening. Initially believing the selection of materials was intended for crafting other artifacts, the realization that it was for a set of needles shifted her perspective. Jean Mantang stepped forward, retrieving a long, rectangular box from his storage ring and placing it before Master Mo. The box, adorned with dragons and phoenixes, shimmered with ethereal light, and upon its unveiling, the surrounding spiritual energy intensified. Ningjin swallowed hard. Could this box be crafted from Millennium Gathering Wood? It was rumored that even a piece aged 1 or 2,000 years could demand 100 pieces of 5th-grade spirit stones, making its use as a mere box seem extravagant. A trivial item, hardly of consequence, Jean Mantang remarked nonchalantly as he opened the box, unleashing a cascade of golden light. The golden elemental energy taking on a liquid form revealed an intrigued expression. Raising his hand to summon 108 golden needles that danced around his arm in a graceful swirl, though possessing a metallic sharpness. These needles exuded a gentle aura, akin to flowing water, evoking no sense of resistance within one's spiritual essence. However, as skillfully directed the thinnest needle towards the white spirit crystal beneath its feet, it glided silently through, leaving no trace of hesitation. What an exquisite needle! Could not help but exclaim. S eyes widened in shock, enveloped in darkness, unable to perceive even a glimmer of light. She had forgotten that her opponent hailed from the Golden Spirit Continent's return to Origin Island. Was there anything in this world that could not be resolved with spiritual stones? Absolutely not. Chapter 79. The 79th Meow. Strategy for Jean Mantang. Jean Mantang had traversed thousands of miles with the sole purpose of seeking as his master and aspiring to become a physician. Thus, before his departure, he had specially prepared this set of Li Shui golden needles. Among the 5 elements, metal holds a balance, followed by earth and wood, with fire being the weakest. Therefore, this set of Li Shui golden needles was most suitable. Ning Jinj felt a pang of concern for and, with a thoughtful glance, remarked, "However, this set of needles was crafted by another instrument master and may not fully resonate with your spiritual consciousness. Little junior brother, you must understand that in our practice of medicine, even the slightest miscalculation can lead to significant errors. There can be no room for mistakes." Jean Mantang smiled, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister, for your concern. This matter is indeed within my considerations." With that, Jean Mantang retrieved an exquisitely expensive box from his storage ring. Its appearance was of no consequence, for it was undeniably valuable. He retrieved an incense stick from the box, and immediately, a fragrance reminiscent of sandalwood wafted through the air. Hua Jiu even discerned the faint sound of chanting, which captivated her, rendering her thoughts clear and devoid of any distractions. "Senior sister, behold, this is agarwood incense. Burning this will purify the residual consciousness of the artifact's creator and will ensure a lucid mind, facilitating the perfect refinement of the water-evading golden needle." Mantang had specifically purchased a stick, expending a considerable amount of resources. However, the water-evading golden needle's rank surpassed Montang's cultivation, requiring the assistance of the master for its refinement. Ning Jinj twitched her lips. If he could claim to have spent a significant sum, she dared not inquire about the price, for such curiosity would only lead to her own embarrassment. "Very well, come to my room tonight," Master Mo declared, then turned his gaze towards Hua Jiu. Hua Jiu clenched her little paws tightly, her eyes bloodshot, her hair in disarray, appearing rather disheveled and dispirited. "Hua Jiu, since your junior brother has chosen not to refine needles, he has taken a significant step towards the Shinshin plaque. Do not be complacent. Strive to complete your needle as soon as possible." Hua Jiu glared at the white crystal beneath her feet, which was of the same size as her own. Indeed, wealth was impressive. "Jinj, starting tomorrow, instruct Mantang on differentiating acupoints and needling techniques, so he may become familiar with the fundamentals of acupuncture and assist you." "Understood." Master Mo rose and departed, leaving only Ning Jinj, Hua Jiu, Jean Mantang, and the foolish dog in the courtyard. "Master sister, second master sister. We shall soon embark on our studies together at the cooling residence. Why not allow Mantang to host a gathering today, inviting both esteemed sisters, and of course, a few spirit stones, to enjoy a modest drink in the immortal city? I humbly request the honor of your presence." "Woof." The foolish dog immediately chimed in. Hua Jiu shot a piercing glance at it, causing the foolish dog to whimper and retreat behind Ning Jinj, where it playfully stuck out its tongue in a bid for favor. Hua Jiu regarded the seemingly humble Jean Mantang, her mind racing with 100 methods to eliminate him. Hanging, burning, dismemberment, the tiger bench, chilly water, voodoo dolls, until her thoughts were filled with the echoes of Jean Montang's screams, which brought her a modicum of comfort. Chiyun Island is the highest floating isle above the immortal city, enveloped in mist and adorned with vibrant blossoms, accompanied by the melodious strains of celestial music, truly resembling a paradise amidst the clouds. The renowned Chiyun evening glow, a breathtaking spectacle in the realm of Wanling, has rendered Chiyun Island the finest dining establishment in all of Wanling. Typically, one must reserve a table here 6 months in advance. With a grand flourish, Jean Mantang reserved the prime viewing spot atop Taibai Tower, ordering a lavish incense feast. This extravagant banquet consumes a considerable amount of incense energy, and thus, only one table is sold each year. Jean Mantang's extravagance left Hua Jiu utterly speechless. Poverty had constrained Hua Jiu's imagination. No words could adequately convey the extent of Jean Mantang's wealth. If she were compelled to describe it, she would simply say it was wealth beyond humanity. At the dining table, Hua Jiu once again encountered Junbu Huan, adorned in his flamboyant pink attire, a folding fan in hand, presenting himself as a dashing gentleman. He frequently offered dishes to Jean Mantang, gazing at him with the adoration one might reserve for a long-desired lover, sending a chill down Hua Jiu's spine. Moreover, the fan bore the character, meaning none, perpetually directed towards Jean Mantang, implying without you, I am not happy. Could the insinuation be any more blatant or distasteful? The meal concluded with both host and guests in high spirits. Yet Hua Jiu found herself compelled to utter a single question to Jean Mantang. Would you like to adopt a cat? I am quite well behaved and adorable. Hua Jiu sensed that her senior sister was on the verge of rebellion and contemplated intervening, but was restrained by Junbu Huan, who tugged at her sleeve. Last time, you bestowed upon me 2 second-grade spirit stones for my salvation. Today, I return the favor with 23rd-grade spirit stones. Take them. Junbu Huan generously placed a bag of spirit stones into Hua Jiu's hands, proudly waving his fan like an arrogant pink peacock. With spirit stones in hand, Hua Jiu had no reason to refuse. She handed them to her foolish dog to carry. Turning her gaze back to Jean Mantang, she arched an eyebrow at Junbu Huan, questioning why he didn't simply use his alluring fragrance to secure Jean Mantang's favor. To her surprise, Junbu Huan scoffed, declaring, Mantang is incomparable to those odious men. He is the perfect companion I have pursued my entire life, and I must wait for him to mature. Hua Jiu rolled her eyes in disdain. Ahead, the cheerful laughter of Jean Mantang and Ning Jinj echoed, and Junbu Huan's brow furrowed in jealousy. If he were still his former self, he would hardly regard Ning Jinj akin to a washboard with any esteem. However, Jean Mantang is destined to spend his days in close proximity with his eldest female apprentice in the future. Jean Mantang is a normal man, and he has unfortunately transmigrated into a male body, which is truly vexing. An older woman seducing a younger man. Junbu Huan bristled. Where am I old? I'm only 18 years and 36 months old. Hua Jiu. Junbu Huan looked at Hua Jiu and suddenly had an idea. He pulled Hua Jiu behind a tree, and the two of them, one big and one small, along with a dog's head adorned with a bow, huddled together. Junbu Huan whispered, Hua Jiu, can you do me a favor? If you succeed, I will definitely repay you handsomely in the future. Tell me first. I once made a solemn vow that if I ever encountered a man from the Jean family of Guiyuan Island, I would turn him into my lifelong companion. What kind of look is that? Everyone's ideals and pursuits are different. What right do you have to mock me? Junbu Huan flipped open his folding fan with a swish, revealing the character with, on the other side, unhappy with Junbu Huan. Paired with Junbu Huan's aloof and sullen face at the moment, Hua Jiu really wanted to scratch him. All right. Tell me, what do you say we enter the sect for? Isn't it for resources and backing? But as long as we latch onto the sturdy golden thigh of Guiyuan Island and Jinling continent, what resources do we need? What backing do we need? This golden thigh is the resource, it is the backing. That seems to make a lot of sense. It must make sense. This is the supreme truth that I have comprehended for a lifetime. As long as you can help me acquire Jean Mantang, I shall bestow upon you a set of the Guiyuan Islands cave dwelling. What say you? Hua Jiu's eyes sparkled with ambition. Currently, Jean Mantang represented her greatest rival. If she could assist Junbu Huan in capturing Jean Mantang and ensnaring him in her gentle embrace, he would undoubtedly succumb to negligence in both his studies and cultivation. Consequently, she could secure the Xinglin badge before him. Hua Jiu's eyes gleamed with determination. I can assist you, but you must also aid me in a matter. The two, Hua Jiu and Junbu Huan, swiftly forged an alliance to conquer Jean Mantang. Chapter 80. Discovering the advantage, only Xiao Cha floated about beneath the grapevines in the courtyard. On this chilly night, Stepping into the yard and unexpectedly encountering a dripping wet specter clad in white was indeed quite startling. I did it. Really? Hua Jiu exclaimed joyfully, placing the book box upon the ground. Xiaocha nodded vigorously. That's wonderful, Xiaocha. With Aunt Sue's assistance, you need no longer worry about your corporeal form dissipating. This truly is the happiest news of the day. Hua Jiu attempted to grasp Xiaocha's hand. Yet in her current ethereal state, she lacked a physical form. Thus, the demon and the ghost could only frolic in place, giggling, while the foolish dog nearby barked in agreement. If she could take Xiaocha as her disciple, it was evident that her culinary skills had indeed won Aunt Sue's favor. With that thought, Hua Jiu felt an overwhelming sense of pride. And what of the radish? What has become of the radish? Has it also been accepted by Aunt Sue? Little T shook her head, no? Master Chun mentioned that the radish is suited for a puppeteer, suggesting he should go study in the jade pot forest. Hua Jiu was taken aback by this unexpected revelation. She had assumed radishes were only fit for soups. However, upon further reflection, it became apparent that flora inherently possess a lifespan exceeding that of ordinary humans and demons. Those plants that are essentially spiritual entities require at least 300 to 500 years to comprehend the laws of nature and awaken their spiritual intelligence. A radish, after all, is merely a radish. Had it not been for its resemblance to ginseng, which the old Taoist exploited for deceitful purposes, it might not have achieved this 1,000-year transformation. Ironically, the old Taoist frequently employed illusions and various tricks upon it, thereby enhancing the radish's innate consciousness beyond that of other plants. It is fortunate that the jade pot forest's teachings on puppeteering are imparted by a Bodhi seed, which is in itself a tree spirit born from a 10,000-year-old Bodhi tree, thus ensuring that radishes, being of the same botanical ilk, would not be mistreated. Hua Jiu lowered her gaze to the foolish dog. He was now the sole remaining companion. The old Taoist had declared the foolish dog suitable for demonic cultivation. Yet the only masters of such practices on the mountain were the faceless martial master and Master Xian at the ferry. Given the foolish dog's dense-headedness, it was clear that careers requiring intellect, such as talisman crafting or illusion artistry, were beyond his reach. Ling Shi, tomorrow you shall transform and accompany Lu Mingming to seek out the faceless master for martial training. It seems this is your true calling. Wan, who is Ling Shi? Little T inquired. The foolish dog will henceforth be known as Ling Shi. Oh, and your tooth, Hua Jiu remarked, retrieving the dog's extracted canine from her storage pouch, which appeared to have been collected by the tabby cat. She crouched down and pried open the foolish dog's mouth, discovering that new canine teeth had already emerged from the gap on the left side. How quickly your tooth has regrown. I had intended to adorn it with a layer of gold. How splendid it would have looked, Hua Jiu lamented. She carefully tucked away the canine tooth, pondering its potential as a magical artifact in the future. It's getting late, Xiaocha. Continue to absorb the moonlight for your cultivation, and you should retire early. Dear Ling Shi, once you have a master and change your cultivation methods, you will surely break through to the qi condensation stage in no time. Hua Jiu wore a look of melancholy as she lifted her paw to open the book chest, revealing a chaotic array within. With her spiritual sense probing inside, she immediately beheld a towering 9-tiered bookshelf, densely packed with various tomes, ancient texts, jade slips, bone tablets, and bamboo scrolls. Titles such as Shinong's Materia Medica, Treatise on Injuries and Illnesses, Meridian and Acupoint Chart, Ancient Medical Texts, Spiritual Water Classic, Alchemy Classic, Fire Classic, and Treatise on Demonic Herbs filled her vision. Hua Jiu felt as though she possessed nearly every ancient text concerning the celestial realm and medicine, totaling close to 1,000 volumes. Memorizing them all in 3 months? She collapsed beside the book chest in despair. Even with her enhanced spiritual awareness from her recultivation and her photographic memory, 3 months was merely too short a time to peruse them all. Moreover, Master Mo had mentioned assessments. It would not suffice to merely memorize the content. Understanding and integrating the knowledge would be essential. The direst concern was that she also had a piece of white spirit crystal to refine into needles. 108 needles, each varying in thickness and length. Not mere clubs. Hua Jiu, with great difficulty, rose to her feet, her expression devoid of hope, and transformed into a cat. She ventured to the shelf outside the kitchen, snatched a few pieces of spicy dried fish, and then delved into the mountain forest behind Gui Yinju. From another perspective, she indeed held an advantage over Jean Mantang, the intricate issue of transforming spiritual energy into threads, which was the most formidable challenge for both physicians and puppeteers, posed no difficulty for her. With her exceptional talent, It took her an entire year to extract the first thread of spiritual energy, while Jean Mantang, despite his wealth, likely could not discover a swift method of mastery. Furthermore, she did not need to engage in deliberate cultivation of her spiritual consciousness. As her cultivation gradually restored, her sea of consciousness, having expanded to the yuaning stage, would naturally generate more spiritual awareness. The quantity of spiritual consciousness is determined by the vastness of the sea of consciousness. And cultivating spiritual awareness is essentially the process of continually utilizing external forces to expand this sea. Thus, this represents a second advantage she possessed over Jean Mantang. The third point of distinction lies in the Zhulong Jing, which alleviated her need for condensing energy as long as she slept. She could replenish her spiritual energy without the necessity for dedicated practice. This implies that her only current challenges were nurturing life, refining needles, acquiring medical knowledge, and accumulating experience in the medical arts. In contrast, while Jean Mantang was spared the need for needle refinement, his tasks included refining spirit, nurturing life, condensing energy, transforming spiritual energy into threads, and the acquisition of medical knowledge coupled with the accumulation of medical experience. Overall, it could be observed that Jean Mantang was not ahead of her. Rather, he lagged behind. Hua Jiu felt fortunate that Master Mo was unaware of her capability to transform spiritual energy into threads. Otherwise, she might have faced even more daunting challenges. Master Mo was cunning and shrewd, while she was merely sly, which would surely infuriate him. Humph. As the spicy little fish entered her belly, Hua Jiu perched atop a tree, meticulously licking her paws clean. She curled into a ball, adopting the sleeping posture described in the Zhulong Jing, with her brow gently resting against her dantian. After actively circulating her spiritual energy through a grand cycle, she began to absorb the vitality of the surrounding trees. Opening the heart aperture of her middle dantian, as illustrated in the Yunpejin Jing, the trees intertwined, and the moonlight filtered through, casting a sprinkle of starlight. A sudden gust of wind arose, rustling the leaves, and clusters of soft green light emerged from the foliage, resembling fireflies, gently floating around Hua Jiu in a dreamlike manner. Chapter 81. The bridge connecting heaven and earth. The first cluster of green light entered Hua Jiu's heart, and a hazy black and white radiance enveloped her. The energies of yin and yang continuously overflowed from her dantian, tenderly wrapping around her as she assumed a circular form. As the taiji formed by the yin and yang energies began to rotate, the surrounding tree vitality surged towards the center of the taiji, which was Hua Jiu's heart aperture. As if the fish were returning to the sea. For the first time, Hua Jiu sensed the yin and yang energies being drawn by the vitality, assimilating rather than transforming through her internal organs into the 5 elemental energies. A colossal force emanated from the yin and yang energies, causing the initially tiny tree vitality to swell to the size of a peanut after absorbing the yin and yang. They all clustered together, seemingly striving to create a realm within Hua Jiu's heart, pressing down on her chest and making it difficult for her to breathe. It felt akin to drowning, instilling a sense of panic in Hua Jiu, compelling her to struggle to awaken. At that moment, the taiji floating around her body suddenly plunged into her interior, arriving at the heart aperture, and then it forcefully descended. Boom. In the profound depths of the mind's eye, a sudden jolt pierced through, compressing the chest inward as the dual energies of yin and yang dispersed within. In that moment of cosmic genesis, a space the size of a fist abruptly materialized amidst the 5 organs. The entangled vitality of the trees surged forth, swiftly forming verdant barriers that supported the instinctive contraction of the heart's pathways, ultimately solidifying its essence. A refreshing coolness bifurcated. One path ascended towards the mind's sea, while the other descended to the ocean of vital energy. In that fleeting instant, a transcendent connection to the cosmos enveloped Hua Jiu. As the consciousness within the mind's eye uncontrollably radiated outward, the vast expanse of stars and oceans, the majestic trees and mountains, the flowing rivers and great plains, all life forms lost their original shapes under Hua Jiu's gaze. In this vision, only clusters of luminous life flickered, some strong, others weak. Some of these radiant essences dissipated, transforming into stardust that scattered across the universe, only to be drawn back into existence by the breaths of other life forces, gradually augmenting those that were once feeble. Eternity, such as the essence of life, where only the forms dissolve, while the source remains untouched. In a vague yet profound realization, Hua Jiu seemed to grasp the truth, immersing consciousness in this clarity, suspended among the stars, transformed into the yin-yang taiji under his own gaze. Hua Jiu swirled gently beneath the starlight, akin to a black hole that absorbed all things. The spiritual energies within a radius of 10 or even 100 miles in energy. Demonic essence, the vitality of trees, the moon's quintessence, nearly all that could be deemed energy was irresistibly drawn into Hua Jiu's consuming void. Gone were the three dantians within Hua Jiu. Only the Taiji, symbolizing the supreme path, remained. However, Hua Jiu remained oblivious to the true essence of the great Tao. At that moment, she was indifferent to such profound concepts. Her sole preoccupation was to ascertain whether all beings in this world were indeed equal. Why? Despite the celestial Emperor Ling Tian's creation of an era of equality, did so many conflicts persist? What would it take to eradicate the hierarchical divisions that plagued the world? Suddenly, the air quivered, and a surge of demonic energy emanated from the depths of her consciousness, threatening to engulf her entirely. Just then, a fine needle was abruptly launched towards the tree trunk where Hua Jiu was situated. Crack! The tree trunk snapped, and Hua Jiu was jolted awake. Meow! Her corpulent form crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a flurry of fallen leaves. A pity, a sigh echoed from above. Unbeknownst to her, Chun Jingji, Aunt Su, Wumian, and Master Mo had materialized above Hua Jiu, gazing down at her with regret. Even Ling Yunji, who typically abhorred travel, had made a sudden appearance. Leaning casually on Wumian's shoulder, yawning languidly. I say, old Mo, this is a natural-born talent for demon cultivation. Are you serious about teaching her medicine? Wumian nodded. Glancing thoughtfully at Master Mo's face was grim. Get lost. Ling Yunji chuckled indolently, unfazed by Master Mo's surly demeanor. He lowered his gaze to the wooden plank that Wumian had produced and drawled, put it away. Even if old Mo doesn't want this disciple, I won't let her fall into your hands. You martial cultivators are so uncivilized with all your fighting. She's just a little girl. She should be quietly setting up arrays and fishing with me. In the depths of the faceless crimson eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent emerged, as the figure crushed the half-carved wooden plank in their embrace. With a forceful shove, they pushed aside Ling Yunji, disdainfully brushing off the spot on their shoulder where he had leaned. Aunt Su stooped and with a voice that had become sharp and hoarse, mused that she had already found a capable disciple to inherit her legacy. If this little cat demon were to become a ghost one day, it would not be too late for her to return. Indeed, the Zholong Jing is truly remarkable. Chen Jingji stroked his beard, recalling how, upon her arrival in the city, he had sensed that this little creature was extraordinary. He had not anticipated that merely opening her heart's portal would enable her to bridge the realms of heaven and earth, her thoughts directly pointing toward the great path. Was it the Zholong Jing that was so potent, or was this little being exceptionally gifted with remarkable roots? Time will reveal the truth. Imofuzi, speaking softly, imparted a single remark before departing with a flourish. Chen Jingji clicked his tongue in annoyance, turning to see Wumian and Ling Yunji still fixated on Imofuzi's disciple. Anger surged within him. What are you two wretches staring at? Instead of earnestly seeking out promising talent, you waste your days coveting the apprentices of others. The sight of you two fills me with the desire to cleave you in two with a single stroke. Ling Yunji, just look at yourself, alive, you squander demonic energy, dead. You waste land. Half alive, you deplete spirit stones. Let me tell you, if your little fish fails to secure an 8 trigrams token in the next talisman array examination, I shall personally bury you both alive. Those wretched souls. Chen Jingji spat under his breath, taking to the skies on his flying sword towards the direction of the immortal city. Wumian, I have devised a new grand array. Would you care to come and try it? It promises to be quite entertaining. Ling Yunji leaned closer to Wumian. Get lost. Without a face, a word suddenly escaped, accompanied by a wave of putrid, purple-tinged deathly aura that assaulted the senses. Ling Yunji laughed heartily and stepped back, exclaiming, Ah, Wumian, you have finally found your voice. However, do not take after that old. He may be handsome and aloof, yet still finds love. You, on the other hand, are already unattractive and foul-mouthed. If you continue to be so unapproachable, you might end up living a solitary life. Wumian shot a piercing glare at Ling Yunji before turning to leave. Ling Yunji stood alone in the air, stretching lazily as he glanced down to see Hua Jiu peacefully asleep amidst a pile of dry leaves. Her breathing steady and her expression serene. To be able to sleep in such conditions, what a remarkable demeanor you possess, he mused, just as he was about to depart. His gaze unexpectedly landed on the foolish dog sprawled at the entrance of Gianju, and his eyes narrowed with delight. Oh my, what a good dog. Chapter 82. A tremendous transformation. The following day, Hua Jiu awoke from her nest of dry leaves. Rolling over, she was greeted by the interlacing branches overhead. For a brief moment, she was taken aback. Ugh, how filthy. Recalling the events of the previous day, she remembered how, after falling from the tree, the unexpectedly soft ground had lulled her into slumber almost instantly, as if she had collapsed into a pillow after exhausting herself. Clearly, the exertion from last night, in pursuit of happiness, had drained her of considerable yin and yang energy, which explained her overwhelming fatigue. With this thought in mind, Hua Jiu turned her focus inward, and upon doing so, she discovered a profound transformation within herself. First and foremost, in her sea of consciousness, a constellation of stars had emerged, each twinkling star appearing to be a concentrated essence of divine awareness. However, the majority remained dim and unresponsive, with only 10 stars of varying sizes twinkling, among which 3 were the largest and most resplendent. The Refining Spirit chapter of the Yunpa Needle Sutra follows the stellar spirit refinement path, drawing inspiration from the Marshall family's secret technique, Star River Diagram, in Songhai City. Thus, is it because of the cultivation of the Yunpa Needle Sutra that her sea of consciousness transformed into a sea of stellar awareness? Furthermore, the 10 stars correspond to the 10th level of qi condensation, allowing for the coordinated manipulation of 10 needles. The 3 largest stars correspond to her current 3rd level of qi condensation. During the process of recultivation, the second enhancement has enabled her spiritual awareness, originally aligned with her cultivation level, to surpass that of ordinary individuals by a factor of 2 as her cultivation progressed. This transformation has granted Hua Jiu a clearer understanding of her current spiritual intensity, which is far superior to her previous rough estimations. Next is the heart aperture. It is not large, merely the size of a fist, resembling a green luminous sphere. Within this sphere grows a tender green seedling, brimming with a rich vitality. At this moment, 3 delicate leaves have emerged, symbolizing her 3rd level of qi condensation. Finally, regarding the sea of qi, the original taiji has indeed faded considerably. Yet with its rotation, Hua Jiu not only sensed the absorption of spiritual energy, but also the infusion of stellar power and the vitality of trees, all entering her body alongside the spiritual energy, following the transformation and enhancement through the taiji. The vitality of the trees surged from the sea of qi directly to the heart aperture, while the stellar power, fortified by the heart aperture's barriers, subsequently entered the sea of consciousness, dispersing among the 10 twinkling stars of spiritual awareness. The motion of Hua Jiu licking her fur paused momentarily, suggesting that the cloud spirit needle technique had indeed been assimilated by the coiling dragon technique. Henceforth, during her slumber, she could simultaneously engage in the refining spirit, nurturing life, and condensing qi practices of the cloud spirit needle technique. Hua Jiu was convinced of this. Otherwise, how could the Black Stone have referred to the coiling dragon technique as an auxiliary skill? It serves to enhance her emotional acumen while also supporting her subsequent cultivation. Moreover, it is performed in perfect synchronization. The greatest challenge of the cloud spirit needle technique lies in the simultaneous cultivation of the 3 dantians, primarily focusing on the heart acumen, with the qi sea and the consciousness sea needing to keep pace without faltering. This dilemma had troubled her at the outset. However, now, is it truly difficult? She does not believe so. Meow, ha ha ha. No wonder the tai chi of the qi sea had transformed into that peculiar state. It was evidently to achieve balance throughout, transmuting the energies of yin and yang into a plethora of vibrant tree spirits, allowing her heart acumen to swiftly align with the cultivation of the dantians and the consciousness sea. In addition to the specialized needle control chapter, there are 5 spells corresponding to the 5 elements during the condensing qi phase. The healing spells represent an entirely new realm of practice. Upon glimpsing these 5 spells, curiosity and excitement surged within Hua Jiu, igniting an irresistible urge to experiment. These 5 spells possess dual applications. When driven by spiritual energy, they function as offensive spells, while when propelled by life energy, they serve as healing spells. Yet, to Hua Jiu's astonishment, the spell activated by spiritual energy turned out to be a rapid siphoning technique for life energy. In other words, it could heal external injuries while simultaneously absorbing life energy to replenish her own depletions, achieving a remarkable dual purpose. Cultivators utilize hand seals to better manipulate the spiritual energy within their bodies, but if one possesses formidable consciousness, they can directly summon it with their mind, achieving even greater speed. Like those high-ranking practitioners, apart from their grand techniques, they can effortlessly conjure minor spells with a mere wave of their hand. For the realm of divine consciousness and the concentration of energy are incomparable. In the first instance, Hua Jiu simply summoned the vital energy from her heart's core, a verdant glow shimmering around the wound, which gradually healed at a visible pace, ultimately leaving behind a small scar. In the second instance, Hua Jiu employed her healing technique to first invoke the yin and yang energies from her dantian. A slender thread, as fine as a hair, flowed from the white half of the taiji, merging with the vital energy and enveloping the second wound. Remarkably, that wound restored itself in the blink of an eye. Leaving no trace of a scar, the skin there appeared more vibrant and lustrous than elsewhere. It was evident that the enhanced effect was at work. Hua Jiu mused, coming to understand the reason behind Haishitu's assertion that only healing or demonic cultivation techniques could activate the yin and yang energies. She also discovered that the taiji in her energy sea could absorb and transform even her original source of demonic energy. Initially, it converted into the black half. But over time, as yin gives rise to yang and yang gives rise to yin, the excess energy from the black half gradually transformed into white energy, ultimately achieving balance. This Sanhua Lance truly was a prodigy, capable of creating such a technique. However, his fortune was unparalleled. Having successfully navigated the most arduous step of the Zhulong Jing, the thunder tribulation of energy condensation, I am not without merit, Hua Jiu thought, feeling quite pleased with herself. The old Taoist said, fortune depends on misfortune, and misfortune arises from fortune, encapsulating this very principle. The trials and tribulations of the past 300 years had forged the person she was today. She must honor the favor bestowed upon her by the heavens. Now, liberated from the need to harmonize the cultivation of her 3 dantian regions, she could expedite her training by absorbing and converting primal demonic energy. Consequently, she could dedicate her complete focus to memorizing medical texts, practicing the 5 spells, and honing her needlework. After relieving herself and grooming her fur, just as the avian demons on Junshan Island began their morning calls, she strolled through the woods, feeling refreshed and radiant. Could wealth instantaneously unlock enlightenment? Meow haha. Chapter 83. Remarkable Talent. 1-3. During breakfast that day, Hua Jiu was astonished to observe that everyone had made advancements. Meng, having adopted a new cultivation technique, had swiftly elevated her cultivation, which had been stagnant for years, to the 4th level of qi condensation. Similarly, Xiaocha, equipped with a ghost cultivation technique and with Su Dinyang having erected her stone statue in front of the Wu Wei Zhai, had solidified her Dharma body and ascended to the 2nd level of qi condensation the previous night. Luo Bo appeared unchanged, still seemingly simple-minded. Yet his eagerness to carry a jar of spiritual soil to the jade pot forest upon waking suggested his fondness for the place. However, Hua Jiu noticed the absence of the idiotic dog. Upon inquiring with Xiaocha, she discovered that Ling Yunji had taken him away the night before. Hua Jiu twitched her ears upon hearing this news. Could the idiotic dog genuinely possess the potential to become a talisman array master? Regardless, the fact that Master Ling had willingly taken him to the ferry implied that the dog possessed some quality that attracted Ling Yunji. This, too, was a stroke of good fortune for the dog. Considering this, Hua Jiu realized that everyone had embarked on distinct paths of learning. Meng, skilled in the arts of spiritual combat, Xiaocha, adept in the sinister ways of demonic techniques, and the radish, a master of spirit puppetry, alongside the clumsy dog who specializes in magical formations, all contribute uniquely to their collective endeavor. Meanwhile, she stands as a healer, ready to support her companions from the rear in their battles. Each individual has now found their purpose, and Hua Jiu's mood lifts, her tail held high with joy, no longer burdened by the sight of that box of tomes. After breakfast, Meng and Xiaocha set off together towards the summit of Jun Mountain. It was as if a dagger pierced through the clay brick, the entire canine tooth embedded deep within the white spirit crystal. Hua Jiu pulled slowly, and to her astonishment, the robust crystal began to fracture inch by inch. Though it wasn't as effortless as slicing through tofu, the effect was nonetheless remarkable. The clumsy dog was merely a great wolf at the 10th level of body refinement, yet his teeth proved more formidable than her claws. What would happen if he were to bite her? Hua Jiu hung the canine tooth alongside a copper coin around her neck, envisioning the possibility of honing the tooth into a sharper weapon during her leisure, transforming it into an excellent concealed armament. As the hour approached, Hua Jiu hastened her actions, channeling her spiritual energy to swiftly divide the entire block of white spirit crystal into 108 evenly sized crystal pillars. Each pillar measured over a foot in length and was as thick as her wrist, resembling short swords. In truth, Hua Jiu could have split them into even finer segments. thereby conserving her effort during the polishing process. This meticulous preparation would allow her to face the myriad of celestial beings with greater composure and ease in the future. With this thought, a fierce determination glimmered in Hua Jiu's agile eyes. Grasping a piece of white spirit crystal and shouldering her book box, she retrieved the tome of Shinong's classic of Materia Medica, holding it in her hand as she summoned her little golden fish and stepped outside. The little goldfish swam leisurely towards the bamboo grove, where Hua Jiu sat, basking in the cool morning breeze, taking a deep breath. The white spirit crystal hovered before her forehead, her consciousness spiraling from head to tail in an unceasing cycle, a process that sharpened her patience and augmented the strength of her awareness. Consciousness, inherently devoid of intensity, is ethereal, akin to smoke or mist. Unless one is a puppeteer or a practitioner who must wield heavy objects, most would only cultivate their consciousness to a level sufficient to manipulate ordinary magical artifacts. However, the white spirit crystal was so resilient that Hua Jiu needed to exert pressure with her fingernail to carve into it. Thus, her consciousness must attain a strength comparable to that of her nail. At such a point, it is said that not only would she possess a needle, but her awareness alone could pierce through flesh. The more Hua Jiu engaged in this needle-sharpening endeavor, the more she recognized the meticulous care embedded in the black stone's design. Her consciousness, like an instinct, honed the needle while she held the Shinong's classic of herbal medicine, reciting page by page, gradually comprehending and memorizing the shapes and properties of the spiritual herbs, storing them within her mind. Unbeknownst to her, the little goldfish had flown to the bamboo forest outside the medicinal field. Hearing the voices of Ning Jinga and Jean Mantang, Hua Jiu set down her book, murmuring the properties of the herbs she had just memorized, and peered into the bamboo grove. Both Jean Mantang and Ning Jinga were clad in sharp, martial attire, with Jean Mantang seeking advice from Ning Jinga regarding the matter of emotional release. Mantang had experienced a sensation akin to drowning each time his anger reached a boiling point, leading to a loss of control and subsequent failure, even with the aid of calming incense. Did the senior sister possess any invaluable insights? Initially, after a month of earnest effort, I gradually adapted to the constricting sensation and, with a resolute determination to persevere, I finally managed to break through. Therefore, dear junior disciple, this matter cannot be rushed. I have heard that Master, in his earlier days, was hailed as a genius in the medical arts, and it took him 3 attempts to succeed. It seems that patience is still lacking among us. Furthermore, I wish to inquire of the senior sister whether there exists a distinction of strength among the heart orifices, for I aspire to achieve the utmost excellence. Both the Qi and the consciousness exhibit variations in strength, and naturally, the heart orifice is no exception. It is said that for an ordinary cultivator, upon the initial opening of the heart orifice, it must measure an inch square to be deemed adequate, 2 inches for moderate, 3 inches for superior, and anything exceeding 3 inches signifies extraordinary talent. Currently, in the entire Lingtian realm, there are but a handful whose heart orifices exceed 3 inches upon initial opening, including Master, whose measure is 3 inches and 3/10. And what of you, senior sister? What is the size of your heart orifice upon its initial opening? Oh, mine is merely 2 inches and 9/10. Hardly remarkable. Indeed, the senior sister is impressive. Hua Jiu, fastening the white spirit crystal at her waist, flicked her ears and donned a mischievous smile, guiding her little golden fish swiftly toward Ning Jinga and the others. Hua Jiu has arrived. Upon seeing her, Ning Jinga greeted her with a gentle smile. Hua Jiu leapt from the back of the little golden fish, her face etched with concern as she exclaimed, "Senior sister, help." Just yesterday, after practicing a bit, I suddenly burst forth with a fist-sized hole in my heart, and within it, there is a tender sprout that has unfurled 3 vibrant green leaves. As her words fell, Hua Jiu could distinctly sense Ning Jinga's body stiffen, while Jean Mantang, who was approaching from behind, halted in his tracks, gazing at Hua Jiu in astonishment. Second senior sister, did you truly succeed on your first attempt? Is your heart chakra truly the size of a fist? Wouldn't that surpass 3 inches? 3 leaves? Does that mean your heart chakra cultivation has reached the 3rd level of qi condensation? Is it possible to progress so swiftly? Hua Jiu tugged at Ning Jin's sleeve, tilting her head in curiosity. Senior sister, have I been practicing incorrectly? The cloud needle scripture cannot be as simple as this, right? Would Master scold me for being foolish? Ning Jin caught the glimmer of pride in Hua Jiu's eyes and smiled softly, playfully tapping her nose. Oh dear, junior sister, with your remarkable prowess, How could Master ever chastise you for ignorance? Your medical talent may even surpass that of our Master. How am I, who spent an entire month on this, supposed to contend with you and our little junior brother, who has yet to awaken his heart chakra? Haha, indeed, second senior sister. You are truly impressive. Jean Mantang stood nearby, a blend of embarrassment and grace adorning his features. Might you elaborate on the sensations you experienced during that moment, second senior sister? He inquired earnestly. I'm afraid I do not recall. I believe I fell asleep shortly after, Hua Jiu replied innocently, blinking her eyes. Jean Mantang fell silent for a moment, his expression fracturing slightly. It seems that second senior sister indeed finds cultivation effortless. You must have put in considerable effort behind the scenes, correct? With a smile, Hua Jiu responded, Junior brother, while I may appear at ease on the surface, unbeknownst to you, I find my efforts even more effortless. Jean Mantang. Damn it. Chapter 84. The Battle Medic Training Array, Part 2. Hua Jiu presented the deceased mouse she had caught that morning before Jean Mantang, saying, Thank you for treating me to dinner yesterday. I have chosen the plumpest and largest mouse as a token of my gratitude. The mouse was forcefully thrust into Jean Mantang's hands, causing him to squint thoughtfully. Was the second senior sister issuing a warning? Was she implying that he, like this mouse, despite his size and plumpness, could not escape the grasp of her feline prowess? Very well, second senior sister, your challenge is accepted. I shall demonstrate that I am robust enough to overpower a cat. With a book-laden satchel slung over her shoulder, the second senior sister was prepared for constant study. Wasn't she? Jean Mantang inquired with a smile. Hua Jiu's nerves jolted as she sensed a hint of menace, her instincts urging her to refrain from engaging further. However, Jean Mantang was relentless, continuing, I truly envy the second senior sister for undertaking such a formidable challenge as memorization. My talents are lacking. Thus I dedicate my time to cultivation and never squander it on such mentally taxing and time-consuming endeavors. Hua Jiu thought to herself, do not engage. There is a trap. How will you prepare for Master S assessment in 3 months without memorization? Ningjinga approached and asked. Hua Jiu looked at Ningjinga in horror, while Jean Mantang's smile blossomed as she tossed her long hair over her shoulder, saying, Do you two not know that there exists a thing called memorization curse in this world? What on earth is that? Is it a witchcraft from the witch clan? Ningjinga questioned, while Hua Jiu's eyes transformed into a plea. Yet Ningjinga paid her no heed. Jean Mantang smiled gracefully, concealing a sense of pride as he gazed at Hua Jiu. The bookworm goo is indeed a type of goo from the witch clan. Whether it be a jade slip or a book, once this goo crawls upon it, one can memorize all its contents. Jean Mantang then dissolves this goo in spiritual spring water and consumes it, imprinting all the memorized information indelibly in his mind, making it nearly impossible to forget. This goo must be quite expensive, right? Ningjinga inquired further. Not at all. It merely costs 10 5th-grade spirit stones. When Mantang came here, he purchased 100 of them, intending to gift a few to the second senior sister. However, considering her exceptional talent, it appears she may not require them, Hua Jiu remarked. Go to hell, Hua Jiu exclaimed, visibly irritated. Ningjinga pouted. 5th-grade spirit stones are commonly used by core formation cultivators. Indeed, the Jin clan of Guiyuan Island is quite affluent. Hua Jiu, you possess more books than Mantang. What troubles you, Hua Jiu? With a sullen expression, Hua Jiu retorted, Senior sister, is our morning lesson merely idle chatter? Are we not to practice? Ningjinga chuckled awkwardly. Yes. I almost forgot that I was supposed to teach you the morning exercises today. Follow me. Ningjinga took the lead, while Jean Mantang playfully waved a mouse tail in front of Hua Jiu, beaming like a spring breeze. Second senior sister, Mantang truly appreciates your gift. Moreover, Mantang will certainly not be outdone by you. Hua Jiu kicked a dry leaf behind Jean Mantang, her tail bristling with indignation as a fierce glint flashed in her eyes, filled with anger as she followed closely behind. In the depths of the bamboo grove, 5 stone tablets, each standing at a height of half a man, encircle a clearing, surrounded by tall green bamboos, with leaves fluttering and a fragrant breeze wafting through the air. The tablets are inscribed with enigmatic runes, suggesting the presence of a formidable array. Ningjinga approached one of the tablets that bore a hollow, inserting a 2nd-grade spirit stone into the indentation. The air within the array shimmered, and a multitude of emerald bamboo leaves materialized, dancing gracefully like dragonflies. Additionally, 5 bamboo plaques, each the size of a human head, floated around the periphery, revolving slowly in a synchronized manner. This was the Falling Leaves Array. As soon as Ningjinga uttered the name of the array, The expressions of Hua Jiu and Jean Mantang shifted to one of disdain. Ning Jinj hastily clarified, this name was not given by me, nor by my master. It was designated by Master Ling at the ferry, who has a penchant for peculiar and lengthy names for his arrays. Ah, but let us not dwell on that. Previously, I mentioned to both of you the two schools of thought in medicine, the battle physician and the bell physician. Although the distinction has become increasingly blurred and few pursue training as battle physicians these days, under my master's tutelage, the foundational training for battle physicians remains your most crucial subject. Hua Jiu and Jean Mantang nodded, awaiting Ning Jin's continued discourse. For a physician, regardless of the circumstances, ensuring one's own safety is the greatest support one can provide to their comrades. For only by preserving one's own life can a physician render aid to others, without the distraction of self-preservation. Otherwise, one becomes a burden to the entire team. Thus, for those who practice medicine, evading attacks is of greater significance than launching them. Thus, this grand formation trains your agility, enabling you to heal both your comrades and yourselves amidst relentless assaults. This training is arduous. I too persevered for an entire year before I could grasp its fundamentals. From this day forth, you are to convene here every morning for practice. And should you find spare moments, feel free to return for additional training. Allow me to demonstrate once, so pay close attention, you too. Yet, under such immense pressure, Ning Jinj maintained a serene countenance, executing her movements with precision, spinning, bending, and rolling with an elegance that seemed almost ethereal. Each maneuver was executed with perfect timing, deftly evading attacks with the slightest of adjustments, rendering her impervious to the bamboo leaves assault. Her fingers danced like shadows, weaving intricate healing incantations that pierced through the gaps of the bamboo leaves, gently striking the slowly rotating wooden plaques on the periphery. Bang, bang, bang. Indeed, the senior sister is formidable, Jean Mantang exclaimed in admiration. Hua Jiu nodded in agreement. Should this be translated to the battlefield, such agility would allow one to evade a multitude of attacks while simultaneously providing aid to allies, instilling an immense sense of security. After a quarter of an hour, Ning Jinj emerged from the formation, perspiration glistening on her forehead, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. The difficulty lies in relying solely on one's physical instincts, for one must not employ agility powered by spiritual energy. After all, if one were to exhaust spiritual energy on evasion, it would hinder their capacity to wield healing techniques. I still have much to learn, as you have observed. The wooden plaques representing our allies scarcely shifted. In the chaos of battle, the positions of comrades are ever-changing. Thus we must all strive for improvement. Now, who among you wishes to take the first attempt? Jean Mantang furrowed his brows, hesitating. The technique of movement was not his forte, and he harbored some alternative thoughts regarding this training. Thus, he turned to Hua Jiu and suggested, why not let senior sister be the first? Hua Jiu stretched lazily, loosening her muscles, and replied with a smile, if I'm the first, what's the difficulty? Movement is inherently a strong suit of cat demons. Wait. A cold voice suddenly emanated from behind them, causing Hua Jiu's heart to skip a beat. Master, what brings you here? Master Mo glanced at Hua Jiu, who had her back to him, noticing her tail restlessly tapping against the opposite surface. A barely perceptible smile curved his lips as he spoke softly. Jean Gu, prepare to unleash the array at its maximum strength. Master, this. Ning Jinj stared in astonishment at Master Mo. Unleashing the array at full capacity would not only cause the bamboo tokens to move at an accelerated pace, but the speed and quantity of the bamboo leaves within would also increase tenfold compared to now. Hua Jiu, I grant you 10 opportunities to sustain injuries. After that, for each additional scar you acquire, the time allotted for your recitation will diminish by a day. Should you fail to pass my assessment, you may leave at your own discretion. Chapter 85. Epiphany of Advantage. 3 updates. Master, why are you so particularly strict with senior sister? Jean Mantang inquired, somewhat perplexed and even a tad envious. Indeed, Master, Hua Jiu has the lowest cultivation and is the youngest. Wouldn't this be excessively harsh? Ning Jinj also came to Hua Jiu's defense. Master Mo continued to gaze at Hua Jiu, his voice calm as he asked, is it too harsh? Hua Jiu's heart roared in protest. What could she possibly say? Her little tail was firmly grasped by the black stone, and she had the audacity to claim she was a 300-year-old cat, inferior even to a 13-year-old boy or a girl in her 20s. While she could maintain a semblance of confidence in front of others, she truly lacked the courage to speak in front of the black stone. Senior sister, please proceed. I wish to give it a try, Hua Jiu said through gritted teeth. It seemed she was determined to squeeze out the potential of this cat. She would show them what true agility entailed. Ning Jinj traversed 5 stone tablets in succession, manipulating each one in turn. As she completed her work on the final tablet, the drifting bamboo leaves in the formation suddenly split in 2, then 4, rapidly becoming dense. Hua Jiu, you need not strain yourself too much. The last time Master personally tested the formation, he sustained some injuries at this intensity. Ning Jinj whispered reassuringly as she passed Hua Jiu. Master Mo's eyes glimmered with satisfaction upon seeing a fragment of white spirit crystal. The apprentice displayed diligence and did not squander her talents at last. His efforts in teaching were not in vain. After warming up her muscles, Hua Jiu plunged into the formation, causing Ning Jin's heart to leap into her throat. Even Jean Mantang felt the perspiration in his palms as he anxiously observed. The bamboo leaves surged, an unending cascade. Though small, they were razor-sharp. As soon as Hua Jiu entered the formation, she endeavored to evade them, yet could not escape unscathed, receiving 3 gashes on her body from the dense bamboo leaves. Bang! The rejuvenation technique grazed the edge of the bamboo plaque, producing a muffled sound. Excellent! Ning Jinj exclaimed with excitement. Jean Mantang silently gasped in astonishment. He had never anticipated Hua Jiu would prove to be this formidable. Without the need for hand seals to cast spells, just how potent was her spiritual awareness? The bamboo leaves, dense and myriad, cascaded endlessly, fixating their sharp blades upon Hua Jiu, unleashing a radiant brilliance that descended like a deluge. With no path for retreat, Hua Jiu could only charge forward. Good! Ning Jinj exclaimed. Could he truly respond with such decisive action? Jean Mantang turned to observe Master Mo, only to find a deepening frown etched between his brows, seemingly doubting Hua Jiu's capabilities. Jean Mantang immediately turned his gaze back to the formation. Witnessing Hua Jiu springing forth, her movements as swift as a tempestuous wind, evading and dodging with a seasoned finesse that suggested she had faced countless battles. Exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever, the rejuvenation technique was executed repeatedly, allowing her to evade the bamboo leaf's relentless assaults time and again. Her claws slashed fiercely, the sound of tearing resonating through the air, yet not a single wound marred Hua Jiu's form. Her speed had begun to surpass that of the bamboo leaves pursuing her. Gradually, Ning Jinj discerned the anomaly. Apart from the initial strike that had struck the bamboo plaque, Hua Jiu had since been solely focused on evasion and self-preservation, failing to land another blow. Enough! Master Mo's voice rang out, firm and commanding. If this were a true battlefield, your comrades would have perished long ago. As Hua Jiu emerged from the formation, confusion clouded her expression as she gazed at Master Mo. Meow? When Master Mo raised his hand to summon the 5 bamboo plaques and cast them before her, Hua Jiu felt a jolt of realization. Aside from the one she had struck initially, the other 4 bore numerous scars, marred with gashes from her evasive maneuvers. Master, the junior sister is still so young. Please do not be overly strict. She can learn gradually, Ning Jinj interjected, tending to the 3 wounds on Hua Jiu's body where flesh had been torn. Jean Mantang felt that the second senior sister was already quite formidable and surprisingly found himself advocating for Hua Jiu. Cast a glance, his eyes cold as ice. Hua Jiu, do you understand why a physician cultivates in the 3 dantians of upper, middle, and lower? And why practitioners in this world employ hand seals? With that, he swept away his sleeves and departed with a solemn expression. Hua Jiu felt as though struck by a bolt of enlightenment. Her mind buzzed, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Meow? She hastily called out to, transforming into her human form as she exclaimed, Master, allow me to try once more. Paused momentarily, then coldly replied, This is your final attempt. You truly need not push yourself, Ning Jinj said with concern. Hua Jiu smiled and once again plunged into the formation. This time, her human form was larger than her feline one, and upon entering the formation, she was immediately scratched in several places. With a swift turn, she evaded another strike, yet still sustained a wound. Undeterred, she continued to navigate the formation, employing both her consciousness and hand seals. Indeed, a teachable child. Mused from a distance, a subtle smile curving his lips. Had it not been for his reminder, Hua Jiu might have overlooked her own advantages. The ability to channel spells through her consciousness was indeed an advantage, yet it depended on the liberation of her hands. Questioned her about the necessity of cultivating the 3 dantians, for the physician's spells launch from the energy sea, healing from the heart orifice, and perceived through the consciousness sea. Offense and healing can be entirely distinct. She could summon spiritual energy for attack through her consciousness while invoking healing arts with her hand seals. In the interim, She could observe her surroundings with both her eyes and consciousness. This is the essence of what a physician ought to accomplish. Thus, she should not abandon her hand seals. Rather, she should hone the speed of her gestures to maximize her inherent advantages. Chapter 86, The Eighth Meow, Diligent Cultivation, Part 4. When Hua Jiu finally took to the field, she bore precisely 10 wounds, each striking perfectly against the 5 bamboo plaques once. However, her spiritual energy and vitality were utterly depleted, leaving her languidly slumped in Ning Jinga's embrace, teetering on the brink of slumber. Given your current cultivation, you should have struck each of the 5 bamboo plaques 3 times within a quarter of an hour, sustaining fewer than 5 injuries. I shall conduct an assessment 3 months hence. The tone of Master Mo was gentle, yet the substance of his words made Hua Jiu wish to faint from despair. Nevertheless, Hua Jiu sensed that there remained ample room for her improvement. If she were to extract her potential to the utmost, she would likely approach the state described by the black stone. That black stone possessed a remarkably discerning eye, truly seeing through her essence. Jean Mantang cast a deep glance at Hua Jiu, having lost the ambition to compete with her in agility. However, he remarked to Master Mo, I have some thoughts regarding this training. Speak. In terms of agility, second senior sister stands to Mantang as a towering mountain does to a modest hill. Mantang may toil his entire life yet never surpass second senior sister. Hua Jiu glanced at Jean Mantang, thinking to herself that he was astute enough to recognize the situation. As she shifted, she sank deeper into the comfort of Ning Jinga's embrace. Upon meeting Hua Jiu's gaze, Jean Mantang smiled, yet he continued, however. There are aspects in which second senior sister may never surpass Mantang, such as resources. Hua Jiu stiffened, struggling to rise from Ning Jinga's hold. Her teeth clenched as she playfully swiped at Jean Mantang. What is so impressive about having wealth? I'll claw you to pieces. The term Mantang refers to the battlefield medic who strives not to burden their companions while ensuring their own safety, all the while providing uninterrupted treatment. This training Mantang is capable of undertaking, matching the intensity of the second senior sister. However, Mantang seeks a different approach to secure an invincible position. Lacking in magical tools and talismans, Mantang contemplates whether, as long as it does not impede the treatment of companions, safeguarding oneself with external means might also fulfill the medic's objective. Master Mo, intrigued, remarked, This indeed presents a novel perspective. You should give it a try. Heeding the command, Jean Mantang glanced at the exhausted Hua Jiu and strode confidently into the grand formation. Despite facing the same intensity as Hua Jiu, Jean Mantang felt no trepidation. Upon entering the formation, the enchantments on his robes shone with a tri-layered ethereal light, enveloping him in layers of protection. He exhibited an air of elegance and ease, a stark contrast to Hua Jiu's previous frantic and chaotic demeanor. Hua Jiu, watching, felt a surge of jealousy, wishing to knock him unconscious and bind him to Junbu Huan's bed, demanding a profound emotional reckoning. Yet, his spellcasting relied solely on hand gestures, and his speed paled in comparison to Hua Jiu's, often resulting in his spells veering beyond the intended target. Consequently, after a quarter of an hour, he managed to barely graze the edge of the bamboo plaque once. Surprisingly, Master Mo did not criticize him at all. Instead, he said, Your approach is feasible and suits you well. Henceforth, you shall practice in this manner. Furthermore, the students of the Immortal Academy are required to perform tasks for the Academy every afternoon. Glanced at the Shinong Binxiao Jing resting atop the flower box, and with a solemn tone, he instructed, Jean Mantang, accompany Jinj to Stinching for consultations, and kindly collect the outstanding fees from the demon clan on my behalf. Hua Jiu, proceed to the medicinal fields to tend to the spiritual herbs. Exhausted in body and mind, Hua Jiu had lost the will to protest, resigning herself to the task at hand. The medicinal fields would afford her the opportunity to closely observe the spiritual herbs, thereby enhancing her memory of the Shinong Binxiao Jing. Life began to unfold in a structured manner, with everyone diligently pursuing their respective endeavors. Other than gathering for meals at Gianzhou in the mornings and evenings to share their progress and joys, it became increasingly difficult to see one another at other times. Hua Jiu devoted all her energy to the study of medicine. Each day, aside from sleeping, cultivating, and morning combat training, she remained engrossed in her books, never neglecting her practice. Though the white spirit crystal appeared unchanged, since her arrival at the medicinal fields, she had been mastering the texts regarding herbs at an accelerated pace. Moreover, her progress in the 5 spells was nothing short of remarkable. Upon reaching the medicinal fields, Hua Jiu discovered that, apart from healing and offensive capabilities, the spells were also instrumental in tending to the spiritual herbs. each day. Her first task upon arriving at the fields was to employ the runling Jiu to condense spiritual energy into misty rain, nourishing the spiritual herbs in the terraces. After tending to the several acres of medicinal fields, she would find her spiritual energy entirely depleted. However, with the enhancement of her cultivation, she found that the gap was gradually narrowing. Though it would never achieve perfect parity, even a medical sage could not accomplish that. It was only later, upon consulting Ningjinj, that Hua Jiu learned the necessity of leaving some weeds in the medicinal fields, as they could only be eradicated using the fire-based spell Hua Jiu. The purpose is to reduce the overgrown weeds to ashes, transforming them into a natural fertilizer for the spiritual herbs. When the weeds sprout again, the same method is employed, ensuring a continuous supply of nourishment for the herbs. The technique known as fire scorching the plains is said to eliminate foreign energies within the body without harming the meridians. Additionally, shattered rock collapse can be utilized to shatter these foreign energies, facilitating their removal. When applied to the medicinal fields, it serves to aerate the soil for sowing. The gung metal formula gathers the essence of gung metal to eradicate pests adhering to the spiritual herbs, and it can also suppress various strange energies within cultivators. After grasping the fundamental functions of these 5 spells, Hua Jiu began to regard the care of the spiritual herbs as a form of cultivation, immersing herself joyfully in the medicinal fields daily. In her leisure time, she practiced her needlework and studied, while during busy periods, she repeatedly executed various spells to enhance the speed of her hand techniques. The results of her cultivation soon manifested in her combat training, as Hua Jiu gradually reduced her injuries from 10 to 9, then 8, and down to 7. Ultimately, after a month, she achieved the milestone of sustaining injuries only 7 times, treating each bamboo plate twice, leaving her just a small step away from the goal set by Master Mo. However, this small step proved to be a critical threshold for her breakthrough, making further progress significantly more challenging. After another month of arduous effort, she still saw no results. Hua Jiu's frustration affected her appetite, leading to gradual weight loss, and her once beloved spicy dried fish lost its former flavor. This situation left her companion, Xiaocha, feeling anxious, as she tried various creative ways to encourage Hua Jiu to eat more. Consequently, LV Mingming gained some weight and was punished by Wu Mian to run 3 laps around June Mountain each day. On a moonless night, with the wind howling, Hua Jiu realized she must devise a plan. Otherwise, in 20 days, she could vividly envision Jean Montang's triumphant yet graceful smile. Chapter 87. Fishing for Lanterns in the River, Part 5. Hua Jiu sat cross-legged atop a stone that jutted out in the center of the waterfall. With the azure waters of the Qigluo River surging behind her, cascading into the abyss and creating a misty spray, the bright moon hung high, and the sound of rushing water resonated. The cool mist brushed against her face, dispelling her drowsiness, and the tension of her precarious position sharpened her focus. Gazing along the river, she beheld the celestial city of Hongmeng, adorned with vibrant lanterns, while ethereal islands floated above, illuminated by radiant hues. Cultivators navigated various flying artifacts amidst the lively scene. Shaking her head, Hua Jiu extended her hands to begin practicing her hand seals. With her eyes closed and her expression serene, a gentle breeze stirred her tousled hair, harmonizing with the rustling leaves and the flowing water. Taking a deep breath, Hua Jiu's fingers suddenly danced. Revival. Radiant light flowed from her fingertips, conjuring countless verdant orbs that rose from the depths, converging within her grasp before merging into her heart's core. Nourishment. Vital energy transformed into dazzling threads of azure light, akin to a rainbow captured in an artwork. A gentle drizzle fell from above, and the water plants below unfurled, while plump fish surfaced, eagerly absorbing the rich spiritual essence within the rainwater. Metallic energy surged forth. With fluid movements, her hand seals morphed seamlessly, unleashing a sharp and fierce metallic aura that shot into the river with a resounding clang. The plump fish, sensing danger, flipped its tail and fled, only to be pierced through. Fire engulfed the land. With her palms apart and fingers dancing, crimson flames ignited as if doused in oil, swiftly spreading across the river's surface. The fish, crisp on the outside yet tender within, exuded a delectable aroma. As the ethereal threads unfurl with a gentle tug, the fragrant and plump fish gracefully descends into her embrace. Hua Jiu opens her eyes, retrieves a small vial of seasoning from her bosom, and sprinkles a delicate layer of her secret spicy powder upon the fish, ready to indulge. Ah, nothing compares to the exquisite taste of freshly caught fish, a flavor unlike any other. Recently, her cultivation has stagnated, making her reluctant to indulge too freely, The thought of gaining weight and facing the inevitable mockery from Hua Jiu, who would surely deride her for her sloth, is disheartening. With a vigorous flick of his sleeve, he could even evoke a snort from her. With a mouthful of fish, Hua Jiu takes out a white spirit crystal, continuing to polish it before her brow. The tip of this white crystal has been honed to a sharp point, resembling a slender, cylindrical dagger, yet it still lacks the finesse of a needle. With only 20 days remaining until the assessment, memorization poses no issue. She can methodically continue her recitation and will complete it just in time. However, that accursed combat medic training continues to elude her grasp. Her hand seals have reached their peak speed, yet breaking through this critical threshold seems to require just a touch of fortuity, an enigma. While her mental prowess in casting spells is sound, she often finds herself vulnerable to attacks from behind, a lapse that frequently results in injury. If only she could awaken the azure water eyes, she would be able to perceive even the slightest movement behind her without turning. Alas, the azure water eyes must remain concealed. Her physical reflexes can only improve through the accumulation of time and experience, another riddle yet unsolved. With a hearty bite of the spicy grilled fish, she realizes that her agility cannot be further enhanced unless she reduces her weight, still an unsolvable dilemma. In this moment of frustration, how can one alleviate their woes? Only with spicy grilled fish. Thus, she resolves to have another, no, 3 more to lift her spirits. At that moment, a dazzling array of colors pierces Hua Jiu's vision. She leaned over the precipice of the rock, peering down to behold several strikingly lifelike carp lanterns, each valiantly ascending the waterfall against the cascading torrent. Within the belly of each lantern, a radiant glimmer pulsed. Following the course of the waterfall, her gaze swept afar, whereupon she discerned that the expanse of the azure vine river was now adorned with a multitude of such lanterns, coalescing into a resplendent, eye-catching ribbon of light. Carp leaping over the dragon gate, she mused, cocking her head, twitching her ears, and tentatively extending her claws to prod at the lanterns. Receiving no response, she then probed the carp lanterns with her divine sense, and upon touching the orb of light within, a line of text materialized in her sea of consciousness: in homage to my nemesis, to those who have vanquished me, striving without fail, never surrendering. Her eyes narrowed gradually, and she retrieved the lantern that swam highest, imprinting a phrase within it with her divine sense. Without exertion, you remain ignorant of the true depths of despair. With a flick of her wrist, she cast the lantern aloft, and indeed, it transformed into a soaring dragon, becoming a streak of light that roamed into the distance. As if having discovered a source of amusement, she lay at the edge of the rock, ceaselessly retrieving lanterns. Born at an inauspicious time, my aspirations are difficult to realize. I am not at fault. It is the fault of this heavenly Tao. Suffering is a blessing. How optimistic. Then I wish you boundless fortune. I wonder if there will be more lanterns to gather tomorrow. I eagerly anticipate it. Before retiring, she customarily drew a strand of original demonic energy from the copper coin into her body. Then, she circled the bed, locating the most comfortable spot to collapse, burying her head and falling asleep. That night, she slept particularly soundly, awakening refreshed and invigorated. Upon examining her body, her eyes revealed elation. The 4th level of chi condensation had been achieved. In less than 4 months since entering the condensation stage, she has progressed from the 1st to the 4th level. Even in the case of a recultivation, such speed is astonishingly swift. Indeed, by dispersing a wisp of primordial demonic energy within her body each day, her cultivation velocity has accelerated remarkably. Soon, she may attempt to absorb 2 wisps each night. A new leaf has sprouted from the tender bud in her heart's aperture. Though not as large or verdant as the other 3, it radiates a vitality more vibrant than theirs, filling Hua Jiu with immense joy. As her fingers moved gracefully, she sensed a surge of energy stronger than before flowing towards her fingertips. The sluggish sensation experienced when forming seals diminished, and she could perceive an enhancement in the potency of her spells. Hua Jiu dashed out of her room into the courtyard to perform the spirit-nourishing technique. A gentle rain of spirit energy fell incessantly, not only lasting longer but also more abundant in both rainfall and spiritual essence. The donkey brayed loudly, throwing itself down, while the foolish dog rolled and frolicked in the rain. The playful radish opened its arms to embrace the spirit rain, laughing joyfully. Radish, oh radish, how delightful. I feel invigorated enough to eat 3 bowls of rice. In the courtyard, the grapevines grew visibly, winding up along the eaves of the kitchen, with tender branches budding and blooming into scattered little flowers. By the time the spirit rain subsided, clusters of vibrant green grapes had formed beneath the kitchen's eaves, ripe for winemaking. The little tea green's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of crafting grape wine. Chapter 88. The Cunning Lord's Unhappiness. 6 updates. In the morning courtyard, beneath the grapevines, Hua Jiu observed Lu Mengmeng devouring her food with fervor, finishing one bucket only to take another from Xiaocha's hands. Veins throbbed on her forehead, a strong urge to scratch her bubbling within. As her training intensified, so too did her appetite. Noticing Hua Jiu's gaze, Lu Mengmeng responded with a silly grin, her mouth full of rice. "Why are you all staring at me? It's quite embarrassing." With that, she swiftly transferred the spirit peppers from the stewed pearl chicken into the bowls of Hua Jiu and the foolish dog, then turned her plate upside down into her food bucket. "All right, I want to compete with you for food. This is enough for me. You all hurry and eat," she said, her cheeks stuffed. The foolish dog held his bowl, an expression of pitiful longing etched on his fair, delicate features. "Hua Jiu, I want meat. I don't like vegetables." His bowl was piled high with the various greens Lu Mengmeng had picked for him, aside from the untouched fish. Every dish on the table was empty, devoured entirely by Lu Mengmeng. Despite her claims of sufficiency, one might wonder what more she desired, perhaps to feast on cats and dogs next. The foolish dog had been training diligently at the ferry with Ling Yunji, gradually acquiring a more human-like demeanor, and had already broken through to the first layer of qi condensation. Given this progress, along with his delectable appearance, Hua Jiu could not bear to let him grow thin. She was quite willing to befriend the fish demon. A friend who wasn't hungry was a good friend. But when hunger struck, one could only chuckle. The foolish dog buried his head in his meal, his large fluffy tail wagging joyfully behind him. Hua Jiu, frowning as she consumed a generous bowl of spirit rice with vegetables drizzled in fish sauce, soon shouldered her book box and set off toward the bamboo residence, clutching a white spirit crystal. Commencing today, I shall delve into the treatise on demonic herbs. The latter part of this tome comprises manuscripts penned by Blackstone, which catalog numerous materials derived from demons and spirits that are currently applicable for medicinal use. Previously, Hua Jiu had encountered numerous such tomes, most of which rely on demon blood and demon cores for concocting remedies, a notion that repulses her greatly. However, within the manuscripts of Master Mo, there exist extensive experimental records as he seeks to discover alternative materials that can replace demon cores without compromising the efficacy of alchemical processes. Recently, Hua Jiu learned that Master Mo conducts his research daily in the courtyard, dissecting various corpses to such an extent that even their mothers would fail to recognize them. The majority of these remains belong to deceased wild beasts, with a small portion contributed voluntarily by demons he had previously rescued. Each of these bodies is exceedingly precious. When he performs dissections, he often invites the three of them to observe, elucidating the distinctions among various demons. Healing humans is relatively straightforward, as every individual possesses a similar anatomical structure, and the art of medicine has reached its zenith in this domain. However, demons present a different challenge. Herbivorous demons, carnivorous demons, aquatic demons, and terrestrial demons all necessitate distinct approaches for treatment. Master Mo has secluded himself atop the Dedeo mountain specifically to master the art of healing demons. Upon reaching the training bamboo grove, Hua Jiu encountered Junbu Huan once more. For 7 out of 10 days, he accompanies Jin Mantang up the mountain. At this moment, he is vigorously shaking a folding fan, his face contorted with jealousy as he observes Jin Mantang and Ning Jinj in close proximity. Ning Jinj, with her sleeves rolled up, reveals her exquisite, pale arms, deftly holding a needle while explaining acupuncture points to Jin Mantang. Such a display from a young lady, so lacking in modesty. Exposing her arms to unfamiliar men in broad daylight is utterly shameless. How disgraceful. Hua Jiu smirked. Do those who practice together in the Harmony sect always dress so neatly while rolling around? Junbu Huan's eyes brightened upon hearing Hua Jiu, and she playfully shoved her, saying, "You better hurry over. Don't forget our agreement." Hua Jiu squinted, feigning understanding. How pretentious. Once the clothes come off, it's all laid bare. Enough chatter. Just go. With a sigh, Hua Jiu hastened to Ning Jinji's side, grasping her arm and exclaiming, "Senior sister, look at me. I've made a breakthrough." Ning Jingu turned, crouched down, and upon seeing Hua Jiu at the 4th level of qi condensation, she smiled gently and ruffled Hua Jiu's hair, saying, "You truly are remarkable. In just 2 months, you've advanced from the 3rd to the 4th level of qi condensation. Junior brother has yet to catch up to your pace even with elixirs." Jin Mantang, who had been interrupted, twitched at the corner of his eye. suppressing his displeasure yet maintaining an air of elegance as he pursed his lips and stated dryly, "Congratulations to second senior sister." Jean Mantang had only opened his spiritual aperture a month prior, slightly younger than Hua Jiu, but he had already reached 3 inches in depth. However, his cultivation in qi condensation was still at the first level, so he had been focusing on refining his spiritual aperture and consciousness. He needed both to reach the 5th level of qi condensation before progressing together. Thus, Hua Jiu's breakthrough to the 4th level placed considerable pressure on him. "Senior sister, I'm still not quite familiar with the acupoints from earlier. Could you please demonstrate for me once more?" "Oh, of course." Hua Jiu clutched Ning Jingji's sleeve tightly. "Senior sister, there are only 19 days until Master will assess me. His expectations of me are exceedingly high. Might you accompany me in some training? I have just made a breakthrough, and perhaps this training could yield some improvement." "Senior sister, Mantang, you must seek out Jean Mantang. He would certainly be willing to allow you to practice as you wish." Hua Jiu interrupted, pointing towards the distant Junbu Huan. Seeing Hua Jiu gesture in his direction, Junbu Huan promptly unfurled his fan and stood tall, the large character Wu emblazoned upon it facing Jean Mantang. "Should you not mind, dear brother Mantang? I would be honored to assist you with some acupuncture." As bamboo leaves danced alongside peach blossoms, Junbu Huan smiled gracefully, nodding in acknowledgement toward Jean Mantang. The beauty of the scene captivated Ning Jinggu, causing a faint blush to rise upon her cheeks. Noticing this, Hua Jiu quickly shook Ning Jingji's arm. She lowered her head and coughed twice to alleviate the awkwardness. "Mantang, you truly ought to attempt this yourself. I shall accompany Hua Jiu for training first." Hua Jiu pulled Ning Jinggu away, casting a playful wink at Junbu Huan. "Now it's your turn." Reluctantly, Jean Mantang took the needle to Junbu Huan. Junbu Huan rolled up his sleeves, revealing his well-defined arms, demonstrating a few moves. "Brother Bu Huan, there is no need to roll your sleeves up so high, as I am merely a novice in acupuncture. Should I make a mistake, please be sure to inform me at once. Not to worry, my skin is tough and resilient. If it means helping you master acupuncture, I would not hesitate to endure 1,000 or even 10,000 pricks. Brother Bu Huan, to forge such a profound friendship with you in this lifetime is indeed a stroke of fortune. Now, I shall proceed." As the needle pierced the skin, Junbu Huan felt a tingling sensation coursing through his arm, as if his meridians had been stimulated, invigorating the flow of energy within him. This must be the correct spot, he mused, though he had promised Hua Jiu. "Ah." Junbu Huan let out a muffled groan, his body growing weak as he leaned against Jean Mantang, and they both collapsed onto the ground. Jean Mantang, alarmed, cradled Junbu Huan in his arms. "Brother Bu Huan, what has happened? Did I make a mistake?" Junbu Huan furrowed his brows, a flicker of amusement struggling to surface in his eyes. "It's nothing. The initial pain is inevitable. It is understandable to miss the mark. Let us try again. I am ready." "Brother Bu Huan, you." A hand pressed against Jean Mantang's lips, silencing him. "Do not speak. I understand. My motives are not solely for you, but for the greater good of this world, to nurture another exceptional physician." Chapter 89. Descending the mountain to collect consultation fees. 7 updates. During the morning training, Hua Jiu did not witness any significant advancement in her cultivation. Amidst the relentless and swift onslaughts, she found herself needing to channel her energy, invoke spells with her consciousness, observe the position of the bamboo plaques, and guard against blind spots, all of which could not be managed through mere divided attention. Hua Jiu realized that only by maximizing her body's innate sensitivity to danger could she react instinctively when peril approached, thereby freeing up more focus for hand seals and consciousness. Furthermore, perhaps the pressure applied was insufficient. She sensed that this challenge would not cost her life, which inhibited the emergence of her true potential. After dining at Quizuju, Hua Jiu intended to head to the medicinal fields to study the rain incantation, but was stopped by Ning Jinj. Hua Jiu took the list, which contained but a single item, the purple lightning leopard, accompanied by 10 strands of thunder whiskers. Moreover, it detailed the precise location of this creature, situated in the autumn district of the humming immortal city, marked by the beast paw print. Master M.O., when attending to these creatures, never demanded spirit stones. Instead, he sought promises of some offerings from their bodies, but he would not collect them immediately, choosing instead to wait until the moment of need arose. Over the past 2 months, Jean Mantang had spent his afternoons either accompanying Ning Jinj on consultations or collecting consultation fees. "Junior brother, is it difficult to collect the fees?" Jean Mantang smiled and shook his head, assuring that the creatures he encountered were rather agreeable. Hua Jiu, somewhat skeptical, temporarily set her bookbox at the Chui Bamboo residence, taking with her the volume titled Treatise on Demons and Medicinal Herbs along with a white spirit crystal before heading out. In the autumn district of Haming, Immortal City, Hua Jiu devoted an entire afternoon to finally cornering the creature known as the Purple Lightning Leopard at the alley's entrance. Before her stood the transformed Purple Lightning Leopard. Exuding an aura of 5th-level cultivation, its imposing figure accentuated by black, tear-like markings that seemed etched upon its face, lending it a roguish and fierce demeanor. Clad in a flamboyant warrior outfit adorned with patterns reminiscent of a golden leopard, it radiated an ostentatious brilliance. A tuft of purple fur atop its head stood erect like a coxcomb, crackling with electricity, both foolish and endearing. What Master Mo required from her was none other than those purple thunder whiskers. What does the little fatty want to do? The Purple Lightning Leopard bared its teeth. Little fatty? Hua Jiu's eyelids drooped, her expression devoid of emotion as she retrieved the list from her bosom, rising onto her toes to present it. I am here to collect the consultation fee, 10 strands of thunder whiskers. With a sweep of its tail, the Purple Lightning Leopard knocked the list from her grasp, catching it deftly with one paw while dramatically brushing its purple fur with the other. Last time, Lord Leopard merely lost a skirmish against Tiger San on the street, resulting in a leg injury. That so-called physician Mo casually performed a bone-healing technique, restoring Lord Leopard's health, and then coerced him into pressing his palm print. Do you truly believe Lord Leopard is easy to bully? Spittle flew onto Hua Jiu's face as the Purple Lightning Leopard slammed his paw against the wall, scratching the surface fiercely, sending shattered bricks flying onto Hua Jiu's face. Hua Jiu clenched his claws, choosing to endure for the moment. What about that pretty boy from last time? He had given Lord Leopard 10 third-grade spirit stones in exchange for the Thunder Amulet. If you wish to acquire the Thunder Amulet today, bring spirit stones. Hua Jiu finally understood why Jean Mantang collected consultation fees so effortlessly. Having money is indeed impressive. I do not possess spirit stones, Hua Jiu replied in a low voice. The Purple Lightning Leopard flicked his purple fur and scrutinized Hua Jiu's chubby face for a moment. Grinning mischievously, no spirit stones? Then I cannot part with the Thunder Amulet upon my head, but I could pluck a few hairs from below that can also summon lightning. Would you like some? After saying this, the Purple Lightning Leopard maliciously nudged Hua Jiu's waist. Hua Jiu tilted his head back, his smile not reaching his eyes. If you insist on such an approach, I can oblige. With a swipe of his claw against the adjacent wall, the entire structure crumbled and collapsed. You filthy rogue. Get away. The 2 marmots behind the wall, who were stacking themselves, shrieked in alarm, grabbing stones to hurl at Hua Jiu. The stones ricocheted off Hua Jiu's head as the 2 marmots fled in a panic, clutching their backsides. Hua Jiu extended his paw towards the Purple Lightning Leopard, threateningly asking, "Do you want me to help you pluck those hairs?" The Purple Lightning Leopard retreated, swallowing hard. Do not try to intimidate me. For when I was out in the world, you, little chubby one, had yet to grow your fur. Hua Jiu bared his teeth, demanding, "Say that again? Who's the little chubby one?" "It's you, little chubby one, ha ha ha." As autumn winds swept through, leaves fell, and birds chirped. Suddenly, a resounding noise echoed through the alley, startling a flock of birds into flight, stirring up dust and fallen leaves, accompanied by cries of despair and pleas for mercy. Hua Jiu emerged from the narrow passage, brushing off the leaves from his shoulders, inhaling deeply, and resumed his leisurely shopping, gently patting the tuft of purple fur in his arms, feeling invigorated. Deep within the alley, the Purple Lightning Leopard trembled, cradling its bald head, recalling the recent encounter that left it bloodied, with not a single unscathed patch on its body. Yet now, not only was it unblemished, but its fur gleamed as if it had just undergone a luxurious grooming. This made the leopard ponder its lack of evidence to report to the patrol office, for that feline demon had even cleaned the bloodstains from the ground. If it were to dismember a demon, goodness, this feline physician is utterly terrifying. Hua Jiu purchased some spiritual rice and various ingredients needed for cooking, feeling a sense of relaxation after being cooped up in the mountains for 2 months. He wandered about, exploring and sampling snacks, his spirits elevated. He noticed numerous vendors selling carp lanterns and, after inquiring, discovered that yesterday marked the 5,000-year anniversary of the establishment of the Haming Immortal Academy, and those releasing lanterns were indeed the Academy's students. Hua Jiu has been studying on the mountain for 2 months, yet remains perplexed by the existence of 2 celestial academies, one in the city and the other on the mountain, each markedly different from the other. Today, upon hearing a vendor's remarks, her curiosity deepened. The Hongming Academy has purportedly been established for 60,000 years, yet it is celebrating a mere 50,000 years. The underlying reasons seem shrouded in mystery, as no one appears to be aware of the truth. Moreover, Hua Jiu has observed a stark polarization among the students at the Mountain Academy. They either hail from extreme poverty or are descendants of influential families tracing back to the era of the Ling Tian Emperor. This is evident merely from the identities of the instructors, with the likes of Kunwa Sword Sect, Mo Ling Sect, and Xinglin Si, each representing the pinnacle of power within the Ling Tian realm. The Lantern Festival will span 2 days, and with a smile gracing her lips, Hua Jiu set forth from the city, following the banks of the Qing Luo River towards the waterfall. As dusk approached and she arrived at the small valley beneath the waterfall, she unexpectedly encountered 3 sword cultivators clad in the garb of the Hongming Academy, menacingly surrounding a frail boy cradling an ancient zither, questioning him with aggression. The thunderous roar of the waterfall drowned out their words, leaving Hua Jiu unable to discern their conversation. But she could see the boy retracting his neck and shaking his head vigorously, fiercely protecting his zither. She recognized this boy, who seemed to be named Gong Yiyu. She had encountered him the last time she visited the Qingfeng Minghua Pavilion to seek out Master Xian. In her memory, he was a modest and courteous young lad. How could he possibly have offended such a group? Among the trio from the academy, the leader appeared strikingly familiar. Was it not Jiang Shanxiu, the top student of the Hongming Academy's Sword Cultivation Department? Chapter 90. The 90 Miao, Witnessing Injustice, Part 8. Gong Yiyu, you just admitted that you have been practicing the piano here for several days. How can you claim that you have not tampered with our lanterns? Indeed, you appear so innocent. Little did we anticipate that you possess such malicious intent. Confronted with a barrage of accusations, Gong Yiyu could only shake his head in denial. Speak up, why are you silent now? You must apologize today and compensate us for the spirit stones used to purchase the lanterns, or else I shall smash your instrument. A male cultivator snatched the ancient zither from Gong Yiyu's arms. He attempted to protect it, but another female cultivator struck his shoulder with her sword sheath, causing him to fall backward. Please, do not damage my zither, Gong Yiyu pleaded. The male cultivator, brandishing the instrument, arrogantly proclaimed, then compensate and apologize. Particularly to our sister Jiang, you must bow in contrition. Jiang Shan, with her icy demeanor, leaned against a tree, her sword cradled in her arms. Her eyes closed in feigned slumber, remaining utterly silent. It was not me. I swear, it truly was not me. Gong Yiyu shook his head, attempting to rise, but was once again pressed down by the female cultivator's sword sheath. You still refuse to admit your guilt? Yen Shixiang smashed the zither. Yen Qi scoffed coldly, lifting the zither high before bringing it down forcefully onto the ground. My zither. A surge of spiritual light erupted from Gong Yiyu, toppling the female cultivator as he lunged towards his instrument. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as the zither struck Gong Yiyu's head, blood trickling down his forehead. Yet he paid no heed to wipe it away, hastily cradling his zither to examine it. A fissure marred the surface of the dilapidated guqin, and Gong Yiyu's eyes brimmed with tears as he bellowed, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me. How many times must I repeat myself for you to believe? Why must you destroy my instrument? It is a relic from my mother. Why must you shatter my guqin?" Yin Qi and Fang Qiu exchanged glances, poised to take action, when Jiang Shanxiu coldly interjected, "Enough. It is beneath us to quarrel with such a coward. It is simply disgraceful." Jiang Shiji, Fang Qiu protested, stamping her foot, her face a mask of indignation. "If you can swallow your pride, I cannot." He spoke so disparagingly amidst the lanterns, and I. "Are you discussing lanterns?" Hua Jiu's voice suddenly interjected. Jiang Shanxiu's expression hardened as she turned sharply, demanding, "Who?" The three were startled by the silent approach, instinctively forming a defensive circle, their backs pressed together as they scanned their surroundings. "Who is there? Show yourself." Hua Jiu, perched upon the tree Jiang Shanxiu had just leaned against, waving playfully and grinning innocently. A chill surged from Jiang Shanxiu's feet. She could scarcely fathom the dread of an ill-intentioned person appearing silently above her. At this moment, she might have met her demise. "Is it you?" Yin Qi and Fang Qiu recognized Hua Jiu, recalling the recent uproar in the academy when she and El Miming, both top scholars, had declined to remain. Gong Yiyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he mouthed his gratitude. Though no sound escaped his lips, he merely clutched his guqin. The trio exchanged glances, and upon realizing Hua Jiu was a healer, their taut nerves began to relax. The combat prowess of a healer was among the lowest tier of the 10 professions. Hua Jiu cast a glance at the three individuals and spoke softly, I did not intend to eavesdrop on your conversation, yet inadvertently I overheard you mention lanterns. Upon reflection, it seems I collected a few lanterns upstream last night and whimsically left behind a few words. It was you. Yin Qi and Feng Qiu exclaimed in unison. Hua Jiu scrutinized Feng Qiu and remarked, if I am not mistaken, you are the one who said, I am not wrong. It is the heavens that err. Feng Qiu, her eyes widening in surprise, retorted bashfully, be quiet. Hua Jiu then turned her gaze towards Yin Qi, pondering deeply, which caused Yin Qi's expression to stiffen. Just as he was about to admonish Hua Jiu, she preemptively continued, her words hanging in the air. At this, Feng Qiu abruptly looked at Yin Qi. Yin Qi xiang. Do you harbor feelings for Jiang? I do not. This is for my mother. Yin Qi defended himself, his neck rigid as he cautiously glanced at Jiang Shanxiu, his cheeks flushing, which only made him appear more unseemly. Meanwhile, Jiang Shanxiu maintained an icy demeanor, exuding an air of aloofness that clearly indicated she was the first honored rival of the lantern. You, little cat demon, are utterly arrogant and insufferable, Yin Qi admonished sharply. Hua Jiu stepped forward. What are you doing? Do you intend to strike us? Feng Qiu retorted angrily, while Jiang Shanxiu, with a wary glance, subtly unsheathed her sword. My apologies. Hua Jiu bowed slightly, her voice resonating clearly. This unexpected display of contrition left all three, including Jiang Shanxiu, momentarily speechless. Caught off guard by Hua Jiu's candid apology, rendering them momentarily at a loss for words. As Hua Jiu straightened, her gentle gaze shifted, suddenly sharpened by a hint of intensity. My apologies for my earlier transgressions. However, should you not also extend your apologies to him and compensate him for the restoration of his zither? Hua Jiu's voice resonated with authority, laced with a hint of aggression. Why should we? If he had clarified his intentions earlier, would we have misconstrued his words? Feng Qiu argued vehemently. Yin Qi concurred, asserting that had he not recklessly approached, the zither would not have struck him. It is his own fault. Hua Jiu turned her gaze towards Jiang Shanxiu, her tone chilling slightly. Are all of you from the Sword Cultivation Academy this inept? You insolent cat demon, who are you calling inept? I speak of you. You, and you, three utter failures. Hua Jiu gestured towards the trio, denouncing their inability to acknowledge their wrongdoing. Their lack of beauty is one thing, but their moral character is even more deplorable. Hold on. Jiang Shanxiu interjected, stepping forward with measured strides. His indifferent gaze fell upon Gong Yeo, who was curled protectively around his zither. I, Jiang Shanxiu, never apologize to cowards. Gong Yeo abruptly lifted his head, a tempest of emotions swirling within his eyes as he gazed at Jiang Shanxiu. Ah Xiu, do not dare call me that. You are unworthy. If you wish for me to apologize to him, defeat me first. With that, Jiang Shanxiu turned away, his resolute figure causing Gong Yeo to tremble slightly. His lips clenched and his eyes reddening. Those from your mountain, be they humans or demons, are no more than this, utterly lacking in courage. Sister Feng is correct. They are nothing but a band of cowards. If they desire our apologies, they must first conquer us. Hua Jiu glared at Gong Yeo, indignant at the injustice they faced. While Gong Yeo may endure, she could not. Stop right there, you must apologize. Today, I shall teach you three worthless beings how to conduct yourselves. Chapter 91, 1 against 3, Part 9. Hua Jiu's fingers danced swiftly, and a powerful surge of earth spirit energy enveloped the ground beneath the three adversaries. The earth trembled as Jiang Shanxiu leaped into action, his white attire billowing as he unsheathed his sword to confront the foe. Yin Qi and Feng Qiu were a moment slow to react, quickly becoming ensnared in the soft soil, unable to maintain their footing. Jiang Shanxiu was at the 6th level of qi condensation, while Yin Qi was at the 5th and Feng Qiu at the 4th. All three were sword cultivators, lacking proficiency in other forms of magic. Are you really planning to take us all on alone? Jiang Shanxiu's gaze was icily resolute. Hua Jiu, with a flicker of brilliance at her fingertips and a playful tilt of her head, replied, do you think I am being too much of a bully? Then I shall indeed bully you. Brace yourselves. With a swift motion, Hua Jiu's tail struck her chest, and she declared, if you do not wish to witness my beating at their hands, then lend me your assistance promptly. No sooner had the words left her lips than Hua Jiu shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, charging toward Jiang Shanxiu. Such speed momentarily astonished Jiang Shanxiu. But upon regaining his composure, he swung his sword with great force, conjuring 9 beams of silver light that formed a fan-shaped curtain of blades, crashing toward Hua Jiu in successive waves. Is this your lethal move? I shall not accept it. Hua Jiu shot forth a strand of spiritual energy from her brow, ensnaring a nearby tree and yanking herself sharply in a new direction. Having studied medicine, she had long since learned to manipulate spiritual energy into threads. Thus, she felt little concern about revealing this skill. Easily evading the curtain of blades, Hua Jiu surged toward the two who had just extricated themselves from the muck. "You two worthless fools, prepare to be dealt with." Smack. Smack. Yin Qi and Fang Qiu had just extricated themselves from the mire when Hua Jiu delivered a swift slap that sent them back down. Her claws moved with an astonishing speed, leaving them unable to even catch a glimpse of her motion. The sting on their faces was palpable upon touching their skin. They found their hands smeared with blood, one claw mark etched on the left cheek and another on the right, remarkably symmetrical like the brothers of the edamame. Hua Jiu was a master at scratching faces, her strikes never missing the target. "I'll chop off your claws." This furious roar was quite satisfying to hear. Chop off her claws? The edamame brothers might wish for that, but could they ever achieve it? It was merely a fanciful dream. Jiang Shanxiu gazed at Hua Jiu with astonishment, unable to fathom how such a rounded figure could possess such nimble and ethereal agility. Just moments ago, she had dismissed Hua Jiu, but now her expression turned serious. With the winds at her back, Jiang Shanxiu practiced a water-based sword technique. Her long sword flowing like a deep autumn river, its depths unfathomable. As a grassroots female cultivator who had secured the position of senior sister at the fiercely competitive Sword Cultivation Academy of the Hongmeng Immortal Institute, it was evident that her swordsmanship was far from ordinary. With a clear cry, the surrounding rich water spiritual energy converged upon her sword. With a sweeping motion of her arm, a tornado infused with razor-sharp sword energy tore through the ground, hurtling directly toward Hua Jiu. "Your sword is too slow." As the final word fell, Hua Jiu spun her body, gliding past the sword energy with ease. Compared to the bamboo leaves in the falling leaves of the sky formation, Jiang Shanxiu's sword energy posed no threat to her. As a healer, this was the most infuriating aspect. No matter how formidable her sword might be, if it couldn't strike its target, it was as good as useless. "Senior sister, let us unleash the three talents sword formation and confront her." Emerging once more, Fang Qiu and Yin Qi, brandishing their longswords, swiftly joined Jiang Shanxiu to form a sword array, one to attack, one to defend, and one to seal off. Fang Qiu, with his wood-based swordplay, specialized in confinement, his sword energy like tendrils, intricately entwining around Hua Jiu, forcing her into the path of Jiang Shanxiu's blade. Should she attempt to advance, Yin Qi, adept in earth-based sword techniques, would unleash his sword's edge like unyielding rock. To merely evade is the mark of a craven. Fang Qiu derided. "If you possess the metal, engage in a direct confrontation. Should you prevail, I shall prostrate myself before you in apology." Hua Jiu invoked the gung metal incantation, a golden radiance shimmering, colliding vehemently with the trio's sword energies. Overwhelmed, Hua Jiu retreated and evaded continuously, dissipating the residual force. Hua Jiu stood beside Gong Yeo. "Do you not intend to assist me? Am I, a mere physician, to contend with these three alone?" Gong Yeo, in a subdued tone, replied, "I am but a useless musician. I have never engaged in combat. What a waste of your Qi condensation stage 5 cultivation. If you choose to be a coward, then cower and refrain from disgracing yourself, lest your mentors bear the stigma of cowardice as well. It is my folly. I should never have come here today, nor should I have aided you. I ought to have watched you be trampled underfoot by your paramour. Never to lift your head again." Gong Yeo shuddered, seemingly stirred by Hua Jiu's words, his fingernails digging into his zither, his gaze increasingly conflicted. The three opponents launched a fierce assault, and Hua Jiu, invoking wildfire, charged forward. Having chosen to confront them today, she could not afford to lose. Otherwise, they would proclaim far and wide that those upon Great Dao Mountain were but cowards and incompetents. The three swordsmen, led by Jiang Shanxiu, incessantly pressed and blocked with their combined might. Hua Jiu, agile as a butterfly, darted and evaded, yet found no opportunity to close in. If they were to separate, Hua Jiu would fear none. However, united in their triad sword formation, their strikes unleashed a formidable speed and power capable of challenging the pinnacle of Qi condensation. As the sword lights surged with relentless intensity, a momentary lapse allowed Jiang Shanxiu's watery sword aura to slice through Hua Jiu's arm, causing blood to gush forth. "Well done, senior sister. If she falters, let us intensify our efforts." The overwhelming sword energy surged into Hua Jiu's meridians like a tempest, disrupting her own spiritual energy and wreaking havoc upon her channels. A wave of oppressive pressure enveloped her mind, sharpening Hua Jiu's focus. She deftly evaded several sword lights, her hands moving rapidly to weave intricate hand seals. The gung metal energy, spurred by her vitality, manifested within her meridians, its sharpness contained. When it clashed with Jiang Shanjiao's sword energy, it surged forth, employing its metallic ferocity to suppress the onslaught. Recognizing her injury, the trio altered their formations, shifting entirely to offense. Their intertwined sword lights, a ferocious spectacle, sliced through the air with a menacing sound, directly targeting Hua Jiu's face. In haste, she invoked Shattered Rock Collapse with her consciousness to counter the sword energy within her meridians, while simultaneously executing hand seals to redirect the gung metal energy in defense against the trio's assault. Juggling two tasks proved overwhelming, hindering Hua Jiu's ability to maneuver her body. The resounding clash of weapons erupted as the gung metal energy shattered before her eyes. Suddenly, three intertwined sword lights pierced through her shoulder, creating a deafening impact that left a massive crater in the ground behind her. Hua Jiu, Gong Yi called out tremulously, his eyes wide with terror. In the midst of the vibrant landscape, Jiang Shan cast a cold gaze upon the nocturnal revelries of the palace. While Yin Qi and Fang Qiu displayed expressions of delight, their eyes fixed intently on the bleeding Hua Jiu. With her head bowed, Hua Jiu continued to weave her hand seals, her internal sword energy shattered into mere dust, consumed entirely by the raging flames of her fury. Never before had she engaged in such a battle, deftly evading, healing, and attacking simultaneously. This was not merely a product of her training as a battle physician, but a true confrontation steeped in bloodshed. The formidable sword formation before her did not instill fear. Rather, it ignited the primal ferocity within her. Is this truly all you are capable of? To defeat me, you have a long way to go. Cultivation is akin to navigating against the current. Perched precariously upon a precipice, stagnation leads only to demise. Chapter 92, The Mutual Retaliation Duo upon the waterfall. An elder donned in a bagua robe, carrying an ancient sword and guqin, descended gracefully from the gentle breeze, alighting on the massive stone where Hua Jiu had practiced the previous night. With keen interest, he gazed down into the valley. His hair, white as snow yet youthful in appearance, framed his ethereal countenance, exuding an air of remarkable elegance. Simply standing there, one could discern his extraordinary temperament, enveloped in an otherworldly aura, reminiscent of the Tai-Bai sword immortal straying into the mortal realm. 3 against 1? That young scamp, Yushahai, truly lacks the ability to train these youngsters properly. They possess not even a hint of a cultivator's demeanor. Chen Jingji arrived on his sword, settling beside Xian Shicheng, his disheveled appearance forming a stark contrast to Xian Shicheng's composure. Upon noticing the ancient sword and guqin at Xian Shicheng's back, his ire ignited. I can hardly bear to witness your pretentiousness. Do you wield a sword or play the guqin? If you excel at neither, why do you persist in flaunting them? Your intricate features cannot conceal the simplicity of your intellect. You are merely a destitute artist. Might you adopt a more pragmatic approach? Swiftly remove that sword of yours, lest you insult us sword cultivators. Chen Jingji launched into a tirade, while Xian Shicheng, with his lofty demeanor, stroked his beard and coldly remarked, I am a scholarly man. What discourse can I have with a brash swordsman like you? Do not address me, for I cannot comprehend the barking of dogs. How dare you insult me by likening me to a dog? Retorted Chen. The more time I spend with you, the more I find myself fond of dogs. A dog is eternally a dog, whereas a human may sometimes fail to be human. You, Xian huffed, I shall not descend to your level for the sake of decorum. When you depart this world before me, I shall surely visit your grave to sing a joyous tune and laugh heartily, offering solace to your spirit. Should we depart this world, it shall be you who goes first. Even if you do not perish before me, I will assuredly take your life before my own end. Should you wish to slay me, you must possess the capability to do so first. Do you believe I would hesitate to sketch a grave for you right now? Come, let us exchange a few blows. I possess 108 sword intents that would make flowers bloom upon your grave. As Chen Jingji rolled up his sleeves and Xian Shicheng retrieved his brush, they suddenly paused, both their ears twitching towards the valley below. Is this the extent of your skill? You are far from defeating me. The voice of Hua Jiu resonated with strength. Subsequently, the two elderly gentlemen, setting aside their grievances, squatted together, peering down into the depths. Chen Jingji chuckled with a sense of pride, asserting that his discernment far surpassed that of his counterpart. He remarked upon the shortcomings of the latter's offspring, who mirrored his own lack of virtue and knowledge, contrasting this with his own lineage, which represented the illustrious Kunwa sword sect. Indeed, he pondered aloud how such a slovenly brute could father a son of such extraordinary demeanor as the young Xian. Suddenly, Chen Jingji's laughter resonated, declaring that as long as Chunhua remained, he would refrain from speaking ill. Xian Shicheng joined in the mirth, nudging Chen Jingji with his elbow, confessing that in his lifetime he had harbored a certain fear of Chen Hua. Having a formidable wife made him a rather pitiable figure. Pity? Not at all, retorted Chen Jingji, his pride evident. I relish it. The intricacies of this experience are something a lifelong bachelor like you could never comprehend. Chen Jingji's expression radiated pride, proclaiming that to tarnish one's scholarly reputation was a mark of a true brute. I, on the other hand, maintain my integrity. Xin Shicheng rolled his eyes in disdain. Shifting a little away, he acknowledged that old Mo's teachings had proven effective, the young prodigy, having merely reached the 4th level of qi condensation, dared to venture into the triad sword formation, which was manned by none other than the top 3 from the Sword Cultivation Academy. Is this little cat demon a disciple of old Mo? Xin Shicheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How curious that he has taken on another apprentice. No wonder this little cat demon possesses such remarkable agility and impressive mental prowess, although the technique still seems somewhat unrefined. Chen Jingji shot Xin Shicheng a sidelong glance, nodding towards a young girl of remarkable talent, a promising swordsman. She has potential. Do you have any means to recruit her as my closed-door disciple? Xin Shicheng fixed his gaze on Chen Jingji for a brief moment, extending his hand. What benefit is there in that? Tell me. What if I devise a new plan to restore your family's Udata to Kunwo? Was it necessary for you to mention this? With the camaraderie between Xiao Xinzi and Xiao Zhizi, he would surely find a way without your prompting. So, what do you intend to do? Unsightly and riddled with flaws. It is no wonder you remain a bachelor for life. Who among us truly bears the mark of ugliness? Sure, look there. That little cat demon appears to be in distress. In a moment, you must intervene. After all, it is the little cat demon from the Mo family. If old Mo discovers that we stood idly by while it perished. Xin Shicheng shuddered at the thought of Master Mo's sinister arts and quickly focused his attention downward. Hua Jiu gasped for breath, her body marred by 7 or 8 wounds. The disparate sword energies of the 3 adversaries intertwined within her meridians, leaving her no opportunity for healing. Their sword formation had far surpassed the intensity of her usual training. The relentless sword light overwhelmed her defenses. To summon spiritual energy through one's consciousness and cast spells requires the manipulation of spiritual energy along designated pathways within the meridians. Akin to inscribing a talisman, culminating in the final stroke that completes the symbol. However, at this moment, the rampant sword energies wreaking havoc within her meridians obstructed this process, rendering her attempts at consciousness manipulation futile. Do you grasp why practitioners in this world employ hand seals? Master Mo's inquiry echoed in her mind. And Hua Jiu suddenly realized she had only grasped a fraction of its significance, perhaps overlooking further intricacies. Volcat demon, if you concede now and offer us an apology, I shall show you mercy and spare your life. Feng Qiu shouted. Hua Jiu crouched there, supporting herself with one hand on the ground, wiping the blood from her face, and smiled. I will not concede to an ugly creature. Feng Qiu and Yin Qi glared intensely, with Yin Qi exclaiming, Sister Jiang, unleash your ultimate move to show her our might. As soon as he finished speaking, both Feng Qiu and Yin Qi activated their sword techniques. Jiang Shanxiu slightly parted her lips, intending to intervene, as her interest in Hua Jiu had waned. However, with the 2 beside her already engaging their sword techniques, if she did not cooperate, the backlash from the 3-talent sword formation could cost both their lives. On one side was an unfamiliar cat demon, and on the other were her 2 companions. Without hesitation, Jiang Shanxiu drew her sword and initiated the technique. The air instantly became dense. A chilling wind of desolation surged forth. Under the coordination of Feng Qiu and Yin Qi, a thick spiritual water essence frantically converged upon Jiang Shanxiu's sword. The heavy sensation weighing down on Hua Jiu's shoulders. Countless sword beams formed a vast curtain of light, shimmering like waves, surging together to create a colossal tide. But this wave was not merely water. It was a multitude of sharp sword lights layered intricately, delicately entwined, concealing lethal intent. The stones on the ground were swept into the maelstrom, instantly ground into a fine powder. Yingshui Tianji, annihilate, Jiang Shanxiu declared, her voice ringing clear as the sword wave surged violently. Chapter 93, The Unbounded Fury of the 9th Miao 11th Update. Goodness, Jiang Shanxiu is formidable. Capable of executing foundational-level sword techniques at the 6th layer of qi condensation with the aid of the 3 talents sword formation. If she reaches the foundation establishment stage, she will surely grasp the essence of sword intent immediately. Truly, a promising talent in sword cultivation, Chen Jingji marveled. XNSHCH Ing, in a flurry, hastily produced his brush, muttering something incoherent, urging to hasten and mediate the conflict. Wait, what is that little cat spirit doing? In the valley, a tempest raged. The sharp sound of swords cutting through the air. Hua Jiu stood undaunted before the sword waves that threatened to shatter her, her eyes glimmering with an inexplicable excitement and fervor. At this moment, she was Hua Jiu, not the tabby cat. Yet the ferocity inherent to the tabby thrummed within her core. A mad notion took root in her heart, blossoming with the audacity to tear through the onslaught of sword waves. With a flick of her hand, she could shatter them. If only her hand gestures could be swifter. Ever swifter. The oppressive force of the sword waves consumed Hua Jiu's attention, drawing her into a state of peculiar clarity, her spirit taut and her consciousness razor-focused. As the first streak of sword light grazed her cheek, everything around her seemed to slow. The only thing surging wildly was the thought of cleaving through the sword waves. Hua Jiu narrowed her eyes, gazing upward at the swirling sword waves above her, their brilliance blinding, their might formidable. Suddenly, the scenes of her training over the past 2 months flickered in her mind, each instance of bamboo leaves scraping her skin, every bout of exhaustion, and each moment of triumph upon striking the bamboo plaque surged within her. She beheld her own hands, moving from clumsily forming the gestures to executing them with fluid grace. The imagery layering upon itself, the ethereal energy intertwining with vigor at her fingertips. A spark of enlightenment flashed through her eyes. With a resolute closing of her eyes, her bloodied fingers suddenly swept through the air. The fingertips, dancing with ethereal brilliance, exude an inexplicable allure. The flowing strands of hair entwine with the luminescence, sketching intricate patterns that shimmer with vibrant colors. As the spell unfolds, the energy does not wane. Instead, it retains its formidable essence, ceaselessly crafting the next masterpiece. The two individuals upon the waterfall cannot help but change their expression slightly. From their gaze, one can discern that within the 3 dantians of Hua Jiu, upper, middle, and lower, there emerges a single thread of energy. The surging spiritual essence, vitality, and consciousness within her entire being rush fervently towards her 10 fingers. This little cat demon's comprehension is astonishingly profound. Indeed, it is beyond compare. How can such comprehension be encapsulated by mere fervor? Yet, at this moment, in the eyes of Xian Shicheng, Hua Jiu embodies unrestrained fervor, a wildness that knows no bounds. The awkwardness of her hand gestures has vanished. The flow of her movements resembles a seamless dance, imbued with an enchanting rhythm that captivates the heart, even suggesting a trend towards simplicity from complexity. As the 3 spells converge, their audacity is undeniable. Chen Jingji cannot help but express his admiration, discreetly producing a recording stone to capture this extraordinary scene. As his words fade, Hua Jiu suddenly opens her eyes wide, her clear amber pupils ablaze with fighting spirit, akin to raging flames. All the power coiled within her fingertips erupts in a thunderous release. She has no time to cast each spell individually. Instead, she channels the force of 3 spells into a single moment of release. Why utilize hand gestures? Because it is through the intricacies of hand gestures that such feats can be accomplished. Break. The violent suppression of the Gungjin formula shatters the rocks, compounded by the blazing inferno that consumes all. The tricolored radiance unites as one, surging towards the sword waves above. Hua Jiu, I am here to assist you. At this moment, Gong Yiyu, who had remained silent, swept his fingers across the strings of the guqin resting on his lap, unleashing a sharp, invisible sound wave that resonated with a piercing clang, swift as the wind and lightning. Though it was a delayed response, it arrived first. The sound wave momentarily subdued the torrent of sword energy, and Hua Jiu's 3 spells swiftly followed, dissipating the overwhelming sword waves in an instant before their eyes. Is this truly all you have? He queried. It seems rather effortless, merely a display. Gong Yiyu lowered his head in embarrassment. Although he understood that it was Hua Jiu who had shattered the sword waves, the exhilaration of engaging in battle for the first time caused him to tremble with excitement. Indeed, it must be some arcane technique. Otherwise, how could it possess such formidable power? Feng Qiu sought a way to deflect the conversation. Yin Qi, after much contemplation, could only nod emphatically, remarking, "Exactly. You merely stumbled upon good fortune." Hua Jiu chuckled lightly, her tail curling playfully before her face as she scratched her cheek. I only employed basic healing spells, Gung Jinju, Shattered Rock Collapse, and Fire-Blazing Plains, techniques we use for farming on the mountain. Quite simple, really. Would you like to learn? Jiang Shanshou's complexion turned pale, her eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, Hua Jiu spoke of fundamental spells known to all healing practitioners, commonly utilized by those who cultivate spirit herbs. Thus, the lethal combination unleashed by the 3 of them had been countered by mere agricultural spells? Yin Qi and Feng Qiu fell silent, their faces burning as if they had been struck repeatedly. You must be deceiving us. We have encountered such spells before. They are certainly not as you have demonstrated, Feng Qiu insisted, still unwilling to concede. Hua Jiu tugged at his ears, remarking that the efficacy of spells depends on the wielder, much like sword techniques. Individuals like you, mere pretenders, wielding such techniques, produce nothing but utter rubbish. Do not think it is merely my opinion. Even a simple farmer from our mountain could best you soundly. He continued, you are not a sword cultivator. So what do you truly understand? In a sword match, it would be a miracle if you triumphed over us. Yin Qi bellowed. Hua Jiu glanced at Gong Yiyu and suddenly broke into a smile, unsheathing the white spirit crystal from his waist, akin to a short sword. Since that is the case, let us engage in a second round. I shall teach you the true essence of the sword. You are also a sword cultivator? Jiang Shanshou queried in astonishment. Hua Jiu shrugged nonchalantly. I have witnessed our old priest perform a couple of moves. The memory lingers in my mind. Today seems a fitting occasion for a little practice. What will you play? Gong Yiyu asked, momentarily dazed. I can perform high mountains and flowing water. The wild goose descends on the sandy shore. 3 variations of the plum blossom. Oh, an ambush from 10 sides. Hua Jiu felt overwhelmed. Whatever, high mountains and flowing water will suffice. All right, let me tune the zither. Gong Yiyu hurriedly bent over to pluck the strings, producing a melodious rise and fall of sound. The others present exchanged glances, amused. Ah, this sounds good now. We can commence. Gong Yiyu settled cross-legged, inhaled deeply, and as his fingers brushed over the strings, an air of tranquility enveloped him. His expression transformed, shedding any previous hesitance, as if he had become an entirely different person. With his gaze lowered, he delicately plucked the strings, and a series of enchanting melodies emerged, soothing the hearts and minds of all present. When an expert steps forward, the distinction is immediately apparent. Upon hearing this sound, Hua Jiu could not help but curl her lips into a smile. It seemed that Gong Yiyu was indeed not a fool, albeit a tad timid. His voice unmistakably carried a mesmerizing power, revealing him to be a master of the Guqin, though he appeared oblivious to this fact. Chapter 94. The Ninth Meow. The musician Gong Yiyu, 12 updates. Is this little cat demon also proficient with a sword? Wasn't she studying medicine under old Mo? Xin Shirching inquired in confusion. Qin Jingji, controlling the jade that captured images, drew closer to the valley and remarked casually. I seem to recall that brat Jing Nin mentioning she is the adopted daughter of your esteemed Udadu. Oh dear, this tree is blocking the view entirely. With a flick of his finger, the branches obstructing the jade instantaneously disintegrated into fine powder, silent as a whisper. What did you say? Xiao Zizi adopted this cat demon? Has he finally resolved his inner turmoil? Xin Shirching exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Jingji cast a sidelong glance at Xin Shirching, asserting, Udada's resolve is far more steadfast and enlightened than mine. Years ago, his partner and daughter were slain at the foot of the Kunwa Sword sect. One perished and the other went missing. The Kunwa Sword sect bears its share of responsibility, and thus, his act of severing ties with the sect's steel is entirely justifiable. I can empathize with the old man. Moreover, it has been 3 centuries. It is high time to move on. But she is a cat demon. A cat demon. Xin Shirching's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Jingji frowned in annoyance. What of it? Just because his daughter is a half-demon lynx, does that preclude him from adopting a cat demon? Are you afraid he might be reminded of past sorrows? Xin Shirching wore a peculiar expression, recalling the sorrow he felt when he first learned of that incident. Such a wise daughter-in-law and a lovely granddaughter have vanished without a trace, leaving him in silence for many years. Consequently, he can no longer bear to hear any news regarding the world of mortals, nor can he engage with the likes of feline spirits. Each time he encounters such matters, an uncontrollable thought arises. Could it be that his beloved granddaughter is enduring torment in that realm? If she still draws breath, might she lead a leisurely existence akin to these cat spirits, indulging in daily slumbers and feasts? Presently, the knot in his heart remains tightly bound, while Yu Jingzi has taken the initiative to forge ahead. Thus, he falters in his transformation, burdened by his inner turmoil, unable to make any progress. Despite Yu Jingzi's own calamities, having suffered the severance of his life as sword, he strides forward with unwavering determination. Fate and destiny intertwine. Xin Shirchang gazes intently at the plump Hua Jiu below him. Perhaps it is due to her sudden emergence as his granddaughter that she becomes increasingly endearing to him, eliciting a maternal warmth that involuntarily graces his countenance. No, I must descend and teach these 3 little rascals a lesson for daring to bully my little cat spirit. Have they lost their senses? Suddenly, Qin Jingji is jolted. And Xin Shichang recalls something, their bodies stiffening as they turn to meet each other's gaze. Could it be that she has learned that particular technique? The dog-driving sword art? Shadows of swords flicker with a chilling intensity, and fierce winds rage. Invisible sword auras slice through the air like countless sharp blades, fracturing the ground beneath them and leaving behind scars of destruction. The trio, forming the three-talent sword array, with their garments billowing, exhibit an extraordinary focus. Treating Hua Jiu as their foremost adversary, not daring to show the slightest sign of complacency, the three individuals continuously shifted their positions, their swift sword energies intertwining to form a menacing curtain of blades. The resounding clangor echoed as if a million warriors on the battlefield were collectively roaring, brandishing their weapons and charging forward. Hua Jiu, wielding the white spirit crystal, traversed freely within the luminous barrier. Having deciphered the incantation's defenses, she radiated an even greater spirit than before, embodying a diligent approach to her cultivation, advancing and retreating with agility, provoking Jiang Shanxiu and the others to relentlessly unearth their own potential. Hua Jiu's remarkable composure amidst the full-throttle assault from the trio was largely attributable to Gong Yiyu. Seated behind her, his frail figure exuded a unique elegance, his back was straight, and his inky hair danced in the wind. The music emanating from his fingers flowed like a gentle stream, soothing to the soul. Yet, upon encountering the sword energies surrounding Hua Jiu, the sound waves surged with tempestuous might, transforming into a tumultuous sea that effortlessly dismantled her sword aura. Utilizing softness to conquer hardness, he demonstrated the principle of yielding strength with finesse. The art of a musician wielding intangible sound waves to inflict harm is exceedingly challenging to defend against. Jiang Shanxiu frequently cast glances at Gong Yiyu. Each time her sword energies were neutralized by his sound waves, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, intensifying a sense of pressure within her. Yet, this pressure only fueled her competitive spirit. She focused intently on Gong Yiyu, whose demeanor remained unflinching even in the face of adversity, embodying the grace of a true master. However, such poise was something he rarely exhibited. He would typically shrink back, bowing his head in the presence of others, a sight that irked her immensely. Grinding her silver teeth, Jiang Shanxiu murmured, "You all focus your attacks on Gong Yiyu. Leave this feline demon to me." As her words fell, Jiang Shanxiu's sword intent shifted, as she actively disengaged from the three-talisman sword formation and launched her assault towards Hua Jiu. "Fear not, senior sister. We shall attend to that scoundrel and then hasten to your aid." With a shared glance, Fang Qiu and Yin Qi brandished their swords, circumventing Hua Jiu to assail Gong Yiyu. Infusing her white spirit crystal with Gung metal energy, Hua Jiu parried Jiang Shanxiu's strike, turning her head to jest. "Gong Yiyu, I fear I can no longer assist you. Unless you wish for your zither to be cleaved asunder, you must exert yourself." With that, Hua Jiu proactively sidestepped, leaving Gong Yiyu exposed to Fang Qiu and Yin Qi, concentrating on her engagement with Jiang Shanxiu. Gong Yiyu's hands quivered, causing the melody to falter. With two figures bearing down on him, Gong Yiyu, with no recourse, gritted his teeth and plucked the strings once more. Zhang the zither's song metamorphosed, still the lofty peaks and flowing streams, yet the notes ascended rapidly, akin to a waterfall cascading from the highest heavens, a dragon's furious roar, instilling a sense of awe and trepidation, as if transporting all present to the heart of mountains and torrents, great rivers surging, a maelstrom of energy. A single wave crashed, and Fang Qiu and Yin Qi were submerged in the depths of the mountain valleys, lost without a trace. The music shifted, the tempo diminished, tranquil and serene as the torrents converged into a lake, gradually calming. Gong Yiyu withdrew his hands from the strings, his neck instinctively retracting. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he beheld Fang Qiu and Yin Qi prostrate on the ground, clutching their broken swords, their chests heaving, each coughing up a mouthful of blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. Did I accomplish this? Did I truly vanquish them both? Gong Yiyu's face was etched with disbelief. Jiang Shanxiu, too, was taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Hua Jiu smiled gently. "Indeed, you vanquished them. You are the most formidable musician I have ever encountered." In the midst of a night excursion, Gong Yiyu felt an unexpected pang of bitterness. Profoundly moved by a single utterance from Hua Jiu, nearly brought to tears. "Am I truly remarkable?" she pondered. "They have bled for me, if I am not exceptional. Who is?" Now, it was her turn to showcase the prowess of her dog-slaying sword technique. With determination, Hua Jiu grasped her sword and charged forward, aiming at the head of her opponent. Jiang Shanxiu, lost in thought, gazed deeply at Gong Yiyu. only snapping back to reality as Hua Jiu approached with her blade raised, prompting her to hastily lift her sword in defense. Anticipating this, Hua Jiu spun gracefully in midair, delivering a sharp blow to Jiang Shanxiu's head with her white spirit crystal, simultaneously leveraging the momentum to vault over her. With a swift thrust aimed at Jiang Shanxiu's rear, a clash resonated as Jiang Shanxiu parried with her sword. The tip of Hua Jiu's blade pressed against Jiang Shanxiu's weapon, forcefully jarring it into her backside, sending her sprawling forward. Her hair disheveled as she landed before Gong Yiyu. "Ashio," Gong Yiyu exclaimed, rising in concern to assist her. "Do not call me Ashio. You are unworthy." Jiang Shanxiu retorted fiercely, sweeping her sword in a desperate arc, a spray of crimson erupting as Gong Yiyu clutched her arm. Collapsing to the ground,